most businesses still operated. You had most of them across the state of Florida. You had things that operated every day, and I don't know. I think in terms, if you look at things that are the most essential to me, education is as high amongst them as I can fathom. It's very, very important. But I think it needs to be collaborative, and I think that they should work together.
But do you think it's mandatory? It's stated in the order that the schools have to open for brick and mortar in August, and the school board disputes that. And then also the question about the bars. Are the schools mandated to open in August according to the commissioner's order?
And I was just reaching over to get to the heart of your question. Yes, the answer is yes. The DOE order cannot be ignored, to be adhered to. Having said that, all the points the governor made about the choice and decision making and the safeguards are encompassed in that order. This is not just a one-sentence order. It's very comprehensive. A lot of time went into it. Commissioner Corcoran wanted to give direction. It also includes a collaboration with the Department of Health, but school boards cannot ignore this order.
So you say they have to open brick and mortar in August?
The order specifically says 5 days availability of brick and mortar schools at full capacity.
Governor, one more question. 2 weeks ago, you were in Tampa for a bill signing, and afterward, your security detail was spotted outside the home of Tom Brady. Did you visit with him while you were here? What was the purpose of that?
All I can say is I'm looking forward to the Bucs season. I've been a long time. I was a fan of Tampa Bay growing up in Pinellas County when they had the orange uniforms. You would go to a game if they were playing the Bears. There'd be more Bears fans than Bucs fans. There'd be more Giants fans than Bucs fans, and I enjoyed when Coach Dungy rebuilt the team and when Coach Gruden brought him over. But I mean, it's been frustrating a little bit. It had talent, but I think if you have one guy that's gonna light it up, it's gonna be Tom. And I look forward to watching him play, and I think it'll be very good. So.
What about the bars?
I want you to answer the question. I'm asking your office for
Governor, what about the bars? A lot of bar owners.
So look, we set out a plan for not all the counties, some of the counties, not South Florida, for example, that they would be able to operate just like a restaurant, limited capacity seating. The problem was no one was following that. And so, and I get that's not how they want to operate. Our view was to try to say, I want as many people in business as can that will have low risk. But when we were getting reports of them just having packed party type situations, that was not a part of the guidelines. And so it got to the point where my secretary it was like whack-a-mole where you have all that. So I want them to be able to operate, but I also want them to do it consistent with the step-by-step plan. And we just weren't able to get that done. So right now we're not making any changes, status quo. We want to get this positivity rate down. We want to continue to hopefully see, declining COVID-like illness visits at the EDs. And then as we get in a more stable situation, then we'll take a look at it. I mean, I don't blame them for this. I mean, a lot of people say that's the only reason because someone was at, well, that's not true in South Florida. That has not even been happening. They're having the most. So it's definitely not their fault. But at the same time, we try to do these guidelines because we consulted with physicians, we consulted with different people, and we just felt that it's not like flipping a switch. It's going to take some time, but that's the plan. And if the plan wasn't being followed, then there's just not a way we're going to be able to do it.
Thanks, guys.
Governor, can you ask me a question? I'm going to ask you a question.
My name is Gassia Mikhaelian. I'm an anchor reporter at KTVU Fox 2 News in the San Francisco Bay Area. We're going to talk today about how the COVID-19 pandemic is affecting a lot of people's mental health. I'm talking about anxiety. I welcome to this discussion Dr. Stephen David Leonard. You're the creator of the 30-Day Living Inspired Journal program. Thanks for being with me.
Thanks for having me here today.
Of course. I think at the beginning of the pandemic, we all had a lot of adrenaline, right? Ooh, I get to work from home. Ooh, my children are home from school. Ooh, I get to, feel courageous every time I go to the grocery store. Let me tell you, that has changed. And anxiety is now setting in. Can you tell me about how I'm guessing it might be natural to have those feelings?
Yeah, I think it's really natural. This has been going on for quite a while. We get lots of different information coming at us. It's such an unpredictable thing. We're worried about our loved ones. We're worried about jobs. I mean, so many things to be anxious about. Are we opening up? Are we closing down? Is my town affected? All those things. And I think, all those questions, they're big questions that we don't normally live with day to day. And it definitely produces anxiety.
And I know a lot of people in the beginning were really connected to their social networks, right? Taking neighborhood walks with their neighbors, texting with friends back and forth. At least in my experience, that's dropped off a little bit because, again, that excitement of, oh, this is new has definitely worn off. And we have a lot more concern on our mind. Is it really time for us to sort of sit and evaluate where we are right now? Because maybe we haven't done that for a few months at least.
Yeah, I think it's I think this time provides such an opportunity for us. I mean, like you say, I know in my neighborhood, we were joking the other day that, a couple of months ago, everybody walks by, you're like waving, like, hi, people that you never acknowledge, right? Hi, now everybody's kind of back to their normal routines. And, a lot of us, you want to see your friends, not just the kind of people on the street. Um, but as things continue, I think, yeah, you're right. It's time for us to, if we haven't had a chance to take a little stock, because this is a time for us there's so much swirling in the world right now. And I think, we can't, a lot of us, we kind of want that time in our lives to stop, to evaluate, to think about, is this the life I want? Is this, am I pursuing the goals that I really thought I would? And a lot of times we're so much on that kind of treadmill, it's really hard to stop and evaluate those things. And I think honestly, even the last couple of months, at times it's been hard to do that. But as things continue on, it's a great opportunity to do just that, to think about, like, what is my life? What do I want? And am I pursuing it? Am I on the path that I want to be on?
Right. We don't have to be standing still, even though many of our circumstances have been decided for us. Let's talk
Exactly.
about journaling. I started journaling back when we called it diaries, back in elementary school. And I have those now and I read them and I think about, wow, here in fifth grade, I thought I was going through the deepest heartache I would ever experience. Or in my later years, once I started my career and I had some, professional setbacks, I thought, oh, I'll never recover from getting let go from, a television news station. And I just love that I have that in my hand today as I'm at, a station that I love, one that loves me back. I'm doing productive, meaningful work, and just writing it down helps you realize that you are resilient.
You're so right. The idea came to me to do this. Our son has severe special needs, and he was in the hospital for a surgery. Literally, his surgery was the day everything closed down. So it was kind of
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm joined today by the woman to my right who needs no introduction, the Commissioner of the Department of Health, Judy Persichilli. Another familiar face to her right, the state's epidemiologist, Dr. Christina Tan. Great to be with both of you. Pat Callahan is not with us. Please keep him and his wife Linda and their family in your prayers. He sends his best wishes. We're also joined by not only the Director of the Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness, Jared Maples, but by birthday boy Jared Maples. So happy birthday, Jared. Not surprisingly, I want to start today with a note about the weather as Tropical Storm Faye continues to move up the coast and is sitting right on top of us. We're expecting significant rainfall, and having just come inside, as you all have, we're getting it from this storm across the state, which means that there is already significant flooding, and we expect more of it in low-lying areas and in areas with poor drainage along the shore. I've seen images of cars floating right now in South Jersey. As with any storm of this kind, we ask you to use common sense to keep yourself and your family safe. Frankly, if you don't have to travel, don't travel. But if you do have to drive out there, don't drive in any streets which may already be flooded. Turn around, don't drown. The White House, I want to give them a shout out, checked in to see if we needed any resources or support as of yet. We do not, but I want to thank them for checking in on us. There is also the potential for some strong winds that could lead to power outages. So a couple of things that we say a lot in these storms, but I want to repeat. If you experience an outage, call it in immediately to your electric service provider. Don't assume somebody else has already done so. And in fact, the more calls that are received, they may not want me to say this, but it's true, the better information they're going to have, and they are able to better pinpoint trouble spots so they can send crews to where they need to be. If you happen to see a fallen power line, please, God, stay away from it. In our time in government, already we've lost a couple of our residents due to not heeding that advice. Especially if you are in your car, do not attempt to drive over or around a fallen line. Call it in immediately. Thankfully, this storm should be out of our region by tomorrow, but today is going to be a washout, and I think into the early hours of tomorrow. So let's all just stay in and have some storm-induced social distancing. Next, yesterday and this morning, we had very productive meetings with both the Senate President Steve Sweeney and Speaker Craig Coughlin, and I'm very proud and happy to announce that we have an agreement on bonding and that the Senate will move legislation to provide our administration with the full authority we need to borrow the funds we need to keep our state afloat. As you know, the Assembly had already done so. It is absolutely critical that we get this done and get this done quickly, and now we can. So I want to explicitly thank the Senate President and the Speaker for their partnership. Also, something else we partnered on yesterday, it was one of these moments, you have a magical moment, it hits you. We came together very quickly after a conversation with Union County Freeholder Angela Garretson, former Mayor Angela Garretson of Hillside, and we are committed to forever ridding from this state, long past overdue, the word freeholder. And I want to again thank the Senate President and the Speaker for their partnership. I want to thank Angela. I was back and forth with Chanel Robinson today, freeholder from Somerset County. Sheila Oliver was by our side yesterday when we discussed this. Sheila is herself a former freeholder in Essex County. And it is high time this name went into the dustbin of history, and I'm very happy we're going to do it, I hope, sooner than later. Next, I want to reiterate the announcement made yesterday regarding our efforts to serve all customers at the Motor Vehicle Commission. As it was announced, all driver's licenses and non-driver IDs, vehicle registrations and inspections, and temporary tags were further extended to give customers more time to renew. So listen carefully, everybody. Documents that expired between March 13th and May 31st have been extended to September 30th. Again, if they expire between March 13 and May 31, they've been extended automatically to September 30. Those expiring between June 1st, Charlie Murphy's birthday, to August 31st have been extended to December 31st. Again, those expiring between June 1st and August 31st have been extended to December 31st. And again, these are automatic extensions. We also urge, as we have over the past couple of days, everyone, before you head out to an MVC agency, check online at that website, njmvc.gov, to see if your transaction is one of the many that can be completed online. And if it is, skip the trip entirely and take care of it online. Additionally, MVC is taking steps to mitigate issues of crowding. A record number of licenses and registrations have already been issued, and more are being completed every day, but MVC is not going to get to everybody in line every day. So please, if you're told the agency has reached capacity, don't hang around. Don't camp out overnight, please. And please, while we recognize you may not be happy, by the way, I don't blame you, I'm not happy either, don't take it out on the hardworking MVC employees who are doing their jobs. They are our neighbors and fellow New Jerseyans. Again, we know there is enormous pent-up demand for services. We're making more progress on the backlog every day, and we won't rest until we've gotten back to the customer service that people deserve. And as I said on Wednesday, we're going to work harder to do better. None of us, again, I repeat, none of us are happy with how this week has gone. Not me, not Chief Administrator Sue Fulton, none of us, and we are committed to creating a better experience. Next, Judy. Given the weather today, it would be a good opportunity to go online to covid19.nj.gov/testing and schedule yourself to be tested for the coronavirus. Prefer you didn't do it today, given what I said earlier about the weather, but you can go online and schedule a test. As we've said many times already, testing is how we get the data we need to make the decisions we need to make to see ourselves and our state through this pandemic. Testing also gives you the knowledge you need to keep you and your family and your community safe from the virus. We know that there are people out there who are carrying this virus even though they aren't showing any symptoms and who can very easily pass the coronavirus on. This is one reason why we are requiring everyone to wear face masks and coverings at all times while indoors and when you are outdoors and unable to maintain social distances. Testing is quick, it is easy, and it is painless. Judy, I have to say, back to the point I just made about the unwitting, asymptomatic, seemingly healthy person who can pass this virus on, that was where it kindled so tragically in our long-term care facilities, whether it was heroic healthcare workers, staff, loved ones, vendors coming and going. I think people think that that's something of the past. And Tina knows better than anybody, and you, Judy, that this is not something of the past. The notion of passing this unwittingly exists, and it continues to exist. There are currently, by the way, 244 sites across the state where you can be tested for COVID-19. And on Monday, July 13, and Tuesday, July 14, we are partnering with the Township of Montclair and Interfaith Urgent Care to provide free coronavirus tests at the Wally Choice Community Center on Maple Avenue from noon to 7 p.m. each day, Monday and Tuesday. Testing is free and open to all residents. And while an appointment is not needed, you can pre-register by visiting montclairnjusa.org. Again, you see that website at the bottom of the slide, montclairnjusa.org. So please go out and get tested. Testing is our best early warning tool for knowing where coronavirus is lurking, so our community contact tracing corps can get to work to stop a flare-up before it even happens. Again, go visit covid19.nj.gov/testing to find a testing site near you. Together we test, together we trace, and together we thrive. Now with that, let's look at the overnight numbers if we can. We recorded an additional 367 positive coronavirus test results, bringing our cumulative statewide total since March 4th to 174,628. The daily positivity rate for tests conducted on July 6th was 2.23%. That's a little bit better than the past couple of days, Judy. The rate of transmission has dipped. Thank God. Let's keep it there below 1 and is currently at 0.98. This is a good sign. It's just 2 days ago. It was 1.1, meaning a rising rate of spread. Again, daily positivity and the rate of transmission, or RT, are the two most meaningful measurements we have of the spread of this virus across our state. And feeding into, again, I want to repeat this, feeding into both of these metrics are the results of the coronavirus tests being recorded every day. The more testing, the more precise we can get these numbers. So please, again, go out and get tested. Looking to our hospitals, yesterday there were 904 patients in our hospitals for COVID-19, 162 patients in our intensive care units, and yesterday, Judy, only 94 ventilators were in use. That's the first time below 100 in many, many weeks. I mean, I think probably months at this point. And this is definitely a milestone for us. Let's keep it that way. Here's how these numbers look over time. We've been showing you this almost every day. And I must caution everyone that just because our hospital metrics continue to move in very positive directions does not mean that we can become complacent. We just reported, in fact, 367 new positive cases, and we don't know how many of these new cases will end up requiring hospitalization. I hope very few, but we can say with almost certainty that some of them will. But we know that keeping people out of the hospitals entirely starts with social distancing, wearing a face mask or covering, and with rigorous testing and contact tracing, so keep it up. I heard from my good friend, Judy, this is for you, because I know you'll like this, from my good friend Paul Bontempo, who passed along something from a close friend of his, the former mayor of Sparta and a former director of the Sussex County Freeholder Board, Mike LaRose. Mike's, by the way, a Vietnam veteran, so shout out to him and to all our veterans. And here's Mike's line: better to be 6 feet apart than 6 feet under. Amen, Mike. Bless you. Thank you for that great line. Thank you for your service to your community, your county, our state, and our nation. Now, in comparison to our peer states, in fact, to all states, we are starting to see some better news. Our ranking for new cases continues to fall, and finally, we're dropping in terms of the number of patients in our hospitals. But the toll of COVID-19 in terms of lives lost continues to be too great. Again, the steps we take together are about saving every single life we can save. We cannot let up. So, with that, with a heavy heart, today we're reporting another 31 of our fellow New Jerseyans have passed away from COVID-19 related complications. Our overall death toll now stands confirmed at 13,532, and the number of probable losses of life to COVID-19 is now 1,947. Judy will give some more color on the new deaths, but I want to repeat something we said on Wednesday. This is not 31 people who died since yesterday at noon. This is a accumulation of absolutely making sure that we get it exactly right in tying death certificates, cause of deaths, to the fatalities. And Judy can give you some color on what the here and now looks like. By the way, we believe every other state in the nation is doing it the same way. So as far as we know, it's still an apples to apples reality, but it is not the case that 31 people passed since midday yesterday. As we do every day, let's remember a few of these lives lost. Let's start in Madison. This guy was extraordinary. And remember Dr. Arnold Domain. Dr. Domain, known to, by the way, almost everybody as Arnie, was 92 years old. He was a research microbiologist and university professor who continued teaching and mentoring pretty much right up to the end of his life. A proud World War II U.S. Navy veteran, upon returning home, he would go on to study at Michigan State, when it was still Michigan State College, by the way, and now obviously Michigan State University, where he met his wife, Joanna, and had go on to receive his doctorate degree from the University of California at Davis. He was hired by Merck and moved to New Jersey to work on penicillin and other research projects, rising to become the head of Merck's fermentation microbiology department. Arnie was recruited away from New Jersey to teach at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, otherwise known as MIT. But he and Joanna would return, settling in Madison 17 years ago after his formal retirement. Every few years since, his former MIT students have held the Arnie's Army and Friends Symposia in his honor. Arnie became a member of Drew University's RISE Institute, a place for retired scientists to continue research and teaching, and he stayed there until his final retirement shortly after his 92nd birthday. An endowed scholarship in his name is a lasting legacy of his time at Drew. Arnie was a true pioneer in the life sciences. He wrote or edited countless books and published scientific articles. His daughter told me she believes well over 500, by the way. Received numerous awards, including from the King of Spain and the Emperor of Japan. He became a member of the National Academy of the Sciences in the year 2000. He leaves behind his beloved Joanna, with whom I had the great honor of speaking yesterday. After 68 years of marriage, He also leaves behind his daughter Pam. Again, I had the honor of speaking Pam, and Pam herself recently retired from a long and successful career at Merck, and his son Jeffrey, and Jeffrey's wife Lauren, along with his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. A tremendous life of discovery. God bless you, Arnie. Thank you for your service to our nation, our state, and may God watch over you. Next, we remember Dr. Joaquin Jack Garcia. Jack was a major in the Army National Guard and a physician at Whippany Family Practice in Morris County, which he opened more than 28 years ago. He continued to practice throughout the pandemic. As a physician, he took time to make sure his patients understood their conditions and what it would take to get better. He took on young doctors to mentor. He treated everyone as equals and as if they were his own family. He wanted everyone to be comfortable and safe. His family will remember him as a caring father and loving husband, quick with a joke or a story, and an inveterate prankster. Jack's family says he was an outside-the-box thinker who enjoyed trying to solve the most complex problems. He had a deep love of music and would often retell a story from his youth when a specific song would trigger a favorite memory. My kids would say I do something similar. Jack was only 65 years old. He lived life in the words of his favorite song, I Did It My Way, written by Paul Anka and sung, immortalized by Hoboken's own Frank Sinatra. He leaves behind his wife of 38 years, Miriam, along with his two daughters, Jennifer and Suzanne, and his son, David, and I had the honor to speak with all four of them yesterday. He's also survived by his mom, Iris. We thank Jack for his years of service to our nation, our state, and our community. May God bless and watch over you, pal. Finally, today, we recall Highland Park Councilwoman Susie Welkowitz, who passed away 1 week ago after a long, valiant battle with COVID-19. Her husband told me, Judy, that she went into the hospital on April 1st. If you don't think this thing is lethal or it can just shred you, folks, listen to these stories. Trust us, please, believe us. These are real people, real lives lived and lost in communities in New Jersey. Susie was adopted from Michigan by her family after they fled to the United States from Hungary due to the Soviet Union's invasion there in 1956, and she grew up in Highland Park. She had a successful couple of decade-long career in financial services in New York City, but returned to Highland Park to raise her kids. As a leader in Highland Park and member of the council since 2011, Councilwoman Susie Welkowitz was a strong advocate for the borough's public schools and dedicated her service to creating a safer community for pedestrians and cyclists. In the words of another good friend of ours, Mayor Gail Brill Mittler, and I quote the mayor, Susie's incredible commitment to making Highland Park a better place should never be forgotten. She leaves behind her husband, Randy. I spoke to Randy yesterday, and you can imagine he's devastated, and their 11-year-old twins. God bless both of them. Susie was just 59 years old. May God bless you, Susie, and watch over you and Randy and the twins. Let's keep all of them in our collective memory. Let's remember them whenever we put on our face coverings, because we don't want any more families to have to cope with the losses that so many thousands already have. We can do this, and we can do it together. Now, I want to change gears, if I may, to speak as we do each week to our progress in responding to the 2020 census. As we have noted numerous times, an accurate and correct county count is vital to our state's future. Our statewide response rate continues to track upwards. Today, it's at 64%, which means more and more of you are taking the time to go to 2020census.gov to be counted now. We continue to run ahead of the national response rate. In fact, 5 of the top 10 responding counties in the entire Northeast are ours: Hunterdon, Morris, Burlington, Somerset, and Bergen. Additionally, Sussex County and several communities, including Bogota, Dunellen, Galloway, Highland Park, we just spoke about, and Woodbine, are already tracking above their 2010 response rates, where we know we were undercounted. But we cannot let up, folks, until we have a 100% response rate. The census is absolutely critical to ensuring New Jersey gets its fair share back from Washington. for education, for human services and nutrition programs, for transportation, for our healthcare networks, and for so many other areas which will be critical to our recovery from COVID-19. The census means roughly, you ready for this, $45 billion to our state and our communities. So go to 2020census.gov right there. Every New Jerseyan who isn't counted is essentially money that doesn't come back to New Jersey and instead heads to some other state. Let's make sure we keep it all here. Our census team at the Department of State, under, again, Tahisha Way's leadership, she's had a big week and they're doing a great job there, is continuing its community-based information efforts, urging those residents who have yet to be counted to get counted. And those efforts will continue in advance of the Census Bureau's initiation of going door to door to those residences which do not respond in advance. In other words, if you fill out online today, you won't get a knock on the door in the weeks ahead. And make sure you are counted by going to 2020census.gov. Then make sure your family and friends do the same. And online, you can find guides narrated in 59 additional languages about how to fill out the census. No one should be left uncounted. Let's make sure, folks, that we have an accurate count. The census only happens once every 10 years, and if we are undercounted again, as I mentioned, as we were in 2010, we will lose out for the next decade. Let's make sure we don't miss out on the ability to craft a better future for our state. And speaking of a better future, let's highlight another one of the small businesses that we are going to rely upon to help us stay strong as we continue our restart and recovery. And in this case, when I say stay strong, I mean figuratively and literally. For the past 20 years, Drew Hayes, with whom I had the great honor of speaking yesterday, has owned and operated United Martial Arts Academy in Westville in Gloucester County. He built a successful business all by himself, never asking for a loan or borrowing money until COVID-19 came along. When UMAA had to close its doors in March, it didn't qualify for federal help. Thankfully, the New Jersey Economic Development Authority was able to step in. And with a microloan from the EDA, Drew has been able to keep his 4 part-time instructors on the payroll, as well as meet costs for operations, marketing, and to purchase new equipment and make building repairs. So when it's safe for his students to return, he'll be ready. As Drew said, everything happened for him just in time. To you, Drew, thank you for keeping your spirits up throughout this pandemic. When we spoke, his attitude was really, really good. And when we come back stronger than ever, you're going to be part of the reason why. A shameless self-promotion. Check him out at umaakarate.com, umaakarate.com. Judy, I know you're going to go on there right after we leave here. And finally today, with a heavy heart, I want to acknowledge the passing of this guy, a really good guy. The passing from non-COVID causes of David Applefield, a Red Bank resident, a neighbor not too far from where we are, a noted journalist and author, and on Tuesday of this week, David was a candidate for Congress. He passed away suddenly on Wednesday morning, as I understand it, while exercising. As a journalist, he covered some of the most pressing challenges of our time, but as a candidate for Congress, he sought to do something about them. And in that campaign, he reached back across his years of journalistic experience to propose new ways of looking at old problems. He was an outside-the-box thinker, and we need more thinkers like David in our politics. He developed a regular pipeline relationship with my wife, Tammy, where he was feeding her really cool, out-of-the-box policy ideas. This guy was a really incredible thinker. David's surviving family, including his mother, who was a Holocaust survivor, and his many friends and colleagues, are all in our prayers. I spoke yesterday in one call with his mom, Janet, David's sister, Deb, and her husband, Craig, his brother, Jonathan, his son, Alex. You can imagine how they're just completely devastated. He's also got 2 other kids, Anna and Ernest, and his wife, with whom I did not connect. They are in France at the moment. May his memory be a blessing to them and to all.
All right, everybody, we're going to our first live event here of the day. We're going to take you out to Orlando, where a group of people coming together saying enough is enough with the face masks. They're not going to be wearing them, they say.
An epidemiologist even suggests that a mask might have any impact on a virus. They knew better. City of DeLand ought to know. Council, respectfully, and the mayor is to show us more respect than they showed us. But to do more than just accept what they have heard from sources that have no legitimate research on the efficacy of masks, because there isn't any. The real health risks, however, are being forced on the taxpayers of DeLand. This ordinance should be a recommendation, not a mandate. And what they should be doing is having no monetary fines in times when everybody here today knows someone who's been seriously financially impacted by this. It's not a time to be fining people over something like this. This is deliberate divisiveness. We've all experienced it. If people feel a sense of security from wearing a mask, that should be their decision. But it shouldn't be their right to impose their decision on me or my husband or this wonderful veteran. Thank you.
That was awesome. Great job.
Hi, I'm Scott Price. I'm a resident of DeLand, long time, about 24 years. I'm also a small business owner, and I'm also an ex-city commissioner. And I believe this is a mistake. I'm not for mandates of any kind, especially coming from local governments with no health departments, no health officials. Thank God we got a governor who has held the line and stayed on his plan. And I don't understand why we veered here locally off other than for political reasons and listened to people who have been shaming our businesses and our residents in this town because for political reasons or for actually being just scared to death by different people. But this is not something that the expertise is in this building back here. It's in the county, it's in the state. The Department of Agriculture, the state health officials, these people have information coming from the feds. We do not have it locally, and we should rely on them, and we should back off, and we should dissolve this whole thing immediately. It's done nothing but pit citizen against citizen, and it's a shame. If anybody deserves a fine, it's people harassing people. People should leave other people alone. And if you feel comfortable with a mask, that's your decision. We respect that. We respect businesses that choose to do that. But leave people alone, stay out of the boycott business, and start being citizens to one another.
Amen. My country is a free, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring!
Thank you guys for being here, and if you have any questions, let us know, and if not, no big deal. Thank you.
When we finish, hold the poster, we get a picture.
Okay, great. We'll do a picture. I don't think there are questions, are there? Okay, we have one. Yes, sir.
No, a judge in Leon County Court had already said that a similar mask law there was not unconstitutional. What makes you think that you're going to have more success?
So there's 800 circuit judges in the state of Florida. This is the 8th lawsuit we brought. Each judge is entirely different. Some have more respect for the Constitution than others. Some look at it differently. Some, it's all different viewpoints. It's not until we get an appellate decision that we really know what the law is going to be in Florida. The goal is to get this thing to the Florida Supreme Court, because the Florida Supreme Court needs to weigh in on this, like I mentioned earlier, very novel and unique new government action that is completely and totally invasive of our bodily and facial autonomy. We've never seen government do this before. It's completely unique. This is somebody tried to compare it to a seatbelt. A seatbelt is you're on a highway. The most regulated public domain in society is a highway. You're operating a highly sophisticated piece of technology at very high speeds. There's also immeasurable data showing the harm that causes from. So there's at least some state interest in mandating seatbelts. I'm against that, but it passed and it's been upheld and this and that. This is very different. What this is saying is everywhere you go, literally the way it's defining the word business establishment, everywhere you go, from the government building to the grocery store to the public park, all these different places, even in your own home, you must be wearing a mask for upwards 12 to 14 hours a day, or get a fine. or go to jail, depending on where you are in Florida. That's out of control. There's nothing like it in Florida. We look forward to getting this thing on appeal if a circuit judge doesn't agree with us. Any other questions?
Because driving
Yes.
is a privilege.
Just so that we don't get a false sense of accomplishment here, what exactly are the guidelines for this lawsuit? It doesn't put a moratorium or suspend us getting a citation.
This is what we're looking for. The cause of action is a temporary injunctive relief. We're looking for a judge to stop the mandate and also declare that it's purely unconstitutional. And if he doesn't, we'll immediately appeal and go to the 5th DCA, which is just down the road. We'll probably have the hearing scheduled next week. Yeah, the city will be served today, which means they have 20 days, but we'll get it before then. Any other questions?
Can everybody come up and spell their name?
Sure. Anthony Sabatini, Anthony Sabatini, Sabatini.
Okay.
You'll get first. Okay.
Same order.
They don't get confused.
Okay, I'm Brian Dolata, BRIANDOLATA. Thank you. I'm R. Sean McBride, letter R, period. Sean, SHAWN, last name McBride, MCBRIDE.
Everyone stay
Stay for a photo, if you can stay for one more minute.
I'm Peggy Moulton-Abbott, PEGGYMOULTON-ABBOTT.
All right, everyone take a picture.
Everybody squeeze together, Anthony.
Scott Price, SCOTTPRICE.
Anthony, grab the podium.
Sure.
Stella or Zach?
All right, let's go for a picture. Smile for freedom. All right. 3.
Everybody smile and sweat.
Let me get in here. I'll get down.
All right, so that was the update there in Florida. The group saying enough is enough there with face masks. Live look in Chicago right now, waiting on a news conference out here. Another violent weekend, at least 64 shot, including 11 people dead over the weekend there. So police going to be talking about that, but it seems like it's a every weekend occurrence there in the city during the summer. Let's continue on here on News Now and coronavirusnow.com as we always provide you the very latest as it's happening around the country. While we do wait for some more live events to pop up, let's show you just a little bit more from coverage from around the country.
Who is 13 years old. He was recently diagnosed with a rare form of leukemia. Lane's dad is Josh Kyle, a captain at the Frankfurt Fire Department. He's battling an infection right now, and the mask is important to people and children like Lane. If a mask is something that bothers you and you don't want to wear it for me, that's okay. Wear it for Lane and every other child or adult that is out there that is suffering, that already has conditions, and if they catch COVID from you or you convey it to somebody else who then conveys it to them, they might not make it. So to Lane, to his whole family, I'm proud of that requirement we put into place. I'm happy that it's going to help protect you, and I believe everybody around you is going to help protect you too. We are all rooting for you. I want to start today with a little bit of good news, some grants to local communities. I then want to go over the number that will show up on people's phone if unemployment is calling them, because we got about 50% of people that aren't picking up. Then we're going to go directly into the COVID numbers and reports. Then we're going to talk about testing, specifically talk about numbers of cases we're now seeing at daycares, which are increasing, and then wrap up by talking about prisons and steps we are taking to address outbreaks there. Let's start with the good news. This week we are announcing grants to 2 local communities. The Kentucky Infrastructure Authority, which offers loan and grant assistance to local communities for water and wastewater projects and is administratively attached to DLG, held their monthly meeting. They approved 2 loans totaling more than $3 million to the cities of Bedford and Pineville. The City of Bedford was approved for $909,500 loan for the Bedford Wastewater System Improvement Project. It's going to replace 3 outdated wastewater pump stations, and it's part of our commitment to make sure that everybody in Kentucky can get clean water, and part of that is that wastewater system. The improvements are going to extend the usable life of the stations, prevent system overflows, and provide uninterrupted service to 320.
All right, now that Chicago News Conference is starting up, let's take you there right now. Weekend violence again in Chicago.
Morning. Give me the thumbs up when you're ready. Before we dive into this weekend's crime numbers, I want to share a few things I've heard from Chicagoans over the past few weeks. And I believe it's important that we all gain a deeper understanding of the trauma and violent conditions many Chicagoans living in these areas experience high levels of violence on a daily basis. I met with Reverend Marshall Hatch from the New Mount Pilgrim Missionary Baptist Church, the New Mount Pilgrim Missionary Baptist Church on the west side, along with his son, Marshall Hatch, Jr. And it's no secret that the open-air drug market, and I've talked about it quite a bit, has not only served as a catalyst for much of the gun violence on the west side, but the drug markets have also created a pipeline into the criminal justice system for too many of our young people living in those neighborhoods. As I said before, these individuals get taken advantage of in a very early stage of their lives, often because they're made to believe that there are no alternatives or a future for them. Think about that for a second. If the biggest employer on the west side for these young people is the drug market, the challenge and the answer is much more than policing. While I was at another community event on the west side some weeks back, I had the opportunity to speak with a young man who shared something with me that was pretty startling. It's really hard for us to begin to fathom what he said. And he said this. He said, I'm 25 years old, and I've seen 54 of my friends killed. 25 years old, and he's seen 54 of his friends killed. He has a young child, and he's wondering if he'll see his own young child grow up. Imagine having to live your life as a parent, as a young parent, and wondering if you ever see your child walk across the graduation stage. But sadly, this is a reality we've seen play out repeatedly over the last few weeks. No one should have to endure this level of trauma. No one. And I agree with Pastor Hatch. Police alone is not and cannot be the only solution for the gun violence faced by so many throughout Chicago. What we, the Chicago Police Department, will continue to do is do the best we can taking violent offenders off the street and removing illegal guns from our neighborhoods. Over the last 7 days, officers have made 62 gun arrests. 7 days. Our officers have made 62 gun arrests, recovering 98 guns. 7 days. Year to date, so far this year, we've recovered over 5,100 guns. This is just half the year. Chicago police officers have recovered over 5,100 guns. 5,100 guns have been recovered by Chicago Police Department. We've also made 57 arrests for violent crime this past week. Just this past week, 57 arrests for violent crime. Of those 57, 6 were for murder, warrants for murder. 13 of those 57 were for criminal sexual assault, and 3 were for robbery and aggravated battery. From 6 p.m. Friday through 11:59 Sunday, there were 50 shooting incidents. 64 shooting victims and 11 murders. Of those 64 shooting victims, 6 were juveniles. Chicago Police Department will stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone who wants to improve the quality of life for all Chicagoans, especially these young people I've been referencing. We saw this play out last Friday morning when officers from the Summer Mobile Unit joined community members and other city agencies to provide focused services and address quality of life conditions in the Woodlawn neighborhood. Many of you covered that story. This is part of their weekly Operation Clean mission. We're also launching specialized citywide units to tackle violent crime and create community partnerships in some of our most challenging areas. We will also embrace any and all support from our partners in the criminal justice system to ensure that repeat gun offenders and violent crime offenders are not given an opportunity to commit another act of violence while they wait for their day in court. I'll now take any questions.
I'm going to go a deep way with CBS too, and oftentimes, just like a few minutes ago, you talk about how police cannot do it well. So what kind of support are you looking for from community members or other organizations?
Here's one example. That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. So these young people, 15 to say 26, live in areas that are high poverty areas and not much job opportunity. Their families live hand to mouth. And so when you ask, well, what kind of support do you need? They need an opportunity to have a job, participate in the American dream, see a future. And not just, this menial job that really doesn't provide a living wage. They need a real opportunity to learn a trade, to be part of the capitalist market, and not driven to only see the drug market as the only legitimate way to make money. It is perverted capitalism. They're selling something that's destroying the community, that's increasingly dangerous for them to participate in, but they see that only as the choice they have. And they don't see a legitimate market for them to participate in. They don't see people offering them a job, offering them a trade. They don't see businesses in their community. Right through the west side, it's just boarded up building after boarded up building after boarded up building. No investment whatsoever. Many people here tell me since the riots of the 1960s after Dr. Martin Luther King was killed that no one's really come back into that community and invested in a real way. So when you ask what's needed, it's what's needed in all of our homes. Keep our families encouraged and hopeful that they're part of this American dream. That's what's needed. Fairness and equity, that's what's needed. Other questions?
And this question is from my colleague, Chris Tye, talking about the shooting of the Dan Ryan Expressway earlier this morning. He says, did cameras capture anything important in this case? And if not, should there be more cameras on highways like the Ryan to assist with these investigations? And that's considering the fact that some of these cases happen in the city, and in the city. So what's your thought on having those cameras on the expressway?
So I know it's a mixed bag. Some people argue have a right to privacy, and then others argue you don't have a right to privacy in public spaces. As you know, in Chicago, we have a lot of cameras in the city, so it has been something that has been helpful to our resolving crime when we don't have any other leads. Many things caught on camera, a license plate, a tattoo on a person's arm can break a case when we have no lead. So I would be an advocate while also understanding both sides of the coin. People want an expectation of privacy while at the same time we want to be safe. So I think we balance the two and maybe not overdo cameras, but I would be an advocate for more cameras given the result we've seen here with our SDSC rooms, our ATC rooms have solved many crimes. But for those cameras, the criminals would have got away with it.
Clearly people are paying attention right now. What can we expect for the next 10 days that you guys might be focusing on to sort of tamp some of this down? Is there anything particularly different?
So this is 2 months and like a week and a half for me on the job. And I've been assessing and reassessing everything Chicago Police Department has done. Just imagine starting a new job and having to figure out historical violent crime in about 10 weeks. My thoughts are this, looking back at history, some of the things that Chicago has done, although there's criticism, a larger deployment of resources to tamp down violence when it gets to this level. With a caveat, though, I'm a community-oriented policing person. I believe the best policing methodology includes community policing. You still have to take guns off the street and arrest violent offenders, but you have to partner with the community to do it. So we're directing, as you may have seen on other stories, our summer mobile unit to grow and then transition into a citywide permanent unit at some point, but to do a community service project every day. Right now it's once a week. I want to do it every day in the community so that we are seen as a partner in the community, particularly in the west side, south side. We should not be seen as an occupying force, only there for enforcement. I'd also like to see our TAC teams and our gun teams do at least one day of community service so that they don't see through a very narrow lens their job as only enforcers. We have to be partners with the community in order to have a chance at building trust. Building trust solves crimes. People trust you. They tell you who may have done something wrong, who the shooters are, if you have trust. When you don't have trust, we left with a lot of unsolved cases, people not comfortable coming forward. So, I would say stand by. You'll see community policing on steroids in this department. You give me just a little bit more time than 10 weeks.
And here's a question from Craig Wall with ABC7. He says, do you believe the efforts by community groups or violence prevention shooting organizations had any impact in preventing shootings this weekend?
It'd be hard to point to a particular case, and it's hard to prove, kind of like a straw man argument, how many did you prevent from happening by your work? I do believe in street outreach and violence interrupters. I think that is one of the ways we can be more collaborative with the community. It's in its infancy. If you look across the country where you've had violence interrupters and street outreach for more than a decade, you see the real results of it. But anecdotally, just my conversations with street outreach and violence interrupters, it's a process we have to do. We have to be able to talk with these young people and steer them to a different path. And who better than some of the people who have made those choices and come out the other end and know the dangers and can be those mentors for them. They have credibility with these young people. They can really guide them in a different direction. So I believe in street outreach and violence interrupters as one component of reducing violence in Chicago. I would say don't judge it on the short term. It's just the beginnings of it. As it matures and grows to a larger capacity, not just geographic capacity, more people doing it with bigger budgets, obviously, I think we likely see great results.
Superintendent Diane from Channel 7. Maybe this is going to piggyback off what you just said. I want to talk about that special unit, right? Just gets created. The idea is to get these officers out there in the toughest, most challenging areas, as you mentioned. And then on a Monday morning, we're hearing 67 shootings, 11. I mean, it's difficult for us to, I know we have to keep the faith that one day at a time and all of that, but it's difficult when we come back and we see all these numbers on a Monday morning. So I guess my question to you is, let's talk about that unit, and do you think it's good? Because we've seen it done, happen in the past, and it didn't work. What gives you faith that it's going to work this time?
So number one, don't be so jaded. Have some optimism. It's Monday. We can't quit. We can't give up. I described these communities a little bit more personal this morning because I wanted to be able to answer that question in the right way, not just statistically how many numbers. These are real people, families, neighborhoods that have been left behind economically, job-wise, education-wise, opportunity-wise. They've been left behind, and that's on all of us. And this is a common theme you hear from me when you ask me questions about the numbers, and you're only asking me. See anybody beside me? This is a complex, nuanced problem that will take more than just the police, given what I just described at the beginning of my comments, that this is about a lack of opportunity. That's not a policing issue. This is about social inequality. That's not police. This is about educational opportunities, job training opportunities. That's not the police, and yet you only ask me the question. And that's an issue that, we can all kind of be teachable on this, is that the questions need to be asked in a much more complex way. If shootings in areas that are historically violent and have shootings for years, when will we ask the questions to other parts of Chicago? When will job opportunities come? When will there be opportunities for these young people to see hope, that the drug corner is not their only choice? And so, again, I'll be here every Monday answering questions about the weekend. But if I'm the only person answering questions after the weekend, nothing will change. Nothing will change.
And I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I really do. But I think it's because specifically I'm talking about last week we were just saying the special unit with this one mission to fight crime because of, how it is in summer Chicago. So I think that's why I'm asking you this question as opposed to some big corporation as to why they're not opening on that side, is because here we are deploying this newer unit to fight crimes in targeted areas. And I guess what makes you hopeful that it's going to work after a weekend like this?
Well, you're conflating a couple of things in your question. So let me slow you down a little bit. So we announced that we wanted to grow into a larger unit like a week ago. That hadn't happened yet. So don't judge something that hadn't happened yet on the weekend. We're adding 66 more officers to a 144 officer unit, summer mobile. That'll get it to 200. My hopes are that the citywide unit that will be created sooner rather than later, but has not been created yet. So don't conflate something that has not been created yet with its impact on this past weekend. So that's slow your roll. Slow your roll. Yeah, I'm good with it, but slow your roll. When it is created, we want it to be a community-oriented policing first unit. And that's different. That's not your father's citywide unit. That's not the citywide unit you all have written stories about in the past. That is not something that has been done with a citywide unit, from what I understand. And we'll be doing that community partnerships project every day as a part of their job duties. They'll still be doing, getting guns off the street, arresting violent offenders, but we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can, and we will. If you give it an opportunity and don't put all of the onus on the police to solve a myriad of social and societal problems, and we prick the hearts of people who are philanthropic, who want to help, just need to know how, need to understand the issues, what are the real problems, who does it affect. That's why I carved out this age group. This is an age group that people can help. And let's start asking questions to those who have the ability to help these young people. How can you help? What are your thoughts? What are your ideas? Pastor Hatch has an excellent program. He has 33 young people, young men in his living in his on his project where he provides housing, job training, mentoring. He needs capacity to grow that. That 33 young people need to be like 3,000 young people that are not on the corner. They're in a program learning a trade to get a job. So I'll let you catch up, but at some point, I welcome the criticism, but not before it starts. It's not even created yet, so let's.
Last question.
Well, you launched the program on Friday. There was concentrated effort in Woodlawn, more police, more city departments as well. Are you able to measure whether that had an impact?
I do believe it had an impact. You just had to be there. That people were on their porch of their home out excited about this interaction with the police. I think there is a healthy appetite for collaboration with the police in these challenging neighborhoods. I think there is some grassroots bubbling of energy, but we have to get it across the finish line. We've got to talk to more than just the police superintendent about these challenges in these neighborhoods that are historical. They didn't start 10 weeks ago when I started my job. These are historical issues in many of these neighborhoods, some 40 and 50 years old issues. And it's going to take more than 10 weeks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right there, the chief talking about, once again, bad weekend violence in the city of Chicago. Now let's take a look right now as we continue on with live coverage here. Dow getting close to 400 points in the green. We continue to roll on. We wait for some more live events here for you on coronavirusnow.com. In the meantime, let's show you some of the coverage from our sister stations around the country, including Fox 2 in Detroit.
You heard the name before, hydroxychloroquine, the anti-malaria drug that's also used to treat lupus that President Trump says he once took to prevent COVID-19. Now the medical team at Henry Ford Hospital is weighing in.
First and foremost, we are scientists. We had no preconceived agenda in developing this study.
Back in March, when Metro Detroit was seeing peak numbers of coronavirus, Henry Ford Hospital initiated a study on its first 2,500 COVID-19 patients.
What we found is that of those patients that were treated with hydroxychloroquine, there was a 13% overall mortality. And the patients that were not treated with hydroxychloroquine, there was a 26% mortality.
We felt it was important to, release to the world for potential, treatment reasons, our results here.
The patients included in this study, which wrapped up in May, were very sick and had underlying medical issues. But doctors also found that when the drug was administered to these patients, played a key part in their survival rates.
For hydroxychloroquine to have a benefit, it needs to be given before the patient suffers some of the severe immune reaction that can occur with COVID.
So how does this drug work in the treatment of COVID-19?
The mechanism of action is that it inhibits the virus getting into the cell, but it also inhibits the inflammatory response.
These medical experts do not recommend using this drug outside of a hospital setting, and they admit more research is needed on its use in treating COVID-19. But they do see this as a key step in moving forward to lower the death rate.
These are critically important results to add to the mix of how we move forward if there's a second surge and relevant for other parts of the world, how we can help people combat this disease.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
A team led by Dr. Laura Lamb and Dr. Michael Chancellor used technology they created years ago to come up with a new test for COVID-19 that can detect the virus in saliva, blood, or urine.
We can put it in a test tube with a mixture of enzymes and different molecular reagents, heat it for about half an hour to 60 minutes. And then if the tube glows under UV light, it's a positive result.
Most tests can take up to a day or more to process, but this one can be done in under an hour. So far, it's proven to be highly accurate and relatively inexpensive.
It doesn't require necessarily a formal clinical medical laboratory in the traditional sense, and it doesn't require very expensive reagents. So we're hoping that the combination of all those factors will keep costs down for patients and doctors.
Here's DJ at the 14th 25-footer.
A fitness band able to detect COVID-19?
We've identified a way in which we can help, so we're going to.
CEO of Whoop, a fitness tracker that monitors your sleep, workouts, and strain on your body, Will Ahmed says, surprisingly, believe it.
We found that respiratory rate is a very important metric for predicting COVID-19.
Ahmed says last month he really learned the potential of tracking respiratory rates when 39-year-old pro golfer Nick Watney, who had been wearing a Whoop band for the last year, noticed his respiratory rate, or breaths per minute, suddenly jumped from his normal 14 to 18 one morning.
And he said to himself, gosh, maybe something is up. And so he went to the PGA Tour and got an additional COVID-19 test. That test came back positive.
Watney apparently did not have any symptoms, but was then able to self-quarantine.
He was expected to play in the tournament that day with the whole PGA Tour. So if he had done that, he may have been able to infect more people.
Back in March, Ahmed says the company submitted research from 271 people wearing the band, and the results were shocking.
We said, let's do the research. Let's move quickly. Let's partner with key researchers in this space. And we didn't know what we were going to find, honestly.
Ahmed says the bands can detect 20% of COVID-19 cases 2 to 3 days before symptoms even occur.
And he was able to detect 80% of cases by the third day of symptoms.
Since Watney's positive test, Ahmed says the PGA Tour has purchased more than 1,000 Whoop bands for players, caddies, and staff. And while the PGA Tour doesn't require people to wear the straps, it's recommending them as part of its return to golf efforts. Here's pro golfer Dustin Johnson donning the band last weekend.
Second shot for Dustin Johnson.
Now, as Detroit's Rocket Mortgage Classic is set to kick off Thursday, Ahmed, calling the situation surreal, hopes some of those skeptics out there will give the Whoop band a chance.
We're not going to cure COVID-19, but this is one piece of the puzzle that I think people should be aware of.
Erica Erickson, Fox 2 News.
In HealthWorks, doing our part to stop the spread of COVID-19 may have had some unintended side effects. The doctor's in to explain how, ironically, staying safe can be risky.
We were told to stay home to stay safe, and we did. And during quarantine, some stayed safe by staying on the couch. Dr. Patricia Paz-Arabu is the medical director of emergency medicine at St. Mary Mercy Livonia. She says weight gain is only one of the worrisome side effects.
The sedentary lifestyle during the quarantine really made people feel like they were out of shape. So when something really was happening that was an emergency, sometimes people blamed it on, oh, I'm short of breath because I'm just out of shape from the quarantine.
One of her biggest concerns, cardiovascular disease, because heart disease is still the #1 killer. But during COVID quarantine, patients struggled with confusion.
And so when I asked patients who did come in with their heart attacks in the emergency department why they waited so long, their answer was that they thought they were out of shape. They thought it was because they were laying around or more sedentary during this quarantine.
There's another dangerous side effect that comes with too much laying around.
When you're not moving around a lot, does that raise your risk of blood clots?
Yes.
For who?
For especially people on birth control pills, hormone replacement, anybody who's recovering from any kind of surgery are high risk, people who have inherited clotting disorders.
Yes, COVID-19 is linked to blood clot risk, but Dr. Paz also saw an increase in blood clots or thrombosis in non-COVID patients, mostly as a result of being too sedentary, and that can be deadly.
Obese patients who are sedentary, much higher risk for blood clots. They can be anywhere, but the legs are the more common area. So leg swelling can be an emergency, especially if it's one side only. Shortness of breath, when they embolize and move to your lung, you feel short of breath, or you can have chest pain with that. And so we saw a fair number during this, especially birth control was a big factor in the younger, healthier people.
Anyone needing medical help should feel comforted by this drive-through COVID-19 testing happening at St. Mary Mercy Livonia. There's even an X-ray machine on the outside if needed. Screening this way reduces the risk of exposure.
They get registered, they have screening to make sure they don't have anything more serious going on that they need to come in for, and then they have the nasopharyngeal swab done in the driveway without even getting out of their car. They have vital signs done in their car as well.
Dr. Paz tells me they learned so much during the past 3 months on how to diagnose, comfort, and treat COVID-19 patients. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Santafanti. In HealthWorks, when it comes to staying safe from COVID-19, the priority has been protecting your physical health, but you cannot ignore the risk to your mental health.
At one time, our hospital was majority COVID patients, and now, thankfully, we have almost no COVID patients in-house now. We have very few.
Dr. Patricia Paz-Arabu is cautiously optimistic about how far they've come at St. Mary Mercy Livonia. As the director of emergency medicine at the hospital, COVID patients were her biggest challenge, but she also noticed another struggle.
During COVID and post-COVID, because of the isolation and the quarantine, people were struggling. with their mental wellness. We saw increased numbers into our emergency department. Sometimes even 50% of our emergency department had a mental health chief complaint associated with it. When you don't have somebody to support you because you're quarantining, when you don't have access. Now, luckily, we have telemedicine services. We at our hospital do have a mental health floor. So people were coming knowing that we have a mental health floor if they needed that.
Describe how, when you are struggling mentally with stress and anxiety, how does that manifest itself physically? In other words, what were the symptoms?
Panic attacks, a lot of anxiety due to this. So many people were anxious because of the unknown. This was very new to our entire country. So the unknown caused quite a bit of angst. And so some people were having palpitations, sweating, not sleeping, shortness of breath because their heart was racing. Some people even had chest pain. So of course in the emergency department we are going to rule out the cardiac risk first.
Trying to cope with all the uncertainty can take a toll.
People who might have had dependence problems had really a lot of time on their hands with not much to do, and that was an increased risk for them to go and use substances to help cope with those anxious symptoms.
Some have even blamed the stress of the coronavirus pandemic on a spike in suicides. The data isn't clear yet to know exactly what caused recent suicides, but Dr. Paz wants people to know there's help.
If you're feeling suicidal, if you're feeling hopeless, if you just can't cope, that is also a medical emergency, and we welcome anybody to come immediately for those symptoms too.
St. Mary Mercy Livonia offers support groups for families with substance abuse problems, also offers a free education series about addiction treatment and recovery. Lots of resources available. That's Health Works. I'm Dina Santafanti.
The Oakland County Executive acknowledges that Black Americans have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, representing about a third of cases and deaths in the county. That's part of why they're doing this.
When we saw those statistics, they were alarming to us. We were the first county to put those racial disparity numbers up on our website because we believe that when we're transparent about those and we all come together to try to figure out what to do about them, we can come up with solutions.
15 churches in Pontiac and Southfield joining with Oakland County leaders and private hospitals to offer testing at 14 sites.
We are faith leaders, but we believe in healing, but we also believe in testing. The Lord tests us, we need to be tested.
The county has already been providing drive-through testing, but this new effort will help bolster the number of people who get a COVID-19 test.
It is important that we get tested. Testing saves lives.
Nursing homes in the county also being given special attention as they house some of the most vulnerable to COVID-19. And the testing begins on June 22nd. Pre-registration is required, but it is free. Hillary Golston, Fox 2 News.
More than 2,800 new cases of coronavirus have been reported in our state over the last 24 hours. That's according to the State Department of Public Health. The total number of cases now stands at 106,727. Meanwhile, the death toll inches closer to 3,000 as we have reported 2,930 deaths since the start of the pandemic. It is now mandatory for people in the city of Atlanta to wear a face mask. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms signing the executive order last night. Several other areas have issued mask mandates, including East Point, Athens, Clark County, and Savannah. You could face a fine if you don't wear a mask in public in those areas. Governor Brian Kemp responding to the mayor's mask mandate, saying it is, quote, unenforceable. Governor Kemp goes on to say that we continue to encourage Georgians to do the right thing and wear a mask voluntarily. The governor also says if the mayor wants to flatten the curve in Atlanta, she should start enforcing the current provisions of the governor's orders.
And a disturbing new claim about how the coronavirus is being handled at Atlanta's airport. Traffic officers who were in close contact with drivers say management failed to alert them that a co-worker has contracted COVID-19. Fox 5's Morse Diggs is live at Hartsfield-Jackson tonight. And Morse, you're told so far 5 workers have tested positive.
That's the number that's come out in these confirmations coming in the last 48 hours or so. Now, one thing I want the viewers to focus on is that sometimes these traffic officers engage in speech, the very kind that the medical experts say can transmit the virus. That's loud speech, when they may have to tell a motorist they can't block a lane, they got to move on, and they cannot wait for grandma to come out. They are airport traffic control officers. They usually see you before you see them. COVID-19 has hit this critical division hard. Individuals becoming ill, and so far, 5 are positive.
And I just don't understand where this lack of communication or lack of humility or compassion for these employees. Every situation is being handled differently, and this scares me.
That is a City Hall union leader who is bringing to the public's attention what reportedly has been taking place regarding how airport management is handling what's being called an outbreak at curbside. And when these officers take ill, consider they are a group that has constant up-close contact with the public.
The employees are telling me that they have to come back to work even though they haven't got the results from their test. But these people are coming back to work, and then they finding out that they're positive. And the management is not letting anybody know, these employees know, that they have been around a person. And the only way that they found out about it is within each other. What's happening, they're bringing these people back before they get the results, and then when they find out that they are positive, then it's too late. You've already infected some other people. Something has got to be done about this, and it needs to be done ASAP.
Now, a spokesperson for the airport tells me that, in fact, the policy is that if you feel like you're ill, go home, get the test, and do not return to work until you have that test and you know up or down whether you're positive. If the other thing is occurring, he said that should not be taking place. Reporting live from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Most people will get through a COVID-19 infection in a couple of weeks without complications, but Yolanda Lawrence has learned she is not most people.
Now, Lawrence spent 5 weeks in the ICU at Piedmont Fayette Hospital. Some of that time was spent on a ventilator. Fox 5 medical team's Beth Galvin shows us how her road to recovery has turned into a marathon.
When Yolanda Lawrence first contracted COVID-19, it was mid-March, and people did not know a lot about this virus or what it could do. And she never imagined at the time that she would be 4 months down the road still trying to come back from this virus.
For 47-year-old Union City second grade teacher Yolanda Lawrence, the early days of her COVID-19 battle are a blur. She remembers the cough and the fever, but not the 17 days in the ICU and a coma with a ventilator breathing for her.
I just remember waking up and, they asked, the normal questions. Do you know where you are? Do you know what today is? Who's the president? And I remember saying March, and she smiled and, she was rubbing me on my back, and she was like, Yolanda, it's April. And I'm like, April?
After spending 2.5 weeks positioned face down in a hospital bed attached to tubes and machines.
It's like, I can't move. It really takes your body through hell.
It's not just a breathing disorder. These people are immobilized for multiple weeks, and trying to move again is real hard.
Transferred to the rehabilitation hospital in Compass, where Gary Baker is lead occupational therapist.
Yolanda couldn't dress herself, couldn't stand without assistance. And so we're getting those people from the hospital. They can't just stay there. Once they're medically stable, they have to go somewhere. And in Compass Rehab, that's what we do. You come to us because you can't go home.
For an intense 2 weeks, Lawrence had to relearn
everything. It is such a humbling experience when you can't go to the bathroom without getting assistance.
But she made progress.
I have a 5-year-old to fight for, so that gives me even more motivation.
And today, 4 months later, back home,
I'm no longer on the walker. I'm able to lift my right hand a little, compared to You see the difference?
Yolanda Lawrence is finally putting this virus behind her.
And Yolanda Lawrence says she is now about 75% back to where she was before she got sick. She is hoping she will be able to join her second grade class and teach again as Fulton County schools start up in the fall. For your Fox Medical team, I'm Beth Galvin.
The number of new cases does not seem to be slowing down, but deaths do appear to be decreasing. Good evening. I'm Russ Spencer.
And I'm Courtney Bryant. Thank you for joining us tonight. According to the COVID Tracking Project, while new cases are clearly rising in Georgia, new deaths are declining. You can see that in these two graphs. This is based on data from a 14-day trend. Keep in mind, though, health experts say there is usually a lag between new cases and deaths because of how long it takes for the virus to run its course in a patient.
Now, despite the seemingly good news when it comes to deaths, healthcare workers are still working as hard as ever. Hospitalizations have increased significantly over the last few weeks, reaching more than 2,300 tonight in Georgia. That's 107 more than yesterday. And some medical facilities say ICU beds are near or at full capacity.
Fox 5's Brian Hill spoke with one local doctor who says their facility has reached full capacity in its ICU.
Medical professionals say they believe the rise in COVID-19 hospitalizations will eventually overwhelm the healthcare infrastructure. Dr. Danny Brandstatter with Wellstar Health System says now that it's summer, they're seeing more trauma patients being admitted.
Physical space is one of the concerns.
Wellstar Health System says across Atlanta, they're seeing a rise in the need for acute care, telling us the Atlanta Medical Center's ICU has reached full capacity.
Staffing is my biggest concern, not only just for in general numbers, but also just the fatigue. We keep a close eye on our PPE supply and make sure that supply chain is there. We don't want to be in a crunch related to that.
This chart from Georgia Emergency Management shows 83% of the state's critical care beds are now in use. ER beds are at 55% capacity. This report doesn't break down how they're being used.
The difference now compared to a couple of months ago is we're seeing a lot more general medical care that was delayed or postponed during the first part of this wave. So that's also eating into some of the capacity.
We asked Wellstar about their typical number of hospitalizations prior to the pandemic, but that information was not available. Dr. Brandstatter tells me the deadly virus isn't just putting older adults in the ICU.
Even though younger people are the largest rise right now in our numbers, they are not immune to the complications of coronavirus, particularly those who have underlying medical conditions.
State data shows more than 2,500 COVID-19 ICU admissions, with 106 hospitalizations reported on Thursday afternoon. Coming up tonight on Fox 5 News Edge at 11, find out what Wellstar is planning if the surge in hospitalizations continue. Brian Hill, Fox 5 News.
Brian, thank you. Well, new tonight, the city of Brookhaven has issued a mandatory mask order. Anyone who refuses could be fined up to $500. It is the latest city to announce the mandate, but Governor Kemp says it doesn't matter. His office responded specifically to the Atlanta mayor's executive order signed late last night. It released a statement that says, quote, like all of the local mask mandates, Mayor Bottom's order is unenforceable. We continue to encourage Georgians to do the right thing and to wear a mask voluntarily. If the mayor wants to flatten the curve in Atlanta, she should start enforcing the current provisions of the governor's order.
New tonight, despite President Trump's criticism of the CDC's guidelines to reopen schools, the CDC says it will not rewrite its guidelines. However, the agency will release additional reference documents for parents and schools to review. The announcement comes just a day after the president called the reopening guidelines, quote, very tough and expensive. Several Georgia school districts have announced how they plan to reopen, and now that includes Cherokee County schools, too.
As Fox 5's Portia Bruner explains now, before board members approved the plan, there was some heavy debate.
You are asking educators to do the impossible again.
Teachers sounding off at the Cherokee County School Board meeting Thursday evening tried to sway school board members from accepting the superintendent's recommendation to start the fall semester on August 3rd with in-class instruction. One of their biggest concerns, Masks would be a mandate for faculty and staff, but not for students.
We know that when we sit down and we meet one-on-one with a student to try to talk to them, to try to get to know them, the easiest thing they're going to be able to do to push us away is cough.
Parents expressed their concerns as well.
In the age of peer pressure and bullying, how many self-conscious tweens and teens are going to put on a mask that screams, "Hey, look at me"? Many higher risk students will stay home because masks aren't being worn. How do you think an at-risk student's mental health would be impacted when they go back to school and they look around to see how many of their classmates don't care enough about them to wear a mask?
Cherokee County Superintendent Brian Hightower proposed the mask mandate for faculty and staff when social distancing is not possible. The school system would provide reusable masks for employees and students. And social distancing, he says, would be encouraged but not guaranteed due to, quote, space constraints, as well as the nature of teaching and learning. Before voting to approve the recommendations, board members tried to assure the community they are committed to making in-class instruction work as safely as possible in this COVID-19 pandemic.
Each student's going to get 2 masks. Each adult will also end up with 2 masks that we're giving them, so that's going to cost us some money to do those kinds of things. The sanitation that we're going to do, they want to go and be with our students. So, you know, this is something that we as a community need to work towards together and to be kind to each other while we're trying to figure this out.
The school superintendent says parents can opt out of in-class instruction, but must do so by July 17th. He also says students who qualify for free and reduced lunches will still have access to those meals, even if they are virtual learners. Portia Bruner, Fox 5 News.
Welcome back. Well, hospitals across Metro Atlanta are sounding the alarm. Their ICU beds are filling up quickly. Health systems from Wellstar to Grady to Emory Healthcare are warning they're nearing capacity in their critical care units. But at the same time, we're seeing very few deaths right now. Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us live with more on this. And Beth, good morning to you. Let's first talk about ICU space first. A big problem right now.
It is, Elise. We've been seeing hospitalizations going up since the beginning of July at a pretty rapid pace. And if you look today at the numbers, and these are actually the numbers from yesterday, but 2,322 people were hospitalized currently across Georgia. That's 107 up from the day before. And if you look at the most important thing is to sort of drive down, you know, how many critical care beds, how many hospital beds do we have left? If you look at the percentage of ICU beds that we have left right now, 17% of ICU beds are open right now. 17% of all hospital beds across the state are available right now. And about 35% of our ventilators are in use. That's important, at least because we've been hovering kind of about 30% ventilator usage, and now we're sort of up at about 35%. That's not a dramatic jump. That means we still have 65% of our ventilators available for people who need them, but we have a set number of ventilators, just over a couple thousand, and so we don't want to push those limits, you know, and sort of go into a tipping point, I would guess.
Makes a lot of sense. So are we seeing this problem, you know, mainly in Metro Atlanta, or is this, you know, is this pressure on hospitals all over the state?
So we're hearing from our hospitals here in Metro Atlanta because this is our community. However, I think the problem is going to be more critical as you get out into the rural area, because the rural areas of Georgia, because they have fewer available ICU beds and less capacity to expand if they need to quickly. And we're seeing kind of hot spots, at least, that are popping up all over the state. So we have a lot of beds that are still available in our region. We have more than 200 ICU beds still open in the Metro Atlanta region, but that's not a lot when you look at how many people are in the Metro Atlanta region. But we're really kind of watching South Georgia, we're watching West Georgia, we're watching the coast, really critical East Georgia and Macon in that region. They are being hit pretty hard by this too, and they don't have quite the capacity that we have here in Metro Atlanta, at least.
So we've seen, you know, what's happening in Texas and Arizona with hospitals being overwhelmed. We're hearing of doctors saying, you know, they're having to choose which patients that they're able to treat, which is so sad. So are we close to that point yet here in the Metro and in Georgia?
So I don't think that we are where Texas is or Arizona is right now. But if you look south to Florida, you know, they have 40 ICUs that are now at capacity. If you look at South Carolina, their ICUs and their emergency rooms are hitting capacity. So these are our neighbors. And I think we don't want to get to the point where we are, you know, not just sounding the alarm that the hospital's filling up, we're beginning to have to turn back people or make difficult decisions on who gets treated and who gets an ICU bed. So, you know, when we went into this surge early on, our first surge, and they were saying drive down the numbers, flatten the curve. You know, at the time we had about, I think it was about 1,900 people in the hospital. We're now well beyond that. We've got 2,300. We're at a record high right now, and that includes, you know, what we saw in March and April when we were really on this and trying to stay home and drive home the curve. So, you know, we are getting there, Elise, I guess is the long way to say, yeah, we could get into a critical situation soon if we don't do something.
You know, one of the really odd things about this, it's confusing, and I think people have a lot of questions about it, is that there's all these sick people, but there are very few deaths right now, at least only eight new ones since yesterday. So is there a reason why we're seeing higher numbers but lower death numbers?
So I don't know that we have sort of a full reason yet. I don't think we know yet, and we don't have a crystal ball to say what's going to happen. But we do know there are a couple things going on. We are skewing much younger when it comes to who is getting sick, and younger people are much less likely to develop sort of the severe illness. They can, but you know, they can develop it, but they're less likely to develop it. So they're less likely to land in the hospital. They're less likely to need a ventilator or an ICU bed. And so that may be why we're not seeing sort of the death rate that coincides with the hospitalization rate. However, we've just been seeing this hospital rate climbing since early July. We may have a lag time. The numbers that we're seeing right now, Elise, are what was happening about 2 weeks ago in Georgia. So, you know, because it takes time for somebody to get sick, to get tested, to develop enough symptoms to get medical treatment, and then get the case get reported as a hospitalization. So it may be that sort of we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. We don't know. Is it because we're skewing younger, or is it because we just haven't seen the death rate catch up with the hospitalization rate and then, you know, the increase in cases? Too hard to say right now.
So a lot of answers, but still a lot of questions when it comes to this as well, right?
Yeah.
All right, Beth, thank you so much. We appreciate the help, and we hope you have a good
Thank you,
weekend,
Elise.
too. Good to see you.
So, Dr. Steimer, I wanted to talk to you about, you know, going back to school, what you're thinking, what the American Academy of Pediatrics is thinking, what advice you might have for parents, those kind of things. And if there's anything that I don't touch on once we get started, please feel free to interject and share your thoughts or
Sure thing.
whatever. I'm not sure how you're feeling about it, so we'll just kind of go with it.
All right.
And so I'm going to go ahead and get started for our folks. I am Beth Galvin with Fox 5 in Atlanta, and I am joined by Dr. Tom Steimer. He is Chief of Pediatrics for Kaiser Permanente of Georgia. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Steimer.
Thanks for having me.
I wanted to talk to you about going back to school. A lot of parents have questions, have some anxiety about this whole issue. What are you feeling? What are you thinking?
You know, I could vouch for the parental anxiety and questions because I get emails and phone calls from parents almost every day. And I think that the answer to the question of whether I should send my child back to school is individual. I don't think that there's an answer that applies to everybody. But I tell my parents that a good place to start with their thinking is the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendation that our goal should be to try to have the kids physically present at school if at all possible.
Mm-hmm.
And there's many reasons for this. In addition to the academic instruction, children have opportunities for social interaction and development of social and emotional skills while they're at school. And there's more risk for social isolation when children are not in school. In addition, there's a lot of kids in Metro Atlanta with food insecurity. And so it's a source of reliable nutrition for many of these kids. There's opportunities for physical, speech, and mental health therapy at school, and opportunities for physical activity that they may not have at home. And also something to keep in mind is that it appears that children are less likely to be symptomatic and less likely to have severe disease from COVID-19. And they're probably less likely to become infected and to spread infection, unlike influenza. And so this must be balanced with family considerations, such as the parent's ability to support the child at home with virtual learning. And I know that was quite a struggle for my wife with my two kids that are in 7th grade and 5th grade this year. That situation could vary depending on the age and the skills of the child and what the parental job situation is. And also another consideration might be if there's a high-risk family member in the house and what would happen if a child contracted COVID and brought that into the household. So I think all these things need to be considered when making that decision, and the same decision may not be appropriate or the same for everybody.
And so it sounds like it's really a balance. It's really an individual thing. What's going on within your family? How able are you to do distance learning? You know, what your kids need.
Exactly, right. And so I think all of those factors need to be weighed and balanced and considered when making that decision. And it's my understanding that most of the school districts give the opportunity at some point in the future to make a switch if it's not working out for the family. I think most of them lock you in for a period of time, but I don't believe it's for the entire year.
And what kind of questions are you getting from your parents?
Well, I think one of the questions is it safe to send my child back to school? They fear what may happen to their child if they contract COVID. And the schools are taking many initiatives to keep kids safe. And many of them are the same that we all practice in our everyday lives now, wearing masks, social distancing, frequent hand washing and sanitation. The schools also plan for the most part to cohort kids, which means rather than having the kids have the ability to be exposed to all the other kids in the school, they're going to try and keep them together in small groups throughout the day. And what that means is the same group of kids will likely go to PE and art and music, spend their time in the classroom. Many schools are going to plan on having the children eat their lunch in the classroom. And so really that exposure is narrowed from the hundreds of children that may be in the school to that small group of.
Okay, we are going out to New York right now. Governor Andrew Cuomo just getting going right here on coronavirusnow.com.
Been working on, among other things, the school reopening plan, and he's here to talk to us about that today. To my right, Melissa DeRosa, Secretary to the Governor. To her right, Rick Cotton, who is the head of the Port Authority, who's been doing an extraordinary job overall, building LaGuardia Airport, the first new airport in the United States in 25 years, redoing John F. Kennedy Airport. And then if that wasn't enough, he had to deal with something called COVID, which obviously impacted the airports, and we are so lucky to have him, and I want to thank him very much for everything he's been doing. This morning, we're going to be joined by Mayor Bottoms, Mayor of Atlanta, and she's going to join us this morning. Good morning. How are you, Mayor? Good to be with you. I don't know if the audio is working, so I will buy some time. Mayor Bottoms, we've been watching you. We're your neighbors to the north, and we've been watching you and what you've been going through. And first, I hope you're feeling well, and I hope your family is feeling well. On top of everything, you have to be dealing with the COVID virus yourself. Then you have your hands more than full there. You have not only the COVID virus, but the other virus of racism and division and what was going on with Mr. Brooks. But we just want to tell you on behalf of New Yorkers, after what we've gone through, that You are exactly right, Mayor, what you are saying and what you are advocating. You know, it's no longer a question of theory or a question of politics. We have facts, we have data. We went through it here in New York. We went through it in a worst case scenario. And it is about following the data and following the science and taking the precautions and doing what's right. It is about masks. Masks work. We can tell you that here in New York. We had the worst spike per capita on the globe, and we brought it down. And now you see these other states are going higher than New York. So those masks work. We were the first state to start mandatory masks April 15th. And all the science now says for sure masks make a big difference. One of the models last week, the IHME model, it's the Gates-funded model that the White House uses, actually projected 40,000 more Americans will die if we don't have a national mask policy. So it's clear. But we just wanted to tell you that we feel for you. We are all one. We're one community. I applaud your leadership. You really get to see what an elected official is made of when the pressure is on. And you have more than risen to the occasion. You've been inspiring. They refer to you as a rising star, and they are all correct. And we are with you. Anything we can do for you or the city, we stand ready. We remember how good the people across this country were to us. When we were in the midst of it, I asked for volunteers from across the United States, nurses, doctors, to come help in our hospitals. 30,000 people volunteered to come to New York in the midst of it and work in our hospitals. It was such an act of generosity and love that it was really touching. So we're here for you, the concept of pay forward. Whatever we can do on any level. We have people who've been through this and actually know, and we stand ready. But you're right, keep going, stay strong. The facts will bear out. It's about saving lives, and you're doing exactly the right thing. And the numbers are going to show that. So thank you for taking some time to be with us today. Mayor?
Across the country. And at the beginning of this pandemic, my charge to my team was simple: God bless the child who's got its own. And I had no idea that we would have to go it alone in so many ways. I thought that it was more geared towards the lack of leadership we had at the federal level, but it has proven to be equally challenging at the statewide level. And my family is an example of what's happening across this country. We had an asymptomatic child in our home for 8 days before we knew that that child was asymptomatic. And by that time, my husband and I had contracted COVID unnecessarily, I would imagine, because we would have taken precautions to protect ourselves. Thankfully, by the grace of God, we don't have underlying health conditions and we are all on the mend. My husband is feeling a lot better, but for so many people across this country, that is not their story and their outcome is so very different. So in Atlanta, when we saw that we were in a very different place than the governor's leadership was taking us, we convened an advisory committee in our city comprised of health experts, small business owners, Fortune 500 representatives, colleges and universities, just really a representation of our community. And they made some very clear recommendations on where we needed to go with reopening, a phased approach. We had made it into the second phase. But given where we are, our ICU bed capacity is maxed out in some hospitals. By the day, we're getting closer to maxing out in others. Our numbers are ticking up. I look at the numbers daily. I am seeing numbers that I have not seen since April. As of yesterday afternoon, we were up almost 23% over a week's period of time, we're headed in the wrong direction. So as a city, we've recommended that we go back to phase one, which is essentially a stay-at-home order. Also, we've instituted a mask mandate. The benefit of that is one, us taking a very clear position as a city that we recognize that wearing masks help save lives, but also even in the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, one of our largest job centers, we can also mandate masks there as well. And it's very simple. Unless we have a coordinated approach across this country, we are going to continue to unnecessarily watch people die. And what makes it even more frustrating and even more disappointing, we didn't have to look to Italy. We could look to New York, and you told us very clearly that if we didn't do things differently in our cities and states, we would find ourselves in the same situation that New York was facing. And unfortunately, you were correct, because throughout the South, especially, we are getting there in rapid order. And so I thank you for your leadership. I know that as a city, in the same way New York was able to get to the other side, I know that we will get to the other side, but it is going to take us taking responsibility for ourselves and taking actions that look at data and science and not just our opinions.
Right. Thank you very much, Mayor. And you're right. The unfortunate and really frustrating point here is, why did other states have to go through this? I mean, we knew what we were dealing with. New York went down the path before. We lived exactly this. Just learn from what New York did. Learn from the numbers, learn from the data. And we knew that if you reopen recklessly, the virus was going to take off again. If you're not doing precautions, the virus was going to take off. Now, New York's problem is we have the infection coming from other states back to New York. We're worried about our infection rate going up because of people coming from other states where the infection rate is higher. We have a cluster of cases in an upstate county called Rensselaer. People came up from Georgia, they had the virus, and they infected people in New York, and then it took off. So you're on exactly the right track. Anything we can do to help? We're at a stable period now. We have the virus way down low. We went from the worst infection rate in the country to the best infection rate, the lowest. So we have a little breathing space here. Anything we can do for you that you need, any help on the testing, setting up the testing and the tracing, that is so important. And we've been through that. So you have an open offer, whatever you need, but we're also 100% behind you. And we wish you Godspeed in your health recovering. And we hope that Atlanta, under your guidance, comes back quickly, and anything we can do, we stand ready.
Thank you, Governor. And that's exactly what we need assistance with. Testing that gets people results very quickly, and also the contact tracing, because we know that's extremely important for us to help slow the spread. So I appreciate your offer to help, and we certainly would be appreciative of that assistance.
Well, we can do that. We have, I'll arrange it with your team, but we'll put together people who've done the testing for us and the contact tracing. We actually worked with Mike Bloomberg, former mayor of New York City. And because nobody knew what a contact tracing program was. And we worked with the former mayor who stepped up and brought Johns Hopkins to the table, and we came up with a training program and a whole software program. So I'll send a team down to Atlanta, and they can work with your people, and whatever we know and whatever we can share, we will do. In the meantime, send my regards to the former mayor there who I worked with. Send my regards to all the people at Centennial Park. When I was HUD secretary, I did a lot of work in Atlanta, a lot of good work. I have a lot of fond memories. So send my regards to everyone. I'll get that team together, and they'll come down to Atlanta as soon as it works for you. Thank you for being with us, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Governor. I appreciate it.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thanks. Okay. Godspeed to the mayor. Where are we? Today is day 135. Let's talk about some facts first. Where are we? 792 hospitalizations today. That is very good news, lowest since March 18th. You look at our rate of transmission all across the board, every region, we see good numbers. And again, we have more data than any state in the country. So we live and die by the data, and all the numbers are good. You look across New York City, the county numbers, they are all good and they are all consistent. You have a little deviation from day to day. That's statistically irrelevant, but there's all good news in the numbers across the state and across the city. Death toll for yesterday is 10 people. Again, we'd love to see that number at 0, but compared to where we have been, that is a very good place to be. You look at the 3-day average, and you see there the whole slope of what we've gone through. You see the descent, and the experts say to me, you'll never really get to 0 on the number of deaths because people die. This is a condition like pneumonia. It attacks the respiratory system. So people who are very ill can contract COVID, and it can be the cause of death. But that's where we are now. We did 51,000 tests yesterday, and it was just over 1%. So it is all good news on where we are as a state. And the numbers show that what we have done in terms of our reopening strategy and our plan has worked. We have been reopening for weeks now. Over 1 month we started reopening. And we expected, after the reopening, we expected the numbers to tick up. They haven't ticked up. They've actually gone down. So the reopening strategy has worked. New York State SMART has worked, and it shows that this nation can defeat COVID. There was no reason to have these states on the increase. New York inherited a spike. Remember where we started. We were handed this high infection rate because nobody knew the virus had come from Europe. So we started with a high spike. We had to get that spike down. The other states didn't start with a spike. They just had to stop it from increasing. And with all we did in New York and all we knew, they were just blind to the reality. And again, I want to congratulate New Yorkers who really stepped up to the plate, and they did what they had to do. And it was hard. Social distancing, close businesses, close schools, stay at home. It was hard, but they did it. We now get to the question of reopening schools. There is a state formula that will determine if it is safe to reopen schools, okay? So open schools or not, there's a state formula that determines it. There are then state guidelines as to how that school reopens, right? State formula determines if it reopens. If it reopens, the second question is how, and that will be done by state guidelines. But the question of school opening is like the question of reopening the economy. Reopening the schools, reopening the economy. It's the same conversation. And by the way, it's the exact same conversation with the President of the United States. We talked about reopening the economy, and he said, just reopen the economy. There's no reason for any of this stuff, phases, data, masks, it's all baloney, just reopen. Yeah, we saw how well that worked. Go ask Florida and Texas and Arizona how well that worked. On schools, what does he say? Reopen the schools. Just open them up. Don't worry. Yeah. He was wrong on the economic reopening. He's wrong on the schools reopening. Everybody wants to reopen the schools. I want to reopen the schools. Everybody wants to reopen the schools. It's not do we reopen or not. You reopen if it is safe to reopen. How do you know if it's safe? You look at the data. You don't hold your finger up and feel the wind. You don't have an inspiration. You don't have a dream. You don't have an emotion. Look at the data. We test more. We have more data than any state. Look at the data. If you have the virus under control, reopen. If you don't have the virus under control, then you can't reopen, right? We're not going to use our children as a litmus test, and we're not going to put our children in a place where their health is endangered. It's that simple. Common sense and intelligence can still determine what we do, even in this crazy environment. We're not going to use our children as guinea pigs. I say to the experts, it's very simple. If I'm making the determination as to whether or not I would send my daughter to school. If it's safe, I'll send her. If it's not safe, I'm not going to send her. And you can determine that by science. So the formula is this. Schools will reopen if that region is in phase 4 and the daily infection rate remains 5% or lower over a 14-day average. Okay? You're in phase 4 and you're under 5% infection rate. That means the virus is under control. That means it's safe to reopen. And then the schools can proceed to reopening in that region. Exactly how, you look at the state guidelines. This determination will be made the first week in August. Second question is, what happens if between the first week in August and the day school opens, the virus spikes? I don't want to be in a position where we made a determination August 7th and then the virus spikes, but we already said the schools are going to reopen. So the safety valve, there's a floor. Schools will close if the regional infection rate is above 9% on a 7-day average. Okay? So you get a green light, reopen in a region if you're in phase 4 and the infection rate is 5% or lower. If the infection rate goes over 9% on a 7-day average, that means the virus is moving rapidly and it is not intelligent to open. That's the green light and that's the red light, and it's the way we've done the economic reopening. It's purely on the numbers. Purely on the numbers. It's on the science. We'll make the first decision. We'll look at the numbers the week of August 1 to 7, the week because it's a rolling 14-day average. Different regions are in different positions on the 14-day average. Between August 1st, you get a green light on August 1st. Between August 1st and the day the school opens, we continue to monitor every day. And if the infection rate goes over 9, then we hit an emergency stop button. Okay? It's very simple, it's clear. Once you get a green light to reopen, then how you reopen, you follow the guidelines, and we leave it to the 700 school districts across the state to come up with the specific plan pursuant to those guidelines. We have done state health guidelines. The State Department of Education is doing state education guidelines, which will incorporate our health guidelines. We had a great Reimagine Education Advisory Council that did a lot of work to come up with the guidelines. Jim Malatras ran it for me. I want to thank them all very much for the good work they did. They're education officials from all across the state. They came up with guidelines that will say the districts have to have flexible plans, there have to be safeguards, they're prioritizing safety, maximizing available space, focusing on arts, career, technical education. They have to be innovative. How do you use remote learning? How do you use innovative models, best practices? And all the guidelines will be up today. We want masks and PPE whenever students or staff cannot maintain social distancing. Masks work. They work for children, they work for teachers, they work for everyone. We have social distancing, 6 feet separations. We have cohort structures in the guidelines, guidelines on transportation, food service, aftercare, extracurricular activities. Every child and person entering will be screened. Tracing has to work in the schools, cleaning and closure procedures. That's all in the guidelines. And again, we've done the health guidelines, State Department of Education, which I do not run. It's a separate agency. They'll do the education guidelines incorporating ours. Well, then what's the bad news? All our numbers are good. All our numbers are good. Bad news is we have to keep them that way. And there are challenges. There are 2 threats. First is lack of compliance by New Yorkers. We get arrogant, we get cocky, weather's warm, the numbers are good. I heard the governor, he said everything was good, there's nothing to worry about. I never said there's nothing to worry about. I never said that. I said the numbers are good. I worry every day. Well, you just worry a lot. No, I'm not really a worrier by nature. The circumstances cause me to worry. We have to remain compliant, and the local governments have to do their job and enforce compliance. Well, it's hard with younger people. I understand. Well, some people don't like to wear a mask. I understand. Well, socially distancing is difficult. I understand. We have to do it. If you don't do it, the virus will increase. Period. Period. I mean, this is not my opinion. I'm not guessing. We know it as a scientific fact. That's the first threat. Second is the virus comes to New York. And this is a very real threat. And it is deja vu all over again. The first federal debacle was losing track of the virus that was supposed to be in China and not knowing it left China and it went to Europe and then it came here from Europe. And the federal government has now admitted this. It was one of the great federal blunders in history, cost thousands of lives in New York and billions of dollars. They just missed it. Yeah. It was a terrible miss and a terrible mistake. And it's what created the spike in New York. The second federal mistake is even after everything we went through, they allowed and pushed the other states to reopen recklessly, and you now have the virus out of control in other states, and it's going to fly back to New York. The first mistake brought it from Europe to New York. The second mistake will bring it from Georgia to New York, and Texas to New York, and Arizona to New York, and the 38 states that see the virus going up. Both times, New York did nothing wrong. It was the federal government that caused our problem, and then, frankly, wanted to have nothing to do with the solution. They caused the problem, and then they said, you're on your own. Literally, you have 39 states. that are now seeing the virus increase and come to New York. So we talk about the valve. I talk about the valve, the reopening valve, and we talked about monitoring it all along. You now have to add 2 additional measures or dials to the valve. One is now you have to watch the effect of noncompliance and make sure the local governments are doing their job. The second dial is now the effect of the national outbreak and people coming here to New York with the virus. Those are the 2 new complications that have been added to the mix. And look, it is the federal government because it is the federal government. Sometimes it is what it is. And this has been gross negligence. They have been denying the reality of the situation from the beginning. It doesn't exist. It's going to go away. By Easter, we'll reopen. When it gets warm, it will go away like it's a miracle. It didn't go away. There was no miracle. You denied reality. This is their political agenda over public health policy. That's what this is. This is politically inconvenient in an election year. So deny it. Yeah. Except you are jeopardizing public health and you're losing lives by your denial and your political agenda. And then, when the federal government didn't step up and handle this was a federal crisis. Why is New York State or the state of Georgia or the state of California or any of these states handling the COVID virus? It's a national issue. The president did a federal emergency declaration. You know what a federal emergency declaration means? It means a federal emergency. You know who's in charge of federal emergencies? The federal government. That's why they use the word federal in all of those expressions. I was in the federal government. When there's a federal emergency, it's the responsibility of the federal government. They just abandoned their post and said it's up to the states. And by the way, they got offended when the states asked for any resources or help from the federal government. If they're not going to step up and address a problem that hurts every state in the United States, then what is the point of the federal government? I mean, if you don't see that as your role, what is the role? And now the president is attacking science. What a surprise. No surprise. He's been attacking science from day one. The denial of reality was to deny science. And he's done that from day one. At the end of the day, science trumps politics. Politics does not trump science. You don't defeat a virus with politics. You defeat a virus by using science and medicine. That was true from day one. The president now says his own health officials are lying about the virus. His own CDC health officials are lying about the virus. Well, if the president is telling the truth, you know what he should do? He should fire them. He should fire them. You know what I would do if I believed my health commissioner was lying? I would fire him. If I said in this room, my health commissioner is lying about the coronavirus, you know what your first question would be? Governor, if you say he's lying, how do you not fire him? How do you keep him in charge of health policy if you say the person is lying? Because someone is clearly lying to the American people. And people are dying because of it. Trump's COVID scandal makes what Nixon did at Watergate look innocent. Nobody died in the Watergate scandal. Thousands of people are going to die in this COVID scandal. And that is all the difference in the world. You look at the facts clearly demonstrate Trump was wrong from day one. And New Yorkers have been right from day one. There's no argument. There's nothing to tweet about. The facts are in. The numbers are in. Look at the number of bodies. Look at the infection rate. New York's numbers have declined while the nation is going up. New York is down 70%. These other states up over 800%. Florida up 1,300%. Who's right, who's wrong? What's there to argue about? Those are the numbers. Tell me the numbers are wrong. It's all across the country, and it is undeniable. And it's now a threat to the state of New York. We have done a quarantine for the highest risk infection states. We know there have been instances of noncompliance. Noncompliance can lead to outbreaks. We're seeing it in Rensselaer County now, where people came up from Georgia. We're going to have the Department of Health issue an emergency health order today that will mandate that out-of-state travelers from the states that are quarantined must provide a location form before they leave the airport. The airlines will hand it out on the plane. It will also be available on the web. You can fill it out electronically, or you have to fill out the piece of paper on the airplane. You must give officials at the airport your form as to where you came from and where you're going before you leave the airport. It will be enforced in every airport in the state of New York. Downstate, the Port Authority will enforce it. If you leave the airport without providing the information, you will receive a summons immediately with a $2,000 fine. If you leave the airport without filling out the information, not only can you have a $2,000 fine, you can then be brought to a hearing and ordered to complete mandatory quarantine. Okay? None of this is pleasant, but we've gone through this before. We went through this when Rick Cotton and people at the Port Authority watched 3 million Europeans, people from Europe, come into this state and bringing the virus. Fool me once. We can't be in a situation where we have people coming from other states in the country bringing the virus again. It is that simple. Again, Port Authority will do the enforcement in downstate New York. The other airports will do it in upstate New York. The general point is we have to stay diligent. New Yorkers have been truly amazing, and what they did was historic. They tamed the beast because they are New York tough, which means smart, united, disciplined, and loving. Those were the facts. I now want to give you an opinion. This case, it's a very personal opinion, but very personal. There's personal, then there's like very personal, which is even more personal than just personal. We went through 11 days of hell. Everybody processed it their own way. I saw it as climbing a mountain, and you had to climb that mountain every day, and every day was hard, and every day climbing the mountain, you didn't even know how high the mountain was. And At the same time, you were designing the mountain because our behavior was going to design the mountain and design the plateau and the peak. When will the virus stop? When you stop the virus, is what the experts would say to me. It was like a cruel riddle every day. When do the deaths stop? When does the infection rate stop? When you stop it. What does that mean? When the social distancing works, when the close down policies work, when the masks work. So you're climbing a mountain and you are designing the curve of the mountain. It ends when you say it ends, right? This was traumatizing for people. And on a personal level, economic level, it was frightening, it was isolating. Everyone had their own demons they were dealing with. I had my own demons and my own fears. I'm afraid for my mother, afraid for my kids, afraid for my brother. Everyone had their own pain and their own trauma to deal with. But what we went through and what we did was historic. Because we did tame the beast. We did turn the corner. We did plateau that mountain. And then we came down the other side. And they will be talking about what we did for decades to come. It really was an historic moment. Personally traumatic, socially traumatic, and historic. So, I love history. I love poster art. Poster art is something they did in the early 1900s, late 1800s, when they had to communicate their whole platform candidacy on one piece of paper, right? You wanted to run a campaign. They didn't have TV commercials. They didn't have mail. They didn't have any of these things. So they got their whole message on one piece of paper. And it always fascinated me. I use so many words. What if somebody said, okay, no words. Paint me a picture that tells the story of what you're trying to say. That's poster art. And it's helped me because it's been like a relief valve. Not that I don't have joy every day dealing with you guys, but I could go and just use a different side of my brain. And this was the most famous, the William Jennings Bryan with the octopus. He's fighting the octopus, and the octopus is corporate trusts that are taking over the economy, right? You could almost do that again today. So over the past few years, I've done my own posters on that capture that feeling. I did this one for the State of the State, ship of state that was sailing in this sea of division, right, back in January. Well, in any event, so I did a new one for what we went through with COVID. And I think the general shape is familiar to you. We went up the mountain, we curved the mountain, we came down the other side. And these are little telltale signs that, to me, represent what was going on. That big arrow that goes right up through it, that was the economic models, right? We needed 120,000 beds, we needed 140,000 beds, and those models shot straight up. We had to bend the curve despite those models. We needed 30,000 ventilators, that model said. We almost get to the top of the mountain, economy falls. Get it? Economy falls like Niagara Falls, but then the economy drops, the economy falls. And the economy comes running down. Timeline on the bottom from day 1 to day 111. It's roughly scaled. And then little visuals of what was going on. Starts on day 1. Little octopus is the tail, back to the William Jennings Bryan poster. Zach got that right away. First comes on a cruise ship, the COVID virus, right? We start the daily briefings. It's Jim Malatras and Stephanie Benton. Hand sanitizer. We have the winds of fear are blowing. Everybody's afraid. We have the plane bringing 3 million people from Europe, and that's how COVID came, through the clouds of the federal government, CDC, etc. Testing, hospital surge, Javits Center. We're pulling down the curve together, right? 111 days of hell, the New Rochelle hotspot, first hotspot cluster, testing, tracing, nasal swab, cute little button nose. I'm driving once again. One of the few benefits of this. I get to drive myself now. Subway disinfection. We've turned the corner, mask up, social distancing. The sun is on the other side of the mountain. We just had to make it to the other side of the mountain. There's the man in the moon. It's just the flu. Phase 1, we're now coming down the other side. Boyfriend Cliff is there. Tell the people the truth, they will do the right thing. They made the boyfriend look like Zach Fink. I'm not sure why. Who's pulling down the curve? New Yorkers, healthcare workers, the essential workers, out-of-state volunteers. 30,000 people from out of state volunteer to come help us. I have my 3 daughters there. That's Captain. They have him a little paunchy. He's on a diet. He's not that bad, but he's on his way. Stock market reopens. We come down the other side. There's the briefing table. Out-of-state ban. Follow the facts. It's Arizona, Texas, Florida going up. Last little sign, caution ahead, caution ahead. We climb the mountain, we're down the mountain. Be cautious, what we're talking about today. Do compliance, watch people from other states. And we're still in the sea of division, which I talked about in January. Even worse, George Floyd murder, racial tension, protests, even worse than it was. So, New York tough, smart, united, disciplined, loving, in case you haven't heard that before, because love wins at the end of the day. Love is the rainbow. Timeline on the bottom. We forged community, and community wins. And you were part of it. And I'm going to give you a poster, because you were a part of it. Andrew.
Governor, 2 questions. First, I thought you had indicated at the end of last week if you went to one of these states, would you self-quarantine?
Essential worker.
Second question has to do with your threshold.
I think I'm an essential worker. Some people would say I'm not that essential, but.
For your threshold for schools, you talked about the percentage testing positive, with the floor being 5% and the ceiling being 9%. Given that New York is somewhere around 1% right now, if you're below it, but up to somewhere around 4% at the time you're making the decision, and maybe Jim wants to weigh in on this, might that be an alarm bell right there?
Yeah, well, look, yes, you can follow the number. That's what's nice about this. There's no politics, there's no personal opinion, there's no vagary. Look at the number. You're at 1%. Okay, as long as you don't go over 5, you have a green light. If you see 2, 3, if it's a consistent basis, then yeah, start to worry. Because if the number's going up, the number goes up. And if the number goes over 5, you hit the red emergency button. So if you see 2, 3, 4, yeah, you're probably headed for 5, unless you do something very dramatic very quickly.
I wonder if you could respond to AOC's comments, I believe it was yesterday, regarding an uptick in violence in the city. She said it's probably the result of people not having their rent canceled, people needing to steal for bread. I think that's what she would say, but that's not the case, at least when it comes to shootings. I'm wondering, number one, your reaction to that. Is that the kind of comment that ends up
Well, look, an incorrect, I don't know what she said, so I have no comment on what she said, but people have theories. An incorrect theory doesn't wind up being correct because there's a void. And I think we have been talking about what's going on. I don't think there is one answer, but I think you raised a good point last week. I think there are a number of contributing factors. And you put all those factors together, and that's what you're seeing going on. There's no one factor, and that's why it's a little more complicated. You know, in politics, they want to be able to say it's just this. It's not just this. There are a number of factors. But I don't think, you have violent crime, which is murder, etc., more than robbery, I think the violent crimes have been more drug-related, etc., on the facts. Yeah.
On the rent issue specifically, though, as I'm sure you all remember, the governor did an executive order back in March that said there couldn't be any evictions on commercial or residential rent through June. We then extended that for anyone who was COVID hardship related through the end of August. In the interim, the legislature passed legislation that said that you can't be up for any rent evictions during this crisis, which is a bill that we signed, I think, a week and a half ago. And so I'm not sure how it could square that it's people that are concerned, like not able to pay the rent, when right now there are no evictions on the table legally. So.
Yeah, it is factually impossible that somebody committed a crime so they could pay their rent. If you can't pay your rent, you cannot be evicted right now.
And if I could just ask about the nursing home report, I want to get your response to criticism that it wasn't independent. Maybe Jim can weigh in on this also. Specifically, one of the issues they raised was that it did not include deaths in hospitals from people who were nursing home residents. Does that make bad data going into the report, and therefore the report doesn't have good data coming out?
They use the publicly reported data, and the curve shows what the curves. The facts are the facts. So I think it didn't material impact the overall outcome, which was the timing of the fatalities happened well before any of the admission policy. That the workforce itself was a driving factor because that's when the infections came in early on. So those material facts would not be changed one way or another. But we're basing it on the public. The Department of Health was basing it on the public data that everybody has.
Yeah, it's where you count the death, Zach. If the person goes into the hospital, passes away in the hospital, we call that a hospitalization death, as opposed to trying to trace how long did the person have to be from the nursing home into the hospital, or you'd have to do it the other way, back it out of the hospital deaths, increase the nursing home, and reduce the hospitalization. But, you add the two numbers together, it's the number.
There's testing supplies and PPE are increasingly in short supply nationwide. How much progress has New York hospitals made towards realizing that 90-day goal that you set in early May to stockpile PPE? And how does that 7-state consortium you also announced about that time play into that?
The consortium is more of a longer-term production mode. If you put those states together, can we manufacture our own? And does one state have the capacity to manufacture masks, and one state have the capacity to manufacture gowns, and one state have the capacity to manufacture the reagents for the testing, et cetera? The 90-day PPE is going to be a firm regulation. They must have 90 days of PPE in supply, period. There's no wiggle room on that. We gave them a period of time to ramp up. There's a cash flow issue, storage issue, et cetera. But everybody has to have 90 days of PPE in their own stockpile. Lesson learned. And that's a state reg.
Any idea how many days an average hospital in New York or New York City would have on hand at this point?
They should have 90 days on hand now, or they would have had to get a waiver from the Department of Health because they didn't have the cash flow or something like that. But I've not heard of anyone getting a waiver.
And just to the governor's point, and it's the 90 days at the highest burn rate, which is the requirement at the peak of a new wave or something like that. and we're tracking this. Many of the hospitals, we track it regionally as well, have more than 90 days. They've actually gone extra cautious. Some have 120 days worth of materials. So we're tracking all of that. I don't know of any waivers either, but we'll check on that.
That did not apply, Zach, to testing equipment. That was only hospital PPE.
What is your response to seeing those zero deaths in New York City for 24 hours that said it might be possible to see zero? That's potential state, you think? And also, does the state plan to provide financial resources maybe for schools that won't be reopening?
Yeah, what was the second question?
If the state plans to provide financial resources maybe to school districts that won't be opening the fall and have to do e-learning and provide extra resources.
Yeah, I don't think the state funding formula goes by legislation now. It's a set formula for every school district in the state, 700 school districts. I don't think there's any variance in the law that would allow you to shift funds from one school district to another. On the death rate across the state, look, it is very, very good news. That's why I literally say congratulations to New Yorkers. We followed the data. We have a model that worked. It worked all across the state. It is working. We are reopening. The other regions outside of New York are even further down the road on reopening. And the numbers are all good. Yes, we have compliance issues, especially downstate New York and Long Island. But it's been great news. I want to look ahead. You know, if it was just today, I'd say great, all great. But we've all learned the hard way. Look ahead. What's the next shoe that could drop? I'm worried about people coming to New York. You are not a hermetically sealed bubble, right? Somebody lands in New York, they come through Rick's Airport, they come through JFK, LaGuardia, Newark Airport. I remember the first positive we had was a health worker coming back through the airport. And I remember what that started. First case. What Uber did she get into? Who at the gate did she say hello to? Where did she pick up her bag? What Uber driver? Who did she shake hands with in her hotel lobby? You know, it came in through the airports. It will come in through the airports once again.
Concerning the newly introduced air ventilation rules and protocols, if or when applied to offices and retail locations, do you believe this might eventually pave the way towards an extension of the 50% capacity limits?
It could. Look, the air filtration to me, when we talk about being smart, right? What have we done in New York? We've been smart. Why? Because we're smart. And common sense. Look at everything you can. This air filtration is a major function. It's not the most sexy of functions, and you won't hear many governors talking about air filtration. But you have a filter that can filter out the COVID virus? Wow. Why aren't you using it? We then ran into all sorts of complications. This HVAC system fits it, this doesn't, et cetera. But we put out guidance. The HEPA filter is the best for those systems that can take it. Otherwise, you have to have a MERV 13 for a large congregate setting is the best, or down to a MERV 11. That's the floor and the ceiling, if you will. But I'm excited about the possibility, and we'll see how it goes. If the infection rate stays down, then you're going to see us continue to increase the capacity. And if the air filtration is one of those devices that keeps the infection rate down, great.
Where do you apply to the?
Sorry?
Where are you going to go? One of these other states, maybe?
Yeah, we're talking to a few states, and we're seeing what they need and the best way to get it to them.
I was listening to the Board of Regents meeting this morning. They were discussing those guidelines that you mentioned. And a lot of concerns came up about making sure kids are on the same page if they're learning in a part-time or a hybrid model. How much is this something they need to be preparing for on the state level?
Yeah, I don't know what you're listening to, what they're saying, or what it actually means. So we'll see what guidance they put out at the end of the day, and then we'll take it from there. Sir?
Circle back to the reason uptick in gun violence in the city. During his press conference this morning, the mayor tied it largely to widespread availability of illegal guns on the street. You just said that you don't tie the uptick in one single cause. Do you agree with the mayor there, or do you think that there are...
I have not heard that there was an uptick in the availability of illegal guns. Is there?
That's what the mayor pointed fingers at when he was talking about the reason that...
I haven't heard of that. Have you heard of that?
No, and I would just caution that last week it was bail reform, and it was the chokehold ban, and it was Rikers, and then it's rent, and now it's this. I think that this is a really complex issue that is really incredibly important to the safety of the people of New York, and that people should refrain from tossing around theories with no facts behind them.
Governor.
Yeah, or let's someone who didn't answer. Yes.
Last week you said, if I'm next time I would like to on this side of the table, and I'm a very educated questioner. If you were here, two part of question, what would you ask as the Governor Cuomo, and what would you ask Andrew Cuomo?
Oh boy. I would ask Governor Cuomo, did you really design that poster, or did somebody else design that poster? Was that really you, or did somebody else do that? I would say, if the answering is me, I would say yes, I designed it. I resent that question. I don't like the implication of it. I think it was personally derogatory and hostile. So yes, I said I designed it because I designed it. What would I ask Andrew Cuomo, separating him from Governor Cuomo? I would ask Andrew Cuomo, how are you doing through all of this? And when you look back, what do you think? On a personal level. I would say that's a personal question, and I think it's inappropriate to ask me at this venue, and I'd get a little defensive. And then I would say, I think at the end of the day, we will actually be stronger as a society for what we went through. I think my family is stronger as a family for what we went through. I would say it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I think it was the hardest thing a lot of New Yorkers did. But I think I am stronger for it. I think my family is stronger for it. I think we're stronger for it as a society. On the theory that that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I just hope we never have to go through it again, and I hope this nation gets the message and those other states get the message, so we save lives in this country. And if they follow what New York did, we will save lives. And nothing is more important than that. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
And we continue to follow the very latest across the board for you on coronavirusnow.com. We are expecting a White House news briefing pretty soon, so we will feature that for you right here on coronavirusnow.com. And of course, if there are more events happening, we will bring it to you live right here. You've seen the Dow having a surging day, up more than 450 points in the green. You're watching coronavirusnow.com on Fox News Now Worldwide. Always here with you.
Well, good afternoon. I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank Blake Medical Center for hosting us. I want to thank Randy Curran, CEO of Blake Medical Center, and also my friend, Senate President Bill Galvano, for being here. We also have Representative Will Robinson. We have Dr. Ravi Shari, HCA West Florida Division President. I want to thank him for being here. We have Sherry Corrier, Manatee County Administrator, and we have Dr. Scott Self, who's an ED doctor here at Blake Medical Center, and I think we'll offer some interesting thoughts as well. So thank you all for being here. We'll go over some of the things that we're doing in terms of the COVID-19 response. Of course, our mission really focuses on protecting the vulnerable. We've, from the very beginning, wanted to expand testing. We are definitely doing that. 2 days yesterday, we reported 95,000 tests. Today, I think we're over 80,000 tests. To put that in perspective, Taiwan has done 78,000 tests the entire pandemic, and they're 23 million people. So we're definitely doing a lot of testing, practicing social distancing, and supporting hospital and healthcare workers. A couple updates on some of the things that we've been working on. Today, hospitals throughout Florida will be getting additional shipments of the therapeutic remdesivir. That had been something that a lot of the physicians have been using. We got positive responses for it. Of course, that's a new therapeutic that had been developed by Gilead and had been given an emergency use authorization by the FDA. We were scheduled to get some more later in the month, but there was a need to be able to expedite that. So I worked with the Vice President and I worked with Secretary Azar to get that expedited so that there wouldn't be a gap in treatment. So those will be arriving today, and that will be a lot of vials, and hopefully we'll be able to serve the patient's needs. We also have more than 1,000 personnel, contract personnel, who are going to be deployed around the state to offer support for different services that are being undertaken. Some of it will be long-term care, COVID-only facilities. Some of it will be supporting some of the normal medical operations. Some of it may be supporting testing. When we talk to people around the state, particularly with the hospital system, a lot of it's just making sure there's enough personnel to do all this. COVID is very labor intensive. There's a lot of procedures that go into place in terms of the isolation. Obviously, they have a lot of personnel who are involved in testing people, both who come into their hospitals and people who are participating in some of these drive-through or walk-up test sites. So the personnel is something that's very, very significant. So we're doing a lot of that to be able to help. So if you look at kind of where we've been now with this testing, when we first started out, the tests were very scarce nationwide. I think Florida probably had more test results in one day yesterday than probably the country did as a whole in the beginning part of March. So if you look, we had about a 10.8% positivity rate at the end of March, beginning of May. That kind of went down, and then we really had a good stretch from kind of the end of April through that June 13th, where we were 5.1% or under. Sometimes we were 2-3% in terms of the positivity. So as the cases expanded, as the testing expanded, the positivity was manageable. So yes, you had more cases, but that was kind of what you'd expect. If you test 200,000 people at a 3% rate, you're going to get more cases than if you test 100,000 people at that. And then I think as you see, when we started to see more cases, yes, we've been testing more the last 3 weeks by far than we have before, but you see that 614 to 620, the positivity then goes up to 9.6%, and then the next week in June, 12%, and then we were 14.8% for the last part of June, beginning of July. This week so far, it's ticked down a little bit. Last 2 days, I think, have been in about 12.5%. If you look around the state, there are definitely areas where we think we may be seeing some declining positivity. Then there are other areas that have been pretty consistently 20% range, like Miami-Dade. Here in Manatee, they've been about 10% the last 2 days. and the majority of their new cases have been under the age of 45. Sarasota is reporting today 5.2% of the tests positive. Yesterday was 9.5%. And I think some of the folks here will attest that we may be seeing some decline in this part of the Tampa Bay area. Some of the other areas, particularly north, in places like Pasco, you may be seeing more positivity. But this is something that we're looking at very seriously. So we're going to get the test results to complete the week. We're going to be over 400,000 tests easily for the week. So that's a huge amount of tests, and a lot of it is this positivity rate. There's obviously going to be some prevalence, but if it gets into the single digits, that's something that's much more manageable. So we increased from the end of June into July, but then have it's been plateaued for the last 2 weeks, which is it's a good sign. We'd rather be plateaued at 4%, but we didn't want to see it continue to just go up and up. So we've tested 2.4 million people. That is 1 for every 9 people in the state of Florida. So it'd be interesting to see what other things have been tested at this level, in our country in modern times. But this is something that, as a whole, the country's done a lot of tests. Obviously, Florida, we're doing a lot, particularly in the last however many weeks when the demand has really been high. If you look at where the cases are coming from, a lot of the cases are in that between 15 and 54. Which, as you can see, those are not the age groups that are producing significant fatalities. In fact, if you're under 55 and you don't have significant comorbidities, the fatality rate for this is incredibly low. You look, the 75 and plus, 85 and plus, those are where the bulk of the case fatalities are in terms of those who are positive cases. And a lot of that's nursing homes. I'll talk about some of that in a minute. But we really believe that those in that 65 and up age group are at the increased risk, and we're continuing to advise them to limit close contact outside the home and to avoid crowds as much as possible. But this is a pretty dramatic, I think, picture of showing how this virus operates and who tends to bear the brunt when they get infected. And to that 25 to 34, if we were going back 6 weeks, it would not have been anything special on this map in terms of how many tests. I mean, they had been positive tests there for sure, but that's been a real dramatic increase in terms of the number of positive cases in that age group. And if you look, I mean, far and away now, they're the number one age cohort, that 25 to 34-year-old. And if you look to see each individual age, how many there, we're still 21 is still the number one age that has the most cases. Obviously, 21, absent a significant comorbidity, is very likely to be an asymptomatic or mild illness. So one of the things you do, when we look at these cases, and I know a lot of people like to talk, it gets reported, but when cases are reported to the state, that's a positive test that could have been taken 7 days ago, 8 days ago. I mean, there's all these companies that do it. They report it. When that infection occurred is not even clear. Some of these infections may have occurred 2 weeks ago when a test finally gets reported to a state from a private lab. So one of the things that you look at is, okay, I can get a certain amount of test results reported today, then next week, and there's all kind of ways you can look at that, and there's all kind of ways that the data, may not always, come in kind of a coherent fashion. But when you look at like ED visits for people showing up to the ED because they have either influenza-like or COVID-like illnesses, I mean, that is just evidence of what's going on, and the more people that are doing that, the more prevalence that you have. So if you look at kind of what we've seen over the last few weeks, throughout the month of May, it was very flat. I mean, statewide, we were under 500 visits a day, which for a state of 21.5 million people is, is a small number of visits. Influenza-like illness, 250 or below, pretty much for weeks and weeks. And then even as we got into June, it was still very low. You start to see it inch up as we get into that third week of June. When we get into the 614, it goes up. You start to see more visits. and then the following week it escalates more, and then at the end of June it escalated to where we were seeing more than 2,000 ED visits a day for COVID-like illness. Now, going to the ED doesn't mean you're going to be admitted to the hospital, but it means you're showing up, and if you're symptomatic, a lot of times they are testing you. Now we have seen statewide, this start to trend downward, but you look at a couple days, and sometimes that can be more noise than signal. So we want to continue to look at that. I think they'll talk about here the ED visits have skewed younger and kind of that 35-year-old range, which obviously is a different kind of clinical cohort than the 65 and up. But that the syndromatic surveillance and looking to see that is very instructive in terms of what we're doing or what's going on in the state of Florida. So protecting the vulnerable, you see the fatalities skew 65 and plus, and really 75 and plus when you think about it. So this is something that's a priority. Given that you see more prevalence of this in the community today than we did, say in the middle of May, it is important for those in the at-risk groups to avoid crowds and minimize the close contact with people who they don't live with. Now, of course, if you're in a multi-generational living arrangement, there's definitely risk with that, and we've seen that in different parts of Florida where you have some of the multi-generational housing, a lot of crowded housing lead to more outbreaks. But obviously there's only so much that you can do when those are your living arrangements, and we understand that. But there is the risk in the 65 and up category, and then underlying conditions. Obviously, if you're 65 and up, even elevated risk. But really, any age that has some of these conditions, you need to take similar steps and avoid the crowds, minimize close contact outside the home. One of the things when you have folks who are under 65 or really even under 50, the ones that have things like diabetes, morbid obesity, those are the ones that typically have a much harder time with the coronavirus. And so just understand that and take whatever precautions that you can. We talked before coming out here about long-term care facilities, which is really a really significant component of this. When we started this in March, we obviously knew that the nursing homes were going to be ground zero because you have the most vulnerable population there. So we did things like we prohibited visitors. So you haven't had visitors in nursing homes since the middle of March. That's a tough thing for a lot of people, but we feared that you would see more introduction of the virus if you allowed that. We also prohibited hospitals from discharging COVID positive patients back into the nursing homes. I think when that was done in other states, that really had negative consequences, and we felt that was the better course of action. We required PPE like N95 masks. We sent 10 million masks plus to long-term care facilities, face shields, gowns, gloves, all that. And so we required them to use the PPE, but we provided the PPE because we understood that was important to try to minimize spread within those facilities. But we also understood as we started to get into April that, even with doing all those precautions, you would still have it get in with a staff member, maybe not wearing the PPE right, maybe just PPE wasn't as effective as we wanted it to be. But so you would see cases there. We sent the National Guard to do a lot of testing in the nursing homes because we understood that we needed to identify cases before they could spread like wildfire. And so we understood that there was a need for some of these folks who, if you do test positive and you're a resident of a long-term care facility, that you had to be isolated appropriately so that you didn't spread it to other residents. And some of these nursing homes, long-term care facilities, they're just not set up to do appropriate isolation. And so we said you need to transfer those folks. Now, some of that was just sending them to the hospital where they're basically just boarding because they are medically stable. So we felt that wasn't probably the best use of hospital resources if we could help it. And so we've now established 13 COVID-dedicated nursing facilities in the state of Florida. So these are nursing facilities that all their patients are COVID positive. So if you have somebody who tests positive in a nursing home in Manatee County, you can send them to Carrington Place in Pinellas or Polk or Charlotte. We're working on bringing on a couple more of these facilities. but this way they're able to be isolated and not spread it into their home facilities. We started the Pan American, or the Miami-Dade Care Center, last week. We think that that's going to be filled probably within a couple days, and we have a number of in South Florida, Central Florida. We're also working, I know the Tampa Bay area, they've dealt with a lot of nursing home outbreaks, particularly in Pinellas County, and that's been a concern. And so while this Carrington place is good, we want to see if there's ways that we can expand the footprint. But this is an important tool to protect residents of long-term care facilities who are the most vulnerable, but also, not needing to send, if someone is stable or asymptomatic, having a place where they can go where they're not going to infect other people, and they can be cared for. So I want to thank Secretary Mary Mayhew for really working hard on that. And we talk about the new facilities and the additional beds, that we're bringing on every day for this. And just to show why this is important. So here in Manatee County, they've had, I think as of yesterday, or as of this morning maybe, 138 COVID-related deaths. 91 of them have been related to long-term care facilities. So that's 66% of the corona-related fatalities have been linked to long-term care facilities. And so that's not only just saying 65 and up, but just 65 and up and then residents of these facilities. Sarasota County, close by, they've had 100 corona-related fatalities. 65 of them were related to residents of long-term care facilities. So again, 65%. So this is really, really a significant part of this fight. Social distancing. We have a much better idea now than in March about what the virus likes and doesn't like, and closed spaces. And I think you're seeing a lot of this activity throughout the entire Sun Belt. And some people have said it's because when it's hot, people would rather be inside and enclosed air-conditioned spaces. And the point is that if you're in an area where you have a crowd of people indoors, in a party or something like that, with the air conditioning, it is going to be a better vector for transmission. There's just no doubt about it. People's homes, obviously, most people get infected from family members or friends, and especially in the air conditioning, that's going to be something that's going to be a good vector. The outdoor transmission has not been as significant. The sunshine, the heat, and humidity are generally your friend when it comes to this virus. The virus doesn't typically like that.
All right, everybody, let's get into it on this Monday. Welcome to Fox 10 Extra News Now and CoronavirusNow.com. Live look at downtown Phoenix there in the distance, and what a weekend it was. It was a hot, hot, hot one. And we saw 115s, 116s pop, and then, well, today we're expecting about just a 111. Got that little cool down there, but hopefully everyone is staying safe out there during these really trying times, not only with the heat, but everything that we're dealing with, not only in Arizona, but across the country. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We got 2 hours of nonstop coverage for you, really coast to coast, as we give you the latest from COVID-19 pandemic. Let's show you what we got coming up here. At any moment, a White House news briefing. You know me. I'll go to it as soon as it happens, and we'll play it for you in its entirety, and you won't miss a beat on that one. Let's show you right now the numbers that we are seeing. First, around the world, getting close to that 13 million mark of COVID-19 cases in the U.S., 3.3 million cases in Arizona. We're just seeing about 1,300 new cases today. They were light on the testing results over the weekend, so we'll see just how that all shakes out for the rest of the week. But in Arizona, 1,300 roughly so new cases being reported. So what we'll do, everyone, is keep an eye out on that White House news briefing when it does become available and starts up. We'll bring it to you right here on News Now, everybody. In the meantime, we have Dr. Mike on deck from Fox 29 in Philadelphia with the very latest with this pandemic. Let's get right into it, everyone.
Dr. Mike Srigliano with Penn Medicine joining us out of Philadelphia. Good to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas.
Let's start with words from the White House's coronavirus testing czar, who said over the weekend that the U.S. is in a much better place than we were back in April in regards to this pandemic. Do you agree?
Well, it'd be hard to convince me of that. I mean, we're seeing tremendous surges and record numbers in a majority of states. I don't see how we're in a better place. I mean, I think we're in a better place with regards to knowing how to treat it a little better, knowing how to manage people on ventilators a little better, knowing what we're dealing with, things like blood clots, and all of that has definitely been improved. But we're really in the thick of it right now, Thomas, and I really didn't anticipate that we would be in the place we're in right now. I thought that we would be seeing this kind of thing in the fall. But unfortunately, we've not left the first wave, and we are seeing a fairly significant uptick in the numbers and even deaths from COVID-19.
And we still don't know the effects, do we, of the July 4th holiday?
Not yet, Thomas. We always err on waiting about 2 weeks or so to see what happens. And I'm afraid that we haven't seen the top numbers yet. I think in the next week or two, that's when we will really see the effects of July 4th and things opening up and people getting together, having parties, and not wearing masks. This is not a good time as far as I am concerned.
Yeah. What about when it comes to testing, Dr. Mike? We see those long lines, people waiting for hours, the recorded messages from testing centers to call back tomorrow. I mean, this is clearly a strain on our system.
There's no question that we are better off than we were in the very beginning, where there were limited tests. In fact, there were no tests in the very, very beginning. So yes, do we have more testing? That is better. I give that. But the thing is, a lot of the tests take a long time to come back, and it still requires scheduling for at least institutions where I'm at. You call ahead, schedule an appointment. Now, the turnaround time has dramatically shortened in certain locales. In my institution, you'll get the test back the next day. But again, it's a challenge for many, many people out there.
Some people are waiting up to a week, Dr. Mike. I mean, if you're feeling sick, what are you supposed to do?
Well, I'll tell you, in the very beginning, one case sticks out in my mind, Thomas. I had a gentleman who I was convinced had it, was sick, but not that sick. I ordered a test on him, and the test did not come back yet. And each day we would communicate. Well, about 5 or 6 days into it, he gets so bad that I send him to the hospital, and he ends up on a ventilator. I get a call the next day that he had a positive COVID test. I said, well, the bottom line is you're a little late to the party. He's already on a ventilator. So that was in the very beginning. Luckily, thank God, Thomas, that's not the case anymore, at least where in my little neck of the woods. But in many cases, it takes a long time to get the results back, which can be very dangerous.
So let's say you do test positive, do you go back for another test in 14 days? How do you know the virus is no longer active?
We generally don't retest people, Thomas. We look at a number of anywhere from 10 to 28 days after someone was diagnosed and onset of symptoms or diagnosed without symptoms. That is kind of where we're at. Some researchers think you're okay after 10 days. I tend to be a little more conservative. And in certain individuals that are immunosuppressed, I give them 28 days. But for the rank and file, for the most part, many people are saying about 14 days.
We talk about contact tracing here. Looking at the numbers, I mean, just looking at Florida alone, is that out the window when it comes to finding out who has it and who may be spreading it?
Well, Thomas, with thousands and thousands of people being diagnosed every day, I would like to know which army we're going to enlist to contact the 10,000 people a day that are being diagnosed and then call the other 10,000 people that they were interacting with. So contact tracing works when there are outbreaks sporadically, and then you can hone in, you isolate those people, and then what you do is you go after all the people they were in contact with so that there does not become a bigger spread. But for that to work, you have to have isolated incidents, and we're not there yet.
Yeah. I know the CDC issued new warnings, Dr. Mike, to doctors across the country. 2 more children in South Carolina, they were diagnosed with this COVID-19 related pediatric inflammatory syndrome. Once again, what are we dealing with?
Well, we think, Thomas, that this is an immune-mediated response to COVID-19. So if a child gets to be COVID-19 positive, there is a lag from the time that they get the virus. And for the most part, kids are relatively asymptomatic. That doesn't mean that they can't get very sick and even die. But that being said, in some kids, and it happens rarely, but in some kids, they then develop this Kawasaki-like syndrome, Thomas, where people get an immune-mediated response that can be very, very dangerous. They get a rash, they can have abdominal pain, nausea, and vomiting, and all of these symptoms need to be treated. So my advice out there, Thomas, if you have a child with a fever, doesn't look well in this time and this place in history, you need to call your pediatrician right away, because there are treatments available for this condition. They involve immunoglobulin, intravenous immunoglobulin, and even steroids. And the good news is that this can be treated, but the key is early diagnosis and early treatment.
You mentioned rash. I think for a lot of people, young and for older adults, rash is usually the first symptoms, one of the first symptoms of COVID-19.
Well, rash is certainly on the list of symptoms for the pediatric inflammatory multisystem syndrome, but also there have been debatable reports. There was a report about COVID toe, but there's a lot of debate about whether that's in fact reality or not. But anything can present when it comes to COVID-19. If you don't feel well, you call your healthcare provider, because, Thomas, anything can happen at this stage and this time on the planet, and I wouldn't take chances.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification on that. More and more scientists are warning that without a vaccine, Dr. Mike, we've spoken about this before, that we're not going to reach this herd immunity for COVID-19. What do we know about that? What do they mean?
Well, like we discussed about contact tracing, herd immunity works when there is about an 80% or 90% population that has either been exposed to the virus naturally or been immunized. With that amount of people, then you have what's called herd immunity, where you really are protected from with the herd, and then sporadic cases can be isolated, and then you get contact tracing involved. But for that to happen, for herd immunity to be effective, you need to have huge numbers of people. Think about it, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 people walking around to have either had the virus naturally or to have gotten a vaccine. That's why the vaccine is so critically important.
We're seeing more studies come out regarding ultraviolet lights. I know UV has been used to stop pathogens in their tracks for decades now. Does it work against COVID-19?
Well, UV light does work in a controlled setting with the right device. There was some issues about going out into the sun, and that'll protect you. Look, the bottom line is, unless you get UV light into your nose or into your lungs, it's not going to really do much for you. So again, even though UV light has been shown to be effective against things like COVID-19, what you need to do is remember social distancing, wear a mask. If you're out in a field and there's no one around, you don't need the mask. But if you are in close contact with other human beings, you need to wear the mask even though you're outdoors.
Question I see a lot, Dr. Mike. Can certain vitamins have an effect on how the immune system fights this virus?
Well, so the two vitamins that I'm a believer in are vitamin D, and there is a fair amount of literature showing that vitamin D deficiency does not work in your best interest in terms of fighting COVID-19. So I take vitamin D, and to be honest with you, Thomas, even before the pandemic, I was checking vitamin D levels on all my patients, and if they're deficient, I treat them. So vitamin D, and then there's a little bit of data on vitamin C. But you have to be careful out there because there's all kinds of misinformation about all kinds of natural products that are claimed to cure, fix, take care of COVID-19, and it's just not the case. So buyer beware.
So what is the normal course of treatment? Is it just letting it run its course?
Well, in terms of COVID-19,
yeah, once you're infected, what do you do? I mean, if you test positive, you're not necessarily showing symptoms, you just self-isolate?
Right. So a vast majority, I've had about 35, 40 patients now with COVID-19, and only 2 were hospitalized and on a ventilator. They were very, very, very sick. All of the others did fine at home, and you rest, you take fluids, you can treat the fever. Now, I'm a believer in something called proning, where if you have the virus and you've been documented to have the virus, you lie on your stomach and you take deep breaths, and you do that 10 or 15 minutes a couple of times a day, and that keeps those lungs expanded so that you don't end up getting worsening pulmonary function and end up with a bad status that you require intubation, being on a ventilator. So I'm a big fan of proning.
Proning, interesting. All right, Dr. Mike, your daily advice on staying safe.
Number one, Thomas, we're really in the thick of it again. We need to deal with this. We need to take responsibility. We need to have endurance. We need to wear masks. I saw someone without a mask walk into a store over the weekend. Masks, social distancing. Do not let your guard down. If we take this seriously and we do the right thing, we will get through this. That is the bottom line.
Need to stay focused. Dr. Mike Srigliano with Penn Medicine out of Philadelphia. Good to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas. You have a safe, great day.
Stay well. Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's continue on rolling on here live on coronavirusnow.com. I want to take you out to New York City, right outside of Trump Tower right now, where just last week you saw that they put the Black Lives Matter signage there right on the street, across the street from Trump Tower. Well, then sometime overnight, somebody came along with red paint and just really decimated that message right there on the street across from Trump Tower. Somebody wanted to make a statement, and that is the look right now. It's the yellow and red that we are seeing right there. A lot of people were upset when that went up, and we even heard from some people that said, you know what, this will not last long here, because there were some big time Trump supporters that were vowing, even on camera, to say that they would try to paint this over the best they could. Now, we don't know who came out and did this, but there you go, right outside of Trump Tower in New York City. It was bright yellow. Now it's smeared with red. Let's keep going worldwide here on News Now. Still waiting for this White House news briefing. You know, I'll take it as soon as I can. Get it up here for you right here, worldwide, always on coronavirusnow.com. And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. We continue to wait for the White House news briefing. As soon as that happens, we will bring that to you, as always, in its entirety, right here. That's what I like about News Now here. We don't show you maybe a clip or a 20-second soundbite. We're just going to show it to you all in its entirety. Try to show you those news conferences, too, all across the country. You're not getting a soundbite. You're not getting 2 sound bites. You know, these typical news stories now are only about 80 seconds. How are you getting the story? We're showing you it unbuzzed, unfiltered, just raw, just like how a news briefing, if you were right there, getting the information there for yourself. All right, everybody. Let's continue on worldwide here. Coronavirusnow.com also in the mix. We're going to take you out to our sister station, Fox 2 Detroit, for some coverage on the pandemic.
My wife sent me a text message that said, "Have you seen the news?"
A blow to the bar industry. An executive order from Governor Gretchen Whitmer, no more alcohol sales inside.
It's the short notice that just keeps stabbing people.
Hours to prepare, says Scott Atchison, owner of Abibo in Mount Clemens. By 11 Wednesday, they cannot serve alcohol in here, but will still be able to serve alcohol on their small patio.
For the last few months, we've been scraping by and barely making it.
The order applies to any establishment that makes 70% or more in alcohol sales. Patrons can only go inside to access outdoor seating or use the bathroom. Governor Whitmer says reopening bars on June 8th is linked to a spike in COVID-19 cases, especially in young people, like the 107 cases traced to Harper's in East Lansing. Much smaller clusters in Grosse Pointe and Royal Oak at 5th Avenue, 3 cases linked there.
You know, all you can really do is roll with these punches.
Owner Tony Yesbick says his bar is in compliance and dismissed claims of overcrowding. Even says they use a counter to monitor occupancy. Yesbick says he's one of the lucky ones. They'll close up inside, taking alcohol sales outside using this large new patio.
Unfortunately, with this, more businesses are going to go, I think, dark. And when we finally cure COVID, there's not going to be many places to go.
Now, restaurants that serve alcohol will still be able to do so under this new order, but only to people seated at socially distanced tables. Any congregating areas have got to go. In Ferndale, Jessica Dupnak on The Edge. As the night goes on, you see more people down here in Greektown, but it feels different. Part of the reason, the new wave of executive orders for bars and nightclubs. Some couldn't stay open, others doing what they can to stay open.
It looks empty. It's kind of deserted.
I'm taking my girlfriend out for our 1-year anniversary, and I was telling her I've never seen it this empty down here.
Not the Greektown they're used to. COVID-19 still with a stronghold on the district.
Until this whole situation gets taken care of, we're kind of limited on what we can do socially.
Governor Whitmer's orders have restaurants at half capacity, and most down here have shortened hours.
Walking around, seeing who's going to let us in and eat something.
Friday night before the 4th of July, it should be popping down here, but bars are still scrambling to accommodate more executive orders prohibiting them from serving alcohol inside. They're shifting everything outside.
Kind of like a sad thing because, I miss seeing everybody getting together, but, it's for safety.
Rolling with the punches. You'll hear that a lot out here. The Old Shillelagh debuting an enhanced version of their outdoor seating, hoping to draw in their typically big crowds. Not all doom and gloom, though. People improvising, having fun, just differently.
I love Detroit, and I can't wait till this coronavirus is over with so everybody can go back to living their normal lives.
Bars and restaurants trying to reinvent themselves. The governor giving them the okay to serve cocktails to go. But if you're in Greektown and you get a cocktail to go, you've got to go. This area is not designated for strolling and sipping. In Greektown, Jessica Dupnak, Fox 2 News.
A fight between teens inside an amusement park snowballs into chaos and ends with a call to police. All of this unfolding at C.J. Barrymore's in Clinton Township on Sunday. The management here says the first fight started inside the park between 2 young teenage girls.
That turned into a fight,
and which exploded into other teenagers fighting. And if you just don't have the supervision of the chaperones at all times, it just doesn't work.
The GM here at CJ Barrymore says the current pandemic with coronavirus has already changed the way they do business. For instance, the only thing open here are the outdoor attractions.
You have to have a mask indoors, or if you're being loaded on the rides, we do temperature checks at the door, make sure that everyone's safe, both for employees and the customers. And then, of course, all the social distancing.
And those under 18 must be accompanied by an adult. David Del Pizzo says this is where the problem started, a lack of chaperones.
They were getting them in the door and then sneaking out, which just leaves a bunch of teenagers unattended.
He says the amusement park hires an outside security company, and on Monday morning, they got together to address the problem head on.
Groups of 3 or more, if they don't have an adult next to them, they are escorted out until they can find the adult.
Clinton Township Police, along with the Macomb County Sheriff's Office, responded immediately. We're told the investigation is ongoing. In Clinton Township, Dave Spencer, on the Edge.
You may remember Governor Gretchen Whitmer closed the bars down on Wednesday, July 1st, because of an uptick in cases of COVID-19. Now, just 4 days later, we find out about these cases from the Playhouse Club. A combination of employees and patrons. The 13 people either visited or worked at the strip club on Middle Belt between June 17th and July 1st. According to the Wayne County Public Health Division, one of the people who tested positive works at the Checkers, also on Middle Belt, just a few miles away from the Playhouse. Anyone who visited or worked at the Checkers between June 27th and July 1st should contact the Health Division. The same goes for anyone who was at the Playhouse Club between June 17th and July 1st. Health officials say even if you are not showing symptoms, you should contact your doctor and get tested for COVID-19. Now, a lot of these cases that we're recently hearing about are people who have tested positive for COVID-19 but are asymptomatic, which means they don't have any symptoms that we typically think of when we think of COVID-19. If you think you've been exposed, though, it is a good idea to call your health provider and get tested. In Romulus, Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
Old Corvettes, old Camaros, Chevelles.
Mike Rosenthal is a car guy. On the third Saturday in August, you'll find him here at the Woodward Dream Cruise.
As long as it's been here. I grew up in Huntington Woods. I live in Royal Oak now. So the whole time the Dream Cruise has been, I've been a part of it.
But on Monday, Mike found out along with the rest of Metro Detroit that the Dream Cruise has officially been canceled due to COVID-19 concerns.
Disappointing, but I still think people will be cruising that day.
I think it's sad because it is a huge event that really rallies people together in the community, and everyone loves coming out and spending the weekend, watching it and things. So it is a little bit of a sad deal.
A tradition for more than 20 years, thousands and thousands of people from all over Michigan and the country descend onto Woodward to check out the classic cars and show them off. There was a lot of back and forth whether or not to cancel the event this year.
There's a lot that goes into planning an event like that, and behind the scenes stuff, legal things, liability things that the average person doesn't think of.
Kyle Gasso wishes there could have been some version of the classic car cruise this year, despite COVID-19.
Yeah, I think you can do it without the sidewalks, just everyone stay in their car. Or even on the sidewalk, but just wearing masks, trying to stay 6 feet apart. I think it's very doable.
But for now, we'll just have to relive the memories and look forward to next year when hopefully the cars will be cruising again. In Royal Oak, Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
This is the Southfield gas station where Amazon delivery driver Derek Lancaster says he just had enough with his job. So he abandoned the truck here, keys, packages inside, then got in an Uber, went home.
Nigga, you feel me? I ain't about to keep waking up at 9 in the morning, bro, and getting off at 9 o'clock, bro.
Derek Lancaster on a Twitter rant after pulling a stunt gone viral, taking a stand against his former employer, Amazon.
And I just stepped out the car and just wandered off.
Wandered right away.
All right, everybody, we are now going to the White House news briefing, just getting underway right now.
Hello, everyone. President Trump will participate in a roundtable to hear stories of families positively impacted by law enforcement that will be taking place shortly after this briefing concludes. The president stands with our police officers, our men and women across this country who valiantly patrol our streets and protect our citizenry. This president stands on the side of law and order to secure peace in our streets. That has always been his priority and remains so today. Tragically, this weekend we saw a devastating ambush attack against brave law enforcement officers in McAllen, Texas. Officer Edelmiro Garza Jr., who was 45 years old, and Officer Ismael Chavez, who was 39 years old. And while responding to a domestic disturbance call, Officers Garza and Chavez arrived on scene to protect the people that they serve. They were met with gunfire. They were ambushed by a violent and dangerous suspect who horrifically shot before they even drew their weapon or had a chance to call for backup. We honor the lives and the service of Officer Garza and Officer Chavez. This president will always stand on the side of law enforcement and the heroes who protect and serve. And with that, I'll take questions. Rita.
Hey, Kaylee, thanks so much.
No problem.
As the number of cases and fatalities continues to break records, in the most recent interview President Trump did, he said, we are going to be in really good shape in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Can you share what evidence he's using to draw that conclusion? And what is the administration going to do differently in the next 2 to 4 weeks to stop the spread?
So the one thing I would note is that when you look at the mortality rate, we're seeing that our efforts here at the federal government have been working. And to give you an example of that, when you look at New York and New Jersey, there were 21 deaths for every 1,000 cases, 20 deaths for every 1,000 cases in the case of New Jersey. Those were the ratios we were seeing just a few months ago. Now New York and New Jersey are down 1.7 per 1,000 and 1.8 per 1,000 respectively. And moving beyond New York and New Jersey, we're seeing in Florida, for example, though they have 12 cases for every 1,000, it is 0.2 mortality for every 1,000 cases. In Arizona, 0.3 deaths for every 1,000 cases. So we are seeing that our therapeutics are working, that dexamethasone and convalescent plasma and remdesivir are working, and that's something good and something that the president takes note of.
But 2 to 4 weeks is such a short time period. I mean, what specifically are you doing to stop the spread?
There's a lot, and I'm very glad that you asked that because it is worth highlighting the work that we're doing each and every day. For one, we're surging personnel to Arizona, Texas, California. We already have people working in Florida, surging remdesivir to states that are seeing rising case numbers. We're also surging testing supplies to decrease turnaround time. These are several action items that Dr. Birx briefed me on before coming out here. The White House will be going to several states this week, Dr. Birx in particular, to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina. We've sent 19 HHS teams to metroplexes, 8 more coming this week. So we are aggressively on the ground reacting to this virus, and we're encouraged to see the declining mortality compared to a few months ago. Jim, I haven't seen you in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Glad you're back.
Thanks. Kaylee, why is the White House trashing Dr. Fauci and sending out opposition research like memos to reporters? The president has gone off on anonymous sources in the past. Why not have the guts to trash Dr. Fauci with your own names?
So President Trump, I'll refer you back, there's no opposition research being dumped to reporters. We were asked a very specific question by the Washington Post, and that question was, President Trump noted that Dr. Fauci had made some mistakes, and we provided a direct answer to what was a direct question.
Hasn't the president made mistakes? He suggested at one point that Americans inject themselves with disinfectants, that sort of thing. Why not send out these notes to reporters about what Dr. Fauci said in the past with your names on it? They were sent out by a White House official. The president has said he doesn't trust anonymous sources, and yet you were sending out these notes to reporters anonymously.
Look, I would note that in terms of the president and his record on coronavirus, he stands by the actions and the steps he's taken in this historic response. You have Dr. Fauci, who said that the record of this president is impressive. I can't imagine that under any circumstance that anybody could be doing more, and those are the words of Dr. Fauci. We provided a direct response to a direct question, and that's about it. And to the notion that there's opposition research and that there's Fauci versus the president couldn't be further from the truth. Dr. Fauci and the president have always had a very good working relationship.
Just a separate subject very quickly. Does the president or the administration plan to make it very clear to the Russian Federation that there should not be bounties placed on the heads of American soldiers serving in Afghanistan?
We make that clear each and every day to every country around the world that this president will always stand by our law enforcement. No one's been tougher on Russia.
Not law enforcement. I'm talking about military soldiers, U.S.
yes,
forces
of course,
overseas.
That's what I'm saying. Our U.S. forces.
Not just any country, the Russians. Will you tell the Kremlin and President Putin not to put bounties on the heads of American soldiers?
What you're getting at, of course, we tell each and every country that, but what you're getting at is uncorroborated intelligence, and you're treating it as if it were true. To this day, there are varying views on the Russian bounty intelligence. DOD, NSC, and the ODNI all pointing that out. I'm not going to answer a question based on unverified intelligence, but rest assured, every country in this world is put on notice that bounties on the heads of U.S. troops is unacceptable, and this president will stand for U.S. troops at home and abroad. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. You mentioned a quote from Dr. Fauci, another quote from him. When you compare us to other countries, I don't think you can say we're doing great. Is there any reaction to that from the White House?
No, when you compare us to other countries, we have the most testing in the world. When you compare us to other countries on case fatality rate, other industrialized nations, we're very low and beating most countries, if not all, in Europe. So we're doing a lot on the world stage, a lot right. Noted that we were supposed to have a ventilator shortage, and as it turned out, the U.S. actually sent ventilators all around the world. So the U.S. response has been historic, and by several metrics, including the three I just mentioned, we're beating the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Kaylee, could you just clarify the scope of Roger Stone's clemency? A federal judge is asking for this. Does it only apply to prison time, or does it also include the 2-year period of supervised release?
I don't have the exact details for you on that, but I can follow up. What I will say is that the Roger Stone clemency was a very important moment for justice in this country. You had a completely bogus Russia witch hunt that found nothing, and in order to justify the waste of taxpayer dollars, you had Robert Mueller charging people with process crimes, and it's really curious to me that with Roger Stone, he's charged of false statements, but McCabe was charged of false statements, lying to federal investigators. Brennan, false statements to Congress. Clapper, false statements to Congress. But last time I checked, they didn't have 29 FBI agents wearing tactical gear, showing up at their house in a pre-dawn raid, wielding M4 rifles, sweeping across their lawn, as happened to Roger Stone. They didn't have 4 agents using battering rams, breaking down their front door over false statements. And they didn't have helicopters hovering over their houses and 2 police boats that roared up. Instead, McCabe and Clapper and Brennan and these guys are given lucrative contracts, books, contributorships. So there are really 2 standards of justice in this country, as Adam Schiff noted. Fortunately, he doesn't have the facts to back up the way he meant that term. Mario?
One more question, if I could. The president retweeted something this morning implying that he believes that he retweeted something saying that the CDC is lying about the coronavirus in order to hurt his chances of getting reelected. Does the president believe that the CDC is lying about COVID-19?
The president, with his intent in that retweet, expresses displeasure with the CDC, some rogue individuals leaking guidelines prematurely. You had a 63-page plan that was leaked prematurely. He believes that that misleads the American public when there are planning materials released that are not in their fullest form and their best form. So that's what he was getting at. But overall, the notion of the tweet was to point out the fact that when we use science, we have to use it in a way that is not political. When you had 1,300 health experts sign a letter not to condemn large crowds of protesters, but some same health experts say churches need to stay shut down, or lockdown protests somehow don't get the same First Amendment rights as the protest that we saw in our streets. We need to use science, lean into science, but not use it and cherry pick it to fit whatever our particular political persuasion is.
So he has confidence in the CDC?
He does. Mario.
Thank you, Kaylee. Given what we're seeing in Florida with the cases rising, is the president anticipating a scaled-down version of the convention next month? And if so, is that something that he would be content with?
That would be a question for the campaign, but we still plan to move forward with the convention here at the White House. But for particularities, I would point you to the RNC and to the campaign. Yes.
Just to close the loop on Dr. Fauci, does the president still appreciate the advice that he gets from him?
Certainly. Dr. Fauci is one of many on the task force who provides advice. And I would note, Dr. Fauci is an epidemiologist, an infectious disease expert, and he provides his opinion there. You also have other experts like Dr. McCann's Katz, who are behavioral health experts who provide opinions about the holistic health of the child. And she's been a voice for reopening schools and the damage long-term lockdowns can do. You have Dr. Mansuf Salawi, who's working on the vaccines. So there are a number of scientists who are experts in various issues and various specialties, but the president takes the full opinions of the task force and the varying opinions sometimes and moves forward in a way he thinks is best for this country, like he did with the China travel ban.
Secondly, Kaylee, the travel ban with Canada expires in about a week. Is that going to be extended, or are you talking with Canada about that?
So no announcements now for our plans with Canada.
Yes, Arizona has more new cases of coronavirus than any country in the world, more than the European Union as a whole. So isn't by that metric the United States not doing as well as other countries in handling this?
No, because when you lead the world in testing, that means that you identify more cases.
When deaths are starting to rise.
And I would note, well, you talk about deaths. I can give you that particular information, which Dr. Birx gave to me before running out here, which is in Arizona, you have 17 cases per 1,000 population and 0.3 deaths per population, which means our therapeutics are working, and we're in a better place today than we were before.
Billy Bird, a school teacher in Arizona, died, however, when she was following all the rules. She wore a mask, she wore gloves, she was teaching summer school, she got it, died. 2 other teachers got it and are ill. Her family, her husband, her daughter. I mean, how do you tell parents of school children that it's safe to send their kids back to school when something like that happens?
Well, I would point you to the words of the CDC director, who said children are not very affected by this and typically are not spreaders in this. But I would also point to the consequences of staying closed. We have to look at the holistic health of the child. And when you have, according to HHS, 1/5 of all child abuse cases being reported by teachers and educational staff, we cannot stay closed. When you have DC Family Child Agency talking about a 62% decrease in abuse cases being reported, you cannot stay closed. When even the AAP, American Academy of Pediatrics, talked about morbidity and mortality if schools stay shut down, and 70 to 80% of children with mental health diagnoses receive their care in schools. The consequences are grave if we stay shut down. And there's a way for essential workers to go back to work, just as our meatpacking facilities did, just as you all in the media are essential workers. We believe our teachers are as well. Yes. Catherine.
Thanks, Kaylee. The administration has said that the goal of maximum pressure is to force Iran back to the negotiating table so we can get a better deal. Is that still the goal of maximum pressure? And in light of the reported new trade and military partnership between Iran and China, what evidence is there that the policy is succeeding?
I have no information today to update you on our Iran relationship, which stays the same today as it has been. Yes, Daniel.
Okay, I have 2 quick questions. President Trump's former chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, who still has a role in this administration, he said in an op-ed today that we still have a testing problem in this country and that he and his son have to wait for 5 to 7 days for results. If even President Trump's former chief of staff levels this criticism, doesn't that indicate we do have a problem with testing? Do you have a reaction to his op-ed?
Yeah, our reaction is that we've tested, we lead the world in testing. We've done more than 40 million tests. That's an extraordinary number. Admiral Joie gave us an update yesterday that on Friday we did over 800,000 tests. We tripled, quadrupled the number of tests. This is his exact quote. We have, and we also have 12,000 retail test sites that are there, and we're surging testing in basically every specific county that's having a problem. And Dr. Birx was just walking me through pooled testing, which will be a way to process tests at an even faster rate. So leading the world in testing, I would say, means we're doing a pretty good job. Deborah.
Does the president have a reaction to the Washington Redskins dropping their name today?
Yeah, it's a good question. I haven't talked to him since the specific announcement's been made. I have talked to him, but not specifically on that. But last week, his tweet made it clear that these teams name their teams out of strength, not weakness. And he talked about the Washington Redskins and Cleveland Indians looking at changing their names. And he says that he believes that the Native American community would be very angry at this. And he does have polling to back him up. There was a Washington Post poll from a few years ago that 90% of Native Americans say they're not offended by the name. It is reflective of a 2004 poll, and the Washington Post notes that many of these Native Americans voiced admiration for the team name, like Barbara Bruce, who said, "I'm proud of being Native American and of the Redskins. I'm not ashamed of that at all. I like that name." Gabrielle Nez, another 29-year-old from the Navajo community, "I really don't mind it. I like it." And there were several other comments like this in the Washington Post. Deborah.
Thank you, Kaylee. I have a question myself, and then as a principal, I'd like to ask a question from a news organization that can't be here because of social distancing. My question. In February, when he was in Las Vegas, speaking to Hope for Prisoners, the president said he didn't want to use his pardon power on Roger Stone because he thought he could be exonerated. That didn't happen, and the president commuted his sentence. During the same event, the president said that he might give a full pardon to John Ponder, a convicted bank robber who served his time, turned his life around, and started Hope for Prisoners. Is there going to be a pardon for John Ponder? And what about the more than 1,300 pardon applications sitting in the pardon attorney's office? Because there's talk now that people don't go to the pardon attorney's office, they go through the White House. Is that a good thing, or does it mean that only politically connected people can get pardons?
So I have no update on John Ponder. It's absolutely not the case that only those who are politically connected get a pardon. This president is the president of criminal justice reform. This president did the First Step Act. This president has fought for those who are given unduly harsh sentences more than any Democrat who liked to talk about it but never actually did it. And in fact, when you compare the pardoning record of this president with past presidents, it's quite striking that this president's given 36 pardons and commutations. President Obama gave 1,927. And when you look at the nature of some of the pardons given, let's say under President Clinton, you talk about politically connected pardons. We can't get more politically connected with pardons than pardoning your brother, Roger Clinton, as President Clinton did. Susan McDougal, one of your associates who was pardoned for her role in Whitewater. Mark Rich, who gave $450,000 to the Clinton Library, or at least his wife did, donated $1 million to Democrat campaigns, and then he gets a pardon from President Clinton. And notably, a lot of these pardons were when he was going out the door. So this president's used it sparingly and instead focused on criminal justice reform, helping those, helping to rectify racial disparities in our sentencing. And Clinton and Obama appears did a whole lot of pardoning, and in some cases politically motivated, it seems, but didn't do a whole lot to help the innocent people who have served their time and been given unduly harsh sentences.
I have a follow-up for someone who asked me to ask a question because of social distancing. This is from Jackson Richmond at the Jewish News Syndicate. What's the president's stance on Israel planning to apply sovereignty to parts of the West Bank and to Democrats? From Nancy Pelosi to AOC, who warned that such a move would undermine U.S. national security and the U.S.-Israel alliance.
So I have no update today on the current status, but just other than the president has been a strong supporter of Israel. Chris.
Thanks, Kaylee. We're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of the president tweeting he banned transgender people from the military in any capacity, which led to the policy currently in place. Last week, a group of 116 lawmakers led by Congresswoman Del Bene wrote the administration urging them to lift the policy. Would the president reconsider the policy?
I haven't talked to him about that specific policy, but this president is proud that in 2019, we launched a global initiative to end the criminalization of homosexuality throughout the world. He has a great record when it comes to the LGBT community. The Trump administration eased a ban on blood donations from gay and bisexual men, and he launched a plan to end the AIDS epidemic by 2030. So we're very proud of our achievements.
The ban on transgender people in the military is still in place. We have a Supreme Court ruling that anti-trans discrimination is a form of sex discrimination. We have an estimated 14,700 people in the military who identify as transgender. We have a poll showing upwards of 70% of Americans support transgender service, and we have major medical and psychological groups saying there's no problem with transgender people in the military. So what is the reason for having the policy currently in place?
I have no updates for you, but several of the events that you cited, like the Supreme Court ruling, I would refer you back to Justice Kavanaugh, who said we are judges, we're not members of Congress. Instead of a hard-earned victory won through the democratic process, today's victory is brought about by judicial dictates. So we'll always stand on the side of correct statutory interpretation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Katie, thank you very much. Can you really say that the rise in testing accounts for the rise in the number of cases? Because the percentage of those testing positive has risen sharply.
Yes, so I would say to this, as we've always said, that there would be embers, there would be fires. So we readily acknowledge the embers and the fires that are around the country, but we also note that it's logic, basic common sense. When you're testing more than any country in the world, you're going to identify more cases. We've tested more than 40 million. That means we will identify more cases. But when you see the fact that mortality has come down per thousand population in a way that it was not months ago in New York and New Jersey, it means that we have become very adept at our therapeutics and our ways of finding people in communities rather than in hospitals, catching things early, and moving forward in a way that we know how to aggressively attack this virus and keep the American
follow up with the travel ban.
No.
Just can I ask you on the travel ban?
Sure.
What is the rationale now for keeping people from Europe, Ireland and the UK from the United States when they have a fraction of the number of cases that you do in the US?
The argument is we will always put America first. Chanel.
Thank you, Kaylee. If you will expand on the difference between this time last month and now when it comes to framing the discussion about law enforcement. Last month, the president hosted a law enforcement roundtable, and at that roundtable, he said that he would not support defunding police. And yet, 1 month later, we still have Democrat cities doing so, disbanding their police, defunding their police. How does the White House feel it should frame the debate now with regards to defunding the police so that a reasonable discussion can be had with these Democrat cities who are trying to do so?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We know that in Los Angeles, when they announced that they would be defunding their police department by $150 million, they basically immediately after saw a 250% increase in homicides. When you have people out there like Representative Ilhan Omar saying we have to completely dismantle the police and police are our cancer, this is not how we should be talking about our heroes. You have, most egregious of all, really, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying defund the police means defund the police. She criticized, of course, the announcement of $1.5 billion being taken down from NYPD. And this weekend, when faced with, there were 28 shootings in New York, 600% increase from this time last year. You have Representative Ocasio-Cortez saying this is just because people are trying to get food with their families. That is preposterous. The reality is 63% of Americans in this country fear that criticism of our police departments will lead to no public safety in their streets, and 69% of Black Americans. This is a real issue when you call our police cancer, when you talk about dismantling them. And then this weekend in New York, you see a 1-year-old killed in his stroller. His name was DeVell Gardner Jr., and that 1-year-old will be in our prayers. Not only that, you see Officers Garza and Chavez. And to your question about how we should talk about the police and defund the police, a movement the president stands against, the two officers ambushed this weekend. One of them, Officer Chavez's daughter, wrote a very touching tribute online. She said, "Words cannot describe the pain I'm in, but I'm glad my dad is at peace. You are an amazing man, and anyone who ever came across you knew that. I'm going to miss you so much. You died doing what you love most. You died a hero." And those touching words were written by Savannah Chavez. And I know she received vile and outrageous comments online that were absolutely atrocious for a touching sentiment to her dad. I want Savannah to know your dad is a hero. His police department should never be defunded because most of our police officers are good, hard-working men and women and heroes, much like Savannah's dad. We'll be praying for you, Savannah. Thank you, guys.
Kaylee, what is the administration hoping to do about those shootings in New York that you just mentioned?
All right, folks, and as always, I'm showing you that event in full, in its entirety. That's exactly what I do up here, always trying to provide you the feeds that we get live here worldwide on News Now. Part of it, we do it for you in its entirety. You don't miss a beat with us here. I'm going to clip that full version here for you. I already clipped a version on our YouTube page with the showdown between Jim Acosta and Kaylee, and it's already blown up. So check that out. It's on our Fox 10 YouTube page. You're not going to want to miss it. Let's go back. In the meantime, while I'm on this commercial break here just for a little bit, police have arrived now on the scene of the Black Lives Matter situation there, of the mural being splashed with red paint. And I don't know what's going on here with this person. All right, everyone, welcome back here on News Now, Fox 10 Extra, and of course, coronavirusnow.com. Taking a live look right now in New York City, right outside of Trump Tower. Last week, people put the Black Lives Matter right on the street there across from Trump Tower, and then somebody came today or overnight and put a splash of red paint across the whole Black Lives Matter there to protest that being there. And we just lost that shot, but I wanted to show that to you for just a little bit right here on Fox 10 Extra as we continue on bringing you the news of the day. Let's go out to Chicago right now. You won't hear about this story too much on the national news, but we're going to play it for you right here. This is the overall weekend violence once again in Chicago. More than 60 shootings in a 2-day period, leaving 13 dead. Let's bring it to you right here on News Now.
I met with Reverend Marshall Hatch from the New Mount Pilgrim Missionary Baptist Church, the New Mount Pilgrim Missionary Baptist Church on the west side, along with his son, Marshall Hatch Jr. And it's no secret that the open-air drug market, and I've talked about it quite a bit, has not only served as a catalyst for much of the gun violence on the west side, but the drug markets have also created a pipeline into the criminal justice system for too many of our young people living in those neighborhoods. As I said before, these individuals get taken advantage of in a very early stage of their lives, often because they're made to believe that there are no alternatives or a future for them. Think about that for a second. If the biggest employer on the west side for these young people is the drug market, the challenge and the answer is much more than policing. While I was at another community event on the west side some weeks back, I had the opportunity to speak with a young man who shared something with me that was pretty startling. It's really hard for us to begin to fathom what he said. And he said this. He said, I'm 25 years old, and I've seen 54 of my friends killed. 25 years old, and he's seen 54 of his friends killed. He has a young child, and he's wondering if he'll see his own young child grow up. Imagine having to live your life as a parent, as a young parent, and wondering if you ever see your child walk across the graduation stage. But sadly, this is a reality we've seen play out repeatedly over the last few weeks. No one should have to endure this level of trauma. No one. And I agree with Pastor Hatch. Police alone is not and cannot be the only solution for the gun violence faced by so many throughout Chicago. What we, the Chicago Police Department, will continue to do is do the best we can taking violent offenders off the street and removing illegal guns from our neighborhoods. Over the last 7 days, officers have made 62 gun arrests. 7 days, our officers have made 62 gun arrests, recovering 98 guns. 7 days. Year to date, so far this year, we've recovered over 5,100 guns. This is just half the year. We've recovered, Chicago police officers have recovered over 5,100 guns. 5,100 guns have been recovered by Chicago Police Department. We've also made 57 arrests for violent crime this past week. Just this past week, 57 arrests for violent crime. Of those 57, 6 were for murder, warrants for murder. 13 of those 57 were for criminal sexual assault, and 3 were for robbery and aggravated battery. From 6 p.m. Friday through 11:59 Sunday, there were 50 shooting incidents, 64 shooting victims, and 11 murders. Of those 64 shooting victims, 6 were juveniles. Chicago Police Department will stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone who wants to improve the quality of life for all Chicagoans, especially these young people I've been referencing. We saw this play out last Friday morning when officers from the Summer Mobile Unit joined community members and other city agencies to provide focused services and address quality of life conditions in the Woodlawn neighborhood. Many of you covered that story. This is part of their weekly Operation Clean mission. We're also launching specialized citywide units to tackle violent crime and create community partnerships in some of our most challenging areas. We will also embrace any and all support from our partners in the criminal justice system to ensure that repeat gun offenders and violent crime offenders are not given an opportunity to commit another act of violence while they wait for their day in court. I'll now take any questions.
When we come back, we'll get to those questions right here on News Now.
What kind of support are you looking for from community members or other organizations?
Here's one example, and that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. So these young people, 15 to say 26, live in areas that are high poverty areas and not much job opportunity. Their families live hand to mouth. And so when you ask, well, what kind of support do you need? They need an opportunity to have a job, participate in the American dream, see a future. And not just, this menial job that really doesn't provide a living wage. They need a real opportunity to learn a trade, to be part of the capitalist market, and not driven to only see the drug market as the only legitimate way to make money. It is perverted capitalism. They're selling something that's destroying the community, that's increasingly dangerous for them to participate in, but they see that only as the choice they have. And they don't see a legitimate market for them to participate in. They don't see people offering them a job, offering them a trade. They don't see businesses in their community. Right through the west side, it's just boarded up building after boarded up building after boarded up building. No investment whatsoever. Many people here tell me since the riots of the 1960s after Dr. Martin Luther King was killed that no one's really come back into that community and invested in a real way. So when you ask what's needed, it's what's needed in all of our homes. Keep our families encouraged and hopeful that they're part of this American dream. That's what's needed. Fairness and equity, that's what's needed. Other questions?
And this question is from my colleague, Chris Ty, talking about the
All right, welcome back everyone here to News Now, 11 o'clock here in Arizona, 2 o'clock for all our friends out on the East Coast. We are taking right now a listen to a news conference in Chicago. It was a deadly weekend this past weekend in Chicago. 64 shot, 11 dead. We have the police chiefs there talking to the media right now, and we should also tell you that coming up at any moment right now, let me just go to this here, live look at the White House. President Trump is going to be hosting a roundtable talking to families that were saved by police officers across the country as he is going to be talking to top law enforcement officials as well during this. We'll play it for you as soon as we get it. You got the Attorney General there, William Barr, and we're just waiting on the president to take the seat there, and we'll have it for you in full right here on News Now. But let's go back out to that news conference in Chicago, a deadly weekend.
You don't have a right to privacy in public spaces. As you know, in Chicago, we have a lot of cameras in the city, so it has been something that has been helpful to our resolving crime when we don't have any other leads. Many things caught on camera, a license plate, a tattoo on a person's arm can break a case when we have no leads. So I would be an advocate while also understanding both sides of the coin. People want an expectation of privacy while at the same time we want to be safe. So I think we balance the two, and maybe not overdo cameras, but I would be an advocate for more cameras given the result we've seen here with our SDSC rooms, our ATC rooms have solved many crimes. But for those cameras, the criminals would have got away with it.
Clearly people are paying attention right now. What can we expect for the next 10 days that you guys might be focusing on to sort of tamp some of this down? Is there anything different?
So this is 2 months and like a week and a half for me on the job. And I've been assessing and reassessing everything Chicago Police Department has done. Just imagine starting a new job and having to figure out historical violent crime in about 10 weeks. My thoughts are this, looking back at history, some of the things that Chicago has done, although there's criticism of a larger deployment of resources to tamp down violence when it gets to this level. With a caveat, though, I'm a community-oriented policing person. I believe the best policing methodology includes community policing. You still have to take guns off the street and arrest violent offenders, but you have to partner with the community to do it. So we're directing, as you may have seen on other stories, our summer mobile unit to grow and then transition into a citywide permanent unit at some point, but to do a community service project every day. Right now it's once a week. I want to do it every day in the community so that we are seen as a partner in the community, particularly in the west side, south side. We should not be seen as an occupying force, only there for enforcement. I'd also like to see our TAC teams and our gun teams do at least one day of community service so that they don't see through a very narrow lens their job as only enforcers. We have to be partners with the community in order to have a chance at building trust. Building trust solves crimes. People trust you. They tell you who may have done something wrong, who the shooters are, if you have trust. When you don't have trust, we left with a lot of unsolved cases, people not comfortable coming forward. So, I would say stand by. You'll see community policing on steroids in this department. You give me just a little bit more time than 10 weeks.
And here's a question from Craig Wall with ABC7. He says, do you believe the efforts by community groups or violence prevention shooting organizations had any impact in preventing shootings this weekend?
It'd be hard to point to a particular case. It's hard to prove, kind of like a straw man argument. How many did you prevent from happening by your work? I do believe in street outreach and violence interrupters. I think that is one of the ways we can be more collaborative with the community. It's in its infancy. If you look across the country where you've had violence interrupters and street outreach for more than a decade, you see the real results of it. But anecdotally, just my conversations with street outreach and violence interrupters, it's a process we have to do. We have to be able to talk with these young people and steer them to a different path. And who better than some of the people who have made those choices and come out the other end and know the dangers and can be those mentors for them. They have credibility with these young people. They can really guide them in a different direction. So I believe in street outreach and violence interrupters as one component of reducing violence in Chicago. I would say don't judge it on the short term. It's just the beginnings of it. As it matures and grows to a larger capacity, not just geographic capacity, more people doing it with bigger budgets, obviously, I think we likely see great results.
Superintendent Diane from Channel 7. Maybe this is going to piggyback off what you just said. I want to talk about that special unit, right? Just gets created, The idea is to get these officers out there in the toughest, most challenging areas, as you mentioned. And then on a Monday morning, we're hearing 67 shootings, 11. I mean, it's difficult for us to, I know we have to keep the faith that one day at a time and all of that, but it's difficult when we come back and we see all these numbers on a Monday morning. So I guess my question to you is, let's talk about that unit, and do you think it's, because we've seen it done, happen in the past and it didn't work. What gives you faith that it's going to work this time?
So number one, don't be so jaded. Have some optimism. It's Monday. We can't quit. We can't give up. I described these communities a little bit more personal this morning because I wanted to be able to answer that question in the right way, not just statistically how many numbers. These are real people, families, neighborhoods that have been left behind economically, job-wise, education-wise, opportunity-wise. They've been left behind, and that's on all of us. And this is a common theme you hear from me when you ask me questions about the numbers, and you're only asking me. See anybody beside me? This is a complex, nuanced problem that will take more than just the police, given what I just described at the beginning of my comments, that this is about the lack of opportunity. That's not a policing issue. This is about social inequality. That's not police. This is about educational opportunities, job training opportunities. That's not the police, and yet you only ask me the question. And that's an issue that, we can all kind of be teachable on this, is that the questions need to be asked in a much more complex way. If shootings in areas that are historically violent and have shootings for years, when will we ask the questions to other parts of Chicago? When will job opportunities come? When will there be opportunities for these young people to see hope, that the drug corner is not their only choice? And so, again, I'll be here every Monday answering questions about the weekend. But if I'm the only person answering questions after the weekend, nothing will change. Nothing will change.
And I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I really do. But I think it's because specifically I'm talking about last week we were just saying the special unit with this one mission to fight crime because of, how it is in someone in Chicago. So I think that's why I'm asking you this question as opposed to some big corporation as to why they're not opening on the west side, is because here we are deploying this newer unit to fight crimes in targeted areas. And I guess what makes you hopeful that it's going to work after a weekend like this?
Well, you're conflating a couple of things in your question. So let me slow you down a little bit. So we announced that we wanted to grow into a larger unit like a week ago. That hadn't happened yet. So don't judge something that hadn't happened yet on the weekend. We're adding 66 more officers to a 144 officer unit, Summer Mobile. That'll get it to 200. My hopes are that the citywide unit that will be created sooner rather than later, but has not been created yet. So don't conflate something that has not been created yet with its impact on this past weekend. So that's slow your roll. Slow your roll. Yeah, I'm good with it, but slow your roll. When it is created, we want it to be a community-oriented policing first unit. And that's different. That's not your father's citywide unit. That's not the citywide unit you all have written stories about in the past. That is not something that has been done with a citywide unit, from what I understand. And we'll be doing that community partnerships project every day as a part of their job duties. They'll still be doing, getting guns off the street, arresting violent offenders, but we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can, and we will. If you give it an opportunity and don't put all of the onus on the police to solve a myriad of social and societal problems, and we prick the hearts of people who are philanthropic, who want to help, just need to know how, need to understand the issues. What are the real problems? Who does it affect? That's why I carved out this age group. This is an age group that people can help. And let's start asking questions to those who have the ability to help these young people. How can you help? What are your thoughts? What are your ideas? Pastor Hatch has an excellent program. He has 33 young people, young men in his living in his on his project where he provides housing, job training, mentoring. He needs capacity to grow that. That 33 young people need to be like 3,000 young people that are not on the corner. They're in a program learning a trade to get a job. So I'll let you catch up, but at some point, I welcome the criticism, but not before it starts. It's not even created yet, so let's.
Last question.
Well, you launched the program on Friday, but it was concentrated effort in Woodlawn, more police, more city departments as well. Are you able to measure whether that had an impact?
I do believe it had an impact. You just had to be there. That people were on their porch of their home out excited about this interaction with the police. I think there is a healthy appetite for collaboration with the police in these challenging neighborhoods. I think there is some grassroots bubbling of energy, but we have to get it across the finish line. We've got to talk to more than just the police superintendent about these challenges in these neighborhoods that are historical. They didn't start 10 weeks ago when I started my job. These are historical issues in many of these neighborhoods, some 40 and 50 years old issues. And it's going to take more than 10 weeks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, live look right now at the White House. We are just moments away from this supporting the blue and supporting police officers from across the country event at the White House. We're going to hear from family members that their loved ones were saved because of police officers in this roundtable discussion with President Trump. Of course, right here on News Now, you'll see it in its entirety, as always. In case you're wondering, we did already clip the White House briefing. You could check that out in its entirety. We always got you covered here. And welcome back, everyone, here on News Now, and perfect timing here. Everyone is standing up, and we are going to have President Trump coming out right now for this Back the Blue Support Police Officers Across the Country event, where we are going to hear from family members that their loved ones were saved by police officers all across this country. And right now, President coming to the roundtable. He's sitting down. We tune in and we listen right now.
Nice group, some familiar faces. So thank you all very much for being at the White House. Very special house, very special place. I'm grateful to be joined by citizens whose lives have been saved by law enforcement heroes, and that's what they are, they're heroes. And they're being very unfairly treated over the last long period of time, but over the last few years, it's terrible what's happening. We're also joined by two amazing officers, South Carolina Deputy Sheriff William Kimbrough. Where's William? William? What happened to William? Okay. Oh, okay. That's a good excuse. That's good. And Palm Beach County Deputy Sheriff Corey Reese. Hi, Corey. Good. In recent weeks, our country's police officers have been really under siege. I want to thank, first of all, I do want to thank Vice President Pence for all the work he's done on this, and in particular, Attorney General Bill Barr, because the job he's done has been amazing. It's been 24 hours a day. I guess I could say 28 hours a day, right? It never ends, but it's been a great job that you've both done. We appreciate it. Mike, we appreciate it very much. But our officers have been under vicious assault, and hundreds of police have been injured and several murdered. You've been reading about it just like I've been seeing it. Reckless politicians have defamed our law enforcement heroes as the enemy. They call them the enemy. They actually go and say they're the enemy, and even call them an invading army. These radical politicians want to defund and abolish the police from our nation. At first, when I first heard it, I said, well, that's just something that they're saying that doesn't, but they actually are trying to do it. You look at what's going on in Minneapolis, you look at what's going on in many Democrat-run areas, but they want to defund and they want to abolish. Far-left mayors are escalating the anti-cop crusade, and violent crime is spiraling in their cities. It's all far-left cities where they have no understanding of what has to be done. They don't have a clue. And I will say that we put on a very powerful rule and law that you get 10 years, you knock down a monument. If it's a federal monument, you go to jail for 10 years. And if it's anything else, we tell them we work with the states to help them. But if you do anything where it's a federal monument, and there are a lot of them up there, and nobody's been attacked, nothing's been attacked since we did, 10 years in jail, monument or statue. In one recent week in New York City, this is hard to believe, shootings were up 358%, and yet they spend all their time, they want to do Black Lives Matter signs outside of Trump Tower. They ought to spend their time doing something else, because I'll tell you what, 358% increase in shootings in New York. Last month, over 300 people were shot. NYPD retirements have quadrupled, and they're going up even further. And New York City is out of control. Unfortunately, my place, I love it, but it's out of control. It was doing so well. And Rudy Giuliani, whether you like Rudy or not, he did a great job. He was the greatest mayor in the history of New York. Murders in Atlanta are up 133% compared to the same period last year. And one of the victims was an 8-year-old girl, and we've had younger than that in Chicago last weekend. In the last 2 weeks, 105 Americans were shot in Philadelphia and Minneapolis. The city voted to disband the police department and cut it way down, but disbanded ultimately. The radical politicians are waging war on innocent Americans. That's what you're doing when you play with the police. My administration is pro-safety, pro-police, and anti-crime. And I will say, I just see a new number came in from Chicago. This weekend was a scourge. This weekend was, I guess, 20 people killed and many, many shootings, far worse than the last week. So things are happening that nobody's ever seen happen in cities that are liberally run. I call them radical lib. And yet they'll go and march on areas and rip everything down in front of them. If that's what you want for a country, you probably have to vote for Sleepy Joe Biden, because he doesn't know what's happening. But you're not going to have it with me. So we've been very strong on law enforcement. We'll be doing things that you'll be, I think, very impressed with. Numbers are going to be coming down, even if we have to go in and take over cities, because we can't let that happen. When you have 20 people killed, 22 people killed in one weekend in Chicago, and you have 88 shootings, it's not even conceivable. That's worse than Afghanistan, I hate to say it. That's worse than any war zone that we're in by a lot. It makes them look like tame places by comparison, so we're not going to let it go on. We're not supposed to wait for them to call, but they don't call. We've asked Chicago, would you like us to go in and help? And they don't want to say anything, and we've called many of the cities. Would you like us to go and help? We've done a great job in Portland. Portland was totally out of control, and they went in, and I guess we have many people right now in jail, and we very much quelled it. And if it starts again, we'll quell it again very easily. It's not hard to do if you know what you're doing. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. I'd maybe ask Vice President Pence to say a couple of words, and then I'd like Bill Barr to say something, and we'll go around the room, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a real privilege to be here with the law enforcement officers who are gathered here and families whose lives have been impacted so profoundly by the courageous efforts of men and women in law enforcement. I can assure you that while some are talking about defunding the police under this president and this administration, we're going to defend the police. And we're going to back the blue because we understand that while tragedies happen, and we'll always look for ways that we can improve public safety, and the president's taken steps and taken executive action to provide new resources to improve public safety and law enforcement around the country. I want to assure you that you have a president who knows what the people gathered around this table know, is that most of the men and women who put on the uniform of law enforcement every day are the best people in this country. They risk their lives every day to make a difference in our communities, just like they've made a difference in all of your lives. And so I want to thank you all. I want to thank you for being here at this, for this conversation, because the American people will greatly benefit by being reminded of the incredible contributions that our law enforcement community makes each and every day. And I appreciate your willingness to tell that story.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me say what an honor it is for me to serve under a president who is such a strong supporter of law enforcement. I've said repeatedly that, to my mind, there is no more noble profession in our country than serving as a law enforcement officer. The police put their lives and well-being on the line every day for us, and their jobs have never been more difficult than it is today. Today we suffer many unprecedented social ills. Kids growing up without fathers, alienated young, angry men, gangs engaged in the most brutal kinds of violence, increasing mental illness and homelessness, and a drug epidemic inflicting casualties beyond anything that we've experienced in a major war, and an increase in sexual assaults and child exploitation. You name it. And who is expected to deal with all of this? As other institutions fail and abdicate their responsibility, who is expected to stand their ground and pick up the pieces? The police are. And that's why I say their job, the job we ask them to do today, has never been more challenging. I believe it's important to understand that just like any other institution, there's always room for improvement. And over the past several decades, there's unquestionably been a lot of progress and reforms in policing that's improved policing and life for the officers, their families, and their communities. We have the most professional police in the world. Now, obviously, the event in Minneapolis was ghastly, and I haven't heard anyone attempt to defend it. And it has rightly brought about an urge to make sure we continue reforming and we finish the job. And I think that law enforcement understands and agrees that the concerns of the African American community regarding excessive use of force must be addressed. But we also have to be careful and not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so extremist reactions like defund the police are trying to pull us in exactly the opposite direction of where we have to go. We have to give law enforcement more support, more training, and resources. And I think the executive order that the president signed last month strikes exactly the right balance. It's supportive of the police, and it also addresses legitimate concerns about excessive force. So our nation needs to gain a renewed appreciation of the noble work done by our police officers in protecting our communities. And I thank the President for convening this roundtable to highlight the good work done by our men and women in blue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maybe what we'll do is we'll go around the room, and maybe you could introduce yourself and explain exactly what's going on. You have an incredible story, please.
Hi, my name is Kamira Boyd. I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. Well, on June 11th, 2019, my baby started choking on breast milk, and the first thing I started to do was just run out the house and jump in the car. While leaving out of my neighborhood, Officer Kimbrough came. He was coming into the neighborhood, and he immediately pulled me over, and we immediately jumped out, and he just took her from my arms and proceeded helping her. And yeah, thank you.
Saved her?
Saved her.
Really? Wow. You don't hear those stories. That's why I think it's important to have a meeting like this, a little different, and it's the meeting that we should have about 100 times out of almost 100. This is the one because the police do such a great job, and there's an example. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And do you know the gentleman on your left? Come on, let's go. Let's tell that story, please.
What do you mean, like?
No, you know? Do you want to go ahead? Please, yes, go ahead.
Mr. President, Vice President, Attorney General Barr, thank you for having us here, other distinguished guests. My name is William Kimbrough. I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. I work for the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office. As Kamira was saying, on July 10th of 2019, while I was patrolling the unincorporated district of Summerville, South Carolina, I came across Kamira and her grandmother speeding in a car. I conducted a traffic stop on that vehicle, and as soon as those vehicles stopped, lady later identified it. Was it your grandmother, Kamira?
It was my stepmom.
Oh, your stepmom had jumped out of the vehicle and was frantic and said, my baby, she can't breathe. And I kind of stepped back and I said, what? And, you know, the rest was captured on my body cam video that's since gone viral. But as soon as I made entrance over, stepped up to Kamira, I instantly asked her for the baby, who is now my goddaughter. And godmom over there, Noni. Hi, Noni. Say hi, Noni. And so, yeah, we've been blessed, and it's been a wonderful experience. Wonderful.
Great job.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I meant when I kiddingly said. That's what I meant when I kiddingly said, you know the gentleman on your left, because you really know him.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant. And great job you've done. Thank you very much on behalf of all of us. And Kamira, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Kamira.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Please, go ahead.
It was about 2 weeks ago. I was laying in bed with my other 3 kids, and, well, I forgot to introduce myself, sorry. Sarah Bohan, we have 4 kids, and we're from Roanoke, Virginia. I was laying in bed, and my sister happened to be home, and my husband ended up calling her and asking her to count how many kids were home. And she got up and looked inside of my boy Spencer's room, and he was not there. And his window was open. And so we instantly saw that he was missing. And he is autistic nonverbal and doesn't really have sense of danger. So when he goes missing, it's like life or death. You got to find him as fast as you possibly can. So we instantly called the police, and my husband rushed home from work, and they called the search dogs out. And within 12 minutes, they found him. He had ran up into the woods. Someone had spotted him sitting in the middle of the road, and he pulled over, and they tried to get him to come to him, but of course he bolted and ran up into the woods. And following behind the dog, going in and out of the trees, it was actually really cool because I could imagine him doing that exact thing of going in and out of the trees and sliding down the creeks, and I'm sure he was having the time of his life because he was free. But we were able to find him, and the dog's ears perked up right when he was within 15 feet, and I yelled his name, and he sat down, and I instantly ran over to him, and we were able to carry him back, and he was safe, and the only thing he had on him was 4 ticks, so he was good.
That's great. So again, the police did a great job, and the group did a great job. And so Spencer has no sense of danger, so you would say basically he's very brave, okay? View it that way. Good. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. Brooke, please.
Mr. President, thank you. I got to meet almost everyone. My name is Brooke Rollins. I have the extraordinary honor of serving this president as his domestic policy chief every day in this White House. And I will say there's a lot of brave people in the room, probably no one more so than our 2 officers. But this mom not only has, Mr. President, her 9-year-old here, but she has her 4-year-old, her 3-year-old, and her 10-month-old here. And her husband, Spencer, just took them into the other room. So this is bravery at its finest for all the moms in the room who've sort of manhandled lots of children. So thank you for being here, and certainly you too, and that beautiful baby girl. What an honor to have you and all of you with us today. Mr. President, you mentioned New York City, Atlanta, Chicago, Philadelphia. The lack of leadership, I think, happening in some of our most ravaged cities around this country is really astonishing. But I think it's really important to note that that failure is a choice, and it is a choice, Mr. President, that I know you would never make. I have seen you now more than 2.5 years stand with law enforcement, stand with the mothers and the fathers in this country who are fighting for a chance at the American dream. That dream is not possible without a law enforcement that stands for the rule of law and for safe and secure communities. So thank you so much for your leadership. Everyone here today, thank you for coming. What an honor it is to have you in your house here at the White House on this day. And special thanks to the moms who are brave enough to bring the little ones in to tell their story on behalf of these amazing men and women serving in blue. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Brooke. What's more astonishing to me is that we'll call, Bill will call, Vice President will call, I'll call. You'll call leaders of these cities, Democrat leaders, and we don't care if they're Democrat or not. They happen to be in every case. But we'll call them and we'll say, do you need help? And they'll say no. I said, but you just had 40 people shot and many people killed this weekend. And they'll say, no, we're okay. And I'll say, what's that all about? And we're tired of those answers. We're tired of those answers. So thank you. To me, that's astonishing. Thank you very much, bro. Please.
My name is Kenneth Bearden. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. And I'm here today because I'm a man in recovery. At the age of 11 years old, I used substances for the first time. And by the end of that summer, I had overdosed 7 times already. I'm one of them people that once I put a minor mood-altering substance in my body, I cannot stop. I did not stop using alcohol or drugs until the age of 24. And through that time, at the age of 11 to 24, I have overdosed over 30 times. And at least a dozen of them times, I've had police officers there on site administering Narcan, saving my life. And my son would not have his father today if it wasn't for the police officers, the men and the women who administered that Narcan. And just that, my son gets to have his dad today because of that. And I get to help others along the way because of police officers, because of the people who have helped me along the way. And I'm truly grateful to be here.
And how are you doing now then? So that's a lot of times that you had
yes.
difficulty.
So,
how are you
so
doing?
I've got 6 years sober now, and I am one semester. I'm one semester away from having my bachelor's degree in social work. I have a house. I have full custody of my son. I work for Addiction Recovery Care as a community liaison, helping other alcoholics and addicts get into recovery and providing support for them. I'm living my purpose and my passion.
That's a fantastic job. Thank you very much. That's an equally incredible statement. You understand what you're doing now, so that's great. 6 years, almost 6 years. That's fantastic. Sorry. Good luck. We'll see you in, let's say, celebrate in 10, okay? We'll see you in 10.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see you in another 4 years, all right? That's fantastic news. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you.
My name is Rhonda Norris. My story started when I was coming home from school one day. I teach. I was broadsided in an intersection by a truck who ran a red light. I have no recollection of the accident. My first memory was a policeman reaching through the shattered window and checking for a pulse. And I was in and out of consciousness, and he continuously urged me to stay awake and stay with him. Very soothing, very calm, and was calling on his radio for an ambulance and first responders, which his being there sped up the process dramatically. He's the one who told me, we're going to put a sheet over you to cut you out of the vehicle. I couldn't move. I was trapped in the vehicle, and also my injuries made me incapable of movement. He also followed the ambulance to the hospital. He gathered up all my personal belongings that he could find at the accident and brought them to my husband at the hospital and explained to him that I had regained consciousness. Stayed with my husband until the tests were done, and they said she's going to be okay. The most amazing thing to me about this state trooper is that he was off duty. He didn't have to do any of that.
Right.
He was just happened to be at the scene of the accident and immediately responded and sped up my rescue, and I'm eternally grateful to him for doing that.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much. It's an incredible story. So how seriously, how long did it take to recover? How bad was it?
I missed 5 weeks of work. Still have some injuries that'll never go away, but I'm very, very thankful to be here.
That's a great job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Please.
Mr. President, I'm Perry Cleet, pastor of Lighthouse Baptist Church in Jonesboro, Tennessee.
Good.
And our church watched over the last few weeks as the way that our police officers were treated all over the country. And it was all over the news about how they are such, they've been demonized and disgraced and dishonored. And we got our heads together and thought, what can we do as a small church in a small town to honor our police and to let our voice be known? Their voice is loud, that blame all this on police officers. The voice of small town America is seldom heard. So we just set up a little ceremony. We went through the chief of police and the public safety director, and we asked them if we could hold a public ceremony on the steps of the courthouse on Main Street in Jonesboro on July 4th at 11 o'clock in the morning and present each member of the Jonesboro Police Department with a check for $1,000. And we did that, and it shouldn't have, but it made national news. I think small towns all over America feel like we do, that we want our voice to be heard, that we love law enforcement, our local police officers, and if we can do something to support them and encourage them, then that's what we want to do, and we feel very good about what we did.
Well, that's a great story. I thought you were going to tell me that they wanted to arrest you for giving them a couple of bucks, and they deserve it very much. But, I've heard the other end of those stories also. You're not allowed to do anything. And you're right about it. They've been, what the police have been going through over the last number of years, in all fairness. It's been starting, but it's never been like this, has it? It's never been like this. It's crazy. It's crazy. And they'll find out. It'll go the opposite direction, unfortunately, at some point. It'll go absolutely opposite when they see, and you're going to have some defunding and abolishing, and you'll see numbers like nobody would ever believe. And they're going to say, let's get our police back as soon as we can, right? But that's great what you just said. That's a fantastic thing.
Yes, sir. We were thankful that it's a small town and a small police department. It was only 23 employees, so it wasn't that big a hit.
That's a lot.
It was a blessing to them.
That's a lot. That's a good job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I've already heard, I got a note written to the church that didn't identify the officer, but said I'm an 83-year-old widower. And one of the officers brought by a sum of money and gave to me to put back to pay my utility bills this winter, and told me it was a gift from Lighthouse Baptist Church. That's what one officer, and it's just a week ago, but that's what one officer did with that gift that we gave.
That's great. Great stories. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And Mr. Vice President, for having us. My name is Debbie Wisner. I'm local. I live in Maryland. And my story's not very dramatic. It's just one that my purse was stolen. My purse. People have it happen to them. My credit cards were canceled, and my cell phone, we put a special note on it that said, "If found, please call this number." Nothing came of it. A couple nights later, in the middle of the night at midnight, the phone rings, and a gentleman says, "I found your phone. I have your phone. Would you offer a reward for it?" And I said, "Of course." My husband said, "Are you nuts?" And he said, "I'll bring it to you." I gave him my address and hung up the phone and called our police department, because that's who we turn to when there's a situation. Right. My husband had another idea. He wanted to do something else, but I said, "No, we're going to let the police do this. There's no shooting tonight." So the police came. They gave us their cell phone number. They went away around the corner, and they said, "When he pulls up, give us a ring. We'll be there." Sure enough, he pulled up, he comes out of the car. It's 2 o'clock in the morning now. And the police, 2 squad cars were there immediately, which is what we need in our communities.
Right.
And they checked him out. He did, in fact, find the phone, and I gave him a reward and thanked my police officers, and I'm grateful that we have community policemen that are willing to come at 2 in the morning and do this silly thing.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
2 in the morning. Why did he? That's a strange time. So you found him to be okay, even though he came at 2 in the morning?
He came at 2 in the morning, but so were our policemen.
Yeah, no, they were there.
And that's the only reason we were okay with it.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really nice. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I, like many others, we support you in supporting our law enforcement officers and providing safe communities. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for being here as well, and your hard work. And obviously to the Attorney General Barr, thank you. And to law enforcement officers that are here and their families, and to your staff, Mr. President. Although it shouldn't matter, Mr. President, I'm kind of a unique bird, if you will. I'm a Democrat. I'm an elected official. I'm African American. I have 8 years or 12 years of experience in the Georgia House of Representatives, 8 years as county exec. And as county exec, I've had to manage a very large, probably one of the largest police departments in the state of Georgia. But I've also had the unfortunate experience of having to meet with family members who lost a loved one from a police shooting. That was probably the most difficult part of my job. But I've also had to deal on the other side where I lost 2 police officers in one night, among several others I lost, but I lost 2 in one night. By the way, they happened to have been African American. And going to meet with their family members as well, young wives with young babies, and having to experience seeing them lose a loved one is nothing anybody would want to do. But I can tell you this, Mr. President, by and large, most law enforcement officers, those men and women who honorably wear their uniforms each and every day to go out, when they're running towards a situation, others are running from it. So we have to stand with them. And I'll say this, I have 2 words. We need more funding for police officers, not less funding. And here's why I say that. When you look at law enforcement and the equipment, that's important for them because it's protect and save their lives as well as saving others' lives. But clearly more money is needed to buy less lethal enforcement types of tools like the bowler, what they call the bowler wrap.
Right.
We also need resources for them. Officers usually, almost always, only get the psychological exam prior of being hired. It's part of the examination of getting hired. But afterwards, they're not given those type of psychological exams or assessments. And when you look at them, they've been on, let's say, the beat 4 or 5 years nonstop, and the number of calls they're getting, the number of situations. That's the way we can detect, are they burned out? Do we need to put them somewhere else? That's important. And finally, Mr. President, community policing is important, that relationship, that trust, being fair, but enforcing the law. And most people, including black people, they want law enforcement to be out there enforcing the law. I think people just want it to be, they want them to be fair, they want them to be swift in justice. And we lost a baby girl too in Atlanta, 8 years old, and it wasn't to a police officer. More people have died from the protest of Black Lives Matter than prior to that. And so sometimes it's hypocritical. It's almost as if some Black lives matter, but all Black lives should matter, and all lives should matter. And so I thank you, Mr. President, for what you're doing, and I stand solidly with you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Beautiful. Please.
Good afternoon, President Trump, Vice President Pence, and Mr. Barr, and distinguished guests. I thank you for this opportunity to share our family's story. 8 years ago, our 15-year-old daughter was trafficked by MS-13 gang members. She was trafficked over a 1.5-year time period throughout the DMV area. Law enforcement played a fundamental role in the rescue and the recovery of our daughter, and were also vital in the protection and safety of our family, both then and now. Initially, the officers handling our case, albeit well-intentioned, were not trauma-informed and not able to differentiate a runaway teen from a victim of human trafficking. Once we came in contact with trained personnel, former Detective Bill Wolf, our situation improved. We need to provide resources and training to law enforcement to properly address not only the offenders, but also to the victims and to their families. Because of Mr. Wolf's expertise in this area, we were able to relocate our family to a safe location. We were able to get our daughter the proper resources and help so that she could heal and move on for her life. The law enforcement is crucial to the rescue, to the victims of human trafficking, and I believe we should support them with everything we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great story. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. President, for convening this listening session, and thank you for all the passion and being able to share your stories here on national TV with the president, because it's really important. There's so many people who don't get a chance to have their voice lifted, and having this opportunity to tell your story to a president that's not only going to listen to it but take action is extremely important to the work that we do. And I want you all to know that as you go back home, we're still there with you, and we're willing to come and do all we can to help create safer communities. Since day one, this president's been really focused on that in a unique way. I've spent some time on the road and with my colleague Scott Turner, trying to get local leadership to work with us to not only change those communities but empower people. But having these sessions here is extremely important, because most people don't know. Some people don't know the pain that you all go through. And so having that story be told to millions of people is extremely important. But I think what's most important is that we take this session here and create action, work with our police department, empower our police department, empower our families, so that we can change what's happened over the last 20 years. There's no reason for places across the country in America to have more deaths than a war over in Iraq or Afghanistan. That's not the country that we're about, and this president won't stand for it. And so thank you so much for your Mr. President, for your leadership.
Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, too. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm basically here in support of my daughter-in-law and my grandchildren, but I would like to say a personal thank you to Officer Reese here for saving my grandson. I will never forget it, and I will always be grateful. And I would also like to add that I'm a state employee. I work in the city of Atlanta, and I have seen a drastic change in law enforcement coverage in that area. And I see the difference when law enforcement is not visible on the streets. So we've had our challenges there, and it's peaceful now, but when there is a lack of law enforcement within a community, civility breaks down and crime increases. And have any answers to any solutions, but I can just speak on the fact that I have experienced it over the past 3 or 4 months. And I thank you for your invitation here and for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
First of all, Mr. President, Vice President, Attorney General, thank you very much for inviting me here today. It's truly an honor to be here. I'm Deputy Corey Reese with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. I have been a deputy there for going on 3 years now. Last month in June, I was staying with my wife at a Hampton Inn in Tampa, off duty, of course. I work in Palm Beach County, this is Tampa. We were in the room relaxing, and I could hear a lady in the hallway screaming for help. And so I went outside to see what was going on, and the young lady to my left here was on the floor clutching the child in her arms. She was screaming for help. The child was crying, and there was a man standing above them grabbing at her and the child. Now, my first thought was it was a domestic situation, but clearly there was something wasn't right with the situation, so I separated him, and she said that she doesn't know him and he was trying to take her child. And more people came pouring out of their rooms and were saying the same thing, so I immediately got him separated. I had him sit down in the hallway, and I had someone else call Tampa PD, and they arrived, and at that point I just was keeping the peace between everybody because there were some people getting quite aggressive, with him. It's not, the right time. You have to let law enforcement handle it. It's not a time to take matters in your own hands. So at that point, it was mostly peacekeeping. But, I didn't think it would be as big of a deal as it ended up being until, the next day some people in the hallway were like, the video's gone viral. It was like 1 million views. And then I'm getting a call saying I'm invited to the White House. I mean, it was completely unexpected. I just doing what I was trained to do, what I was told to do, just being there, right time, right place, and that's it. Again, thank you for having me here.
It's called natural instinct, right? More than anything else. Thank you very much. Great job. Appreciate it. Well, you've said it all. So that's a case that's still going now? Still going?
Well, as far as the hotel.
I see.
Our hotel room with the key, and that he came in and tried to take him away.
Oh, well, good luck with it. Good luck. Beautiful guy, too. Beautiful. Okay, that's just a few stories of the thousands and thousands of stories that we could tell, and we'll probably be doing this again, but the police, they do a great job. They do a fantastic job, and they don't get the kind of, I will say this, the people of this country appreciate the police. They appreciate all they've done. You don't see that if you watch the news. For the most part, you don't see things like this, but they've done a fantastic job. Everybody here is a witness to that, and we see it a lot. The Attorney General sees it every day, but we see it a lot, and I just want to thank the various police departments, law enforcement. They've done an incredible job in this country. Where they're allowed to do their work, they really do a job. So thank you all very much for being here. Good luck with your case. And really, terrific job, everybody. Terrific job. Thank you. Would anybody from the media like to ask anybody a question here? Steve, go ahead, please.
Well, I was going to ask you about you're in a good place with Dr. Fauci. There's been some criticism of him over the last couple of days. Do you still appreciate his advice?
Well, I have a very good relationship with Dr. Fauci. I've had for a long time, right from the beginning. I find him to be a very nice person. I don't always agree with him. I closed the border, as you know, to China. I did the ban on China, heavily infected, and we saved tens of thousands of lives, and Dr. Fauci will admit that it was a good decision. It was very early. That was in January, long before it was thought of as the right thing to do. I also closed the borders to Europe when Italy and a couple of other countries over there, France certainly, Spain, they were having a lot of problems. I closed the borders very early, shortly after I did with China. So we saved a lot of lives. So we made a lot of good decisions. But no, I get along with him very well. I like him personally. Yeah, please.
President, are you going to pardon Michael Flynn?
I can't hear you.
Are you going to pardon Michael Flynn?
Well, he's got a case going on right now. I think he would, I don't know this for a fact, but I think he's doing very well with respect to his case. I hope that he's going to be able to win it. And I don't have a decision to make until I find out what's going to happen. But I think he was persecuted. He didn't lie. Turned out he didn't lie. The FBI said he didn't lie. I think he was persecuted, and nobody understands what's going on with the judge, the Justice Department, which is so capable. They decided to take a view on it, and they decided that he should be. They were going to drop the case. So he's right now, meaning his lawyers and him, are embroiled in hopefully the final stages of what should have never happened. They treated him very unfairly, as they have many people on this side. Yeah, please.
President Trump, you've said many times that the number of coronavirus cases is going up because testing is increasing.
That's right.
Do you acknowledge that it's going up for other reasons too? For example, that it's actually spreading? And what are you going to do to stop the spread?
Well, you know that we have one of the lowest mortality rates anywhere. If you know, Biden and Obama stopped their testing. They just stopped it. You probably know that. I'm sure you don't want to report it. But they stopped testing. Right in the middle, they just went, no more testing. And on a much lesser problem than the problem that we have, obviously, with respect to this is the worst thing that's happened since probably 1917. This is a very bad thing. All over the world, it's 188 countries right now. But no, we test more than anybody by far. And when you test, you create cases. So we've created cases. I can tell you some countries, they test when somebody walks into a hospital sick or walks into maybe a doctor's office, but usually a hospital. That's the testing they do, so they don't have cases, whereas we do. We have all of these cases, so, you know, it's a double-edged sword. At the same time, we have the lowest mortality, or just about the lowest mortality in the world. We're doing a great job. We're doing very well with vaccines, and we're doing very, very well with therapeutics. And I think we're going to have some very good information coming out soon. But we have the best and certainly the biggest, by far the biggest testing program anywhere in the world. If you tested China or Russia or any of the larger countries, if you just tested India as an example, the way we test, you'd see numbers that would be very surprising. Brazil, too. You know, Brazil's going through a big problem, but they don't do testing like we do. So we do the testing, and by doing the testing, we have tremendous numbers of cases. If we didn't do the, as an example, we've done 45 million tests. If we did half that number, you'd have half the cases, probably around that number. If we did another half of that, you'd have half the numbers. Everyone would be saying, oh, we're doing so well on cases. But when I see it reported in the night, you can check me out on this. I mean, they're always talking about cases, the number of cases. Well, it is a big factor that we do. We have a lot of cases because we have a lot of testing, far more than any other country in the world. And it's also the best testing. Yeah, please.
The federal government is set to resume federal executions for the first time in more than a decade, potentially as soon as a couple of hours from now. Are you monitoring the last-minute appeals on that case?
Well, I think what I'm going to do is allow that to be answered by our Attorney General. Do you mind, Bill?
Yes, sir. We obviously monitor the appellate process.
And Mr. President, have you given any consideration to using your clemency powers to stop these executions and commute them to life sentences?
Well, I've looked at it very strongly, and in this particular case, I'm dealing with Bill and all of the people at Justice, and It's always tough. You're talking about the death penalty, but when you talk about people that did what this particular person did, that's tough also. So we're going to see what happens. Right now, they have a stay, I believe, right? They have a stay, and we'll let the courts determine the final outcome, and that's what's going to happen, okay?
You're asking Americans to have full faith in law enforcement. How do you respond to critics who say you undermined your own federal law enforcement agency, the DOJ, when you commuted the sentence of Roger Stone?
Well, if you look back on it, this was an investigation that should have never taken place. You have guys like Comey, you have McCabe, you have Strzok, you have his lover Lisa Page, you have all of these people running around, you have Brennan and Clapper who lied to Congress. You have many, many people. You have people that change documents going into the FISA courts, and it's a terrible thing. And this is an investigation that they said should have ended before it started. It shouldn't have started, and if it did, it should have ended immediately because they found, as you know, as well as I do, they found nothing initially, but it went on for 2 years or longer. And no, I'm getting rave reviews for what I did for Roger Stone, and he, frankly, is going to go and now appeal his case. He had a jury forewoman who hated Roger Stone and who hated probably me, but she went on a false pretense, and he wasn't given a fair trial. It's not a fair trial. He wasn't given another trial. Should have been given another trial. I won't say more. I won't talk about the judge. I'm not going to, why would I ever talk about a judge? But this was a judge that gave, I believe, solitary confinement to Paul Manafort. Al Capone didn't have solitary confinement. So these are things that happened. And if you look at President Bush, President Clinton, President Obama, take a look at what they did. Frankly, it's a very unfair. Roger Stone was treated very unfairly, in my opinion, and so were many others on this side. In the meantime, you have the other ones who are admitted lying before they admitted. They lied before Congress. They leaked classified information, which is something you just can't do. And what are they doing? So we'll see what happens. But no, we're getting rave reviews for what I did. Okay.
Are you going to be able to hold the convention in Jacksonville with all this virus spread?
Well, we're going to see it built up a little bit, but we're going to do something that will be great. We think we're doing very well. We had some poll numbers a little while ago that are great. You know, it's the same story. It's suppression polls that we had in 2016, phony polls. Fake news, phony polls, same thing. And we're doing very well. We're doing well in Georgia. We're doing well in Texas. I've read where I was 1 point up in Texas. I'm not 1 point up in Texas. We're many points up. I saved the oil industry. 2 months ago, I saved the oil industry. There would have been, I created it. We became #1. We have millions of jobs, and we saved it, so Texas is not going to have to let go of millions and millions of people. Oklahoma, North Dakota, many states. We're at $40 a barrel, and yet you can buy gasoline for under $2. Nobody's ever seen like that. So we have the biggest energy in the world. We're #1 in oil, as you know, oil and gas by far. We're now #1 in the world. And we would have had millions of people out of work. I saved it. And then they say I'm leading by 1 point in Texas. They said it last time, too. They said Texas is too close to call. This was like 3 months before the election. And then I won Texas in a blowout. They called it the minute the polls closed. They said that about Utah. They said that about Georgia. They said the same thing. That Georgia's, we can't, it's too close. They'll never be able to determine. We'll have to wait till election night. On election night, 2 seconds after the poll closed, they called Georgia. So, you know, it's the same thing. We have the same thing. They're phony polls. They're suppression polls. But to think that after saving the oil and gas business and millions of jobs, I'm leading Texas by 1 point, I don't think so. Go ahead.
Is the China phase 1 deal still intact, or is it? Do you see it in jeopardy?
It's intact. It's intact. But I think what China has done to the world with what took place, the China plague, you can call it the China virus, you can call it whatever you want to call it. It's about 20 different names. What they did to the world should not be forgotten. But it's intact. They're buying. Whether they buy or not, that's up to them. They're buying.
President. Los Angeles just announced that they are delaying the opening of their schools. New York already said they were going to delay them. Other school districts are giving parents the choice whether to send their kids to school or not. What do you tell parents who look at this, who look at Arizona where a school teacher recently died teaching summer school, parents who are worried about the safety of their children in public schools?
The schools should be opened. Schools should be opened. If these kids want to go to school, you're losing a lot of lives by keeping things closed. We did the right thing. We saved millions of lives. We saved millions of lives when we did the initial closure. Had we not done what we did, we would have had Mike and I were talking about it before, 2 to 3 million lives lost. But we did that, so we're at about 135,000, and we'll be at somewhat higher than that by the time it ends. And again, the vaccines are happening and the therapeutics are happening, but I'm not even talking about that. So we'll be at a somewhat higher, but we would have lost 2 million, 3 million lives had we not done it. Now we understand it also. We understand there are certain vulnerabilities, young children. I was talking to Governor Murphy, and they have thousands of lives. I won't even say how many, just thousands of lives, hard to believe, in New Jersey. And he said there was only one life that was 18 or younger. One person died, and that was a young man that had some medical difficulty. So when you think of that with thousands of lives, and you have one person that was under 18, that's something that tells you, for some reason, I guess the immune system is much stronger with young people than it is for others. So we have to watch the group that does have the difficulty, does have the problem. We all know what that is. We all know who they are, especially if they have a medical problem. If they have a medical problem, diabetes or heart or anything, it's a big problem. But we're being very careful. But we have to open the schools. Would you agree with that? Do you agree? Yeah. We have to open the schools. We have to get them open. And I think there's a lot of politics going along. I think they think they'll do better if they can keep the schools closed in the election. I don't think it's going to help them, frankly, but I think they feel that by keeping schools closed, that's a bad thing for the country, and therefore that's a good thing for them. But they're the ones whose city's burning. I mean, can you imagine if the country was run like Chicago and like New York and like some of these other Democrat super radical left cities are run? You wouldn't have a country for very long, and the economy would crash. So we just set a brand new record today on NASDAQ again. This is now, I think, the 18th time since, and this is since after the problem. So we have a new stock market high for NASDAQ, and the other ones are getting very close. When I came here, the stock market was up almost 500 points today. The economy is rebuilding. Jobs are being produced at a record pace. We've never had a pace like this. And I will tell you, if Biden got in, this economy would be destroyed. You know, he was in office for 48 years, and what he did was not great. Almost every decision was a wrong decision, and now he's going to come in and try and help us. We didn't need any help. We built the greatest economy in history, greatest economy we've ever had, the greatest economy the world has ever seen. And then the plague came in from China, and we did the right thing. We had to close it down. Now we're opening it up. He can't do it. He doesn't have the capability to do it. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck with everything. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for watching News Now. Pilar Arias here on Mission Control. That's what I like to call the Fox News Now set. I have been here for the last 9 minutes or so. Going to say hello and happy Monday to you all. If you happen to miss any of President Trump this morning, I will clip it for you on YouTube, and you will be able to watch it again as many times as you'd like and share it with family and friends. So hello, happy Monday. I hope you all had a great weekend. If you were to follow me on social media, you would see. I promise I can talk this morning. That I got to beat the heat this weekend. Got out of Dodge. I think it was like 116 here in Phoenix, Arizona, where I was up in the Rim country, Mogollon Rim, kind of near Payson area at Woods Canyon Lake. It was in the like mid 70s to upper 80s, kind of depended on the storm that was rolling through the area. Lots of thunder up there, and you know how you always get that great smell, especially when in the forest or in the desert during and after rainfall. Yeah, it was kind of a great experience just to get out of town and stay safe and stay healthy. Practice social distancing out in nature, you know, on the trails. And there's plenty of people on the lake in boats. They were paddle boarding, they were kayaking, and it was just one of those gorgeous Arizona landscapes to be able to enjoy, right? Technically in our own backyard, about a 2 hours drive from Phoenix. And a lot of people don't even realize that, yes, there's forests, there's lakes, there's rivers, there's all sorts of things here in Arizona. It's not just desert. We've got mountains as well, plenty of pine trees if you just head on north a little bit. All right, speaking of Phoenix, Arizona, let me show you our South Mountain Tower Cam. Here's a live look at the current conditions. I'm going to head on over to fox10phoenix.com to see exactly what the temperature is. It's already 110 degrees here at 12:10 in the afternoon. Everybody, please stay hydrated.
In
Hey, we just got
hospitalization.
California Governor Gavin Newsom speaking live. I'm going to take you there right now on coronavirusnow.com and on YouTube.
In total number of people hospitalized. I'll remind you, as always, our hospital care system is not just licensed beds, also alternative care sites, but for the purposes of just clarity and constancy, or rather consistency, you'll see this slide, some of you may be very familiar with, which is total number of licensed beds, total number of patients that are hospitalized with COVID-19 here in the state of California. That number, again, 6,485. It represents 8.7% of the total number of individuals that are hospitalized utilizing licensed hospital beds in our healthcare system. So we round up to 9%. Last week, at this time, it was a little above 8%, trended up to about 8.7% in today's reporting period. Hospitalizations go up. Invariably, we'll start to see ICU admissions begin to increase. You'll see in this slide 1,833 individuals now admitted in our ICUs. That represents a 20% increase over a 2-week period. Last week, it was 39%. So again, hospitals, when I reported last week, over a 2-week period, up 50%. ICUs up over a 2-week period, 39%. Today, hospitals over a 2-week period, 28%. And as it relates to ICUs, up 20%. So similar trend in terms of growth rates for hospitalizations as well as number of ICUs. Total capacity in our critical care system for ICUs, it's at 16% total number of ICU patients represented in all of our total ICU and NICU beds. Last week, it was at around 15%. So you're seeing it plus or minus 15, 16% represented here. You'll see the total number of ventilators available, still north of 10,000, though we were consistently above 11,000 on the ventilators available. So that's something to watch. We continue to draw down purchasing additional ventilators. We've been in constant contact with FEMA, our federal partners, about what the national stockpile on ventilators look like. It's an important thing to do at this stage because, as I remind you consistently, and I'll do it again today, that the numbers we present you are in the aggregate. They're the sum total of all local numbers. None of us live in the aggregate. We live somewhere in the state of California, and there are parts of this state that are in need of additional ventilators. You've made that point in the past around Imperial County. The reason we are moving forward today with additional dimmer in terms of our opening, begin to dim down again, is we're starting to see in some rural parts of the state an increase in ICU use that is generating some concern. Let me be specific. In Placer County and Butte County, ICU capacity is now limited south of 20% capacity in those counties. Now, we have mutual aid capacity. We have a system, again, a system which suggests many parts but one body, a systemic approach to how we share assets and resources. As I said, we've done that in Imperial, bringing ventilators down. But when you start seeing it in multiple counties, you start seeing it in Lake County, in addition to Placer County, in addition to Butte County, when you start to see a little supply constraint in terms of ICU beds and additional increase in use and utilization of ventilators, it then draws our attention. The data then bears a consequence, the consequence being the data driving the decision to utilize that dimmer switch. Long way of saying that's fundamentally why today we are moving forward with the modifications that I led with in this presentation. One thing I just think is incredibly important to remind all of you is that this virus is not going away anytime soon. I hope all of us recognize that if we're still connected to some notion that somehow when it gets warm, it's going to go away, or somehow it's going to take summer months or weekends off, this virus has done neither. You've seen parts of the country with very hot, including humid, not just dry weather, where you're seeing an increase in positivity rates, increase in hospitalizations and ICUs. Here in the state of California, as we're seeing triple-digit weather in many parts of our state, we're still seeing an increase in the positivity rate, the community transmission. We're seeing an increase in the spread of the virus. So that's why it's incumbent upon all of us to recognize soberly that COVID-19 is not going away anytime soon until there is a vaccine and or an effective therapy. And again, I focus on effective therapies because on the therapeutic side, this state is really leading the nation and in many respects the world in terms of the advanced trials that are being done here. And of course, as the birthplace of life science and biotech, we're very proud of our innovation in this space and our capacity to develop partnerships with our universities, our research and development, federal labs and the like, as well as the private sector and its ingenuity. A lot is happening in this space. As I mentioned on multiple occasions in the past, we have an advisory group that's focused on therapeutics, and they're consistently offering us some rays of optimism in this space. And I just want to share that because I know that we look to the vaccines and we see that the vaccines are unlikely at scale to be procured, administered, distributed in a way that does justice not only to the state but our nation and the world in an immediate term. But there are some interesting opportunities to advance therapeutics that can mitigate the morbidity, not just the mortality of this disease. And I'm going to be focusing on socializing that a little bit more by inviting our members of our advisory committee to make a public presentation to share with you some of that insight very, very shortly, which I've been looking forward to doing. We want to make sure the presentation is ready and we're not providing you a false sense of optimism in certain cases. So we're organizing that as we are our testing update, which will be forthcoming. In fact, tomorrow, Dr. Galley will be presenting our new reconstituted testing task force, 2 new co-chairs of the task force, again, just coming from record number of tests conducted. This is the next iteration of testing that includes, by the way, schools, includes strategies for employers, strategies for effectively targeting in a much smarter, more efficient and effective way our testing sites in terms of testing deserts, diverse communities, vulnerable populations, but also looking at issues of costs associated with testing, so it's a more sustainable model and we could build on the success we've had over the course of the last few months. As always, I want to remind you, limit your mixing with people outside of your household. It's just common sense, but the data suggests not everybody is practicing common sense. If you do mix, it is so important that you take that mixing outside. Again, that's the spirit of today's presentation, looking at moving a lot of these activities that were happening inside, like restaurants, moving those activities outside. The impact of the spread of the virus outside, we believe, is more favorable than mixing with individuals for an extended period of time, cohorts for an extended period of time inside where you don't have the air circulation. And we have seen, based upon contact tracing, based upon examples across not only this state, across the country, but around the world, increase and concentration of an increase in positivity and spread of this virus. As always, continue to press upon you the importance of wearing a mask, wearing a face covering. What more evidence do you need than nations that have taken the bold leadership of acquiring nationwide, wearing of masks and face covering, they are much better off than, unfortunately, our country. As a consequence, we encourage you, and the state encourage you to wear a mask, wear a face covering, continue to practice physical distancing when you're coming in contact with strangers or people outside of your household. Continue to practice appropriate hygiene, washing of your hands, and the like. Let me just close by soberly saying that we lost another 23 lives to this pandemic in the last day. 23 human beings who have family members have lost loved ones, being torn apart. It's a reminder of the deadliness of this disease. We had 72 individuals on Saturday that lost their lives. And so I just remind you that not only are people getting COVID-19, not only are we seeing people transmit this disease, but we're also continuing to see lives lost. You saw some of those numbers go up last week. North of 100 lives lost. Don't be fooled. Respectfully, I say this not because I'm hoping for this, quite the contrary, but one has to be honest and forthright and sober about this. 23 may be on the lower end, but I'll remind you, a week or so ago, I was reporting just 6 lives lost, and then a few days later, well in excess of 100 lives lost. And so this continues to be a deadly disease. This continues to be a disease that puts people in our ICUs, in our hospitals, and is currently putting a strain on our hospital system and in our ICUs. Good news is we have over 300 million masks N95 masks, procedure masks in our current state stockpile. Hundreds of millions being distributed over the last few months. Hundreds of millions more will be distributed and are being distributed in real time as we built up our PPE. More capacity and resource with plans, protocols, procedures, processes throughout the state of California, in different parts of the state, alternative care facilities, health care personnel that we've been able to identify as critical additional health care resources to provide levels of expertise where there may be mismatches. That's part of our health core. All of these things, including the cohort of now over 10,000 people that have been trained in our contact tracing core, all are advantageous in terms of meeting things head on and allowing us to navigate through this whitewater at the moment and through a little bit of the headwinds as it relates to a resurgence of sorts in this first wave of the pandemic. And so again, dimmer switch being utilized a little bit more forcefully, continuing to be targeted in those areas on the monitoring list to additional sectors, but now broadened throughout the state of California as we see more and more counties entering the monitoring list and more people now going from one county to the other, and ICU and hospitalization concerns presenting themselves, particularly in rural parts of the state, that may mask their current transmissions and total number of positives that have been identified, but should not mask the availability of appropriate levels of hospital resources, which again have precipitated in the decision that we are announcing and advancing today. So with that, as always, happy to take any questions. And again, I just want to thank everybody for continuing to endure what I know is a very challenging and difficult period of time. We were able to suppress the spread of this virus. We were able to knock down the growth of this in the beginning. We're going to do that again. There's no doubt in my mind. But at the same time, that can't happen by demanding something of you. We just want to encourage you to do what you know needs to be done in terms of wearing that mask and physically distancing. And to the extent we have to look at sectors of our economy that reinforce a mandate of focus, we're doing just that. But we'll get through this. And let me again just thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for your perseverance, for your patience, for your recognition, but also our collective reckoning of the virulence of this virus and the ubiquity of this virus, and our need to maintain our vigilance and continue to do the good work we've done as a state over an extended period of time so we can work through this, get to the other side more resilient, more capable than ever. With that, happy to take any questions.
Marisa Lagos, KQED.
Hi, Governor. I have young kids, as do you, and I'm curious as to what kind of guidance you guys are going to be giving a school district. It's a real mix right now. It feels like if indoor activities at some of these other places aren't safe, they may not be for school districts, and I'm just curious as to how much the state intends to wade in since it's such a hodgepodge right now.
Yeah, we've forcefully done just that. A number of months ago, we put out guidance for our schools. I'd encourage you and others to go to the COVID-19.ca.gov website, COVID-19.ca.gov website. You'll see the guidance we put out through our Department of Public Health. You'll see as well what CDE put out, California Department of Education put out as well. You know that there are different counties with local health guidelines and officials working in partnerships with their superintendent of public schools based on the conditions on the ground, making subsequent recommendations. As you saw demonstrably that at play today. Both LA Unified School District as well as San Diego announced that they're going to enter into the fall school season the way they ended last school year, and that is by utilizing distance learning until we deal with the background rate of infections, contextualizing the schools and where they're operating, the communities that are being impacted by rates of growth, positivity, and spread of the virus. I want to just acknowledge and applaud the leadership of those districts for leaning in and recognizing their responsibility at this moment to give their children, not just their children, their caregivers, give the system as well as parents the opportunity to begin to adjust and make plans. I will say on distance learning, and this is a broad stroke statement, we were able to knock down that digital divide by roughly in half over the course of the last 5 months, but halfway is not all the way. And so we still have an enormous amount of work to do. And so it's also a reminder as some of these districts make determination based upon background infection rates, based upon their own physical constraints, the criteria. You have districts that are not unified school districts. Some just are high school districts versus middle school districts and the like. Each district is unique and distinctive, over 1,000+ districts in the state of California. When we work through these different constraints, criteria, and concerns, utilizing the CDC guidelines, utilizing the CDE guidelines, Department of Education at state level, and our own health guidelines in partnerships with locals, that each of these criteria need to meet the needs in these respective districts. And that's why we put up $5.3 billion in this year's budget to allow for the ability to procure assets, to allow for distance learning, to make sure that we have the resources to continue to do more to close that divide and to keep our children and to keep our teachers, our janitors, our bus drivers, and all of those remarkable people from secretaries and principals that make our school systems work to keep them safe as well. And so, look, we will continue to modify based upon changing conditions. And so just for the purposes of your question, a little bit of a preview. On Friday, I signed off on some additional guidance that's being socialized. And so respect, please, that it's currently being socialized within the system over the weekend and today around masks, around contact sports, around choir, around busing of our kids and keeping them safe, and around furthering our efforts around distance learning and how to make sure that we're addressing the divide in social and emotional concerns, obviously, that are a big part of distance learning that otherwise are substantially mitigated in terms of the socialization of our kids when they're physically present in the schools. Again, I'll remind you, two things are non-negotiable: our children's health and the absolute essential importance of educating our children. To me, it's an and, not an or, and I didn't want to just applaud Austin Buettner, who has been working very, very closely with the state, not just the county in Los Angeles, and the team down in San Diego for the decision they made today.
Kathleen Ronayne, AP.
Hi, Governor. Just to follow up on schools, I understand that, what happens in schools is a local decision, but, you're the leader of California's response to this pandemic, and if indoor activities are dangerous for everything else, why would schools be okay? And what, if anything, will the state do to step in if districts choose to return to in-classroom learning?
Well, we put, and you'll see the budget. I think you report on the budget, and I think it's important that folks take a closer look at the language of the $5.3 billion that we put up in the statutory language, not just the guidance we put out through the Department of Public Health as it relates to our expectations with the districts. But you're absolutely right. We're monitoring this in real time. As I made very clear in the last answer, we, over the course of the last number of days, have made decisions to further strengthen our guidelines based upon the increased growth and rate of spread. If that's not leading to a conclusion that you should anticipate even more, I would disabuse you that. It should encourage you to believe that we will be leaning in even further. Well aware of my responsibilities, well aware of the dynamic that is a state as large as ours. Again, I want to just caution people, this is unlike any other state in the nation in terms of the scope and scale. Over 6+ million children that we are responsible for in our education system. Different cohorts of children, high school students, middle, elementary, a lot of preschool components and pre-K components that are all part and parcel of our considerations. Each district stands unique and distinctive in terms of its physical designs, its physical assets, contextualizing some parts of the state that have not had substantial community spread, and that background spread of the virus has to be contextualized as well. So you're correct in your question, looking at the local nature of the way we've designed our system of education here, K through 12 education in the state of California. That is a bottom-up approach, but we certainly will be asserting, have been asserting ourselves for a number of months now in terms of the guidance we've been putting out and the statutory language that's in the budget related to school funding. That is also a demonstrable example of leaning in terms of the expectations in this state. But again, the dynamic nature of the spread of this virus means you'll be hearing a lot more in the next few days and presumably weeks as we get closer to the opening of the school year.
Ahmed Dickerson, Fox 40.
Hi, Governor. I understand that you're going to be talking to the subject of testing strategy tomorrow with Dr. Galley, but could you address the issue of just testing availability? We're starting to see just a harder situation for people on the ground trying to get tests, people talking about waiting weeks. I spoke with a woman today at a pop-up testing site who basically expressed, a 3-week lag between finding out she had been exposed to someone who had been tested positive and actually being able to get tests. She's done everything from going to pop-up sites that have run out of tests to try to schedule out appointments. And she's done, pretty wide search going as far as scheduling testing an hour away from where she lives. And we heard similar stories out there. So can you just discuss what testing capacity is like at this point and what people can expect going forward? And also just the basic fundamental of when we're talking about 3 weeks from the time you're finding out that you've been exposed to the time you're actually getting tests with the lag in getting results. I mean, it'll be about a month before, when it's all said and done, before this woman knows whether or not she's positive for this. So, how that's actually effective at all.
So I would encourage everybody that wants to access a test to go to the COVID-19 covid19.ca.gov website, covid19.ca.gov website. You can pull down, type in your zip code, which will give you a map of the most proximate testing sites in your area. We've been working over the course of last number of months to go from an average of 2,000 tests a day just over 90 days ago. Now you saw we are running at a record rate, more testing than the state has ever conducted over a 7-day period. You saw at the beginning of the presentation over 107,000 tests on average per day over the last week, 137, almost 138,000 tests conducted yesterday. I made this abundantly clear on many, many occasions. I'll do it again today. Even 137,000 tests is inadequate to meet the needs of a population as large as ours, including this individual that you have exampled. And so it's unacceptable in this nation and in this state that we are not in a position to be doing even larger scale testing that all of us have been very, very aggressively promoting and trying to manifest. We announced a task force a number of months ago when we were averaging just 2,000 tests a day, and we were able to reach some stretch goals we set out, 60,000, get to 80,000 is a stretch goal of tests that we conduct on a daily basis. We also targeted what we refer to as testing deserts all throughout the state of California. We also targeted our diverse communities within urban settings that were also under-resourced. So not just in rural parts of the state, not only in remote parts of the state, but also even in densely populated parts of the state. Certain communities were not getting tested. We've seen marked improvement. I made it clear a week ago that the task force had done not only an admirable job, I believe an outstanding job. I complimented its two co-chairs and made it clear that we would be announcing 2 new co-chairs. In the presentation today, I reinforced and thank you for acknowledging that tomorrow Dr. Galley will be making a presentation announcing the 2 new task force members and addressing exactly the concern that you're bringing up as it relates to access issues that remain stubborn, issues related to supplies that once again are presenting themselves, particularly in the PCR tests as it relates to transport media, viral collection, the ability to get swabs, the questions that were long-standing concerns. We're continuing now when you see a scale of testing happening in other parts of the country. We're starting to see constraints again, including time to test results. We've seen a real marked improvement for a number of months, and now we're starting to see delays once again in terms of the testing results. So your example is a twofold example of someone who may have had a difficult time accessing a test, and then after they get tests, to have a difficult time being patient, waiting for those test results. That's exactly what Dr. Galley will be discussing tomorrow, our new strategy, our new approach, and new partnerships we've formed. Rather than complaining about it like we did the last time, we're doing something about it. We'll do this again as it relates to different capacity building partnerships and a different approach that he'll be highlighting in detail tomorrow.
Doug Sovereign, KCBS Radio.
Hi, Governor. Thank you. I want to ask you about Alameda County. As you may be aware, there's been a lot of confusion in Alameda County the last few days. It had been allowing outdoor dining for the last few weeks, found out Thursday it wasn't supposed to. The county issued a new order. There was confusion between the state and the county. Over the weekend, a number of cities, including Oakland, Livermore, Hayward, said they would not enforce the new county order. A lot of angry people at restaurants, a lot of confusion, and that confusion extends even to this briefing because while Alameda County is shown on the state watch list on the website, it's not on the list of counties you just put out, and the website shows 31 and you said 30. So is that, to some people, that's sort of emblematic of the kind of confusion and chaos there is, and where people aren't really sure what is safe, where it's safe, why it's okay on one block and not in another. There's not compliance. How do you address that and explain to people
Very easily, Doug.
What's going on and how that can even be happening? As Kathleen said, you're the leader of this state.
Okay.
Things seem to be going in the wrong direction. How do we turn it back around?
Okay. So Alameda County is one of 2 counties that I previewed just a moment ago that are likely to go on the list, as I said, tomorrow or the next day. So apparently that may have happened as it relates to the website, and forgive that mismatch. That's a rare occurrence in many, many months. I've not seen that happen, forgive me. But as it relates to Alameda County, as it relates to a number of other counties, as I said, it's likely they'll enter onto this list. We've had a process that's been very consistent. You're well familiar with it. I think the public is as well, as it relates to an attestation process. The attestation process is a give and take between county health directors, with their county board of supervisors, with their hospital system, and with our health team here in the state of California. We promote those attestations that are on our website, covid19.ca.gov. I encourage people in their respective counties to go to the covid19.ca.gov website to look at their county attestations. Also on that same site, you'll see where the monitoring list, where the technical assistance on this list is being provided. I made it crystal clear a moment ago, and I'd encourage you to rewind the presentation, that people come on that monitoring list and they come off that monitoring list because of the dynamic nature of this virus. Nothing's constant, nothing is linear as it relates to infectious disease. There's a dynamic, and that dynamic needs to be monitored in real time. The purpose of the presentation today, many other presentations, is to make that point and reinforce it by saying it is not an on and off switch. It's a dimmer switch. And any of you have used a dimmer switch. The dimmer switch goes up and down based upon changing conditions, based upon context or what you're trying to accomplish. And so that's exactly what we're doing as things dynamically change, as we see the spread, as we see our capacity in certain parts of the state improve, we see capacity constraints in other parts of the state, and as a consequence, we have to continue to toggle back and forth. And so that's part of our resolve. It's part of the leadership in the state, the first state in the country, to move forward with a stay-at-home order. That didn't mean we shut down every sector of the economy. Mark this as a consideration. 60+% of the economy still remained open even after the stay-at-home order. We began to make modifications after extended period of time of stabilization of our hospitalizations, stabilizations in our ICUs, stabilization in terms of the positivity rate, to make some modifications based upon local conditions in a state as large as ours. That was the attestation process, and this is now the monitoring of that attestation process and the technical assistance. And that is an iterative process. It's a dynamic process. Again, not linear, and that dynamism as it relates to the spread of this disease is marked by my weekly presentations where we try to be as forthright and transparent and as direct as we possibly can with you and many others.
Final question, Annabelle Munoz, ABC7.
Hi, Governor. Taking a look at some of the information on your website in regards to those closures for the counties that have been on that list for 3 consecutive days, one of the items listed is protest. Can you explain what that means?
One of the, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last. One of the items listed on the website is what?
Is protest, or one of the industries under the category says protest.
Well, and forgive me, maybe more clarification in terms of your question. Yes, we have a framework around protests. Is that what you're asking exactly?
Right. So on the website, it has a category for industries that should be shut down unless they're modified. It says to operate outside or by pickup. This says fitness centers, worship services. Mm-hmm. The third thing listed on that list says protest. So I'm wondering if that's supposed to be in this specific category, and if
I think you're referring.
By that.
I appreciate it. I think what you're referring to is no indoor activities, and that would include certainly protests as it relates to those indoor activities. So if it's under the header indoor, and again, I don't have the benefit of exactly what you're looking at specifically, if it's under that heading, that's what it would be referring to. One more question.
David Baker, Bloomberg News.
Hello, sir. A quick question about today. We understand there's going to be another conference call with Vice President Pence and a bunch of the governors on the coronavirus. And I wanted to find out if there was any specific help that you wanted the federal government to provide at this point, or any form of aid that you'd be looking for in today's call.
Yeah, I've not in today's call, but I mentioned this last week, and thank you for the opportunity to share it again. We were the beneficiary of relationship with the Vice President in terms of our partnership that we formed over the course of the last number of months to secure 190 individuals that the Vice President was able to secure for the state of California to help basically decompress some of the stress of some of our key healthcare workers in some of these hot spots in the state. Through partnership with HHS, we were able to get these teams, total number of health experts of 190 individuals. So in contemporary terms, that was done. That commitment came in just a number of days ago, and it was formalized, I think, late last week. And those folks are now being sent and will be deployed throughout the state of California. So the purpose of often, and this is an opportunity to maybe talk about some of these calls without getting into the particulars, though these calls seemingly have been leaked, and they might as well just be public calls at this stage. But the calls are really about governors sharing best practices and updating on some of their efforts and their concerns. It's also an opportunity to hear not only from a number of other governors as it relates to sharing of those best practices and concerns, but also Vice President and other experts in the administration, all part of the testing, or rather the Corona Task Force, forgive me, the Corona Task Force they put together. We'll hear from a number of them as it relates to PPE issues, testing issues, skilled nursing facility issues related to opening of schools, clearly. And these have happened on a fairly consistent basis, if not every week, certainly every other week. And as you know well, we've had sometimes some guests, including the president himself, that participate in what's typically an hour to an hour and a half long phone call. Let me again just thank all of you for the opportunity, however long you've tuned in to this update and this presentation. I want to thank you for continuing to take seriously the spread and transmission of this virus. I want to always remind you the same mantra, that is to wear a mask, to physically distance, and continue those hygiene practices that are essential. Continue to remind you what I don't need to remind you at this stage, the vulnerability that's still placed on our seniors and those that have pre-existing conditions that are more prone to the impacts and reality of this virus. So for seniors and for those that have immunity systems and are compromised in that respect, please take seriously the fact that positivity rates are growing in the state and across many parts of this country, and continue to be vigilant as it relates to your own activities and your own health. Take care, everybody. I look forward to updating you on testing tomorrow, and look forward to subsequent updates throughout the week. Take care.
All right, everybody. While I recap that news conference from Governor Gavin Newsom there in California, I'm taking you out to San Diego, where unfortunately you're still seeing this naval ship there still smoldering from the fire that broke out yesterday and injured several military members, some sailors in particular. And I'll provide you an update there as well in just a little bit. But I do want to recap on what California Governor Gavin Newsom just said. It was big news. Our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, put this out as quickly as they could. For some reason, I just lost that live picture, but There it is, back for you. All right, so Governor Gavin Newsom announcing a new statewide order today and also called for the immediate closure of indoor operations at more businesses for counties on California's watch list, including fitness centers, places of worship, hair salons, and barber shops. They're saying it impacts 80% of California's population. Under Newsom's order, all counties on California's watch list must close indoor operations at the following businesses: fitness centers, worship centers, so churches and the like, officers for non-critical sectors, personal care services, hair salons and barbershops, and malls. So that's a lot of impacts. It impacts most of the Golden State, including Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, Ventura, San Diego, and Santa Barbara counties. Under the new state order, all 58 California counties must immediately halt indoor operations again. Restaurants, wineries and bars, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, card rooms, and bars. Indoor operations at those sectors were closed in most of Southern California on July 1st, so 12 days ago, excuse me, I can't talk. And the governor said the order would be in place for at least 3 weeks. So some major news there out of California. Now, in terms of the fire situation here, we have learned that 21 people were injured after an explosion and fire broke out on the USS Bonham Richard, I believe it is, at Naval Base San Diego. And this was a story that a lot of people followed yesterday. We continue to follow today. The explosion and fire broke out. This is a quote: 17 sailors and 4 civilians being treated for non-life-threatening injuries at a local hospital. All import ships were contacted and directed to provide fire parties to possibly assist with firefighting efforts. That's according to the Navy in a statement. So again, it was reported on the ship shortly after 9 a.m. That's according to the base's public information officer. As of last night, the fire had yet to be contained. The Navy said Federal Fire San Diego was on scene for the lead for firefighting efforts. And as you can imagine, a lot of people, it's getting a lot of attention when you see something like this off the coast of San Diego. It's just absolutely positively frightening. So we'll keep a very close eye on that and provide you any updates here on News Now, both on YouTube and on coronavirusnow.com. Speaking of coronavirus, I'm going to take you out to Washington, D.C., where their mayor had an update earlier today on the coronavirus situation. A lot of mayors do the updates on Mondays just to kind of get everybody caught up with what happened over the weekend and what they are looking forward to during the week.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. Good morning, everyone. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. First, I want to start by reminding DCPS families that the deadline to enroll Summer Bridge program is tomorrow at 6 p.m. The Summer Bridge program is for students entering the 3rd, 6th, and 9th grades, and it is designed to help students transition into a new grade or school. The program will take place at your child's school in accordance with DC health guidelines. Families may go to dcps.dc.gov or call 202-442-5885. And the dates for the Summer Bridge program are Monday, August 10th through Thursday, August 13th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and Monday, August 17th through Thursday, August 20th. And again, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So please, again, register by tomorrow if your child is entering the 3rd, 6th, or 9th grades. We need to hear from you for our planning. I also want to provide a brief update on the district's numbers related to COVID. First, we announced 59 new cases, and we have been able also to announce that we have had 4 days where we report no loss of life related to COVID. You might remember that it was on March 20th that we reported the first DC resident who lost life to the virus, and this is the first time since then that we have gone 4 days with no lives lost. This morning, we also released the schedule of public testing sites for this week, which you can see here and which can be found at coronavirus.dc.gov. And once again, you don't need an appointment, but you can save yourself some time at the line by pre-registering at coronavirus.dc.gov/register. Starting tomorrow, we will have an additional antibody testing site, which will bring us to 3 antibody testing sites. The third and new location will be located at the Hillcrest Recreation Center. You need an appointment to be tested, and you may make an appointment by calling 855-363-0333. Dr. Nesbitt is going to talk more about this, but DC Health is in the process of working with the CDC to conduct a citywide serology survey. 850 households will receive a letter asking them to participate, and the results of the survey, along with the results collected at our testing sites and at doctors' offices, will help DC Health better understand the spread of COVID through our community. Households participating in this survey will get free transportation to and from the testing site and a $25 gift card. So if you receive one of these letters, we urge you to participate so we can learn more about how COVID is affecting our community. The survey will end on August the 15th, at which time the district's antibody testing sites will also close. I do, however, want to remind residents that they will be able to access antibody testing through their healthcare providers. So please be on the lookout for that letter. And finally, on a lighter note, this summer, in partnership with Broccoli City, Events DC is hosting a pop-up drive-in movie series at RFK. And this week, they will be giving 300 tickets to DC's healthcare workers to show our appreciation for all that they have done. And we want to continue to remind everybody to keep our city safe and to protect each other, to be vigilant and focused on the things that have helped us blunt the curve, and we need to continue to be vigilant about them. Wearing a mask, social distancing, washing your hands frequently, staying at home if you're sick, and getting tested if you have symptoms or you have been exposed. So with that, we'll take your questions. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Just a question, the COVID numbers seem to be creeping up slowly. Any concern there? The new infections.
We are always concerned about our numbers and concerned about the spread in our community. So we remain concerned, and we remain focused on asking our residents and businesses to do all of the things that I just mentioned to help stop the spread of the virus. Yes.
On the 24th, a colleague of mine had reported that at some of the DC testing sites, that those waiting for tests, it was supposed to be a 3 to 5 day waiting period, turned into at least 7 days or more. Can you talk about how that has been resolved, if it's been resolved, and some of the numbers of tests, people going to get tested that you guys are seeing now?
Say the last part of your question.
How many people you're seeing going to get tested now?
Okay, I'm going to ask Chris Geldhart to come up. He's running operations for us at the Emergency Operations Center, and he can tell you about our experience with the average times for test results to come back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to answer your question, if I have it correctly, and you can correct me if I don't, the first thing is for testing in the 3 to 5 day, which we were at, or the 5 to 7 day, which we're at now. That primarily has to do with the amount of testing that's going on throughout the country, because we do use contract labs as well as our own lab to do the testing in the city. And with the amount of testing that's going on nationally, we're seeing those timeframes creep up a little. However, as we look at it today, we're just over 5 days to return on a test, which is longer than we'd like, but it's also within our 3 to 5 or 5 to 7 day range that we're at right now. We're doing almost 2,000 tests per week. 2,000 tests per day, which gets us almost to 10,000 tests per week. So that's what we're testing right now. We're testing both the public as well as all of our community areas and those folks that are in skilled nursing facilities and places like that throughout the city.
Director, can I follow up on that while you're up there?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us, is LabCorp, so it's either Public Health Lab or LabCorp who are the two entities doing the testing for DC?
Those are our primary entities. We have other labs that do some, but not in the volumes that we do between those two, yes.
So can you tell us what DC is paying, what the cost associated with doing the high number of testing outside of DC that private contractors are doing for us?
Sure, it's $90 a test.
And so how does that extract, how many tests have they processed? How much?
So what you just gave the numbers, Mark, so we're doing almost 2,000 tests a day. Of that, probably in the neighborhood of 1,400 to 1,500 of those are going outside the district.
And is that money DC will be reimbursed?
So there's multiple mechanisms to do that. The CDC has money that they've given for testing. FEMA covers certain parts of our expenses for testing. So the costs all around the testing things are all covered under some kind of reimbursement, may not be 100%.
And then just to close the circle on this, what does it cost the Public Health Lab to do that test? If it costs us $90 to have LabCorp do it, what does it cost to do it in-house?
So the Public Health Lab for their reagents cost is about $50 per test. And then you have to add in all the personnel costs and everything like that, like you do for the other tests.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
So it looks like every time we get to about 40 cases in the community spread data, we have another peak. Do you have a number, maybe this is a question for Dr. Nesbitt, do you have a number that you're aiming for that we need to see, I don't know, 10 cases a day, 20 cases a day in order to have sustained community spread decline?
No, there is no specific number.
And can I ask also about this antibody testing household survey? Are these households selected at random, or are you trying to get a representative sample somehow?
Yes, the addresses are selected at random so we can have a representative sample, similar to the behavioral risk factor surveillance system that randomly selects households using a combination of landlines and cell phone numbers to help us randomly sample the population across ages and races and ethnicities. We're doing a similar random sampling of households so that we may get a good sampling of the district's population across age groups, races and ethnicities, and hopefully occupations, so that the risk of exposure can be randomized across the jurisdiction. And it is households, not individuals.
Thank you.
Dr. Nesbitt, there are some other jurisdictions when it comes to contact tracing where they're hearing from residents who say they're not participating out of privacy concerns. Are you concerned that any folks with this survey might be trying to do the same thing?
I am not.
Yes, sir.
Can Dr. Nesbitt or the mayor or both, could you tell us what we're to make of? It's certainly good news that we see for the first time 4 days of no deaths reported, but it seems that in the past week or so, and I guess now that we're into phase 2, we have seen the average number of new cases has ticked up a little bit. So I'm wondering if you can kind of square that circle for us, those two.
Sure. I'll just remind you of the past discussions that we've had about our leading and lagging indicators. And so you tend to see an increase in incidence or the number of new cases, followed by an increase in hospitalizations, followed by an increase in deaths. So while we are very happy to see no loss of life in the district whenever that occurs, we always are aware that you first see an increase in cases, followed by an increase in hospitalizations, followed by an increase in deaths. And each one of those indicators tend to lag by 2 weeks. So Mark, I think you asked the question that was asked earlier, that we have some numbers in the 50s, we saw some numbers in the 30s. What does that mean? And I don't know that we can say that it's triggering anything. We're following the metrics that we outline. But we also know that the virus is not gone. It continues to circulate in our city. And I don't know that we can say more than that, but the virus is not gone. And we know that people are, in some cases, increasing their level of activity in their contacts. So in addition to wearing a mask, social distancing, washing your hands, staying home when sick, we continue to ask people to be judicious about their activities as well. Yes, sir.
I'm sure you saw the news about the name of the football team. You have spoken of your desire to have the team playing in.
Anything else on topic?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were.
Okay. Yes.
I'm happy to wait.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that there's been guidance for how public schools can reopen, but DCPS has not officially released anything yet. Is there any more information on what parents might expect to see more concrete plans for possible return?
We expect to be able to talk more about DCPS this Thursday. And I already mentioned some other DCPS guidance in that we want people to sign up for their 3rd, 6th, and 9th graders if they want them to participate in the 2-week bridge program that starts on August 10th. Yes, sir.
Could I follow up on just kind of on the schools, but ask about pools, swimming pools? I believe the council was told in the fall that may be happening this week or next week. Do you have a date on when?
We actually said early on, Mark, when we entered phase 2, that we would be looking to this week to open public pools in a limited way. We're going to hold off on that decision until the end of the month. So we would expect in the end of July to tell you a little bit more about that. Yes, Sam. Is that Sam back there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're sitting in a different place.
Plug in back here. Last week we looked at the recreation centers, and we were told that starting, I guess, Monday, that about 3,000 kids were going to be coming into the recs. Is that still on schedule?
Do you have that, Chris? I think that the plan is that we had 10 very small number of, and I don't have on the top right now when they're going to start, but we were aiming for a start around this time. And they're very small group rec activities in addition to Rec at Home programs starting, where we have supplied several thousand families with a recreation in a box so that they have activities that they can do at home with their families. And then we have another group of kids who will participate in person.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying you were saying that the swimming pool would be moved back.
That's correct.
I'm wondering if in fact, because my understanding is that 3,000 kids are going to do in-person recreation starting on Monday.
Right.
That in fact is going to still on schedule.
Yes, that is.
All right.
Yes.
Football team.
Yes.
You had mentioned in the past your desire to have them playing in the district.
Yes.
Can you speak a little bit about what the name change implies for you and what other obstacles would remain in your?
Well, I would say yes, we want to change the name and change the location. You've heard me say that a number of times, that the Washington football team should be playing in Washington. And to be honest with you, we haven't been focused on anything related to deal points in some months. But there are a lot of different components, including getting control of the land, and what would work for those parcels for the District of Columbia. The Events DC has for a number of years now presented and vetted plans that would include an NFL stadium and that would not. Priorities for the district, of course, would continue to be how we could have a mix of uses that that highlighted our beautiful river, that invested in our need for housing and park space, and entertainment options, which is the current designated use of the land. Yes, Sam.
But it would still be we're in the RFK area, that is the reservation 13, it would still be in that area.
It will be at that site. That's the only site that the district is interested in. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Can I ask about Black Lives Matter Plaza?
Sure.
And the vendors that have been there. I believe they were told that maybe today is the day they need to get out. And what does that mean for them? Are they going to be allowed to come back? What's going to happen there?
Well, we have worked with the bids in the area to try to find locations for authorized vending. Currently, folks have been there, and the vending locations are not authorized.
So do they have to get out today?
They would, yes.
And if you're going to move them out if they're not?
I don't expect that we're going to have that problem.
Okay. And then could we ask Chief Newsham? I see Chief Newsham is
Sure.
here, I'm sure.
Yes, what's your question?
Well, just an update on just
Sure.
the violence we experienced this weekend and now being at 101 murders. Thank you.
I'm Pete Newsham. I'm the Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Mayor Bowser. We had 7 homicides over the weekend. As you know, we had 4 on Friday, 2 on Saturday, and then 1 that happened yesterday where the victim in that case actually passed away early this morning. 4 of the homicides that we had over the weekend actually occurred inside of residences or in one case, inside of a hotel. You know, I think it's disturbing to all of us to be over 100 homicides at this point in the year.
Can you give us any specifics on any of those cases? What happened in the hotel or in the homes? Or do you have suspects?
I can run through them. It's not going to be quick, but I can tell you we had a shooting around 5:20 p.m. in the 5th District at the 700 block of 21st Street. An adult female, 45-year-old Tamika Jones of Northeast DC was killed. In that particular case, it looked like a drive-by shooting. We also have evidence that somebody fired back at the vehicle. We have recovered the vehicle. We recovered it in Ward 7 that was involved. That should give us some information as to who was involved. At about almost 6 p.m. that same evening in the 4900 block of North Capitol Street, there were 3 males that were in the parking lot. A suspect approached with a gun. A struggle ensued over the gun, and 45-year-old Jose Cuck of Northwest DC was shot and killed. We are up there today looking for video in that case.
All right, everybody. As you can hear, the Washington, D.C. Police Department is updating reporters there on some other questions that they have, and I'm going to wait and see if they go back to coronavirus-related news here with the mayor.
We got a recall for an unconscious person. When we arrived on the scene, we found a 40-year-old male, William Charles Dismuke. We do not have an address for Mr. Dismuke at this point. He was inside of the hotel room. There was no forced entry in that case, and he was suffering from a gunshot wound to the neck. He was later pronounced. And then we had in the 2200 block of Newton Street, we had the decedent in this case is 19-year-old Everett Harris of Southeast DC. He was traveling in a stolen vehicle. Another vehicle approached, opened fire on the vehicle. Unfortunately, Everett was shot and killed. There were 3 other subjects.
As far as signing that?
It was transferred to us, I think, on Thursday and reviewed. I think the legal sufficiency is done, and so now I'll review it this week. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to ask the chief about one of the suspects, I guess, in the Devon McNeil case. Christian, you've already arrested him, right? You all have already arrested Christian, yes. Correct? So some of our people were asking about his criminal background, saying that they could only find 1 arrest. How extensive was his background? I thought you were telling us they all basically had pretty extensive criminal background.
He did have an extensive arrest record. He had a felony conviction, and in the spring of this year, he was charged with felon in possession of a firearm. So he had a felony conviction, subsequently was arrested for carrying a gun in our community. was released back into the community, and now he's being held responsible for that killing of Davon McNeil.
So Chief, you said all four, as I recall, all four of the people who were sought or arrested in that case had previous gun charges involving them.
I know that at least 3 of the 4 that we have warrants for had prior gun charges. And you know, if you look back at our homicides in 2018 and 2019, it runs about 50% of the people that we arrest for homicide in this city have been making other big cities.
We see them time and time again. We have invested in this city in violence interruption. And part of our program that is run out of Dale's office is for pathways that acknowledge that there are a small group of people who, if we can help them get on the right path, they may not only change their own trajectory, but they may also be leaders in the community and can change the trajectories of their families and other people around them. So we continue to think.
Taking you out live now to Houston, Texas, where their mayor just took to the podium to talk about coronavirus updates. Again, we're heading on over to Houston, Texas.
Male in his 80s, again with underlying health conditions, who passed away on June 25th. A Hispanic male in his 50s with no underlying health conditions, who passed away on June the 27th. A Hispanic female in her 90s with underlying health conditions, who passed away on July the 6th. A white male in his 40s with underlying health conditions, who passed away on June 25th. It's back to some degree of control and a virus that we can manage. And as you can see, the people who are impacted, especially who are dying, or anywhere today from their 40s up to their 90s, and in one case, 40s with no underlying health conditions. The virus does not discriminate. It is an equal opportunity abuser, and certainly it will impact anyone who operates in close proximity with others. We learned today that the Houston Rockets player, star player, Russell Westbrook, tested positive. So again, it's a reminder, this virus doesn't care who you are, what your social economic status is, whether you have a title, no title at all, it will impact you. And so I want to thank Russell for sharing his message on social media, encouraging people to mask up. And that's one of the few tools that we have in our arsenal, and that's to mask up. And the more people that masked up, the greater our chances are with slowing down the progression of this virus. So let me just say, it's not just enough for half of us to mask up, but we need pretty much a high degree, in the 90s, a degree of people complying and masking up that will help to slow down this particular virus. And getting the virus under control is critical because testing and contact tracing and hospital capacity is strained and is being pushed. So please, we have to do all of these things in concert with one another. And what we do today and over the next few weeks, couple of weeks, quite frankly, remains even more critical. I want the economy to remain open, like all of you. I want people to be able to hold on to their jobs, I want businesses to be open, but it is important that we deal with this virus today. And then as we talk about the opening of school next month, quite frankly, what we do in the month of July will pretty much determine what will take place next month. And so instead of people kind of looking quickly to next month, we need to be singularly focused on slowing down this virus this month. And I mean not only slowing it down, but slowing it down such that the number of people going to our hospitals, the number of people in ICUs, that number should be going down and should be going down and staying down. And that way it would provide a greater degree of comfort when we are talking about sending our kids back to school. It also means that we need to stay home as much as possible. If you can work remotely, then I'm encouraging people to do just that. Avoid gatherings of more than 10 people. Leave the house parties alone. that doesn't work in your best interest. These big splash town pool parties, not real good. I mean, not good, not wise. We need to be avoiding all of those type of things. And so there's a lot that's taking place, but it's so important when we're hearing these numbers, 1,544 new cases today, 8 new deaths, that should have sent a strong reminder that we still have a lot of work to do in this city. Dr. Peirce.
Thank you, Mayor. We've talked previously, we talked about the positivity rate, and so I think we have a couple of graphs that are coming up here, and this monitor is off, but that's okay. But we have, we mentioned about a week ago, the positivity rate was at 25.2%, and these are tests that are done within the city limits of Houston. And what this graph shows is the purple line is the positivity rate, and you can see that it is at a very high level, and it continues to go up. Now, it's only inched up since last week. It's gone from 25.2% to 26.8%, but in June it was, in June, at the end of June, it was 25.2%, but in March, it was 14.7%. The yellow bar is the number of tests. The red is the number that are positive. And what you can see graphically there is the effect of the lag. But if you notice that the purple positivity rate accounts for that. And so over time, over the next 2 weeks, those bars will probably come up, but I don't expect that the positivity rate will change a great deal. So as the mayor pointed out, the virus is still very active and spreading throughout the community. If we go to the next slide, we have a map showing the zip codes that have the highest positivity rates. The darker the blue, the higher the positivity rate. Now, a word of caution as we look at this. These are the residences of the folks who tested and were positive. This does not indicate necessarily where they contracted the virus. So remember, we've said that the person you're most likely to infect or be infected by is a family member. The second most likely person you're going to infect or be infected by is a coworker. So this is reflecting where people live, not necessarily where they work. Also, please don't misunderstand that those zip codes that are more lightly colored are necessarily safe. There is still viral activity even in the lightly colored zip codes. And I would also point out that this map represents May and June. And if we had looked at this in April and May, the map would probably have looked quite different. The virus moves around. This is just a snapshot in time. But I think one thing for people to take away is that we are trying to keep close tabs on it. And you will notice that there are quite a number of zip codes where it's greater than 25%. And ladies and gentlemen, that percentage is just way too high. And as I've said before, and the mayor has said, and others, is that our destiny is in our own hands. You want the economy to open up, wear a mask. If you want the schools to open up, stay 6 feet away from people. If you want everything to get back to normal, don't go to big parties, just follow the rules. It's not that hard. And we have been successful before. We can be successful again.
Thank you, Dr. Peirce. Chief Pena.
Thank you, Mayor. So today, the number of firefighters in quarantine is looking a little bit better than we did a few weeks ago, but we're still experiencing a high number of personnel that have been sidelined. We have 190 firefighters today that are in quarantine. We have 2 that are in the hospital. 1 is in ICU. He's being monitored in ICU. He's on a BiPAP. He is not intubated, and we're hoping that he makes positive progress and hope to see him out of ICU here pretty soon. In regards to our occupancy task force, we received in the last 24 hours 50 complaints that we responded to. We didn't have to refer any business to TABC, which is also positive. Again, I want to thank and express my gratitude to the business owners that are helping us achieve the intent of the governor's order. In regards to staffing, to go back a little bit, I want to take this time to dispel any misinformation and disinformation about the status of our fire stations. There are no fire stations that are closed. Every fire station is open. Now, we do have a strained staffing table. We have almost 200 firefighters that are in quarantine, and then plus all those that are off on certain types of leave, on top of an already stressed staffing table. Okay, so it is a tight staffing ability. But we are staffing every ambulance. We're staffing every fire truck. The ladders, we've had instances over the weekend since July 4th where we've had to idle certain units. but every fire station is covered by at least a fire truck, and most of them have an ambulance in the fire station, and all ambulances are in service, okay? I want to clarify that information because there is some disinformation out on social media. Our firefighters are doing an outstanding job of covering those extra shifts. Some of them are pulling double and triple duty, and we appreciate the work that they're doing. We're working to get the rest of these firefighters back and prevent them from getting exposed. But we can all do our part in the community as well to ensure that not only are we tampering down the spread of this virus, but we're limiting the exposure to our first responders as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. I also want to remind people that the new testing site at HCC and Navigation is open today. And so we are adding to our testing capacity. The other two major sites, Butler and Del Mar, those stations testing sites are open. And certainly want to thank the governor for getting FEMA to extend their presence at those two testing sites through the end of July. So that collaboration with FEMA, the state, the city, that will continue through the end of July. Additional testing site at ACC and Navigation, so that is open. These are all free testing sites, and they are open and available for each and everyone, regardless of your status. If anyone asks you for your status or anything like that, that's violating the rules. So anyone in the city of Houston, they are welcome at all of these testing sites. And again, I simply want to encourage people to help us to reduce this number of people that are testing positive. And like today, 1,500, way too many. It is very difficult to do contact tracing when the numbers are that high. So we need to significantly work to lower that number such that our contact tracing program can be more effective. And the only ways we're going to be able to do that is that people have to really take these masks seriously, keep them on when you're in the presence of somebody else, the social distancing, the proper hygiene, avoiding these large parties, get-togethers, on weekends during the week. That simply is working against. And again, our initial purpose is to make sure that we don't overwhelm our healthcare delivery system such that if people need a bed, there will be a bed for them, and not just for COVID-19. But if they're suffering from strokes or diabetes or any other illness, we want to make sure that there's a bed for them. Some people may say, well, Mayor, I won't get COVID. Well, that may be true. You may not get COVID-19, but you may need medical assistance for some other ailment. And you want to make sure that there is a bed available for you, if not for COVID, for something else. So come on, let's work together and let's make it happen. And I just know that you will. Having said that, let me pause, and we're available to take any questions that any of you may have.
I have the poll questions, Mayor.
Sure.
First one here is from Fox, and it says it's regarding Governor Abbott last week announced Army Medical Task Force was supposed to arrive in Houston today. Can you tell us if they've arrived and at which hospitals are they assisting? And also, have you spoken to the governor directly about your request for a 2-week shutdown? And if so, what has been his response?
Okay, let me pause. Let me ask Dr. First to come up first. I win the bet, because I said that was going to be the first question coming up today, and I want you to know I won the bet. I can't say that yet because they haven't paid it.
We give them a Houston Health Department face mask is what we're going to give. So yes, there are U.S. military personnel. They did arrive today, and they've done an assessment. And you may recall that last week we had folks from FEMA doing an advance, and this is part of that effort. They are looking at establishing, there's a couple of options that they have, but they're looking at establishing, taking a wing from one of our local hospitals. At this point, it looks like it's going to be UMMC that has an empty wing, and they are going to establish a between 30 and 50 bed hospital there that will take patients in transfer from other hospitals to lighten the load of the other hospitals. We also got word today that we're getting some support to open up a third medical resort. And the medical resort, to remind you, is a nursing home that has been vacated and is similarly used to take care of patients who have been hospitalized and are improving and just aren't quite ready to go home. So they are sort of on the recovery, and there's a third one that'll be established very shortly here.
Do you have a location for that?
Sorry, say again?
Do you have a location for that, of where that might be?
I don't have the specifics, it'll be in the Willowbrook area for the medical resort.
And I guess, Mayor, for the second question.
Yeah, on the second one, I have not talked to the governor personally. I do know that his people are aware of the request that I've made, and that is, I don't think it's going to be enough to slow down the progression of this virus in time to keep, let's say, our systems from being overwhelmed. So I think we're going to have to do some additional things. Wearing the mask is a big help, and I think that will, over time, work to slow down, but not in the time period that we need. The social distancing, the proper hygiene, I do think we're going to need a shutdown for a period of time. I am proposing 2 weeks, or at the very minimum, to return to phase 1. But as you can see, when we're talking about 1,500 plus cases today, over the weekend, big numbers, quite frankly, for the last week or so, the numbers have been big, and they've been getting larger and larger, the number of people going to our hospital systems. I do think we need to reset, especially in light of the fact that next month, kids, we're talking about returning to school. And so it is so important for us to try to get some control over this virus in the month of July. And bear in mind, you really don't know the effect of what you're doing for another 2 to 3 weeks after you do it. So let's say if we reset, shut down, return to phase 1 today, then we're not going to be able to know really in a statistical way how effective those steps have been for 2 to 3 weeks down the road. So the quicker we do it, the better. But I am looking at the numbers from the hospital every single morning, and I do know that we're continuing to creep up. Some days it gets a little bit better. Some days we don't have as many people in ICU. We're still in phase 2 in the Texas Medical Center. One day it may be 17%. This morning it's 9%. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? So I just think we need to reset and then look at the data and then determine where we go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. These next questions are actually for Dr. Peirce from KPRC. Daily new hospitalizations at the Texas Medical Center appear to have leveled off. If you look at the 7-day average since July 5th, is this an encouraging sign?
Yeah, it is an encouraging sign, but I hesitate for anyone to think job accomplished. Remember, even back in the beginning, we talked about peaks. We said that when you get to the peak, that's just halftime. That's not game over. And so for a couple of days, it looks like the new admissions may have leveled off. Now, remember, this is over a weekend, and we sometimes see that impact from the weekend. So I'm not counting any chickens yet, all right? But it is encouraging that they didn't continue to increase at the rate that they had been. But it's too early to really determine what that means.
This is on contact tracing, also for you, Dr. Peirce. With rampant widespread infection, how much more challenging is the task of identifying the source? And also, are there scenarios today that are not to be traced as they were, say, 2 months ago because of the surge in the community transmission?
So I'm going to answer the first part, and then I'm going to ask you to repeat the second half, okay? But the first part about how challenging it is, and of course it's challenging. We get 1,500 new cases a day. So our team of, remember there's case investigation, which is then followed by contact tracing. So today, the Houston Health Department got faced with 1,544 new cases where we've got to reach out and find these people and have a conversation with them. And we're racing against the clock because many of these test results were obtained days ago. And so really, if we're going to have a window of opportunity, it's at 14 days from when the person first had symptoms to not only talk to the case, but because the case is positive, they know that already. It's who did they potentially infect. That's who we need to get to so that they can then quarantine. And again, to remind you, the rubber meets the road when people who need to isolate actually isolate themselves, which means no person-to-person interaction. And the people who need to quarantine actually quarantine themselves, which means no person-to-person interaction. And so it's incredibly challenging. With the huge numbers, it's incredibly challenging.
And
question, Dr. Percy, I can clarify it for you.
Okay.
2 months ago, at the beginning of this, I'm sure that contact tracing was done much differently because there were not the amount of cases that we're seeing today. Considering that this is much more widespread within the community, how has that changed the operations with regards to contact tracing?
Mario, that's a good question. So one thing that we've done is we've combined right now we're working with the labs to combine the notification of the patient, the test result, with case investigations. That all happens at one time. And so we're working with the labs to get that done. In addition, we've employed a new computer system because many people are communicating through their phones now and text messages and email. And so with a lot of folks who give us that information, we are immediately sending them the notice that their test result and asking them to start to respond back to us with some information, because particularly with the younger group, they're far more comfortable communicating that way. And we are seeing that speeding things up quite a bit. With the contact tracing, it's a little bit different because we don't necessarily have their email addresses and stuff like you do with somebody who got tested.
Mayor, I noticed, Mayor, you kind of nodded your head there. Did you want to add something with regards to contact tracing, sir?
Let me just say that it's much easier when you are applying contact tracing when you got 300 cases. It's far more difficult when you're getting 1,500. I mean, the infrastructure really needs to be in place, and you need literally thousands of people to effectively do that. And that's why we are stressing, instead of reading out 1,500 cases a day, we really need to get to the point where we're talking about 300 or less over a 7-day period, okay? To really give real meaning to our contact tracing, where we feel comfortable within becoming a little bit more mobile in society. But right now, the numbers are just too high. And it's putting a strain on the healthcare delivery system. It's putting a strain on our contact tracers. It's like we're chasing, but we're not in front. And what we're needing to be now in the city of Houston, we want to work to get in front of this virus, to contain, mitigate, treat, isolate, and we're not there. We're still chasing this virus. And that's why we need the help of people in our community to separate, to slow down, take the energy, the fuel away from this virus so it can slow down. And then it needs to start not just flattening, it needs to come down, and it needs to stay down. Like in Europe. Flattened, went down, and now somewhat leveling off. And we're not there yet. We're a long way from being there.
I guess my next one would be in Spanish for Chief Peña, if you could just answer in regards to las operaciones del Departamento de Bomberos, la capacidad de sus empleados y todo lo que está sucediendo en estos momentos. Hablaba sobre aclarar rumores. ¿Me podría hablar un poco respecto a eso?
Seguro. Mire, ahorita tenemos 190 bomberos que están en cuarentena, cerca de ser expuestos al coronavirus. Tenemos 2 bomberos que están en el hospital, uno en cuidado intensivo. No, esperamos que se recupere pronto, pero está en cuidados intensivos. Tenemos, como le digo, 190 bomberos ahorita que están en cuarentena. Y lo que le quiero decir a la comunidad, hay rumores que hay estaciones que están cerradas. Eso es falso. La verdad es que todas las estaciones están operando. Tenemos 104 ambulancias que están en servicios. Tenemos todas las trocas de bomberos que están en servicio, y sí ha habido instantes desde el 4 de julio hasta ahorita en diferentes días que tengamos que dejar de operar las escaleras, las más grandes, pero las trocas de bomberos y las ambulancias han estado en servicio y van a continuar estando en servicio. El número de personal en cuarentena está bajando ahorita. Como le digo, hace 3 semanas teníamos más de 300 bomberos en cuarentena, ahora tenemos 190. Y eso es positivo. Tenemos más personal para poder tener nuestras unidades en servicio, pero todavía está estresado el sistema. ¿Sí? 200 bomberos casi, son bastantes bomberos que no tenemos disponibles para nuestras unidades, y está poniendo bastante estrés en el sistema. Y los bomberos que tenemos ahorita están trabajando turnos dobles o triples. Así es que no estamos en un lugar que quisiéramos estar todavía, pero estamos moviendo en la dirección positiva.
Gracias.
Mayor, I have one quick question for you. So California has really reversed their reopening plan. Do you think that that's the direction that we need to be headed into? I'm not sure if you've seen that they're closing restaurants, movie theaters, salons, bars, everything.
I do think we need to reset for a short period of time, and then take a look at what the data is. And the numbers right now are continuing to go up, and we are not in control of this virus. It is far different today than things were the end of April, first week in May. And look, we're talking about getting our kids and everybody ready for school in the month of August. If we were opening up schools or attempting to open up schools right now, I think people would say, no way, okay? We don't want this virus to continue to be progressing like it is in August. So the wearing of masks, that's a step in the right direction, but I think it's going to take more than that. So I do think we need to reset, to go back to a stay home for at least 2 weeks. At the very minimum, return to phase one. Okay, at the very minimum, return to phase one, and that was 25% occupancy. And then take a look at the data, and then gradually move forward. So, you know, I want to thank everyone who's wearing their masks. I really appreciate everyone who's doing that. But quite frankly, at the point where we are right now, I think we're needing to do more than that. Okay, the temporary injunction was denied here locally as well. Okay. Okay. Well, you know, I appreciate the Texas Supreme Court for denying the motions that were the mandamus, writ of mandamus that was put forth to allow the convention to continue to go forward in Houston. And I don't just appreciate it, I appreciate it on behalf of the people in the city of Houston, the employees, the delegates themselves, the people in this city, and the towns and cities from which the people would come. And then I'm hearing that the temporary injunction was denied today by the state district judges, so appreciate all of that. Look, it's going to require all of us to work together. That's what this is all about. We've been spending the last 30 minutes talking about this pandemic and how do we get on top of it or in front of it. And so it's painful for everyone. Everyone is having to change course and pivot. I mean, that's just the mode in which we are in. So it is important that we all take this virus very serious. It is a serious matter. But I do want to thank people in the city of Houston, again, for wearing your mask, for engaging in social distancing, for the proper hygiene. I want to thank you. Really want you to know I appreciate you personally, and as the mayor of the city of Houston, we got a long way to go. But there's no doubt in my mind that we are a very competitive city, and we don't mind being first, but we don't want to be first in this regard. We don't mind being on television, nationally, globally, but we don't want to be on television nationally and globally because our cases are running rampant and our healthcare system is running the risk of being overloaded. So those are things we don't want to be known for. And so it's just important now for us to reverse course. And in order for that to happen, it's going to require all of us working together. So I want to thank the council members again for their support. I want to thank our firefighters and ES workers for being out on the front line, responding to all of these calls. Chief Pena, thank you, the firefighters, EMS. I want to thank our police officers and municipal workers. And then let me especially thank our healthcare employees, because they have been the ones on Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Thursday, in this heat, okay, with their gowns and masks on doing the test taking. And I want you to know that the city of Houston employees, health employees, stayed out there on Friday, Saturday. We never shut down. I want to give a huge, huge thanks to our city of Houston healthcare employees, and just want them to know that we appreciate them staying on the front line in 100+ degree heat during the middle of the day, taking care of other people when they were sweating underneath those gowns and with their masks on and all the face coverings and you name it. So I can't say enough for them. Really appreciate you. Thank you so very, very much. And you all have a good day. Thank you.
All right, everybody, I want to show you how the stock market did today here really quickly. Nothing but green essentially on the big board. Dow Jones Industrial, New York Stock Exchange ended up about 10 points. So that's a good way to start the week, so to speak. I'm going to take you out to Portland, Oregon now. They are having a coronavirus update, still live, but I've been recording since the beginning.
Bring these cases to justice without help. Many families and friends of those who have been lost deserve our combined best. Since July 1st, we have witnessed a rise in gun violence, which is unacceptable. In July of 2019, we're aware of 11 shooting incidents, excluding suicides, from July 1st through July 13th. For this year, we're aware of 42 shootings at the same time period. This is a remarkable increase and directly impacts all of us. It is normal to want to identify what is causing this increase, but the simple truth is we do not know. These incidents ranged from people who were known to each other to domestic or familial violence and other factors. While we have recently changed some of our staffing assignments, we have not, nor will we, discontinue investigating and attempting to interdict criminal acts of violence in our city. We are carefully watching for trends and will seek ways to adjust as needed and work with community partners to reduce these crimes. These incidents cause significant trauma within our community, and I hope others will stand with us to prevent these tragedies before they occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So we have time for some questions, and we're going to use the raise your hand feature in the app, and I see that we have some. So first, we'll start with, well, first, can you please introduce yourself and your outlet as I call you, and Adam will activate the feature so we can hear your question. First, we have Tim Gordon.
Hi, it's Tim Gordon with KGW. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mayor, the question's for you. All three commissioners have made strong statements about federal officers and what happened to Donovan LaBella Saturday night. Commissioner Hardesty demanding that those federal officers leave Portland immediately. Today, Governor Brown said Trump troops are definitely not the answer. Why are your words and actions not as strong?
Well, as to whether or not they're as strong or not, I think that's a judgment call, but I made it crystal clear that what happened in Portland the other night should not have happened. And at the very opening of this press conference, I made it very clear that we hold the federal officers accountable. I also made sure that I had an opportunity to speak with Bill Williams, the U.S. Attorney in the state of Oregon, before I released my statement. I wanted to confirm with him that they understood the seriousness of this matter and that they were seeking a full investigation, which they are.
Should federal officers be working in Portland right now, or do you want them out?
Well, it's a highly theoretical question. They have jurisdiction anywhere in the United States of America. As the mayor of the city of Portland, I don't direct that. But what I do want them to do, if they're going to stay here and they're going to protect their facility, is I want them to de-escalate the situation, not add to an already highly volatile situation, which I made very clear in my statement. And I have limited the use of certain crowd control tactics here in the city of Portland, and I want the federal government to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we will have Kelly from K2 News.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is Kelly Ozair. I'm from K2 News. We are asking, Mayor, my first question is for you. What is the end game with these protests, and what will be allowed and for how long? At what point, I mean, you've talked about this going on for more than 40 days now. At what point is enough in your eyes?
I said enough was enough the first night. And I draw a very clear distinction between the millions of people all across this country and the tens of thousands of people here in Portland who are standing up and demanding racial justice and equity on one hand, and this very small group of people on the other who engage in activities late at night, either in Northeast Portland or downtown, that I don't believe is at all related to the greater movement of racial justice in America. I said that on night one. I continue to say that. My directive to the chief and to the Portland Police Bureau has been crystal clear. Bring this to an end as quickly as possible and as safely as possible.
I guess my question is more pointed. How do we bring this to an end? And at what point are you going to make sure it comes to an end?
Well, yeah, first of all, I would direct tactics to the Portland Police Chief, who's also on this call. But from my perspective, the way to do it is to contain the situation, to make sure that if people are engaged in violence or vandalism, that they're held accountable for that on scene if possible. And if not possible on scene, then make sure that we follow up with a rigorous investigative process. And you're already seeing that happen.
And then if it's okay, I do have a question for the chief as well. More to that same point, I mean, what can local officers do in the situation of, you know, federal officers having what happened over the weekend, but also what's your plan to get these protests that are now costing the city millions of dollars to stop?
Kind of as the mayor alluded to, it's a fine line. People do have the right to congregate and express their First Amendment rights. When people engage in criminal activity, then we address that activity. We do that in the form of arrests. We do it in the form of follow-up investigations after the criminal activity has taken place. If we couldn't make an arrest at that time, we use the tools at our disposal to try to address the criminal activity and those responsible for it. I don't know if there's one magic answer to say that this event will make this issue go away, but I think we've been working hard at it for the last almost 40 nights, holding people accountable and doing our best to protect life and property.
And can you speak to how you can work with, or can you work with the federal officers? Is there a way to get on the same page, or do they kind of operate on their own?
We communicate with them mostly to deconflict activities because we're operating very close in proximity to one another. So just to try to avoid any unintentional confusion or dangerous situations, we are in communication with them, although they do operate under their own command and control structure. So we, the Portland Police Bureau, don't dictate their tactics or any of their use of force, but we do have a way to communicate and deconflict with them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have Noel Crombie.
Hi, this is Noelle Crombie with the Oregonian. I hope you can hear me okay.
I'm going to try to ask another one, but.
Yes, I hear that you have multiple questions lined up.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering, Mayor, if you can talk a little bit about your message to the U.S. Attorney, Bill Williams, when you spoke with him about Saturday's incident. That's my first question. My second is, do you expect the Marshal Service review of the incident to be made public?
So first of all, I asked a number of questions of the U.S. Attorney. In particular, I was curious to know what their plan was going forward and whether they would commit to a thorough investigation. The answer to that was affirmative. And I also made it clear through my statement that my expectation is that the review not only be thorough, but that it be transparent and available to the public.
And did you get a pledge that it would be?
I believe I did.
Do you have a timeline? Did Mr. Williams discuss a timeline?
We did not discuss a specific timeline to the investigation, but it was my understanding that by the time I had called yesterday, the investigation had already been launched.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we
have. If I could just add to that, I want to remind people that the federal government has nothing to do with the local government. We do have federal office holders in this state, and they probably have closer connections to the federal law enforcement community in terms of what the specifics would be and the timeline would be.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have Tess Risky.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
So my question is in a similar vein to previous questions. President Trump today vowed to, quote unquote, take over cities like Portland if violence continues to rise. So my question is for you, Mayor, what will you do if Trump continues to deploy federal law enforcement officers to Portland? Will you consider telling them to leave, and do you have the authority to do so?
I would consider telling them to leave, and I have no authority to do so. They're federal officers. They work for the federal government. They report to the federal government, and they have jurisdiction throughout the United States.
Thank you. Next, we have Nick Budnick.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Mayor, you announced a number of reforms June the 9th of police, and I wonder what further reforms, if any, you are considering and working towards, and could you talk about what the timeline might be on those?
We did the easy things first, Nick. We moved the Office of Equity directly under the chief. We supported reforms that have now come into effect through the legislative session, reforms that we have supported over a number of legislative sessions. So I was glad to see the legislature finally adopt those reforms that we've been pushing for a number of years. And of course, we disbanded certain operational units of the Portland Police Bureau that disproportionately impact communities of color. I would say that was the easy work. That was the easy lifting. Now the hard work is on other issues. Number one, I want to codify the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. I want the City Council to put it in code and make sure that it continues to exist beyond the end of the settlement agreement. Other areas that are going to take some heavy lifting, we need a community conversation around what public safety looks like in our community, including basic patrol services. For those operational units that were disbanded, those relating to schools, those relating to gun violence, those relating to transit, we still have public safety issues in each of those areas. So we need to talk about and engage the community and the Portland Police Bureau in terms of what specifically are we going to do to ensure that we're maximizing public safety under those circumstances with the disbanding of the units as they previously were constituted. And I put out a 19-point plan. All of those are going to require some heavy lifting, some work. We're looking at the bigger issue of accountability and oversight. That will require collective bargaining. It will require potentially a charter change. It will require potentially statutory changes at the state level. So all of these things are going to take lots of work, lots of energy, and in some cases, time. In the case of some, it might take several years if it requires collective bargaining and it requires legislative changes at the state level. Others we can probably do more quickly, but the work has to start right now.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have Rebecca Ellis from OPB.
Hey, Rebecca with OPB. I understand you don't have the authority to ask these federal troops to leave, and so this question is hypothetical, but I'm still not clear. Do you want to see these federal troops leave Portland?
What I want to see is de-escalation of the nightly violence that we're seeing on the streets of this city. I have no problem with the federal government and federal officers inside their facilities protecting their facilities. That's what they do. That's what they always do. What I have a problem with is them leaving the facilities, going out onto the streets of this community, and then escalating an already tense situation like they did the other night.
Can I ask one more question? Yesterday, the governor, Senator Merkley, Senator Wyden, and all other members of the city council responded to the night of protests before your office issued a statement. I'm wondering if you could talk about why it took so long to weigh in.
It didn't take so long, number one. Number two, I didn't realize it was a race. I would prefer to be accurate and complete in my statement as opposed to being first. I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to speak with the U.S. attorney in person. That happened late yesterday afternoon. I wanted to ask specifically about tactics as well as investigative follow-up. I secured the answers to those questions. I then released my statement when I had fuller information.
Thank you.
For me, the facts matter for me.
So I would like to ask if anyone has a question related to the topic of this press conference, because we came here primarily to talk about a very alarming trend in homicides and shootings in our city. So if anyone has a specific question related to that, then I'm willing to take that. I see Nick Budnick. Nick, are you able to unmute?
Sorry, I am. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Question for Chief Lavelle. Chief, can you talk about what you are doing to address the gun violence in terms of coming up with new approaches or workarounds now that the GVRT is gone?
Sure.
All right, guys, just want to say thanks for being here with us. We do have a live event coming up here. So this is a press conference that should be getting underway here.
Hey, folks, we're going to postpone for just a few minutes. Our helicopter's going to take off for an emergency, and it's going to get really loud here in a couple minutes. So we're going to wait until they clear, and then we'll start. I apologize for that. It'll take just a few minutes.
All right, so you heard there, they were supposed to get started here, but their helicopter has to take off to an emergency situation, so it will be just a couple of minutes. But they do have an update regarding that missing Glee actress, Naya Riviera. She has been found, her body has been found in the search for her at that California lake. And so let's just give it a couple minutes here. So once again, police have confirmed this morning that they have found the body as the search had continued for that missing Glee actress Naya Riviera at a California lake. Now, Ventura police had said in a tweet, a body has been found at Lake Prue this morning. The recovery is in progress, and press conference will take place at 2 p.m. at the lake. Now, authorities originally would not immediately say if the person found was Riviera, but said the day after she disappeared, they believe she had drowned in a lake northwest of Los Angeles. Now, Riviera is 33 years old. You may be familiar from her acting on the TV show Glee. She disappeared on July 8th during a visit to the California lake with her 4-year-old son, who was found alone in a pontoon that the actress had rented when authorities were notified. Now, Riviera had experienced boating on lake in Los Padres National Forest. She is believed to be drowned in what appears to be a tragic accident, is what the authorities have said in a statement. Now, when the boat failed to return, its vendor found the vessel drifting in the northern end of the lake late Wednesday afternoon with the boy asleep on board. He told investigators that he and his mother had been swimming. He had got back into the boat, but she didn't, according to the sheriff's office statement. Again, the Sheriff's Department is expected to get started with a press conference here in just a few minutes. It was supposed to get started, but he just announced that their chopper had a live
emergency to go to, so they didn't want obviously that to interfere with their update as they continue to give us more details on exactly what did unfold here. Now, Naya's son was wearing a life vest, and another life jacket was found in the boat along with Rivera's purse and identification. And the son of her ex-husband, who's actor Ryan Dorsey, is in good health, and the authorities did confirm that earlier in the week. Now, the couple had finalized their divorce back in June of 2018. They were married for 4 years, and she's obviously, as we know, best known for her singing appearances and acting as a cheerleader. Santana Lopez, she was on 6th season of Fox's musical comedy Glee. Now, Lake Peru is 2 miles long, and its deepest point is about 130 feet. That's according to the authorities. They were using sniff dogs to help assist in the searches, and the lake was searched by dozens of divers working in the waters with little visibility. And you can see we're getting an update here from the Sheriff's Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Eric Busho with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. This morning, we began day 6 of the search operation for Naya Rivera. And as you know, this morning, we recovered a body out of the lake. To provide some detailed information about this entire operation and overview of what's gone on the last 6 days, I'd like to introduce Sheriff Bill Ayub, the Sheriff of Ventura County, and he will discuss this further.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us today. As you know, since last Wednesday, we've been here at Lake Piru searching for Naya Rivera, who was reported missing. Each day, we've utilized dozens of personnel on watercraft and helicopters with unmanned aerial systems, and on shore, conducting a methodical and comprehensive search. Today, our search teams have recovered a body in the lake. Based on the location where the body was found, physical characteristics of the body, clothing found on the body, and the physical condition of the body, as well as the absence of any other persons reported missing in the area, we are confident the body we found is that of Naya Rivera. She was found in a northeastern portion of the lake, near the surface of the water. The depth of the water in that area is between 35 and 60 feet deep, and there's heavy brush and trees on the lake bed there. As you can imagine, it has been an extremely difficult time for her family throughout this ordeal. As fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, our hearts are with them, and we share in their grief for Naya's loss. We've been in direct contact with the family throughout this entire time, and we've kept them updated on the progress of our search efforts throughout. Our hearts also go out to Naya's many friends and fans who have been holding out hope for the best over the past few days. Detectives from our Major Crimes Bureau began working this case from the onset. Their work on this case revealed there was no indication of foul play and no indication this was a suicide. Moving forward, Naya's body is being taken to the Ventura County Medical Examiner's Office in Ventura, where an autopsy will be performed and a positive identification will be made through the examination of dental records. And just to share with you a recap of this incident and our response to it, on July 8th, 2020, last Wednesday, Naya Rivera came to Lake Piru and rented a pontoon boat at the dock. She and her 4-year-old son left the dock at approximately 1 p.m. and headed toward the northern portion of the lake. We identified specific areas they visited that day by looking at the shoreline features in the background of FaceTime videos when she was chatting with family members while out on the lake. We know from speaking with her son that he and Naya swam in the lake together at some point during their journey. It was during that time that her son described being helped into the boat by Naya, who boosted him onto the deck from behind. He told investigators that he looked back and saw her disappear under the surface of the water. Naya's son was later found asleep on the boat, which was adrift in the northern portion of the lake known as the Narrows, when a leasing agent searched for the watercraft, which was overdue for return. The young boy was wearing a life vest when he was found, and he was wrapped in a towel. An adult-sized life vest was found on the boat. Several witnesses who were at the lake that day have been identified and interviewed by sheriff's investigators. There were 3 other rental boats on the lake that day. All of the people in each of those boats has been identified and interviewed. They had seen Naya's boat at different times and in several different locations during the window of time she was out on the lake. Those witness statements helped our teams focus their search in the northern and eastern portions of the lake. We received the call at 4:38 p.m. on Wednesday. Rangers at Lake Piru began searching the lake immediately. Our deputies arrived by 5 p.m., followed by one of our helicopters and an unmanned aircraft team, investigators, and a boat crew with divers. By early Thursday morning, we received assistance from several neighboring law enforcement agencies. Naya's family has expressed their gratitude to all those involved in the search efforts, and we would like to thank our partner agencies for their help in this search effort. Without their assistance, we could not have covered as large an area as quickly as we did. The following agencies provided personnel, equipment, and expertise to this complex search effort: the Lake Piru Rangers, the Ventura County Fire Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office, the Tulare County Sheriff's Office, the United States Coast Guard, Forward Operating Base Point Mugu, and the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We also received support from Fugro Geodata Services. This company completed a detailed survey and mapping mission at the lake just 3 weeks earlier, in advance of the upcoming seismic retrofitting of the Santa Felicia Dam at the south end of the lake. They heard about the disappearance of Naya and offered their personnel and equipment and expertise to help locate her. Their detailed maps of the lake, along with their comprehensive knowledge of the lake, have given a major boost to this search effort, and we thank them for their assistance. That concludes my comments, and I am available with my team here to answer any questions that you may have.
Do you have anybody that can do a statement in Spanish for us?
We do. We do have Spanish language available.
I have a question. Do you believe she was in that location the whole time, or do you believe that she floated to the top because of decomposition?
Sheriff, could you possibly step kind of get closer to the mic?
Sure. We do believe she was in that area when she went swimming, based on our conversations with her son, the information that we had from the witnesses in the area. The search effort had been focused in that area. As I mentioned, there's heavy brush, 15 to 20 feet in height, that had grown when the lake was drier. That was an empty canyon, tributary into the lake itself, and so you had a lot of growth that sprung up there. When the lake refilled with water, that growth remained and made it very, very difficult for divers, for our sonar operators, and for our searchers to search that area. We did focus on that area. We had our entire dive team scouring that area yesterday, and they were not able to find her. We believe she was concealed within some of the shrubbery on the floor bed of the lake.
Did she float to the top, though, so she came to the surface?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any indication of injury or tears to her clothing that may provide some insight to what happened?
There is a detailed examination of the body yet to take place, but the initial examination from the medical examiner's office does not reveal anything that makes us suspect there's any sort of foul play involved.
Sure, but based on the information you've already said this again, but I just want to reiterate, she did not fall off the boat, she went for a swim.
She went for a swim with her son, that's correct.
Life jacket, sir?
The body does not have a life jacket. There was an adult-sized life jacket in the pontoon boat that she had rented.
Which agency Was it one of the search and rescue or your BCSO boat, dive boat, that found her today?
It was rescuers involved with the operation. The individuals that happened to find her today were Lake Piru Park Rangers.
What was the condition of the body this morning when you found the body?
The condition or position?
The position and condition, both things.
I'm sorry, you're saying condition?
The position and condition.
The body was floating near the surface of the water.
Facing up, facing down?
I don't have the specific information as to whether the body was facing up or down. The body looked as though it had been in the water for several days.
Was there any indication from family or friends whether she knew how to swim?
I don't have that information. Yeah, I'm sorry.
What time did they find her again? I'm sorry, I know you said it. What time was it this morning?
About 10 after 9.
10 after 9.
About 9:10.
So, Sheriff, the sign over there says no swimming. So is swimming allowed here or not? This is a new lake, per se.
Swimming is allowed in this lake, and it's typically what we see at this lake is typically watercraft recreation. Not a whole lot of swimming, but it is allowed.
But the sign says no swimming.
That's right here at the pier near the dock.
Can you tell us anything about her family's visit to the lake this afternoon? Her family's visit?
Her family has been at the lake every day, holding out hope and communicating with our investigators and our staff. We've been in constant communication with them, and we've given them information before making it publicly available.
And the visit today, we saw them leave the boat, believing it to be her parents?
Yes, that's right.
They were just taken out to see where she was found?
Yes.
The state of the body in terms of decomposition over the course of the last 5 days, how much does that complicate the future autopsy?
The medical examiner's trained and well prepared to examine bodies in various states, from burning to water damage to advanced decomposition. It does complicate things a little bit. In this case, there's decomposition that takes place. It's a natural process. It's actually part of the reason we were able to find her today. The body fills with gas, becomes more buoyant, and then surfaces on its own. So I don't anticipate there'll be any problems conducting a post-mortem autopsy.
Sheriff, you indicated that according to your knowledge, she went for a swim with her son. Do we know how he was able to make it back into the boat, and how come she didn't, if that is the case?
It would be speculation to say at this point. There are a lot of currents on the lake that appear particularly in the afternoon. We believe it was mid-afternoon when she disappeared. The idea perhaps being that the boat started drifting, it was unanchored, and that she mustered enough energy to get her son back onto the boat, but not enough to save herself.
But we know the fact that the son went into the water.
Yeah, the son was in the water, yes.
You can get somebody who can talk to us in Spanish.
We do have a Spanish interpreter.
Are there ladders on those rental boats? I can't help.
There are ladders on the boats, yes. They're designed for swimming. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes the press conference. Yeah, we're going to get you taken care of for Spanish media. Do you want to do that up here, or?
All right, so once again, they have said that they've found a body. They believe it is Naya's, and have confirmed there's been no other reports of missing people. They're going to get that officially confirmed here later when they do more with the autopsy. I do see we have another live event. We do have Florida's Governor, Ron DeSantis. He is speaking. Just a heads up, we did have a person who looked like they may have had to be removed. He started yelling as soon as DeSantis started stepping out. So if you do hear some background noise, it could possibly be that person. So once again, going to live update from Florida.
Making sure that our hospital system would be able to handle what the clinical consequences of the virus. So we went into that period with a lot of uncertainties. Florida was able to get through the March and April wave, but we knew that with regards to this virus, that period wasn't the end, or really even the beginning of the end, but really the end of the beginning. And so throughout May and the beginning part of June, We were fortunate to be able to have a very low rate of people testing positive. The cases were low. The hospital census was low, and that was a good trend that was happening. Then as you got into mid-June, you started to see the cases rise. And yes, the testing was rising too, but the percentage of people who were testing positive, instead of being 3, 4, 5% like it had been in May and early June, was now going up to where it ended up hitting even 15% just last week. You also saw an increasing amount of traffic starting in that third week of June for people visiting the emergency department with COVID-like illnesses. Throughout May and early June, it was very low and steady. Same thing with influenza-like illnesses. And of course, we started to see more admissions for coronavirus into our hospital system, particularly here in Miami-Dade County. And I know many Floridians are filled with apprehension as they wonder, what does this mean? What do these trends mean for our health, for our families, and for our jobs? How long is this going to go on for? What's going to happen with things like kids being in school? I hear you, and I, along with our federal partners, our local leaders, and our great medical community, we're working nonstop to be able to respond to this crisis. Now, we have to address the virus with steady resolve. We can't get swept away in fear. We have to understand what's going on, understand that we do need, that we have a long road ahead, but we also have to understand that within the context of the moment. So a comment on some of the cases, because I think that we hear a lot about a number of cases. And that is true, that somebody has tested positive. That creates a case, the way this stuff is reported. It's also important to understand if you have X number of cases, how many tests were conducted to be able to get to that many tests. So, for example, the last 2 days, people have talked about a record number 2 days ago, and then today, not as many, but still a significant amount. 2 days ago, the state of Florida conducted 144,000 cases. To put that in perspective, when we were here in March, we were probably doing hundreds a day. Then we got up to doing 5,000 to 10,000 a day. The whole United States was probably not doing 144,000 tests at the beginning of March. And so that is an enormous amount of tests. Today's report was 112,000, 113,000 tests. That is a huge, huge number. Fortunately, although the cases were commensurately high with that testing, the percentage of people who were testing positive has finally started to decline. We'll see if that's a trend or whether that'll be something that is short-lived. Certainly, we can say that the percentage of people who come in and test positive has stabilized. Throughout March and April, we would have typically 90 to 92% of everyone who would test would come back negative. As we got into May and the beginning of June, we would typically have 95% of the people who test would come back negative. More recently, it's been about 85% of the people who test come back negative. We'd like to get that back to where 90+% of the people are testing negative. We think that we stabilized. We think we may be going in that direction. It's also the case that, as you've seen more cases, we've also seen a decline in the case fatality rate. So Florida, as of today, was 1.5%. That's a fraction of the national average, which is about 4%. And then in other states, you're looking at states that have had 6, 7, 8%. I think that's partially because the folks here in Florida have really learned a lot about how to treat this. Also, it's to the fact that many of our cases are occurring in people who are low risk, particularly people in their 20s, 30s, and early 40s. Nevertheless, I think that that's something that bears mentioning. So we're in a situation where we're taking action every day to be able to address the issue with the spread of COVID-19. Saturday, we were able to get the therapeutic remdesivir dropped in Florida hospitals across the state. That was a request because even though they were due a shipment, sometimes I think at the end of this week or next week, they wanted to have enough because they were using it. The physicians like it, and with the uptick in people in the hospital was needed. So that was able to drop. We're obviously going to work work to make sure that that supply is replenished as much as we can going forward. We're also assisting at the state level with places throughout Florida, but particularly in South Florida, with personnel, medical personnel, particularly nurses. Carlos Magoya will talk about, if you look at the number of beds available countywide or statewide, there's a lot of beds available. I think the census statewide, I think there's 13 or 14,000 beds that are available. The key is having the requisite personnel to be able to address not just COVID patients, but also people that come in for things other than COVID. So we've already dedicated 100 personnel that the state had on contract basis to Jackson here in Miami-Dade. We've put 100 on the way into the Tampa Bay area. We have a total of 1,000 that are going to be parceled out, which is with our initial mobilization, but we're also going ahead and mobilizing another 2,000. Now, some of those will be used to support our COVID-only long-term care facilities. Some will be able to go to the traditional long-term care facilities to sub in for staff who may test positive and who can no longer be around the residents. And so personnel is probably the number one thing that I have heard from our hospitals and our medical community. And so we're delivering. We also have a request pending with the federal government, with HHS, for some of their teams to be able to come down and assist the effort. We also are expanding the amount of beds in our COVID-only nursing facilities. Florida, from the very beginning, prohibited discharging COVID-positive patients into a nursing home from a hospital if they were still sick with the virus. We also later, as we went on and saw, required that COVID-positive patients be transferred from a nursing home if they were to happen to test positive there. Now, sometimes that just means they get sent to the hospital. A lot of times they're not necessarily in need of hospitalization. They're medically stable, but they do need to be isolated. So we now have, I think, about 14 facilities, and we seem to be adding some every day under the leadership of Secretary Mary Mayhew. So we're rapidly expanding beds in those facilities, including at the Miami Care Center here in Dade. We're also expanding in Broward and Palm Beach counties. This will provide a safe place where a COVID-positive resident of a long-term care facility can be isolated. If they're in the hospital and they're medically stable, but they're still contagious, they can be discharged safely to these facilities without endangering the other residents in their home long-term care facility. We're also doing, and in the midst of getting the results back, with testing every worker at a long-term care facility, all staff, almost 200,000 staff, on a every other week basis. So every 2 weeks, they're getting swabbed, we're sending it in, and we're getting the results back. So we've got results back for over 100,000 of the staff, and fortunately, the percent positive has been under 3%, and that's probably lower than we anticipated, given the prevalence in the community seems to be higher than 3%. So that is going to be an important way to protect those who are the most vulnerable to COVID-19, our residents in long-term care facilities. They represent about 50% of the COVID-related fatalities here in Florida and in many other states. We're also looking to help fortify lab resources at hospitals. When people come into the hospital, if they have COVID symptoms, it's very important for the hospital to know whether they're positive or not so that they can be treated accordingly. Hospitals are running low on some of the lab chemicals. We're working with the White House to try to get more supply down to the state of Florida for our hospitals. We also understand there's a need for faster results for people who are going through things like the drive-through testing sites. The fact of the matter is that there's a lot of testing going on throughout the state of Florida. You have probably 700,000+ tests a day that are being processed mostly by commercial labs. They are backed up. And so when people go through, a lot of times they're not getting their results back for 7 days. Obviously, we want to improve that. And so what we're going to start doing here in Dade, Broward, and in Orange County is establishing dedicated lanes, particularly for people who are symptomatic, where they can then test, swab, and then go to a lab that can turn it around quicker so that they get their results. So we're going to be working on that, which is very, very important. So we have capacity throughout the health system. Carlos Magoya will talk about that. It's very important for people to understand they plan for these types of eventualities, and they're keeping their overall census very stable, even as COVID has represented an increasing part of the census. We have a special obligation to protect those who are most vulnerable to COVID-19, and we're obviously doing a lot.
All right, guys, it does look like we do have a little bit of trouble getting this video, but don't worry. I'm going to try to fix that here for us. What I'm going to do is get our other player ready.
That means following the other directives that he and some of the other officials here have put on. It really will make a difference if everyone does their part. At the state, we have also stressed the need to avoid the 3 C's when it comes to social distancing, and that is closed spaces where you're packed in tight and poor ventilation. That is a good venue for the virus to spread. Also, crowded places, the more people that you have together, the more likely you are to see a spread. And then really close, sustained contact. Most of the infections occur in the home because you have close, sustained contact amongst family members. That's just something to think about, whether you're with friends and family. That is a vector for transmission. So, we have all guns blazing here. We're going to continue to be providing support statewide, but particularly here in South Florida, where we see the epidemic is the most significant. And I just think it's important to note. I was talking to one of the leaders of a hospital system in Central Florida, and he said, we're having much better success discharging patients back home who are healthy at this point. Better success than what they had in March and April. And so I think that's a testament to the folks who've been really working hard in the medical system here in the state of Florida. But I think it gives us all hope that we're going to get through this okay. And with that, I want to recognize my friend Mayor Jimenez for his comments.
Thank you, Governor. And if that reporter is really distracting, what you're doing. Thank you. I want to thank you, Governor, for being here and showing and giving us all the support of the state to the people of Miami-Dade County. We know that we're going through a rough time here. We have over 2,000 people now in the hospital with COVID-19. We have over 400 people in ICUs. We have over 200 people in ventilators. These are all record highs for us. As the governor said, everybody's focused in on the number of people that tested positive. That's really not something that we really focus in on, because we know that there's a heck of a lot more people that have COVID-19 that are actually reported officially. We look at the positivity rate. And the positivity rate here in Miami-Dade County now is over 25%. We have taken some measures. We've instituted new rules and regulations. We've instituted a curfew to try to drive down the positivity rate down, so that we can start to reduce the number of people that we have, residents that are in the hospital. We do not want to overload the hospital capacity of Miami-Dade County. The governor has been great in adding additional resources here in Miami-Dade County to our hospitals. He will continue to do that. Also, thank you all for your efforts in bringing the medicines that we need down here and the resources that we need down here. And so, again, very appreciative of that. But the message that I want to give the community is that we have to follow the rules. Please, if you follow the rules, if we all do what we're supposed to do, we can drive the level of contagion down here in Miami-Dade County. Contact tracing is something that we need to have. We need additional contact tracers, but in the end, until we start to drive down the contagion level here in Miami-Dade County, we really can't get a handle on it. And so, again, it's up to us to reduce the level. It's up to us to protect each other. It's up to us to protect the economy, because if we continue to have further rise in the level of contagion and more people going to the hospital, we have to take additional measures that will actually, roll back some of the openings that we had in the past. And so, again, the message is, please follow the rules, maintain social distancing, wash your hands, don't touch your face with your hands. And if we all do that, then we can drive this contagion level down. We can stop the rise in the number of people going to the hospital, and then we can get back to normal much faster. And so thank you, Governor, for all your efforts. Thank you also, Carlos Migoya, and coordinating our efforts here with all the hospitals. And as the governor said, they are very creative in how to create additional capacity in Miami-Dade. And I'm sure that we're going to have less and less of the elective surgeries being conducted here. As a matter of fact, most of them have stopped. It'll create additional capacity. And so we're not there yet. But again, it's up to us to make sure that we never get there. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Carlos Migoya, who's the President and CEO of Jackson Health Systems.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I want to thank you, Governor, for being here. I also want to thank you for your support. Those 100 nurses came in very handy at the right time, and for the meds and all the support that you're working. I know you're working on the reagents as well for the labs, which something that right now for us is extremely near and dear as we test every patient that walks in the door. We are entering our 5th month of having COVID patients, probably right around now. This is probably about 4 months ago. I think, Governor, you were absolutely right. It's about the time that you got here, and it was around the time that we had our first patients in the door. And that makes it very, very difficult for all our employees, specifically the healthcare workers that are dealing with these patients on a day-to-day basis. The stress that goes with that, it's extremely, extremely difficult. And it works through them to every other employee in the hospital. We have seen a dramatic increase of patients over the last 30 days. About 3-4 weeks ago, we were around 200 patients. Today, we're exceeding 400 patients, of which about 100 of them are in ICUs. The challenge with that is not necessarily the fact that we're running out of everybody covers the fact that, oh, you have so many patients, you can't get any more. We have been able to manage from the 200 to the 400 number by maintaining our census the same. How have we done that, you might ask, is the fact that we have reduced the number of surgeries that we're doing. And by doing that, we're getting less non-COVID patients in the door. Our census throughout the system, it runs in the mid-1,300 range at this time of the year. And we've been able to maintain that for the last month in spite of the fact that we went from 200 to 400. That means we have a higher percentage of COVID patients today than we did a month ago. That is obviously very stressful to every employee because we have to make sure that we have the PPE and they're on and make sure everybody's covered and protected. So the 3 things that we work on here every day, which are the extremely, extremely important priorities, are to make sure that we admit only the people that need to be admitted, that we discharge the people once they don't need hospitalization as quickly as possible to make a bed available for the next patient. And last but certainly not least is making sure that all our employees are protected, not only in the hospital, but in the community so that we can keep them working and being able to take the patients as much as we can. We have seen an increase of employees with symptoms that have a higher percentage of COVID, and it's still, on an overall percentage of our employees, it's not as big an issue, and having those extra nurses have really helped us a lot. But we are managing the numbers. It's not, as the governor said, it's not the number of beds. We have the beds available. It's a staff necessary to do that. And to do that, we got to make sure not only that we have those extra nurses that the state provided us, but also make sure that our employees continue to work and doing the things that are necessary. We have seen, we saw for a while the number of inpatients age becoming younger. And we saw that for a while. Now, the same number of younger patients are being admitted, but because the increase has happened, in that increase, we're seeing older people coming back in. That means that the younger people have been contaminating the older people and making it difficult for the older people. So on a percentage basis, the number of people, younger people, is reduced, but the absolute number of people are the same. So those are the challenges we're working today. Every day is a challenge. We're still doing some surgeries, predominantly the emergent, as you would imagine. We have also a lot of patients that need surgery outside of COVID. COVID is not the only disease, unfortunately, that we have in Miami, and many of these people have been deferred for too long and now have become emergent patients. So this is a tough balance that we're dealing with today. We focus every day on our employees, and the employees are focusing on the patients on the best that we can do. But I will tell you that we just came off, the mayor and joined me in our 4 o'clock meeting today with all the hospital CEOs from throughout South Florida. and we're all going through the same balance of balancing our senses while we're bringing in more COVID patients. We can do that for a certain period of time. We cannot do that forever. With that, so the message, when you hear the governor or you hear the mayor talk about the fact that we need to be social distant and we need to be wearing masks, that is the absolute answer. It's not whether we open too early or we should shut everything down. The issue right now is enforcement. If we can get everyone to be socially distant and wear a mask, that's the only way that we're going to be able to reduce the number of beds being used in hospitals and be able to deal with this entire disease and reduce the deaths that are happening in our community. So that's all I have to say, and thank you very much. And I guess we'll leave it up to you, Governor.
Yeah, and I would just stress, after talking with pretty much every hospital that I've spoken to, we saw a decline in people seeking medical care for things like heart and stroke in March, April, because of I don't know if there was fear of catching coronavirus, maybe fear that there wouldn't be room in the hospitals. And what that's led to, I think, here too, as well as the patients in the ICU for those conditions are now in worse shape than they would have had they sought the care. So please go and seek the care that you need, particularly for those really serious ailments like heart and stroke. Delaying that is not going to be good for your health. And obviously, while the coronavirus is an important thing, it's certainly not the only issue as it relates to people's health. And certainly when you're talking about heart and stroke, I mean, those are major drivers of poor health outcomes. So please seek the care that you need. I want to thank Carlos Magoya for having us. Thanks, Carlos Jimenez, Mayor, for working hard and really collaborating with the state. And, we're here to help. We're going to do more. We're working with the federal government to deploy some additional teams because I do think it's really about people power at this point from the medical perspective. And I know you guys have capacity, but we got to have those good folks here. So, and with that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Governor, I should ask, what's the actual plan? Because you talked about nursing homes, you talked about hospitals and testing, but you kind of didn't mention anything what you're trying to do.
Well, all those. I mean, the nursing home is probably the number one thing you can do to reduce the risk of mortality, because if you look at our mortality statistics for coronavirus, it shoots up once you're 75 and plus. And usually it's because you have one or more comorbidities. And so we're going around testing staff at nursing homes, for example. If a staff tests positive, then those residents may be tested. And fortunately, most of them test negative. But if you have one that tests positive, they need to be isolated at things like our COVID-only nursing facility, because if not, it will spread, and that is the most vulnerable population that it will spread to. So that's a huge way to not only reduce the spread, but to protect those who are the most vulnerable to the spread. Look, I wish if you could just stop it, you could stop it. But there's a huge difference between a 21-year-old and an 85-year-old when it comes to this coronavirus. So that is really, really important in terms of our strategy to protect the most vulnerable and reduce infections amongst those who are most susceptible to negative outcomes. Yes, sir.
Governor, the number of tests, as you mentioned, increased by something like 50,000 from Friday to Saturday, and then again over 100,000 yesterday. What's changed that you have so many more tests now in the body?
It's a couple things. One is just demand. I was going around in May begging people to get tested because the traffic was pretty slow in a lot of our sites. The state, we're operating close to 50 sites, and of course all the hospitals are testing everyone that comes in the door. So you have way more capacity. I mean, we basically have a testing industrial complex now where you can really crank them out. Now, the labs aren't quick as turnaround as we'd like, but that's it. And these nursing home tests, while all of them haven't been reported yet, that's going to be 200,000 tests every 2 weeks, just continuing to come in. So I think that's part of it as well. So there's a lot of factors. But when we went into May, we wanted to expand testing because we thought it was important as we went forward, and particularly to prepare for whatever the virus would do after we got through the March and April. And we thought if we could go from 10, 15,000 tests a day to about 30,000 tests a day, man, that would really be doing good. We're now, I think we've probably averaged in the last week, probably close to 100,000 tests a day. So when you're looking at the cases, just understand that we are diagnosing a lot of people who are either completely asymptomatic or who have very minimal symptoms. And so that's a good thing, because then those individuals can be isolated. They know they have it. They may be contagious still. But it doesn't necessarily mean all the people that are going to test are ill. What we're finding is there's a fraction of people that go more for employment reasons. There's another fraction of people who may feel they were exposed to somebody who did test positive, and so we have the ability to do that. But it's much different to look at cases today than it was in, say, March or so. So some of the states that had bigger outbreaks then, they had high cases, but they were doing 20, 25,000 tests a day and getting 10,000 positives. If they were doing 140,000, they would have 60 or 70,000 positives. So it's a little bit different in terms of what's going on here now. We do have a lot of testing capacity, and we have a criteria, which is basically if you want to test, come to one of the sites and do it. There's no symptomatic screen and there's no age screen. So that's just generating cases that are not clinically consequential, but important to know. But I think that we're going to continue to do the long-term care every 2 weeks, so that's going to be enough. And then we'll see what the traffic looks like with this. Miami's been a little different because I think they've had pretty consistent traffic on their test sites, on their ED visits. We've actually had a week decline statewide in COVID-like illness ED visits. We had been basically flat all through May, beginning of June, and then it went up and really crested kind of the last part of June, kind of plateaued for a little bit, and then now it's come down, and so we hope that's now a 6 or 7 day trend statewide. We hope to see that. We are seeing some pretty good indicators, even though, when the Sunday numbers came out, everyone's talking about, the number of cases. I was looking inside that and saw some trends where you see positivity going back down in some pretty key counties throughout Central Florida and other parts of Florida. So we look for those trends as well, and I think some of those trends are positive. I think our biggest concern is South Florida right now, and that's why we worked hard to get the medicine. We're working hard on and this is just the beginning of the staff support. We're here to do more, as you guys need to do more, because we understand the challenge and we want to be there to help.
Governor, I want to ask you about lab capacity, especially you're talking about an increased number of testing, which of course causes the backlog at the lab. So does the state have the funding to increase staffing at these labs?
They're mostly private labs. So we have labs, we have 3 state labs, but they do a limited number. I mean, they're doing, I think, about 1,000 a day, which is helpful. That's a 24-hour turnaround. But with the numbers we're looking at, obviously, we had set up to have one of the big Roche machines, just like Carlos tried to get one here. We all wanted to get them this summer, and now they're like, oh, well, you can get a machine in February. Well, we're not going to need it in February. We won't need it as much in February, hopefully. So it's really working with private labs. Now, what we did with the long-term care is we have a company that's kind of a newer company, and it's a self-swab test. You send it directly to them. They're data guys. They run it. They send it back a report every day. That's what we're looking to do, something like that for our symptomatic drive-through test takers. So someone that's exhibiting, legitimate symptoms, we want to know, do you have it or not? And so we can do that and maybe get a quicker turnaround on that subset. The problem with all the big labs is that we went from testing 100,000 a day as a country, and then even as we got into April, May, we were kind of like 400,000. Well, now in the last 6 weeks, we're now in over 700,000. I mean, Florida alone, we tested more in one day than some other countries have tested. I mean, Taiwan, I think, has tested less than 100,000 people. So that's just the challenge is that. And I don't know that there's... They have limited capacity. So you have, they're getting backed up. They're getting hundreds of thousands sent every day. And the turnaround time is just not what we would want it to be. We were hoping we wanted 48 hours. That was our agreement with some of these labs. And really, by the second week of June, there was no 48 hours. I mean, it was basically at least 5 days. And some of these people are 7 days. The problem with that is if you're asymptomatic and you come back positive on the 7th day, you're probably not going to be isolating. If you don't have symptoms, you're probably going to wait for the result. So if the goal is to stop asymptomatic spread, I think that delay really hurts it. And then I also think you can test negative on day 7, but you could have been infected on day 6. So in some ways, it could be a false sense of security. So we're working on what can we do. I think with the symptomatic, this could be one way. We have the money. I mean, we could pay. If there was a way to pay, we would pay and get it turned around quicker for sure. But I think this is a problem all around the country. Well, look, I mean, obviously, you know, we want to have safe environments across the state. I mean, we've obviously had a lot of, a lot of operations have been going on, government. We've had a lot of private sector businesses and everything, and I think all those have wanted to take the appropriate precautions. I would just note, when you're looking at the schools, I think that, one, a lot of parents want to have the option to send them back, but I also think parents should have the option to not. To do virtual if that's what they want to do. I believe in school choice. The science on it, I think, is pretty clear about kids being extremely low risk when it comes to this virus. And not only that, but they are not considered vectors of transmission. And that's been shown in Sweden, in Switzerland. Iceland did a study. I mean, they're all coming out the same way. So I think we just look at that and then go. But I think you can do it safely. And I think that these countries are showing, that it could be done safely. But I do think parents should have the ability to opt for virtual if they want to. Yes, sir. Let me go here.
Are there any restrictions you may look at considering the K through 12?
Well, so here's the thing. I'm not going to dictate, how everything goes. I think that you have Miami is looking at a different situation. You're going to have a lot of school districts around the state that are going to just go open up, and that's going to be it, because they haven't faced, a similar epidemic that you've seen in places like Miami-Dade County. So I've told the Commissioner of Education, work with these districts collaboratively, understand that we have a very diverse state. That's been my approach to almost all of this stuff, recognizing that the response here is just going to be different than it would be in different parts of the state. And I think that there's other parts of the state, for example, address coronavirus much differently, but it's been effective for their area. And I think the same thing should be true here. I just, my fear on this is the amount of damage that will be done if kids have no options to get back to school. We've put a lot of effort into virtual education in Florida. I think we mitigated the damage better than a lot of states, but I'll tell you, there's a gap that has developed. I think it's disproportionately hurts our low-income students from low-income families. And I don't know what the end point would be if you just say, that they're not going to go back to school. So you got to look at, okay, what are the risks involved? And to kids, it's very low. You can look at the adults and say the risks, but I think those have been managed in other areas of life. But then on the other side, say, what are the risks if they don't have an outlet to be able to do this? And I think those risks are profound, not just in educational achievement that may be lost, but if you look at mental health, if you look at just the social fabric, kids being able to develop, being able to participate in activities like sports, I think is very, very important. So, but at the same time, I think we have to recognize that it's a big, diverse state, and I'm willing to do that.
Governor, Miami Beach Convention Center, the state spent a lot of money to get that hospital.
Federal government did it for us, so. So I've talked with Carlos about it. I think pretty much everyone I've talked to has said, look, we can expand within our hospitals. We have the beds. I mean, statewide, we've been between 10 and 15,000 beds consistently empty for the last 3 weeks, even as we've seen traffic come in for coronavirus. So I think if they have the personnel they need, I think they would prefer a standard of care here, and I think you can do that. That was put in really. Part of it was thinking about maybe isolating people who were in multi-generational households. The problem is we're not going to force anyone to do it. But if you did have a situation like that, I know Jared Moskowitz is working with folks down here about offering hotels, because what we're seeing is you have somebody in a household, and then you have other generations, and guess what? When you're in close contact under that same roof, the chance of it spreading is very, very high. And so the question would be, would someone be willing to isolate at state expense in a hotel for a week or two? And some of them may not. Now, I'm not going to force anyone out of their home. But I think that's an option just to try to stop the spread within a household if you have some vulnerable individuals there.
Will there be a statewide mask ordinance? The state is providing to our area hospitals.
Yep.
Where's this medical personnel coming from? Other parts of the state, outside of Florida?
So basically at the beginning of this in March, we took a number of steps to prepare for what could potentially come down the pike. Obviously, there was a lot of uncertainty. So we entered into contracts with companies that provide additional staff support. I mean, these guys work with companies to do this all the time. So it's no different than what a hospital would do. So we have folks under contract. We haven't had to execute the contracts, but after hearing from the folks here in Southern Florida, we felt we should do it. So we executed the 1,000 that we had. Jackson has, they'll have their 100 by the end of this week. I think they have half of them now. We're going to be deploying 1,000 around the state. Some of it will be in our COVID-only long-term care facilities to get those beds up. Some of it will be in actual long-term care facilities if someone tests positive or a number of staff test positive to be able to send some new staff in there to care for the residents. But then we're also going to do probably another 2,000 on top of that. So Jared Moskowitz has that lined up. We think that there's demand from the Agency of Healthcare Administration for 400 to 500. That'll partially be a lot of nursing home related staff.
So these people come from across the country.
Yep. And so we don't know that we're going to have a demand for all 3,000, but our view is, from the beginning, it's like, okay, let's just be prepared. And it's better to be prepared and not need it than to not be prepared at all. So, okay, well, I want to thank Mr. Magoya. I want to thank the mayor. I'm going to come back down tomorrow. I'm going to meet with Carlos. We're going to do more that we can to help. I'm going to talk with some folks in the White House tonight to just keep moving forward. But I really appreciate the hard work that you're seeing throughout Miami-Dade County. This is the toughest part of the epidemic in our state, and I know they've been working on it for a long time. We've been helping you a long time. We're going to get through it. You guys are a strong city. You're a strong county. And you're really a great engine for the state of Florida. So, it's not necessarily going to be easy, but I'm 100% confident that we're going to get through this in good stead.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, so once again, that was an update from Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, giving us a little preview into their COVID-19 response. I do want to turn things over to just give us a live look at those updated numbers that we do have coming in from the Johns Hopkins University map there. So just want to once again say thank you so much for being here with us on News Now. Here's a look at those latest totals. We do know that more than 40 million Americans have been tested for COVID-19. Of that 40 million, more than 3.3 million have been confirmed with COVID-19 cases. We do have 135,477 deaths in the U.S., but we've had more than 1 million Americans recover from COVID-19. So that is the good news that is coming from some of these totals that we see. Just need to check a few things real quick. We're seeming to having just a little bit of set issues here. So just give me a quick second as I get them fixed. You're going to see this transition a couple times just to see if it is working. Had a little bit of trouble on our set with our switcher going back and forth from different items. So once again, thanks so much for being here with us on News Now. What I want to do is take a break from COVID-19. Let's go out to Chicago because the mayor and officials were talking about the 2020 census. Obviously, you may have heard some of those commercials about the importance of having your 2020 census filled out. So let's go listen into what she had to say along with officials about the census, importance of it for the city of Chicago earlier this morning.
To fill out the census takes 5 minutes. Make sure that your household is counted in 2020. And the clock is ticking. We've got to get out there. We've got to do more hard work. We've got a lot to lose. But it's important that we get this done and get it done as quickly as possible. We need to make sure that we don't fall subject to the national winds that are blowing. People trying to drive folks in our communities into the shadows. people who don't want us to be counted, who don't want us to be successful, who don't want us to get those federal resources. Don't let them win. We win by making sure that we are counted. And with that, I'd like to call up Anita Banerjee to give us a few words. Anita, come on up.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot, and to the City of Chicago for inviting me today. It has truly been an honor to help lead census outreach efforts across the state these past few years as Forefront's Director of the Democracy Initiative. Every 10 years, we have a chance to do right by our communities. Every 10 years, we have the responsibility to partake in a civic duty. And every 10 years, we have the opportunity to help provide for a better tomorrow. The 2020 census is an important vehicle for empowerment, giving communities, no matter how big or small, voice and representation. As Chicago residents, this is an important time to be counted. Without accurate data, we cannot provide necessary resources, as Mayor Lightfoot mentioned, for our children, our college students, our renters, our seniors, or provide better services for our homeless residents or disabled communities. Without accurate data, we cannot provide for new roads, new schools, new infrastructure, or give small businesses a chance to grow. In 2018, Forefront created the Illinois Count Me in 2020 program with 22 Illinois foundations, more than 50 nonprofits from across the state in coalition, and 2 cohorts of census grantees, a statewide cohort and a city-specific cohort, which is funded by the City of Chicago. More than 30 organizations were selected in January of this year to be census ambassadors throughout Chicago as boots-on-the-ground community leaders, activating outreach all across our city. And amidst the COVID-19 crisis, just as the census self-response period opened up, these grantees had to shift and reprioritize their outreach efforts quickly. While much of their work was to be conducted in person, these organizations sought swiftly to be creative in their outreach efforts, sharing census swag and information at food pickup venues, grocery stores, churches, and laundromats, hosting digital census parties and webinars, and turning to phone banking, not only to check in on residents and families, but also encouraging them to fill out their 2020 census questionnaires. Many of these organizations turned to digital outreach as a necessary tool when everyone was home during the stay-at-home period. Now, as we embark on our final outreach push before the non-response follow-up period begins next month, there is still a chance to get counted. This is our opportunity to get counted before door knockers from the Census Bureau come to our homes. This is a chance for us to boost our city self-response rate, particularly our ward numbers with our City Ward Challenge. We have the chance to do right by our communities, to ensure that our neighbors, our friends, our family members, and our communities are getting counted. So please remember, the census count is a civil right. It's a human right. Everyone must be counted. So let's secure our better tomorrow with a strong census count. Thank you. So next, I have the pleasure of introducing the Midwest Regional Bureau Director, Mrs. Marilyn Sanders.
First and foremost, let me thank the Honorable Mayor Lightfoot for this event. I thank her for the work that she performs each and every day for this city. Thank you, Anita, for the work that you have done. As a Chicago Regional Director, I appreciate and am grateful for the opportunity to talk about where we are and what's ahead with the 2020 census. I thank the team that's here today that makes up the count for the 77 neighborhoods within the city of Chicago that's working here every day to make certain that we get a complete and accurate count. While the U.S. Census Bureau has met many challenges and many that were unprecedented, we are confident that we will succeed in counting everyone once, only once, and in the right place. We recognize that responding to the census may be difficult for some, but we want to encourage them to respond and to understand that we have currently until October 31st, 2020 to make your count count. In a very few weeks, August 11th, we will employ individuals to go door to door safely in order to complete the enumeration. We must get a 100% count. Guided by federal and local and health safety protocols, these census takers who will be hired and live in your neighborhoods will ask people who have not responded to please answer the questions. But it's important to note that even while they're knocking on the doors, you still have the ability to go online, to call in by phone, and if you forgot that you received a questionnaire, to mail in that questionnaire. Nationwide, people are responding. There is a 62% response rate across this country. The current response rate for Illinois is 66.8. Cook County is 61.6%, and Chicago, as the mayor said, is at about 55%. We want this map behind us to turn blue. We turn that map blue by everyone taking the time now to complete the census. During the 2020 census, everyone counts. Children 0 to 5, seniors, immigrants, college students, and people experiencing homelessness. No matter where you live in the city, you count. In fact, your community could miss out on funding that comes back to your community. Over $675 billion in counting is distributed every single year based on census numbers. We hear so often, my community needs. Well, the census count can help, an accurate count can help fulfill those needs of our communities for better schools, better roads, better libraries, better senior facilities. To bring things back to our community, we need a complete count. There's only one thing I want everyone to know before I leave and close today. If you haven't already responded to the census, the time is now. Your count will inform decisions for the next 10 years. It will inform future generations, for our children. The count is now, the count is important, and the count is needed. We need everyone counted. Be assured that my commitment is that we get a complete and accurate count for the 8 states that I represent. But it is more important for me that we get an accurate count. We need everyone in the household counted. Again, thanks to Mayor Lightfoot and the awesome work that she has done, and thanks to all of you that's here today. I am confident that we will get a complete and accurate count by October 31st of 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. I want to thank everyone from the U.S. Census Bureau who's helped our community. Please give her a round of applause again. As you just heard the mayor mention, it is vitally and urgently important we complete the census questionnaire. As it was stated earlier as well, we're going to repeat everything that everyone said because it's vital to the community. About 45% of Chicago residents still need to be counted. Illinois is ranked about number 7 in the country. Soon the enumerators will be going out knocking your doors. We can avoid this. We can avoid this 5 to 7 minutes to fill out
I
the
know
sample.
a couple of you guys asked for interviews in reference to this case, and we're going to grant some interviews today, basically to shed some light, some clarification. I know there was a lot of confusion last night in reference to this incident, so please, I'm going to outline some things. This case is still under investigation. It's tough enough that you're dealing with two people that have drowned and died, but now we're dealing with different elements that I'll go over. So please bear with me if I can't answer something. It's because it's still part of the ongoing investigation. So this Maricopa County Sheriff's Office deputies responded to an emergency call at that time of an unknown trouble at Lake Pleasant around 6:30 p.m. on Sunday. Deputies arrived on scene and found a man unresponsive on the back of his boat. Bystanders were conducting CPR, and that's when sheriff's deputies took over and began CPR on the victim. It's our understanding fire personnel arrived on scene and transported that victim to a local hospital where he was later pronounced deceased. So I'm going to go over the case and in different scenarios, types, basically how the deputies responded. Then I'm going to recap it so it makes sense because it's a bit confusing because there's going to be two victims that passed away. So according to witness statements, there was basically two brothers and their wives were out in their boat Saturday and Sunday. This incident occurred on Sunday around 6:30. One of the brothers decided to go into the water where the boat was docked in the Scorpion Bay Marina. So they weren't actually out on the lake. It was actually in the dock where they were still docked. They've been members of that marina for about 1 month. So we're gathering information. Obviously, it's kind of difficult with two victims that know the ins and outs of this boat and information who have been deceased. So 50-year-old Michael Miller was basically the victim that was unresponsive on the back of the boat. And his brother, 53-year-old Timothy Miller, basically was the one who goes in first. So Timothy Miller is outside the boat, jumps into the water at this time for unknown reasons, where he begins to experience what we later find out to be what their victims described as some type of electrical current inside the water. So obviously, Timothy goes in, he starts to have issues. His brother, Michael, immediately jumps into the water to help him. He also starts to experience these symptoms. One of the wives of the brothers also jumps in, and she starts to experience the same thing. So at this time, Timothy was the first one in, and he goes underwater. He's not seen again. Then the bystanders at this time were able to congregate and gather, and they were able to pull out Michael and one of the wives of the victims. So they're pulled out. That's when deputy sheriffs arrive on scene, begin CPR. Michael's transported and passes away at the hospital. So later that day, the dive team was able to locate, almost at maybe 1 a.m, they were able to locate Timothy's body underneath the deck area. So the Maricopa County dive team was able to get down there and conduct a rescue on the actual body of Timothy. So both of them were pulled out. We begin interviews. Obviously, this is, like I said, this is a complex case because not only are we dealing with the issue of the drowning, but we're dealing with possible electrical current is what's being described by the witnesses on scene who were in the water. So those interviews bring us, obviously, to conduct extra checks on boats, the dock area, and that's being conducted as we speak right now. At this time, we don't have any information to lead us to 100% say that that's the cause, but we have found evidence that there may be an electrical issue that contributed as a factor to the drownings. So all that right now is under investigation as we continue this investigation. So we, at this point, like I said, can't 100% guarantee that we have found the issue, but we're working on that. The cause of death is always determined by the medical examiner, not the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. So we're waiting on, obviously, reports from the medical examiner at this time.
Are you able to confirm that there was an electrical current in the water?
I'm able to confirm that there is evidence that the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office found either in the boat or in the area that could be a factor that leads to some type of electrical issue.
How long Michael was in the water before he was able to get pulled out?
They didn't give us an approximate time. Obviously, this is all unfolding pretty quickly, so I was told that as soon as Michael and Timothy went into the water, they started to experience symptoms and obviously went under quickly.
You alluded to it, but how did the witnesses kind of describe it in terms of what leads them to believe, okay, there's some sort of electrical current? What was it that they told you guys?
Well, like I said, one of the wives was able to jump in. She was actually able to get pulled out, and that's where a lot of our information is coming from the witness that was in the water, and she is describing this as some type of electrical current underneath in the water. So that's what we have to go on, and right now, like I said, we are doing testing, we are doing examination of the boats there at Lake Pleasant to determine factors that could have caused this tragic accident.
With uncertainty surrounding the electrical current, do you know if Michael and Timothy could swim?
It's my understanding that they were both members of the marina. They frequent the marina, and they were on their boat. So to say that I know definitely that they can swim, I cannot say that, but I know they were always out there with their families and other people.
Are you able to tell if it was their boat causing that possible electrical problem, or was it someone else's?
That's yet to be determined. I just got an update that it's possible that it was the actual boat. However, I did say they were out there on Saturday into Sunday, and there were no issues on Saturday. So we're trying to figure out what exactly occurred or happened from Saturday into Sunday.
What is the process of determining what happened last night? Is there a current? Wasn't there a current? How do you guys figure that out?
Well, we reach out to specialists that deal with electricity. Obviously, that's not our lane of expertise. So we're going to rely on experts to bring information to us as far as possible contributing factors that led to this, obviously the boat and things like that. So like I said, this is a little complex, but there is very talented men and women, the detectives that are out there that are working on this case, and I'm confident they'll bring some type of resolution here.
What is the wife's condition? And then the way you describe it sounds like maybe 3, if she was injured, I mean, 3 including the 2 deceased. We heard maybe 5 total people involved last night. What is the total number of people impacted?
So, and that was one of the clarification things I needed to clarify, because right now, the only people that were in the water were the 2 deceased victims and one of the wives, and then that left only one more wife outstanding. So there was 4 total in the party at the time of the boat of the accident.
How's the wife doing?
It's my understanding she's recovering, but nothing life-threatening.
Was she transported?
It's my understanding she was. She was transported, obviously, for an evaluation. You know, anytime you deal with, circumstances, uncontrolled circumstances like this, obviously we're going to make a transport for an evaluation.
How did this affect the dive team's search for Timothy?
Well, he was located, so I can tell you this. So Timothy was located by our deputies. Once we responded, detectives responded, secured the scene. He was located by a deputy who was above ground. He was located underneath the dock. So we knew exactly where he was and how to actually conduct the recovery of the body at that time.
Because you had to control the electrical current, I would assume, before you were able to pull him out?
That's correct, and that's where we reached out to experts that deal with current and water and boats and things like that to make sure it was obviously safe for our deputies to enter the water.
I realize you may not know, but at the very start of this, when you say Timothy was the first one to hop into the water and we're around the dock area. Any idea why he hopped in? Just, hey,
It's my understanding he was either retrieving something or he was getting into the water for some reason. That's obviously something that we're looking into to see why he went in there. We don't have a clear answer to why he jumped in, but we know he actually jumped in the water.
I I know it's really early in this investigation, I guess they're still trying to sort a lot out, but is there a message at this point that you would have to other people who go out and boat, or is it too early to determine that?
Yeah, it's early, right? It's way too early. Like I said, our detectives are working hard, and they're the best at what they do. But I think we'll wait because we really don't know what actually occurred. All I can tell you, there was a tragic accident, and we have two people who have passed. So that's our primary goal right now, is to find out exactly what happened.
I know in some marinas, boats can actually plug into a shore power situation where they can connect their boat to an outlet on the dock. Do we know if there was any outlet of that sort on the dock?
It's my understanding that's exactly what we're dealing with right here, where these boats can actually plug in to the marina. So there is power coming from the marina. So like I said, it's a bit complex because we're looking at the marina, we're looking at the boat, we're looking at surrounding boats to determine exactly the factors that caused this accident. Do you have any more questions? So on this, and like I said, our detectives are out there right now. They're working on this, obviously, to bring some type of information. So I will update you as soon as I have any new information in reference to this tragic case. But like I said, it's two brothers, a 53-year-old and a 50-year-old males. Thank you.
All right, so once again, they're getting an update from our deputies. They do confirm, just want to give you a little bit of the backstory since we jumped in live there. Did want to let you know that they do have an incident that happened on Sunday night where a party of four, as you heard, were on a boat. One of the males had jumped into the water, started to have issues. A second male, the brother, also then jumped into the water to try to help him. He started experiencing the same issues, so one of the wives jumped in. That's when bystanders noticed issues happening. They were able to pull two of them out. Unfortunately, after being transported to the hospital, the other brother did pass away from his injuries, and the wife is recovering. So once again, two brothers, a 50-year-old and a 53-year-old, have died from an incident that happened at Lake Pleasant. And as you heard, the cause of death is still being waited on for those reports from the medical examiner. And unfortunately, they are still trying to decide how this issue happened and what, if it is solved, what actually happened out there on Sunday evening. For more on this story, you can go to fox10phoenix.com. All right, so for those of you with us, thank you again for being here on Fox News Now. We do appreciate all of our News Now viewers. While we had that live update, we were in the middle of the mayor from Chicago talking about the importance of the 2020 census. Going to be finishing that out here for you on News Now.
We can avoid this by 5 to 7 minutes to fill out the census. Mayor Lightfoot is challenging us. We have 4 days left. Currently, our colleague from the 12th Ward, I think, is ahead. But the 30th Ward is creeping up. 28th's right behind us. So I intend to do my best. I also want to thank the alderman from the 28th Ward. If I haven't mentioned you, thank you for being here. We can make this happen, ladies and gentlemen. I am fully confident that we'll reach our goal set by Mayor Lightfoot. We have until October 31st to complete this process. Un minuto en español. Soy Ariel Reboeras, el presidente del Comité Legislativo sobre el Censo de Chicago. Como nos acaba de presentar la nuestra alcaldesa, es urgentemente importante a completar el formulario del censo. El tiempo para recuperar los recursos necesarios se termina pronto. Personalmente, Lindsay Evans,
the census for everyone. You know, we've organized community-based organizations. We put money into it, and sometimes you got to do a little bit more. When I was a kid, I loved the Batman TV show, and when the city of Gotham had a real difficult challenge, one of the things that the mayor there did is he called out and he sent out the distress signal to Batman. So we are doing something similar for the census. And I'm happy to report I'm calling out the census cowboy. So, if you see the census cowboy coming to your neighborhood, that's not a good thing. That means you got to step up and do your part and make sure that you fill out the census. He's going to be going to the 10 communities across Chicago that have the lowest census response rate. And it's time to giddy up. Let's do this, Chicago. Let's make the census cowboy proud. Thank you very much, sir. So with that, happy to take your questions.
I'll try to add some giddy up to the Q&A, Mayor. I'll take the mask off so people can hear me a little bit better. First question just on topic, Esther Kang with WBEZ. For these parts of the city where the response rates are lagging, especially among the immigrant communities, what specific things is the city doing to boost the response? I know you talked about your challenge, but specifically getting out there.
So what we are doing is now, we had a very robust community engagement plan that obviously got sidetracked because of COVID. We're going back to those plans, and particularly in those areas, we're using trusted community voices to do the work. So community-based organizations, community navigators, other people who obviously are multilingual or bilingual to really reach out to those communities. But it's not just there. As you can see from the map, we've got some challenges really all over the city, particularly in areas where we have a lot of seniors. So we need to make sure that we are using those community organizations that really specialize in outreach and providing support to seniors to also get the word out. But we're doing a full court press now to make sure that we boost the numbers significantly before the enumerators go door to door. Now we're going to continue this work to the finish line through October 31st, but those are some of the strategies that we're using. We're getting our corporate partners more re-engaged. Again, we had a whole strategy for them, and now I think it's a time where we re-engage them as well.
Amanda Vanicki with TTW. A couple of follow-up questions related to that. Is how many people are going to be hired to go door to door, or is that going to depend on the online?
That's a census call, and I don't know if the census regional director wants to speak to that issue. Come on up. Come on up.
So as we've indicated, there has been challenges in terms of COVID-19 impacting the hiring. So at this particular point in time, we are in the process of selecting over 11,000, maybe closer to 14,000 people to go door to door. But it does depend on the response rate. What's equally important is that as individuals are hired and selected, they have to go through training and they have to go through assessment. They take COVID-19 training, but the actual number of hires will be reflective of the number of non-responses that we have.
And can you tell us what the response rate was for Chicago and maybe the state as well back in 2010?
So, whenever I'm asked that question, there is no real comparison between now because of the COVID-19 event and in the census past. In the census past, we did not do online responses. So therefore, to compare the two, I will be not really a good comparison. In addition to that, we didn't have the ability for you to participate in the census online. So the census has been designed totally different from the way that it was in the past.
Did you lose a lot of census workers who quit due to COVID concerns?
So as we started the operation to select staff, we've had a lot of declinations because of COVID-19. Fortunately for us, though, we are continuing to recruit. So we do have the ability for people to go online to census2020.gov/jobs and apply. But at this particular time, we are continuing to select and to offer positions.
Thank you. Mayor, a number of questions have come in just about weekend violence.
Yeah.
this is the fourth or the fifth weekend in a row on Mondays where we've had to report high numbers of shootings and murders. When can the people of Chicago expect that some of these efforts are going to bring about some change and start bringing these numbers down?
Look, I think if you dig into the numbers, what you're going to see is we are making progress every weekend in different parts of the city. But the reality is, you look at the root causes of violence, this is generations of lack of investment, generations where we haven't created real opportunities, particularly for young men of color, and they believe that their destiny is on the corner. We're not going to change that around in a few weeks, but I think that the efforts that we are doing both on the short-term interventions, also the longer-term strategy, is starting to see, we're starting to see some difference. Is anybody satisfied with where we are? Of course not. So we've got to redouble our efforts. Every single Monday, it's not just the police department, but street intervention, community-based organizations are taking stock of what's happened over the weekend, looking at the data, seeing where we've made progress, but also looking at those areas where we continue to have challenges, and we are harnessing all of those efforts in an effort to try to make our community safe. But it has to be an all hands on deck, community-focused and community-driven effort.
Bill Cameron and Kelly Bauer both asking questions about investment. Bill Cameron saying, you know, there are plans to invest more, millions more in street outreach to combat the shootings, and Kelly Bauer is talking about Good Kids, Mad City activists. They want 2% of the police budget reallocated for outreach and mental health and schools and other services.
Well, what people need to recall is that we have made historic investments in all of those areas. Despite the fact that we had a significant budget gap for 2020, we made historic investments in mental health, affordable housing, and for the first time ever, the city of Chicago put its dollars into street outreach and intervention. And more recently, with the budget amendment that was passed back in late May, early June, we made even additional investments, $10 million more dollars into street outreach, more money into mental health, more money into affordable housing. So a lot of the things that people are asking for, we've made those investments at historic levels already here in the city of Chicago.
Franz Spielman has about 600 questions, but let me start with the one police related. She says, why was CPD's Chief of Operations Fred Waller encouraged to retire, and why is he being replaced by the 8th District Commander McDermott? She also wants to know who Carter chosen to replace.
None of that is accurate. When and if there is a change that needs to be made, that'll be something that the superintendent announces.
Number of questions on schools, if I can. A lot of people are wondering, you know, what are the plans for, you know, if we go back in the fall, how are you going to get kids to wear the masks, and how do you, you know, divide students up for remote learning? And
well, so I don't want to speculate and piecemeal what the plan is. CPS will be soon announcing an engagement process that really is going to be focused on getting feedback from parents and other community stakeholders around what in-person learning would look like this fall. I mean, fundamentally, whether or not that happens is going to be dictated by what our public health metrics look like at that time. That's got to be the number one priority, is continuing to make sure that we are in a place to even have this conversation. But when CPS does announce its plan, it's a plan and a framework for engagement and getting feedback from all the various community stakeholders when it comes to our schools. But I think the one thing that we've also got to emphasize is the best plans that I've seen around the country, not one of them can eliminate entirely the risk of a COVID infection. So we have to be realistic about what we're talking about. We need to be realistic about what we need to do to mitigate risk and mitigate the opportunities for spread. And I think CPS has come up with a framework that starts to address those issues, but we really need to make sure that parents in particular are brought into the conversation, and they will be.
To that point, Amy Jacobson is asking, in reference to in-person learning in the fall, have you and Dr. Arwadi studied the data of the European countries like Holland and Germany? She says they've been back in school since May with no masks or social distancing, and she says their numbers are good.
Well, you can't, of course we look at data from all across the world, but you can't compare another country with what's happening on the ground here in Chicago. We've got to develop a plan that responds to the specific realities of Chicago. I don't see a world in which we're going to send kids back to school where they're not going to engage in social distancing and where masks are not going to be a significant component of mitigating the spread of the virus.
A number of questions related to COVID. Alex Keefe with WBEZ says, as the number of COVID-19 cases is rising in Illinois, we've heard some health experts in recent days say that the state should consider reimposing certain restrictions, especially for indoor activities. Are you considering any of that here in Chicago?
Well, our numbers are different than the rest of the state. I think that's important to recognize. In Chicago, we continue to be on a good trajectory. However, we do have concerns, and we specifically have concerns in the 18 to 29-year-old cohort where we're starting to see an uptick in cases. I can't emphasize enough why wearing a face cover every single time you leave your house is critically important. Now, that's a challenge with that cohort because we'll all harken back to the time when we were that age. We felt like we were invincible, but this virus doesn't discriminate. If you're young, it's still coming for you. And if you're young and you're out there and you're not wearing face coverings, if you're not social distancing, not only are you putting yourself at risk, you're putting at risk every single person that you come into contact with, whether a stranger or a loved one in your home. So I just can't emphasize enough to the 18 and 29-year-old in particular, but also the 30 to 39-year-old. We're seeing an uptick in cases there, and you are at risk, and you must take the public health precautions.
Kelly Bauer just specifically asked, is there anything specific you can do other than just to keep preaching to the 18 to 29-year-olds?
Well, we're looking at where these folks congregate and where I think the circumstances are that are most at risk. That's why we're having a lot of conversations with bars, restaurants, other places of entertainment. And if we don't see progress, then we're going to take some specific steps. But my hope always is to educate people into compliance. And it's not compliance for the sake of abiding by what the mayor says. It's compliance to save your life and your health. That's what this is about. COVID-19 is still very much part of our present. And we need to make sure that we are continuing to be diligent. If you look at what's happening all across the country, where cases are ballooning out of control, where people and mayors all across the South, all across the Southwest, West Coast, are concerned about the effect on the healthcare system. Every single one of those areas is where either they didn't have a stay-at-home order, they didn't robustly enforce it, they came out too early, and they are still reluctant to tell people the truth that you must social distance, that you must wear a mask, and you cannot be, that no one is invincible against this virus. So we're going to continue to look to opportunities to continue to push our restaurants, our bars, our gyms, and other locations where young people gather to really emphasize the necessity of taking these public health precautions seriously.
But you're not looking at rolling back in indoor dining or anything like that?
I'm not going to take anything off the table. I don't think we're at that point just yet, but I am deeply concerned because we're starting to see this uptick. We're starting to see an uptick in the number of daily cases. Deaths are going down, which is great. Most of our hospital indicators are good, but the case rate, the daily accumulation of cases is something I'm definitely concerned about, and we're not going to hesitate to take the steps that are necessary if we continue to see a rise in that number.
One other question just related to that. With testing, Alexandria Fisher with NBC saying we're hearing some feedback about a lag in testing in the city, both from viewers who've had to wait more than a week. What are you doing to address the testing, and how long should people have to wait in order to get their test results?
If they're going to a testing site that the city of Chicago set up, I don't think that that's an issue. Unfortunately, there have been other testing sites that have been set up by third parties that are taking way too long. So to make sure that you're getting tested in a way that you're going to be connected up to a healthcare provider and that you're going to get your test results back quickly, please go to chicago.gov/coronavirus and look for the City of Chicago testing sites. I can't account for what's happening with third parties, but I know what we are doing, which is getting people tested, getting test results back quickly, and making sure that we get people who test positive connected up with a healthcare provider.
Last question here from my colleague Leah Hope at ABC7. Can you talk about lessons that have been learned from the 95 heat wave and how that may have played into the city's pandemic response?
Yeah, I mean, we're a totally different city than we were in 1995 because of what the city went through that horrible summer and stretch. We really didn't have coordinated emergency management systems. We do now. We didn't have things like heat warnings, which we do now. We hadn't set up a system of cooling centers and other opportunities for people who don't have air conditioning to get out of the heat. We do now. I mean, night and day difference between what we experienced in 1995 and what we're doing now as a result of the lessons learned. I think the city obviously went through a really horrific experience, particularly with the number of deaths during that time period. I'm probably one of the few people that actually read that 1995 report long ago. But everything that was pointed out, we have learned those lessons over and over again, and making sure that we never see a recurrence of that. And yes, of course, a lot of the baseline around preparedness, coordination, that is at the heart of what we've done in responding to this pandemic. We are a better city for the lessons learned from that horrific experience in 1995. Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. And congratulations to the census workers.
We can avoid this.
All right, everybody, that was Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot there. You are watching News Now, whether you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on coronavirusnow.com. Thank you for being here. My name is Pilar Arias. Here is a live look at gorgeous Midtown Manhattan, New York City, everybody, from the Fox News headquarters right across the street from Radio City Music Hall, Rockefeller Center area, and the like. Man, look how green it looks out there. Summertime, the sun is setting. It is 6:39 there in the evening in New York. I love me some New York. I love a lot of cities across the world. I cannot wait for this pandemic to be over so we can be open to traveling safely again, for sure, right? Where's the first place you're going to go? Let me know on the YouTube chat. All right, everyone, I'm going to transport us all to Seattle, Washington, where their mayor and other authorities, including the police, talked about the protests and the unrest that essentially continues in the city. If any coronavirus updates or anything happens live that I can bring to you right here on the stream, I will do so. Happy Monday, everybody. I hope your week is off to a fantastic start.
This morning's fire. Seattle Police Department has also investigated a shooting in the University District last night. They are investigating at this point and don't have anything past what was been announced publicly. We are the 18th largest city in the country with big city safety challenges that require a 24/7 response to every part of our city. As many have seen, we are seeing an unprecedented uptick in gun violence in cities across America. Chief Best and I continue to center work with community-based organizations to prevent violence, and also know that the Seattle Police Department must respond to and investigate shootings. We are working very hard to reduce the number of shootings here in Seattle and hope that we do not see the same kind of uptick that cities throughout this country are seeing. Chief Best and I have been meeting with a range of community members and organizations in recent weeks. And our teams have been working on a thorough, I repeat, a thorough review of the Seattle Police Department's budget and organization. This kind of assessment takes time and will be ongoing. We both recognize that we have a historical opportunity and obligation to reimagine how policing can be done in Seattle. We believe deeply in broad community investments which can build greater community health and less need to call 911 for help. And when someone does call 911, We want them to get the help they need. Sometimes they will need a police officer immediately. Sometimes they will need other help, like a firefighter, a medic, or family support counselor. Building a new kind of 24/7 response network will take time and broad community engagement. It will take resources and trained personnel. But as we do that, we can also reimagine how the Seattle Police Department itself will function. Today, the Chief and I are announcing some early actions to transform the Seattle Police Department and make some significant reorganizations in the department. Chief Best and I both come from unique backgrounds as we approach rethinking and reimagining policing and community safety in Seattle. Chief Best has been part of this department for over 30 years, and every step of the way, she has been working to improve the department. She is a nationally recognized leader who loves this city and the men and women who serve it. She has always brought her view that the Seattle Police Department serves the public in every job she's had, and that's nowhere more evident as her being chief. Decades ago, I served as the first citizen observer to the Seattle Police Firearms Review Board that reviewed all police shootings. I later worked on oversight committees that led to the creation of the Office of Police Accountability, and another that led to the former auditor position being full-time and paid. As U.S. Attorney, I was able to rely on the work of the Seattle Police Department, but also led the civil rights investigation that led to the consent decree, which I signed. I too love this city, and I am enormously grateful for all of the city workers who serve this city, including the men and women of the Seattle Police Department, who have worked under extremely difficult circumstances over the last several months. As Chief Scoggins and Chief Best will tell you, their teams were the front line of responding to a global health pandemic. We are in the midst of an economic crisis and a civil rights movement. 3 weeks ago, Chief Best and I both laid out our vision for policing and community safety in Seattle. The challenges and systemic problems that community has rightfully asked us to solve are difficult and deeply entrenched in American society and government. No one mayor, no one chief, and no one city will solve them on their own. But we must act. We must begin the change now. The chief and I are committed to doing so. We believe we can lead the nation as we have done before. But I must be clear, we will not support any effort to abolish the police department or cuts that will compromise the chief and SPD's ability to serve the people of Seattle. We know that not every 911 call requires an officer to arrive with a gun. In so many instances, people might be better served by a mental health professional, a firefighter, a dispute resolution specialist, or a social worker. Sometimes it takes both. Over the last decade, we've asked police to respond to so many of society and government's failures, including substance abuse, behavioral health crisis, and homelessness. But it's clear that law enforcement is not always the appropriate avenue to deal with these issues. We need to invest in community-based solutions that address the underlying root issues leading to these challenges. Community has made clear they want us to transform the Seattle Police Department and to reinvest in programs that provide this kind of community safety. As Chief Best and I continue going into a deeper analysis of the Seattle Police Department's budget, and most important, the personnel and departments that we need, we have quickly identified some common sense transfers, reorganizations, and reductions that we can make for next year's budget. Today, the Chief and I are announcing an initial $76 million in reductions to the 2021 budget. These initial actions will keep 911 service accessible and available 24/7 in every part of the city, with appropriate response times in every neighborhood. We have that obligation as we work through this process of reimagining and restructuring community safety in Seattle. $56 million will be transferred out of the department's 2021 budget by moving the following functions to civilian non-enforcement oversight. The 911 call center will be moved out of the Seattle Police Department. The Parking Enforcement Division will be moved out of the Seattle Police Department and into the Seattle Department of Transportation. The Office of Emergency Management and Office of Police Accountability also will be moved out of the Police Department. In addition, we've identified an initial $20 million in cuts by not expanding the force in 2021 and making reductions to overtime. Our assessment of what needs to be done has to be based on facts and data so that we can continue to serve the people of Seattle. Our actions are an important start, but the work we're doing for assessments will continue and actually require community engagement and a deep assessment of SPDs and its jobs. The Chief and I had already recognized the needs for these ties to community and for alternative responses. It's why we relaunched the community service officers, who are civilians working on youth safety and non-emergency calls. It's why we added mental health workers at every SPD precinct. It's why we created alternative programs for individuals calling 911, like Health One, which Chief Scoggins helped design. It's why a social worker and a firefighter respond to calls that previously police responded to. It's why we increased nurses at our homeless shelters, particularly those that were the highest for 911 calls. We know those kind of public health interventions work, but they have to be planned, they have to be resourced, and they have to be in place. In one of her first actions as chief, Chief Best launched the first ever in the country, the Collaborative Policing Bureau. While every officer is committed to community engagement, this bureau brought together community policing teams and CSOs in a new way under Assistant Chief Diaz. We know we must act urgently, but we cannot simply cut functions from SPD or quit responding to 911 calls. If we want to be able to send the right help, which sometimes will not be a police officer, we have to build that capability with the right people, the right resources, and the right training, 24/7 in every part of our city. Right now, SPD is doing two major deep dives into their data and their organization. 911 calls and reviewing specialty units. We cannot cut officers overnight when there's no plan. We will be assessing how many officers we actually need to respond 24/7 in every part of our city. Doing the job right has to be the basis for budgeting decisions. Chief Best and I are committed to this complex work. It's why we have SPD and the Budget Office currently evaluating what calls are best handled by someone other than a sworn officer. Looking at SPD functions to determine if any can be civilianized, transferred, reduced, or eliminated. Looking at nearly 800,000 911 calls from community to determine should there be new emergency response protocols. Looking at data on arrests and bookings to determine if citations would be more appropriate. The response to other agencies, including Metro and the Seattle Public Schools. Current overtime practices, including staffing at special events and sporting events. And potential expansion of programs like Health One and community service officers, which provide civilian, need-based responses to emergencies. All of these potential areas for transformation are deeply complex, and we must approach each problem with a level of intelligence and planning to ensure we actually make lasting change. Most importantly, I know that Chief Best and I don't have all the answers yet on all the transformative changes that we want to make. We need to continue listening to communities. We need to continue looking at the data and the facts and the best models from around the country and around the world. There's going to be a lot of good ideas. We need to harness those good ideas while protecting community safety. We want to have meaningful discussions on how we can make these changes. Not only the initial changes that we propose today, but the changes we want to make in the 2021 budget and in the future in Seattle. I've talked to many about the approach that I think is best and the assessments we're doing for the Seattle Police Department. Well, I had hoped that City Council would work with Chief Best and I on this historic chance for transformative change. And while I've talked to many in the City Council, I think this city needs to see us working together. We need to show that we can rise to this occasion and make meaningful and thoughtful change. Unfortunately, at this time, the Council is approaching an alternative approach. To date, the City Council has done almost no analysis on SPD's budget, 911 calls, or staffing models needed for a 24/7 response to every part of the city. They haven't even talked to the Chief of Police to get her views and her experience over 30 years serving the people of Seattle. Instead, they have made the arbitrary decision to defund the Seattle Police Department by 50% this year in 2020 and 50% next year. 7 out of 9 council members committed to cutting the Seattle Police Department's budget by 50% without talking to the Chief of Police. 7 out of 9 council members committed to cutting SPD's budget by 50% without a plan on how they would do so, what they would cut, or an assessment of what those cuts would have on response times, officer diversity, training, and the affordability of existing precincts, let alone the labor implications or whether certain cuts could take us out of compliance with the federal consent decree. This is simply not responsible. You can't govern by Twitter or bumper sticker. Community safety is too important not to have thoughtful approach. I think Seattle expects more of its government. It expects us to function better than Washington, D.C., and it expects us to work together to solve these incredibly important and historical challenges. I want to thank Chief Best for her partnership and her commitment to this city and to this effort. She really is a national leader in community-based and need-based policing. We are very lucky to have her in Seattle. Truly transforming policing can happen and will happen under her leadership. It'll also take the leadership of Chief Scoggins, because the fire department has been innovative in this space. We saw the launch of Health One, so now a trained medic and social worker respond to calls that previously a police officer respond to. Chief Best and I, Chief Scoggins, and all of the city remain committed to rethinking and reimagining what community safety looks like, how we build that first, deepest layer of community safety by making community investments in communities so they have access to health care and housing, education, and economic opportunity. The right and responsible way to go about this transformation is first to develop, in partnership with community, a needs-based analysis and approach so that when individuals call 911, they get the help they need. But to do that, we have to build up that other capability. Budget follows values and form. You don't cut first and then think about what you will do. Once you have developed a new model in policing and greater community investments and a new model for health-based solutions, then you build that budget. But a preliminary, blunt cut of 50% without any alternative plan or any ability to answer those other calls has the potential to decimate the department's ability to respond to emergencies and leave parts of Seattle with no alternative. With that, I will turn it over to Chief Best to discuss the consequences of the council's cut to the department, and then Chief Scoggins will address the fire from last night. But let me just say in closing, I meet with council members regularly. I've talked to almost every council member about these topics. We want to work together collaboratively to do this in the right way. Please join us in doing that. blunt cuts won't work. A 50% cut with no plan and no assessment on how that will impact every business and resident in Seattle is irresponsible. I'd now like to turn it over to Chief Best, who will be followed by Chief Scoggins.
Great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mayor Durkin. Thank you for your continued support of the men and women of the Seattle Police Department, and thank you for your commitment to a comprehensive re-envisioning of what community safety could look like here in Seattle. I am so grateful for all of the community members who have offered their support in the past few days. Working with you and others is how we are going to develop our future model of policing and community safety. You helped reform the department, where we have done so much of what is being called for nationally. We're already there in Seattle. And now you will help us transform our department. I want to thank our officers who are continuing to answer calls, run into the face of danger, offer aid, all while hearing a political conversation that half of them aren't needed. Let me make it clear to all of those officers, you all are needed. It is because of you we completed the hard work of the consent decree. You're one of the best trained departments in the country. We know you are needed because just 5 short months ago, we celebrated, along with some of the council members, the launch of a new campaign to recruit officers who are from this community and who represent the communities that we serve. I have made many close connections in the city in my almost 30 years in uniform. We have not always agreed on everything. In fact, we have disagreed on many things. But you all know that I share the same commitment you do to make this the best city for every single person who is here. It is reckless to advocate for this type of cuts that have been proposed by the City Council, especially with no time or plan to have a realistic alternative response in place. Let me be clear, I will not choose to fire officers. But if they leave me in this circumstance, we have no other choice. Our budget is almost entirely personnel, and almost everything that isn't personnel costs has been eliminated to help address the COVID-19 budget gap. I will not sacrifice officers of color for political points. As with most labor unions in this country, there are predetermined rules about how terminations occur. Our hiring unit has done tremendous work in recent years. So many officers of color will be out of a job as a result of this last in, first out process. And regardless of what some council members have suggested, there is no precedent for a large-scale, out-of-order termination process with officers. That sounds like an easy political fix, but in reality, it is far more complicated. These officers have families. They are members of the community. So yes, in part, this is about them too. But it is also about overall public safety. Officers spend most of their time responding to in-progress emergencies, criminal incidents, and supporting other departments and events. There is simply no way safety will not be compromised if half of these officers are fired. We can have transformative changes, but we have to do it together. There has to be a plan, and it cannot be achieved by firing half of the city's police officers overnight or in a matter of months. So we need to come together and truly re-envision community safety. I'll turn it over to Chief Scoggins. I want to thank him as well for being a supporter of public safety and of the police department, because together we realize how important it is to have a unified effort to make sure that public safety is maintained in the city of Seattle. Chief Scoggins.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chief Best. Thank you, Mayor Durkin. I just want to give a brief update on the fire this morning. At 04:52 a.m. this morning at 2473 Aurora Avenue North, it's a location called the Hillside Motel, our units responded to a fire. And we do this all the time. This one was a little bit different. This is a motel, 11 units. If you've been down Aurora and directly across from Canlis to the south a bit are two motels. One is a single-story motel and one is a multi-level motel. It was the multi-level motel that was at where the fire was on the 3rd floor. Our first ladder truck and our first engine company, when they arrived on scene, they encountered multiple people. People jumping out of windows on the 2nd and the 3rd floor, people that were burned. Our units went into immediate action and started placing ladders all around the structure to help with rescue, and our engine companies went direct on the fire to attack the fire to put the fire out. As more units arrived on scene, we treated a number of patients. We actually treated and evaluated 7 patients on the scene, and 6 of them were transported to Harborview. 3 of those 6 are in critical condition, and the other 3 are in stable condition. Very challenging fire this morning. Our fire investigators, SPD's Arson Bomb Squad, and ATF are on the scene right now, following up on the investigation. So that's a brief update on the fire this morning. Thank you.
It might be appropriate if there's anyone that has questions for Chief Scoggins first on the fire. We can take those.
Thank you, Mayor. If anyone has a question for Chief Scoggins on the fire, if you could please use the hand raise function, and I will make sure to read you in.
And it won't count as one of their questions.
You can have a second question if you couldn't hear that from the mayor. While I'm waiting for hand raise, we'll go ahead and get started with the questions.
Sounds good.
We have first question from Omari Salisbury, Converge Media, followed by Chris Daniels, King 5. Omari, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, Mayor Durkin, Chief Best. My question is that we've heard a lot from your office, from both offices, to say a lot about your interaction with community leaders, members of the community, but we've yet to get any information as to who exactly is the office of the mayor meeting with, who exactly is the police chief meeting with, especially me as a media organization that's based in the black community. I'm very anxious to know who exactly are you guys talking to when you're getting information for these very important decisions that are being made.
Thank you, Omar. I think that's actually a great question, and actually there's been a lot of information about that because there's such a saturation, it's hard to follow. But for example, in the room today, just by volunteering as one of the associate pastors at Mount Zion, the chief and I both met with, as you know, the day you were at the church, before the meeting we had with some of the folks from the area on Capitol Hill, we also met with black ministers. I've met with any range of organizations and people, some who've asked for meetings, some who I've ended up meeting with. I had met with protesters who showed up at the door. We can try to compile a list, but I will say that I don't believe that any mayor and any chief should try to meet just with people they agree with, nor with people that they deem legitimate. And so I have everyone from representatives from Not This Time to Africatown to other protesters to black community to established black-led organizations. So we are trying to make it very broad. Many of those people, I know this may shock you, don't want press in the room when they're talking because they want to have a candid conversation with their chief and their mayor because it is a difficult time for everyone. So we've done both public meetings and meetings that are more private, and we'll continue to do so.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next question will come from Chris Daniels, King 5, followed by Justin Carter, CHS Seattle. Chris Daniels, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I am just curious for the chief and the mayor. The city of Minneapolis has laid out a timeline for re-envisioning their police department, changing their police department, changing the funding of their police department. Would you be open to working with the council on a timeline where people would see change?
So, Chris, it's a great question, and the short answer is yes, and we've done that. We've laid out what we think the process and timeline is, And council decided in the space of hours to, by tweet, decide they were going to cut the police department by 50% without looking what those cuts would have on the ability to have service for the residents and business of Seattle. People also often point to Camden in a way that is frankly misunderstood and misleading. The Camden police force was disbanded not because community wanted it to be disbanded, but because of a fight the Republican governor was having at that time so that they could hire police officers cheaper. It ended up in Camden with a police department that had higher uses of forces and was not responding to community. And then community demanded, surprisingly, not surprisingly, that they do the things that we've been doing in the last 10 years in Seattle: de-escalation training, outreach, mental health interventions. So all of those steps we are willing to take, but if you look what Minneapolis is trying to do, literally, many of the things they're laying out, we've already done in the last 10 years. People talk about wanting to have de-escalation training. Seattle Police Department's de-escalation training is literally the model for the nation. They talk about having better mental health interventions. We had 17,000 crisis calls last year the Seattle Police Department responded to. Now, we'd like for police officers not to be the first line of defense in those calls. But if you want those 17,000 calls answered, not by a police officer, you have to have hundreds of trained responders available 24/7. That's the kind of resources and thinking that it takes. And so, of course, I'm willing to work with council. I've been talking to council about this. We laid out what we thought our timeline was. 7 out of 9 of the members decided over a period of hours that they were just going to cut 50%. I want to add one last thing to that. It is very unclear to me what they mean by cutting 50% from the 2020 budget, because they've said it two ways in different forums. Some of them said they wanted 50% cut from the 2020 whole budget. If that's what they want to do, we are halfway through the year. That means zeroing out the police budget and no more police services this year. Now, some of them are saying, oh, we didn't mean that. What we meant was 50% of what's left. It's not what they said, but if that's what they mean, they should tell the public, and they should say what their plan is to replace those services for the residents and businesses in Seattle. Do the residents and businesses of Seattle want to close a precinct? Do they want to have response time so that if you need a cop, they show up maybe 15 or 20 minutes after you call? All of those things can happen if you just take blunt cuts. So the chief and I are 100% committed and showed today that we will reimagine and transform this department, but we will not sacrifice community safety to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next question will be from Justin Carter, Capitol Hill, Seattle, followed by Hannah Scott, Cairo Radio. Justin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Mayor, I want to follow up on that last answer. I'm curious, given what you just said, if there is alternatives that you are open to and discussing around the 2020 budget. I understand you're focused now looking at 2021, but what about now? What about something more immediate, like the calls that so many thousands of people went to the speak to call for and ask for?
So that's a great question. If you look at the reductions we did make, that we have already shown that we did that. And I just want to make clear is, again, the people are in the street for a righteous cause. I believe in it. The chief believes in it. But transformative change can't happen with a wave of a wand. You can't just cut a department and not have the other services that you need to respond to community needs. And again, we've been trying to get this in place, not as urgently as I know we must do, but again, it's why we put nurses in the homeless shelters that had the highest number of calls. We found that if you had that public health person there, the number of times you had to call police dropped dramatically. It's why we created Health One for a social worker and medic to come to someone with behavioral health issues instead of a police officer. These programs take time, though. Health One, we had to design it, we had to hire, we had to recruit, we had to train. We're working with agencies. Last year, my budget increased our investments in other organizations, community-based organizations like Choose 180 and Community Passageways that can go upstream and try to deter criminal conduct from happening and to try to provide opportunity. We're providing 2 years free college and jobs for youth. We know that we have to invest greatly in community, and I am committed to do that on a broad scale. I've already said we will find $100 million in additional sums next year to make the kind of investments that I hear communities say they want. They want investment in their children and their families. They want investments so that their kids have the best schools and the best economic opportunities, that they have access to health care and child care. Those kinds of investments will reduce the number of times that people have to call 911. So we want to reduce the number of times people call 911, and then when they do call, we can send them the help that they need.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next question will come from Hannah Scott, Cairo Radio, followed by Steve Kiggins, Q13. Hannah, the floor is yours.
No. Hi, Mayor. I'm wondering if, with 7 of 9 of the council members indicating support for 50% cuts, whatever that might look like for them for the rest of this year and next year, should they pass something like that with 7 of 9 votes? Is there anything at all you can do about it? And Chief, how might that level of cuts impact the ability to respond to mass casualty events?
I'm going to let the Chief answer the second part first, and then I'll answer the other part.
Hi, good morning, Hannah. As you know, response times is one of the most critical things for calls for service that we have. And if we have half the amount of people to respond to calls for service, we know that statistically that's going to mean much higher response times. And if there's a mass casualty event, heaven forbid, there's going to be a very limited police response. We simply won't have the personnel to get there. As you know, when we had the mass casualty event on 3rd and Pine earlier this year, officers were there in less than a minute. In seconds. They were there quickly with the fire department, offering first aid, helping people with the tourniquets, identifying suspects, and working diligently to resolve that as quickly as possible. That simply won't happen if we don't have the number of officers that we need to respond.
And for the first part, I'm hoping that after some thought and deliberation, that a majority of the council will actually say, we want to do this the right way. We know that there's changes that can be made immediately, and there's other changes that will take time. For example, moving the 911 center can't be done in 2020, but we're committed to doing that. So some of these changes will take some time. We want to show the things that we think can happen now. I have been working and talking with council since I became mayor on every single topic. And I'll continue to do that because I think that's what the city expects of us. I think they want our government to function better than Washington, D.C. They want us working together to solve these unbelievable challenges. We are in the midst of the most transformative time our city and our country has ever seen. We're in the middle of a global health pandemic, which is getting worse by the day in Seattle, in King County, and across our country. We are in the midst of the worst economic downturn and job loss and the impacts that has had on so many workers and families. And we're in the midst of a civil rights uprising and movement. Those 3 things together require us, oblige us to find common solutions and common ground, to work urgently, yes, but to actually get generational change, you have to be thoughtful.
Our next question will come from Steve Kiggins, Q13, followed by David Cronin, Prospect. Steve, the floor is yours.
Ms. Mayor and Chief Best, Ms. Mayor, I wanted to ask you a follow-up about, you mentioned that you were hoping that the council would have additional deliberation about their plans, and you have hoped that they might change that plan. However, if that's not the reality, what is it that your office and Chief Beth's office have taken in the background in these past few days to come up with a budget that meets that demand along with council? What does that look like for next year? If you can answer that question, please.
Right now, if your question is what do we do if council passes a 50% cut this year with no plan? If that means zeroing out the budget and there's no police, I will veto it. If it means having impacts on the department that the chief decides that we can't have adequate community safety, I will veto it. We want to work with council for a responsible process to do this, but using a blunt cut without thinking about the consequences is not responsible.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next question is from David Cronin, Crosscut, followed by Martha Belisle, Associated Press. David, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. This is for the mayor. Can you say more about moving OPA out of the Seattle Police Department? My understanding, most of the investigators are sworn officers. Will they still be sworn officers, or will that office become more civilianized?
So it shows you exactly, David, why you can't do it with just a stroke of a pen and why we're proposing it for next year. Every one of these changes has technical and labor issues and budget issues and policing issues attached to it. OPA, as you know, is an independent agency, but it's included in the Seattle Police Department budget. We will make it a standalone independent agency, and we will discuss with the director how and when they need to further civilianize. It has been, up to this point, people's belief that you needed some sworn officers who have done the job in order to do the investigations to know whether the job was done correctly. But that'll be a conversation we have to have with OPA, with the CPC, with the OIG, and also with the federal court, because the function of OPA is controlled by the consent decree, and the court has made it very clear that the city of Seattle cannot act unilaterally to change anything that relates to that consent decree.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next question will be from Martha Belisle, Associated Press, followed by Ryan Harris, Como Radio. Martha, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good morning. Mayor Durkin, where will the $4.5 million for the OPA come from? And second question, have you been in discussions with the Community Police Commission for all of these changes, and what are their suggestions?
Two different questions, but both of them really good. That is OPA's current budget. It will no longer be in the Seattle Police Department budget. So that is already allocated this year. In addition to that, I have met repeatedly or multiple times with the Office of Police Accountability, the Office of Inspector General, and the Community Police Commission to ensure them that we wanted them to have the resources they need to do the oversight of the Seattle Police Department. So we will, of course, be discussing with them whether they need additional resources moving forward. We have met with the CPC before. We will continue to have discussions. We know that the CPC is having internal deliberations themselves, meeting with community and having community engagement. And we look forward to getting their suggestions. But it tells you again, our council, 7 out of 9 members, decided they would just cut 50% because that's what people put on a placard without talking to the Community Police Commission and waiting for their suggestions, without talking to the chief of police, without looking at the budget in a way where they could make serious adjustments to say, you know what, we think this function can be done by someone else, or we don't need it at all. Instead of just announcing the cuts, I think the responsible way, again, is to start with the premise we want to have adequate service to respond to the emergencies in every part of this city 24/7. And if that's with a police officer, we need a certain number of sworn officers. If it's with some other alternative, like a medic or a firefighter, we need enough of those. And if it's with a social worker or an intervention specialist or an addiction specialist, we need to have those people ready and trained 24/7 too. And that last category doesn't exist today.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next question will come from Ryan Harris, Como Radio, followed by Kate Walters, KUOW. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, Mayor. You just mentioned issues that can't be dealt with the stroke of a pen, including labor. Doesn't that include the contract with the Police Officers Guild? I mean, it runs out at the end of the year, but wouldn't making a huge slash in just this year's budget have an effect on that and possibly cause some problems with the union?
One of the things we have to look at are the labor impacts of any of the cuts, the civilianization, or the moving. For example, parking enforcement officers are subject to their own collective bargaining agreement, and it may have labor impacts when we move them out of the Seattle Police Department. So each one of those factors has a whole range of complications, not just labor contracts, but how does it interact with other agencies in the city? Can it be done by somebody else, or does it undermine their work? Perfect example, we saw in the last weeks that there are a number of things that the city does where people that are not police respond to an emergency. Sometimes that is somebody who's going because there is a mental health or a crisis intervention that's needed. Sometimes it's a fire. But if there are security and safety issues, those people won't go to that scene unless the Seattle Police Department is there. And so there's a whole range of calls that may need both kinds of responses. But City Council has done nothing, has made no attempt to assess what that is, what the workforces will look like, and how they actually will respond to emergencies. They're simply told the people of Seattle, we're going to cut police by 50%, and we don't know what impact that's going to have on your community, but we hope it's okay.
Thank you, Mayor. And our next and final question will come from Kate Walters, KUOW. Kate, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. Mayor Durkin, you mentioned $20 million in cuts because of reduction in hiring or proposed hiring for 2021. Is there going to be any actual cuts to current personnel in your plan? And then a second question for you. Can you talk a little bit about what it looks like to move 911 dispatchers out of SPD, and will that be effective January 1st of 2021, or what's the timeline for that?
So on the first, on the terms of the hiring freeze, the number one requirement that Chief Best and I have is that we have an adequate number of very trained police officers and crisis intervention specialists and the other people who are employees of the Seattle Police Department, that we have the right workforce to respond to what the city needs 24/7 in every part of the city. And so we will be doing a workforce analysis to see what that response looks like and what kind of personnel that we need. That's going to be the number that we budget for. And so I will not be setting any arbitrary numbers, but we do believe, based on historic attrition and the like, that there is a base number that the chief believes that she can provide those services, but that assessment's not done. But the amount that's in the budget is the amount that we think can be saved even once that assessment is made. The second part of your question was, I forgot, Kate, sorry.
One moment, I'll get her back on.
Oh, I know what it was. 911. We're looking right now at, it cannot happen this year, moving the 911 call center. And one of the things we want to assess, hopefully in partnership with the City Council, is where should the 911 call center management live? I think a logical place might be with our Emergency Operations Center, which now also will be outside the police budget. But those kind of discussions are the collaborative approach that we need to have to be looking at just not the labor implications, but really the management of a department and who it's connected to. So we're hoping to have those discussions, and it will be part of the proposal for next year's budget.
Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to squeeze one more question.
Sure.
From Daniel Beekman from the Seattle Times. Dan, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. And I suppose this is a question for the mayor. Just wondering about those planned cuts you laid out for the 2021 budget. Is it right to understand that with the call center and the emergency management and the OPA, those would there be cost savings associated with those that would be redirected to community-based interventions, or are those more just moving the functions and the budgets that already exist outside the Seattle Police Department?
So that's a really good question, Dan. We're doing two things here. We're restructuring the department itself to reflect that what we have heard from community in various ways is that there are many jobs that should not be a law enforcement job. There are jobs that are much more tied to community, a broader community safety. And so some of these realignments are just that. We are moving it out of a law enforcement posture. And for example, the 911 call center, the majority of those employees are already civilian. and the ability to move that management of that to another area makes sense. Now, there may be additional budget savings that we can make, but right now we are assuming that those moves are budget neutral, so they will not result in savings to be reinvested into the community. And I want to point out, Dan, that I think that's a really important distinction you're making, and one the chief and I are trying to be very transparent about. That we will restructure the department, but that restructuring does not always end up in more resources for the community. I'd urge council to be that transparent, because just last week they proposed a range of changes that they said would be cutting the budget by 50%. But those cuts would not result in a reduction of the overall city budget, nor would they result in investment into communities. It's one reason why, regardless of where we end up on how we reimagine policing, I have committed to $100 million of new investments in community. I have made that commitment that we will do that because I think we have to do both things. We have to invest in community at a scale we haven't done before. In the last 2 years, we have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in communities, particularly our communities of color and our Black communities, through childcare and housing and free tuition and grants to the Seattle Public Schools, to community-based organizations. But we have to do more, and I'm prepared to do more at the same time that I know we have to restructure and reimagine how community safety looks, not just our city, but across this country. Thank you very much. Any follow-up, Chief, that you'd like to make? No, okay. Thank you much for your time. All right, thank you very much.
Taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Looks like a gorgeous summer evening out there. It's 4:28 in Phoenix, Arizona, 7:28 on the East Coast. I hope you all are having a great day. I'm going to take you out to the county of San Diego next. Some more neighbors to our west here from Phoenix, Arizona. And that's because Governor Gavin Newsom, his order today was kind of a big deal about a bunch of additional closures. So let's get an update again from San Diego County.
Good afternoon and welcome back. I hope you all survived what was obviously a very, very warm weekend. We have a lot to get to today, so I'm going to keep my comments very brief. One of the issues we're going to be talking about today is testing. Since the beginning of this pandemic, we've talked about the need to do more testing to get a better handle on this virus. In the beginning, our nation didn't have enough testing supplies, and we were very careful about not using up all of our tests and limiting it to the people who really needed them. Over the past several weeks, we've been able to increase our testing to the point where now, over the last 14 days, we've been able to average over 8,000 tests per day. However, as positive cases have surged throughout the country and demand has significantly increased for more testing by public agencies, hospitals, and clinics, it has led to a national and global shortage of testing materials, which is impacting us here locally also. We do have some good news to share with you today. We've come into an agreement with a local company that you're going to hear from in just a few minutes that will help stabilize our supply chain. But we must remain careful with these supplies. As a result, we will be modifying our testing approach a bit to focus more on priority groups like healthcare workers, first responders, and other at-risk groups for the time being. We will hear more on this subject from our Health and Human Services Agency Director, Nick Mascione, who also leads our county's T3 strategy. We'll hear from him after we get through the regular updates. To get us started, let me call on Supervisor Nathan Fletcher to go through the numbers.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. The number of COVID-19 cases are surging throughout the United States, and San Diego and California are certainly no exception to this rule. The potential for uncontrollable and exponential growth that could overwhelm our healthcare
is undergoing.
How's that?
All right. You guys are good. I'll buy you an ice cream.
Global, national, and statewide statistics.
Obviously, we're having a few technical difficulties. We'll go back to Supervisor Fletcher in just a couple of minutes. But to give us the Public Health Director's report, let me call on Dr. Wilma Wooten.
Thank you, Chairman Cox, and thanks everyone for attending today's briefing. As is our practice, global, national, and statewide statistics are based on data that is obtained from the Johns Hopkins dashboard and was obtained today around noon. Based on reports through 11:59 p.m. yesterday, the County of San Diego is reporting its stats as follows. There are 20,348 cases, which is 419 more cases than yesterday. This includes a total of 422 deaths, with no new deaths reported since yesterday. The age range is unchanged, 3 months to 102 years of age. In making this essential milestone of breaking the 20,000 threshold for cases, I would like to just clarify who is actually counted among our positive cases, as there have been many unfounded rumors in social media. I'd like to stress that only laboratory-confirmed diagnostic positive tests are counted in our daily count for positive COVID-19 cases. The case total does not include suspect or probable cases, or people that are on home quarantine unless they have been tested, and those people that are on quarantine have been exposed to a confirmed positive case. None of the latter individuals are included, again, in our laboratory-confirmed diagnostic tests. The number of confirmed cases that we report daily are just that, laboratory-confirmed cases only, and this is the recommended practice in the state of California. Also, the case definition is defined by the Council of State and Territorial Epidemiologists, and at our recent board meeting last week, there was a public comment which stated that I had changed the case definition. So I wanted to take the opportunity to clarify that that was an inaccurate comment, maybe a misunderstanding, but we have not changed the case definition. So continuing, there are 11,767, or 58% of the cases between the ages of 20 to 49 years of age, and again, this is slowly increasing. The gender is about the same, 51% female, 49% male. We have 2,052, or 10% of the total cases have been hospitalized. 538 of the total number of cases have been admitted to the ICU, and this is 3% of the total number of cases and 20% of the total number of those individuals or cases that have been hospitalized. Regarding deaths, there are 422 total deaths, which represent slightly over 2% of the total number of cases. 186, or 44%, are female, 236, or 50%, are male. And 95% of those individuals that have unfortunately died had underlying medical conditions. As with positive cases, deaths attributed to COVID-19 are also included in the total number of cases. Hence, they are also laboratory confirmed positive cases only. Our sympathies and condolences go out to the families of all of the individuals that have been identified as deaths due to this pandemic. And all of our information is found on our county's website, which is found at the bottom of most of our slides and on the sign in front of you. Now, let's quickly move to the results for today's 13 triggers. 3 of these triggers are abnormal. And you will see here triggers number 1, number 2, and number 11. In the next slide, we will start with trigger number 1, which is based on case rates. And as you can see, we are still abnormal, even though it's decreased slightly from yesterday. Basically, because of this elevated case rate, we are still on the state's county monitoring list. Next slide. So this next slide shows for the past 7 days the number of outbreaks, community outbreaks, and the metric here is no more than 7 outbreaks over the past 7 days. And as you can see here, our total number of outbreaks for community settings in the past 7 days is 17. In the next slide, it breaks out, and actually the next 2 slides, this one as well as this one, thank you. It shows the various settings or locations where these community outbreaks are located. And as you will see in the next slide, this shows the most recent, ranging from restaurants and or bars to businesses as well as healthcare settings. And in this next slide, this aligns with trigger number 11, which is related to case investigations. And this is due, by and large, due to the increasing number of positive cases that are reported on a daily basis. So we are mitigating this by bringing on more case investigators. We actually were on an upward trajectory since July 5th. But over the last 2 days are declining slightly, but we do have mitigation plans in place, including hiring more staff and bringing on additional surge staff as well as temporary expert professional staffing. And in this last slide, I just want to remind everyone that it is important to understand that the pandemic is not over. The virus is still in our community and it is widespread. And we cannot emphasize enough that the actions that are listed on this slide are very important for curtailing or preventing COVID-19. And these include practicing good hand hygiene and sanitation, maintaining 6 feet separation, wearing facial coverings, avoiding crowded places, and staying at home if you are sick, and not gathering. So we encourage you to continue to practice these guidelines. It is with this and the actions that have recently been taken by the governor that we will get on the other side of this pandemic. Now, please welcome back to the mic Chairman Greg Cox. Thank you.
After a few glitches, we're going to try to go back to Supervisor Nathan Fletcher to go through the numbers. So, Supervisor Fletcher, let's try it again.
All right, thank you, Chairman Cox. Hopefully, you all can hear me now. Before we get to the numbers, we want to walk through a few things related to the governor's action today, along with the air quality situation as it relates to the fire aboard the naval vessel, and then just reemphasize the changes that are coming in surrounding testing. The number of COVID-19 cases are surging throughout the United States, and San Diego and California are certainly no exception. The potential for uncontrollable and exponential growth is certainly what we are trying to avoid. An overwhelming of our healthcare system would not only be the situation that we are desperately working to not have happen, but would also have tremendous economic distress on our local economy. And so that puts the state of California and San Diego County in a position to need to take additional actions now. One of the most challenging aspects of dealing with the coronavirus pandemic is the reality that you have to often take actions and steps before it is painfully or plainly obvious to you that you need to. If you wait until your healthcare system is overwhelmed, by that point, it would be too late. And that is why we have the metrics around cases, outbreaks, percentage of positives, and others that we share daily. Those are the metrics that we use in conjunction with the state of California to guide the difficult decisions that are being made statewide. And that's what's pushed the state of California to re-examine the indoor higher exposure settings that are highest risk. We saw the governor today taking action to try and slow the spread throughout California, in particular in the most impacted counties, those on the state's monitoring list, which includes San Diego. So in addition to reimposing some restrictions to try and slow the spread of COVID, we are also confronting the realities of challenges in our testing system based on both the increase in positive cases and global supply chain shortages that are impacting many jurisdictions throughout, that cause us to refocus our prioritization on testing moving forward. So let's start with the governor's action today. Today, Governor Newsom announced the closing of indoor operations in high contact, longer duration sections for counties like ours that are on the state's monitoring list. Because we are on the list, we have to adhere to the closure of indoor operations in the following sectors: gyms and fitness centers, places of worship, office settings for non-critical, non-infrastructure sections as identified on the website covid19.ca.gov, personal care services, including nail salons, massage parlors, and tattoo parlors, hair salons and barber shops, and indoor malls. These entities must cease their indoor operations, and that will be effective at midnight on Tuesday night, so effective on Wednesday morning. And those statewide restrictions will be in place until further notice in counties like ours, which are on the state's monitoring list. The governor also made the previous statewide restrictions that we've already been subject to applicable to all counties in California around bars and restaurants. But they did, if we remember when we put in place the statewide imposed restrictions around bars and restaurants, it was for a 3-week period of time. Those have now been changed also until further notice. And so indoor operations, gyms and fitness center, places of worship, office settings for non-critical infrastructure sectors as identified at the state website, personal care services, nail salons, massage parlors, hair salons and barbershops, and indoor malls must all cease their operations starting Wednesday morning per the state of California guidance, and that will be in place until further notice. For those business owners and employees who are there, we feel tremendously bad about having to be put in this situation of starting you up and then having to limit your operations. Rest assured, I don't believe that anyone takes any of these steps lightly, and it is with a great sense of understanding that if we don't retain control of the spread of coronavirus, it threatens the entirety of our economy. And so these are unfortunate steps that we're certainly going to have a negative economic impact on your business, but the things that the state of California believes we must do in order to rein in control of the spread so that we can hopefully resume and be in a good position moving forward. As Chairman Cox mentioned, the surge in positive cases is also impacting our testing situation. We have more sick people. We have more positive cases, which means we have greater demand on our testing system. That is being compounded by a global supply chain shortage with testing supplies and components. There's been an unprecedented run on the components and types of pieces that go into making these tests, and multiple jurisdictions throughout the world, but in particular throughout California and throughout America, are experiencing unacceptable delays in the time it takes to get an appointment, and unacceptable delays in the time it takes to get testing results. These delays negatively impact our ability to effectively contact trace. Testing is a key part. Testing, tracing, and treatment is a key part of our strategy to try and mitigate and slow the spread of coronavirus. And so because of this, many counties throughout California are shutting down testing sites. Many are closing existing appointments and reservations that have been made in order to try and reduce the number of tests they're doing to speed up the pace at which they can get those results, and to reprioritize and focus on the highest priority folks in order to get testing. Because of the partnership we're announcing today with Helix, adding in 2,000 tests a day with a 24-hour turnaround, and you'll hear from their CEO, Mark Stapley, in a few minutes about this arrangement and what they're doing. But because of this effort, we are not having to cancel our appointments, and we're not presently having to cancel any of our testing sites, but we are shifting our priority. And so for new appointments being made, those will be focused on individuals who are symptomatic or individuals who are asymptomatic that fit into some of our priority groups, like healthcare workers, first responders, those with chronic or underlying health conditions, or those living in long-term care facilities. And so by taking this approach to reprioritize our focus on symptomatic folks and asymptomatic folks who are in the settings I just described, we might see a reduction in the number of tests being done, but we do hope we can see an increase in the speed at which we're able to turn around those tests. Lastly, before we jump into our charts, I just want to share, everyone in San Diego is aware of the fire on the naval vessel in San Diego Bay, and our thoughts go out to the firefighters, the crew, to those that have been injured, and our heartfelt appreciation to all of those who are trying to contain the spread of this. It is never good to breathe smoke, and members of the public should assume that they are being impacted if they smell smoke or if their eyes are burning. The particulate matter from the fire as well could be a compounding factor for those who have or are at greatest risk of contracting COVID-19. Anyone with underlying health conditions such as asthma, those with symptoms, or even people who are asymptomatic, we encourage you to take extra precautions. At this time, our Air Pollution Control District is recommending that residents who smell smoke remain indoors with the windows and doors closed, and to reduce physical activity to the greatest extent possible. The San Diego County Air Pollution Control District is working with our federal partners in the Navy to collect and analyze air measurement data at several locations, including Sherman Heights, Mountain View, Chula Vista, and El Cajon. And we are working both with our own monitoring along with their monitoring to record levels of airborne particulate matter from the smoke at a downtown air monitoring station at Sherman Elementary. The monitoring that's been done thus far is not demonstrating toxic chemicals, but the smoke concentrations we are experiencing based on the fire are certainly not healthy. We're working with the Navy to determine if additional monitoring or additional steps needs to be taken, and Dr. Wilma Wooten can always provide more information on the public health impact of these fires and the corresponding smoke. With that, let's jump into our charts for today. We will start first with a graphical demonstration of the restrictions on indoor activities. Again, you can see here in San Diego County, gyms and fitness center, places of worship, offices for non-essential workers, and the list of essential workers, again, are on the State of California's COVID website. Personal care, including nail salons, massage parlors, tattoo parlors, hair salons, and barbershops in indoor malls, will all need to cease the indoor components of their operation starting at midnight on Tuesday, and those restrictions will be in place per the State of California until further notice. Our T3 numbers for today, we're reporting 6,542 tests that were performed. Again, that is above our goal, our 5,200 a day goal. It is below our 7-day average, and again, we expect these numbers to come down a little bit in the coming weeks as we refocus and reprioritize what we're doing. You can see our contact tracers and treatments remain in full force. Next, our percentage of positives. Today, we're reporting 419 positive tests out of a total of 6,542. That gets us at a 6% of our test rate positive. That is right in line with our rolling 14-day average. Hospitalization daily census, very modest change yesterday to today, essentially the same with ICU and non-ICU. This is COVID-related hospitalizations are essentially flat yesterday to today. Overall hospital system capacity, you can see there at 3,953 with the COVID in orange, non-COVID above that in blue. And then our ICU current utilization holding steady at 72%, 159 COVID-related, 352 other ICU related folks. That concludes my section of the report. I will turn it back over to Supervisor Greg Cox.
As we mentioned at the beginning of this briefing, there's some big changes going on in regards to our testing, and to talk to us a little bit about what those changes include, I'm going to call up our Nick Massione, who is the director of our Health and Human Services Agency and is also in charge of our testing and tracing and treatment division, the T3 division. So Nick, if you'd come on up.
Thank you, Chairman Cox. And as Supervisor Fletcher mentioned, we're bringing on a new testing partner today, a company called Helix, that's going to be providing 2,000 COVID-19 diagnostic tests a day, 7 days a week. I'm pleased to introduce you in a moment the President and CEO of Helix, Mark Stapley, and he'll say a few remarks in a moment. Let me just mention something about Helix, who's a hometown team here in San Diego. They were formed in 2015 and focused on finding ways to improve the health of communities through population-scale diagnostics. The company operates one of the world's largest clinical next-gen sequencing labs, and it's based, as I mentioned, here in San Diego. While bringing on Helix is, in fact, good news for us, I want to be real clear and frank that it's not a testing windfall. Before reaching an agreement with Helix late Friday night, we were facing a real tough situation of needing to close down some of our county testing sites, locations. Well, that's not going to happen now. But the constraints we're feeling were not just uniquely the counties. Our partners, our local hospitals and community clinics, even some of the commercial labs are experiencing supply struggles of their own. And the news story after news story paint a very stressful, distressing picture about the national testing scene. And yes, in San Diego, our ability to test will stabilize as because of this new partnership, but we're always looking to bolster our resources. In fact, that's how we found Helix. To best protect the public health, our focus now is moving to faster tests, and as Supervisor Fletcher talked about, focusing faster tests for people who need it most, our highest priority groups. While our county lab is achieving a turnaround of 24 to 72 hours, the waits of 5 or more days for results from other labs are just not acceptable. This renewed focus on priority populations will be a huge part of the T3 mission going forward. Dr. Wooten has spoken and Dr. McDonald has spoken in the past about why these individuals were the most important to test. More information on the priority population groups that you can see on the screen is available on our county website as well as the 211 website. And this one you're seeing is the coronavirussd.com. And it was actually updated as this press conference began. Now, here's where we need the public's help. The highest testing priority for the County of San Diego remains those with COVID-19 infection symptoms or people in high-risk groups that could include healthcare workers, first responders, and other social service employees, and people in essential jobs. Our transport, our folks delivering groceries and providing groceries. Older adults, people with chronic medical conditions, people living in residential in group settings such as long-term care facilities or shelters, and people exposed to infected individuals in places where COVID-19 is high. If you think you need a test, as we always said, first and always check with your medical provider. And if you don't have a medical provider, we're here to help. Call 211 and they will make you and help you get a referral to a medical provider. We know as this pandemic continues, many people are going to need to be tested. And with now this partnership with Helix, more of those priority groups will get their tests and get them even faster. And for those in need of an immediate test, we are operating our walk-in, no appointment clinic at the County Tubman Chavez Community Center located at Euclid Avenue. This Tubman Chavez testing site is actually our busiest site. It's open 7 days a week. It starts at 8:30 a.m. and will continue to serve everyone who's in line before 4:30 p.m. We're going to be adding more of these no appointment sites into the future throughout our county. Now, with that, let me turn it over to Mark now to tell you a little bit more about Helix and their testing technology.
Thank you, Nick, for that introduction. We're excited today to announce our partnership with San Diego County to provide COVID-19 testing by leveraging our expertise and infrastructure to help in the fight against COVID for people in need. As you said, Nick, as part of this important public-private partnership, we'll be providing San Diego County with up to 2,000 COVID-19 tests per day. As Nick mentioned, we were founded in 2015 right here in San Diego, and we've got 5 years of expertise operating a clinical lab and collecting and processing samples at massive scale. So we're well prepared for this challenge. We intentionally built our lab from the ground up to be able to be highly automated and scalable, making it a unique fit for the ever-growing demand of COVID-19 testing. We've shifted the majority of our resources to this testing challenge to support this effort. While we continue to service our population genomics customers, we're incredibly focused on COVID-19 testing because it's needed by our community and around the entire nation. We launched our first test, the Helix COVID-19 test, in June in response to the growing demand around the country. It's a PCR-based test. And that includes a full non-invasive collection kit, which is processed in our clinical lab, and results are returned the next day. Let me talk a little bit about our actual test and how Helix achieves this. As I mentioned, in the 5 years that we've been operating our clinical lab, we built a scalable and automated technology, and the infrastructure to support that, and a very strong and talented team. We're continuing to invest in our facility, our infrastructure, and our team, and the technology behind it to service the demand as it continues to grow. Unlike many reference labs who have many different tests or versions of a test, at Helix, our COVID-19 test is highly standardized, and it's only one of 2 tests that we offer alongside our next generation population genomics test. And that's all that we do in our lab, which enables us to create a highly automated end-to-end solution with fast turnaround time. We are, of course, subject to the same supply chain constraints as other labs for some of the components and raw materials used in our testing. But as we designed our test, we intentionally focused on addressing some of those areas where we could avoid the existing choke points in the supply chain. For example, we moved quickly to recognize that not only is an anterior nasal swab, a swab that goes in the lower part of the nose, more comfortable for the individual for testing, but it is actually easier to procure as well. In addition, we're using an alternative transport media that does not require a cold chain. And what that means is it can be shipped and stored at room temperature, at ambient temperature, which makes the logistics of transporting, storing, and dealing with samples simpler, and it simplifies the supply chain massively. And then thirdly, later this summer, we plan on launching a second COVID-19 test. This test will be based on next generation sequencing, which is a massively scalable technology that we have years of experience with right here in San Diego. The test will be based on Illumina's NovaSeq platform, another life sciences company just down the road from us here in San Diego. As well as being more scalable, we believe this will be the most sensitive test on the market, or one of the most sensitive tests on the market. But more importantly, or as importantly and critically, it will have significantly fewer supply chain constraints because it requires a different reagent supply chain than the tests that are being run today. So in closing, I'd like to thank the entire Helix team for launching this COVID test so quickly, and the San Diego County team for working with us to get ready to provide testing in the way we've talked about. We're excited to be part of this important public-private partnership with San Diego County and to make COVID-19 testing available to those who need it most. With that, I'll hand back over to Chairman Cox.
Thank you, Mark, and what a great partnership with a local company, Helix. With that, let's go directly to the questions.
Mimi Alcala, 10 News. Please state your question.
Hi. So for hair salons and barbershops that have to shut down again, I've been speaking with a hairstylist who has a private back patio at their shop. Although it's not ideal, will they be able to give haircuts outside?
Okay, Dr. Wooten's going to respond to that.
Hi, thank you for your question. If I heard you correctly, yes, outside, if there is the capacity or the capability for salons or barbershops to do what they do outside or on the sidewalk. But again, that would depend on what permits or what exists in their various jurisdictions regarding the ability to do that through law enforcement. So they would need to find out what their local policies or capabilities to do that is before they can just set up outside.
Thank you, Dr. Wooten. And then my other question is, some businesses continued to operate during the first closure and didn't really face any repercussions. Will there be stricter enforcement with the latest restrictions?
Well, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Actually, there are two strategies or processes that we can utilize now. The state has a strike team capacity to deploy to jurisdictions throughout the state. We work with them through a group that we have developed or comprised to do similar work. So we are working out the details of utilizing our code enforcers in the county to go out and conduct assessments related to enforcement.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the next question.
Freeman with the San Diego Union Tribune. Please state your question.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking my question. Certain indoor shopping malls, I guess I'm looking for a definition of what that means. At North County, Westfield, North County, the shops at Carlsbad, those types of malls are open now on a limited basis. And I was wondering if this new order from the state requires the closure.
Okay, Dr. Wooten's going to respond.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this particular question. We've actually had discussions about this. We have not seen guidance from the state yet, but if, for instance, you have an indoor mall and the access is only from inside, if it is in the list that was provided by the governor today, then that particular business would need to be closed. On the other hand, if it is a business in a mall that has exit to the outside, then that business can conduct business via pickup or curbside, as we previously, before we opened up malls, as that was a practice that was previously in place. So we are going back, or as the governor likes to say, we are lowering the dimmer switch, so we are going back to that particular phase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next question.
Adam Rakusin, 10 News. Please state your question.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking my question. I have two real quick. I'll start with this one. So health researchers say despite current numbers, more testing was needed throughout California to get ahead of the virus. Supervisor Fletcher said that the county is trying to avoid uncontrollable growth. If we're not testing everyone, how do you expect to get an accurate picture of what's actually happening across the county and make significant strides to get ahead of the virus?
Okay, I believe Dr. Wooten's going to respond.
Thank you. You are outlining what the challenge is, and this is not a challenge or an issue for San Diego, but this is a nationwide challenge. And we were doing quite well in terms of testing throughout the community up to the point where a limitation in supplies resulted. So this is a nationwide issue, and we feel that we have developed as best a solution as we can. We've decreased our capacity or the capability just a bit, but not an exorbitant amount. We still are able to test, but we are having to scale back on that testing and just refocus where the priorities are, and those were stated previously by Supervisor Fletcher.
Thanks. And as a follow-up to that, just looking for a little clarity, the gentleman from Helix said up to 2,000 tests a day. What's that going to be at tomorrow? 2,000, 1,000? What are you expecting to receive from Helix starting as soon as possible?
Just one moment.
Thank you. So yes, as we mentioned, we can scale up to 2,000 tests per day. And obviously the utilization of those tests will be based on standing up our solution in individual sites. So we've already got it set up in one site, another site coming live, and then we'll just ramp up as quickly as we can with the county to make that available in other sites. We've already provided a number of kits, and they're available and ready to go for people who are in the most need for testing.
And I just wanted to add, as Helix has the focus that they have, our public health laboratory will then be left to focus on outbreaks throughout the county, including our long-term care facilities, as well as restaurants and other settings, business settings, so that we can focus on those and turnaround time quickly so we can conduct the case investigations and then from there interview close contacts. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the next question.
Taryn Mento, KPBS, please state your question.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask how the limitations of testing to those at higher risk would affect potentially the metrics that we are using to monitor when there is more COVID activity and then possibly take further restrictive action. So how was that considered with the changing in testing criteria and guidelines?
Dr. Wooten's going to respond.
There is a multi-level process that's going on here. Maintaining the capability to test priority populations is important, but as we also layer on top of that, closing specific venues, particularly right now, all of the restrictions that the governor has imposed, what we hope to see with that is a decrease in the number of the widespread distribution of this virus. And as commonly, some people think that the more you test, the more you find, but really is what is in place is the virus is widespread. Whether you test, you will still have widespread distribution. Testing allows us to identify those individuals that are positive so that we can quickly identify contacts and get those individuals quarantined, isolate the individuals that have tested positive. That's the whole purpose for the process of testing, so that we can identify those individuals that are positive and remove them from the general population so we can decrease the spread of the virus.
Well, I guess my question is, will that allow us to fairly look back at earlier numbers when we're making a change with how we're testing now?
Well, very early on, we weren't testing enough. And then, again, no fault of anything going on locally. This is a nationwide problem. Testing materials were not available rapidly across the U.S. As those supplies became more available, jurisdictions began to test more based on the metrics established by the federal government and our state. We got there, now we have another wrinkle, which is now a decrease in supplies. As I stated before, we have developed a reasonable good strategy to maintain testing. We're just having to refocus our priority so that we get the most vulnerable populations tested. That really is what's important. And as contacts are identified, those individuals are quarantined, and if they need to be tested, they are tested appropriately. So, and in 2 months, we may have to change courses again based on the reality of what is going on nationally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one final call-in question.
Paul Sisson, San Diego Union Tribune. Please state your question.
Thanks for taking my call. Public Health has recently said that it will follow the data in determining which businesses or activities should be closed. As I recall, recently officials have said they haven't detected any outbreaks associated with personal services, barbershops, nail salons, tattoo parlors, etc. Has that changed, or is that still the case? And if that is the case, why is the county going along with the governor's order if the data doesn't indicate that these personal services have been a problem?
Okay, Dr. Wooten's going to respond.
Paul, looking at the data across the board, there are individuals that have developed COVID across all of the sectors you've named. While there might not be an outbreak, individuals are associated with those particular locations. So we are following the data, but also the governor and at the state level is looking at the entire state, not just the county of San Diego. And obviously, based on our increased number of cases, we are on the governor's watch list. And with other metrics, looking at hospital capacity, we are looking at that as well, where it might be coming to the point of being abnormal. So we have an increased number of cases, and there's no denying of that. And all of that information drives us locally as well as at the state level to take action. As stated, that's why we have our metrics for the triggers. And we have 3 abnormal triggers. So I think the actions that are taken are the actions to get us to the other side of where we need to be. Thank you.
You know, I've gotten a lot of feedback from folks in the public in recent weeks and months, just really desiring more information on exposures in different locations. Is there any way that the county could start publishing something regularly that just gives us a list of how many people have tested positive after visiting some of these various locations that are now the subject of regular shutdowns and reopenings and what have you?
So what we are planning to do, Paul, is on a monthly basis, because the changes might not occur so rapidly, but on a monthly basis, look at the various sectors where we have positive cases. So we will begin to do that this month.
One final question. It has to do with the concept of pooling and public health surveillance. I guess this is the idea where you would take multiple samples and combine them into one test kit. So you could say test 100 people with one test kit, and then if you got a positive, you could retest everybody in there. But if they were all negative, you would have saved a lot of test kits. Is pooling something that you guys are considering in terms of continuing to conduct surveillance, even as you're trying to conserve testing resources?
Well, that's a big if, Paul, and with the increased widespread distribution of COVID-19, we certainly are looking, and there are discussions with state officials about that, but we are not currently in the process of doing that. Dr. McDonald might have additional intel to share with you.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, for that question. And, you know, we have a local testing task force. The leaders of all of the local hospital and other laboratories in the county have been meeting regularly throughout this period. And indeed, one of the major topics at our last meeting at the end of last week was this issue of pooling. And it is extremely difficult technical challenge, to be honest with you. It depends on the machines that are being used. Number one, whether it's technically possible to do this kind of pooling. And number two, it really depends on the actual incidence of positive cases amongst the number of samples that are coming in to, it's a math problem to decide whether it's okay to pool, get a positive test, and then split that pool to then actually do more testing to find that positive case. And that question is actually something that is a lab by lab, population by population question. And our public health lab has looked at it and determined with our current platforms and our current rate of positivity, it doesn't make sense to pool. It may make sense to pool at some point in other types of scenarios, such as, say, in a large group of individuals who are starting school, for example, who are at low risk to begin with and have no symptoms. That might be a good group to actually do a lot of testing and pool, because you expect the number of positives to be extremely low. But that specific tool is being looked at and certainly would be used if the appropriate population was identified based on the platforms that are available.
What is the main constraining variable there? Is it something like batch size and how many you can do at once, or what is the constraint with your equipment?
Well, again, it depends on each machine, and I'll maybe defer to a laboratorian to give you those specifics. But frankly, from the epidemiologic perspective, it's the number of positive tests expected based on the pooling. And when it goes above 4 or 5%, which we're at as a community right now, it doesn't make sense to pool.
You're just going to basically spend a lot of time chasing. It's going to be hard to find a pool that doesn't have at least one in it.
That's correct. And what you do is you increase the turnaround time, actually. That's the other thing. You actually double the amount of time, or even longer the amount of time it takes to get a test. And as you've heard, turnaround time is an issue for us.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald.
Okay, that completes the call-in questions. The first text question deals with various apps that may be available for contact tracing, and Supervisor Fletcher is going to respond to that question.
That question is from Richard Allen with CBS 8. County health officials previously said they would consider developing a contact tracing app to track people via their phones. What is the status of this app, and how would you alleviate widespread concerns over privacy?
All right, everybody, we have Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti live right now. So I'm going to take you out there, our neighbors, again, to the west of us here in Phoenix, Arizona. Let's listen in live to his coronavirus update.
Bright points. We can show that we haven't been as devastated as many other big cities have been with loss of life. We can say that our infection rate has definitely been higher, and that right now our infection rate isn't skyrocketing like we see in other cities where the positivity rate of tests is as high as 25 and 38%. But we also aren't in a place where we can let up or pretend that this disease isn't affecting people, hospitalizing them, killing them each and every day around us. We have to return to the point where we are back in control of COVID-19 instead of COVID-19 being in control of us. It's that simple. Let me tell you the bad news. We have never had as many people infected or infectious. We have never had as many recorded positive cases each day. And we've never had as many people in the hospital as there are tonight as I speak to you in Los Angeles. I know it felt like we were maybe over half of the way there. I know we felt like we somehow had eradicated the danger of COVID-19, but every night I spoke to you, I said it's just as dangerous today as it was on day one. And it is a reminder to each one of us that that strength that I saw, and that I still do see, that we brought in March and April and May, that energy to be able to say we will rise up against this, we need to bring it back at a moment when this threat is higher than it's been before. People are dying. And we also know that this disease has taught us lessons about how to be smart and moving forward, and yes, sometimes moving backwards, but without whipsawing to nothing or to everything, being open or closed. Too many livelihoods rely on us. Too much of our future prosperity relies on us and the actions that we take here today. The only way to open the economy is to do it gradually, and then to see where numbers are. And if the numbers are in the wrong direction, is to step back, to assess, to wait, to bring those numbers back down before we take steps forward again. So it's time to temporarily close our gyms, our fitness centers, places of worship, our malls, our hair salon and barber shops, as well as personal care services such as nail salons and tattoo parlors and massage therapy locations. These closures are important, and I take no joy in announcing them. But I support what our governor and our county has moved forward with today, and in the city of Los Angeles, we will update our Safer at Home order here, the Safer LA order that has told us all that we are safer when we are staying away from each other, when we're not letting up, and when we're practicing all of the things that we know now will protect us and our families. We did the right thing before, and now we have to do the right thing again. I know how tough this will be and is on business owners, on employees, and the general public who love being out in Los Angeles. It's an incredible city. But if you remember in the first days of addressing you all, I talked about how in history, in the pandemic in 1918, that LA had made the right decisions, had moved forward in the right ways. When other cities had gotten rid of wearing masks or opened too early, that their recovery lagged for years longer than here in Los Angeles. I want us to repeat that history, to do the right things in the short and medium term so the long-term prosperity of our city remains resilient and strong. Later this week, we will talk about mitigating, even when we take these steps backwards, those who are most affected. I'll talk to you in a second about our rent assistance program, which went live today for applications. But later this week, we'll talk about businesses, particularly restaurants and personal care establishments who will need that help right now, and everything that we can do to bring them the assistance to keep their businesses from going under for good. And I know this crisis has hit our renters and our landlords especially hard. And today, the city launched the largest rent assistance program in the nation. Today, it opened up applications at 8 a.m. Don't worry, again, there was high volume at the beginning. Our tripwires worked the way they were supposed to. We went and made sure they were back up and running. By the end of the day, we had, I think, over 150,000 applications. We had a high volume, but remember, this is not first come, first served. This is open until midnight, Friday night. So there are 5 days to make sure that whether you do it online or on phone, that you can apply and make sure you're in the mix at hcidla.lacity.org or calling 844-944-1868 between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. The action that the governor took today is the right approach, and I thank him for making sure that we did it across the county and across counties in our region. It's exceptionally difficult if one place next to another one doesn't have the same regulations, because we see the spread when people can go across the street or over a city or county boundary to engage in risky activities. We need to continue to work regionally, and we need to work across the state and nation to contain the spread of this virus. These changes are in effect right now in the city of Los Angeles and are designed to stop the indoor gathering of people, which is how this virus spreads. The governor is also closing offices for non-essential sectors. Our city of Los Angeles orders have always stayed there and always required telework. We've never fully reopened offices, but these restrictions now will go further. In the first months of this crisis, we had city workers who visited businesses to make sure that they were aware of these protocols and public health orders, and they were respecting all the aspects of them. With these new closures, we will now increase our visits to more businesses, follow up on even more complaints in person in the days and weeks ahead, and as I've always said, to first educate, second encourage, and lastly enforce. But today, the county's Director of Public Health, Dr. Ferrer, said, quote, "Right now, everything is pointing towards an alarming trend." So while the city of Los Angeles' COVID-19 threat level remains at orange, we are on the border of going to red. It is up to all of us to make sure that we don't. Outdoor activities are, as we've learned in this, considered safer, including outdoor dining, which remains open. But if you do an outdoor activity, please do it either by yourself or with other members of your household. Please don't get together with others that you do not live with. And as a parent, I know how important it is for our children to go back to school. They are our future. We don't want them falling behind, and it's about their development first and foremost. It's also about parents who need to know that their children are someplace safe if they're returning to work. But today, the Los Angeles Unified School District announced that the fall semester will begin where the last one let off, with distance learning. That students will not attend classes in person. I support this decision because we must prevent gatherings and should only open when it is safe for our students, our staff, our teachers, and our families. And I hope the work that we do will bring that day forward more quickly. But I know this decision impacts families, creates challenges for caregivers, and I want you to know that our team is committed to working with LAUSD and communities and nonprofit partners to ensure our most vulnerable children are not disproportionately affected by this action. These changes today reflect the reality of this moment. We've done this before and recognized it before, and we've taken the right steps before. Cases continue to climb. They now average over 2,500 cases each day. Today was 2,593 new infections that were diagnosed positive in the county of Los Angeles, bringing the total to 136,129. If we were an independent country, Los Angeles County would have the 20th most cases in the world. Put differently, we have more cases in Los Angeles County than all of Canada. 964 of these cases were in the city of Los Angeles. For comparison, when we flattened the curve in late April and May, the county was averaging, 875 cases. We are now nearly 3 times above that today. Our death numbers are always sobering and absolutely sad, but they remain steady, and today the county reported 13 deaths, bringing the total number to 3,822. But it's important to remember that our deaths will trail the cases that we're seeing. I'd also want to remind young people and speak to them specifically today that since this pandemic began, Los Angeles County has seen 56,888 cases among 18 to 40-year-olds. It's now 50% of new cases. It's the highest number of infections among any age group. And this Saturday, 3 Angelenos aged 18 to 40 died. This disease can kill anyone, and certainly infect anyone. If young people contract COVID-19 at these rates, they'll bring it back to even more vulnerable members of their family with pre-existing health conditions or who are over 65. We've shown the work of bringing down deaths among some of our most vulnerable. Now, outside of our senior nursing facilities in LA County, African American deaths are lower than the population of African Americans because we've surged the testing. We've publicized the importance of them and done work with community partners to make sure that this disease doesn't disproportionately kill Black Angelenos. But we're seeing soaring numbers in the Latino community outside of our senior nursing facilities. But the good news is inside our senior nursing facilities since May, we've reduced by over 80% the number of our seniors who are dying by getting in there with the tests, by surging teams in there, and it's that same smart response to this COVID-19 crisis that we will use moving forward. I'll get to that in just a moment, but let me walk through hospitalizations. Today, as I mentioned, we've never had more people in the hospital because of COVID-19, 2,103 Angelenos. And across the county, there are now 766 available beds, 625 of which are acute care, and 141 ICU beds. We have a strong ventilator capacity at 1,128. But I want to put in perspective that a month ago we had under 400 ICU patients, 397. Today there are 565 ICU patients who are severely sick. This is a 41% increase since last month. And to families with a loved one who is hanging on, our thoughts, our prayers, our healing energy is with you every single day. We've faced daunting data like this before. Don't let it overwhelm you. Feel the power that you have to do something about it. We've taken control of COVID-19, and we can do it again. So please do those small things that make a big difference. If you think you've been exposed, ask your doctor for a test, or get tested at a local CVS, a community health center, or a city, county, or state site. There's a test for you. And city sites this week, we are offering more than 100,000 tests. They're booked for tomorrow, but tonight, there are tests that will go online for Wednesday. This is a 25% increase in testing capacity from just last week. And our mobile testing teams that I just mentioned a second ago, they've been deployed, most recently to South LA, around the LA apparel factory that many of you have followed in the media, where over 300 cases have been diagnosed and 4 deaths resulted. Because LA apparel factory was shut down that day, we tested in the surrounding community where there's other factories and for everyday folks without an appointment. More than 1,100 community members got tests in those 2 days. We know that it's sometimes not easy to make an appointment or to drive to a testing center, so we're going to continue bringing those mobile testing teams to communities around the city. From our public housing developments, which we're in every single day until we finish all of them. We'll be headed to Nickerson Gardens later this week, as well as what we're doing on the street for people experiencing homelessness, working with our clinics and surging continuous. We've done now a second round in our our skilled nursing facilities, which, as I mentioned before, have helped us reduce those deaths by 80%. As a reminder, tests are prioritized. First for people who have symptoms or think they've been exposed, for essential workers who work in a high-risk environment. But over 20%, I think it's actually closer to 30%, of the cases we've caught have been among asymptomatic people without symptoms, which is why we keep offering tests for both those who have had symptoms and those who don't, but may have been exposed. But please don't abuse these tests. These aren't an excuse to go and do things which are not permitted under our orders. To find any of the 100 testing locations that I mentioned, or one of the city, state, or county sites, please go to coronavirus.lacity.org/testing, or just call 311 if you live in the city of LA. And please, be honest with yourself. If you've been gathering with people outside your household, and maybe because you know them, you let your guard down, because they're familiar, they're a friend, but they don't live with you, you need to stop doing that right now. It's selfish, but it's also dangerous. It's part of the reason we're stepping backwards today. So please, do the right thing as we did in those first few months. Do not host a party, do not attend a gathering, don't treat this like a normal summer break. This virus is not taking the summer off, and we can't afford to either. Los Angeles, I know this is hard. I know you're drained. We all are. But we're also stronger than we think. We think back in past generations that have overcome excruciating moments: slavery, world wars, depression. The things this country has risen up year after year, struggles that have lasted lifetimes, make this moment pale in comparison. We can get through this. We can make these small sacrifices. We can wear a mask. We can clean our hands. We can keep 6 feet between us. And in doing so, we can accelerate the day forward in which we are back at school and our economy is roaring back and we are rebuilding our prosperity and enjoying our city. I know we just want a vaccine to arrive or a magical medicine to be here tomorrow, or to just have our normal lives back. But I know, too, that people are working hard to push through this. I began my day in Pacoima with volunteers and members of the Sikh community at the Gurdwara that is there in Pacoima, with the Khalsa Care Foundation, our Department of Disability, our CERT volunteers, and so many others, the Red Cross as well. This location has helped provide some of the 100,000 meals that have been provided to Angelinos living with disabilities who would go hungry during this crisis were it not for this generosity. It was an incredible sight, from our seniors who were cutting onions at one table, to our young people who were assembling many of these meals, to the bus drivers who were taking them, to the zoo where city workers were helping distribute these. This was, to me, an expression of the very best of Los Angeles, of who we are in tough times. This weekend, I was with Assemblymember Miguel Santiago and the group Urban Partners LA in Westlake, where we are distributing food and masks and census information with an amazing group of volunteers led by Tammy Tran, neighborhood council leaders like Steve Bay from the Wilshire Koreatown Neighborhood Council, and labor leaders like Nam Lee from the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, representing all those frontline workers who have been at the grocery stores and retail establishments like pharmacies since day one. I still see the spirit of LA around us, but more importantly, I feel your strength, Angelinos. You are resilient, you are tough, and you will not let down your guard. And this city government will not stop working for you. On tough days like today, where it might feel a little more hopeless, reinvest and double down in hope by helping each other, whether it's by the small act of staying home or whether it's by volunteering and helping another Angelino. I have no doubt that we will get through this together. We will get through this together. But we each need to do our part, and we cannot let up. So please be part of the solution and stay safe and stay healthy and stay at home. Wishing all of you peace and love in our continuing fight for justice. Thank you. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions. I'll take the first question. Thank you.
First question will be from the line of Claudia Pisciuta with KNX News Radio. Please go ahead.
Hey, Claudia.
Hi there. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if you can tell me what the latest projections are on people in the county believed to have the virus and who may be unknowingly infecting others. I've been trying to get that from county officials all day, and they have yet to get back to me on that. Also, earlier in the pandemic, you were warning that we were just days behind New York at its worst. And now, while the transmission rate is lower, there are a lot more people who are infected, meaning we could still see a big surge even with a lower transmission rate. So why aren't we at threat level red? My last question. While the city is going, what is the city going to do to make sure that the latest restrictions are implemented? What will be done to enforce them? Thank you.
Okay, let me try to hit all three of those. Those projections I don't have. They usually come out, I think, tomorrow. So keep asking them, and we'll ask them as well. I do know that we brought down from 1.26 the R0, or the infection rate in terms of how many people the average person reinfects. We brought that down to 1.01, it was estimated, and that may be somewhere in between those two now, maybe about 1.14. But I don't have any further numbers. Those projections usually come out to us as well privately tomorrow. In terms of why not red, we're right there. I mean, we do have mixed bag, right? A mixed bag of more ventilators. We still have some strength in our hospitals, but we also have more hospitalizations. We have less mortality happening, some younger folks, shorter stays, but higher numbers. So it is a mixed bag. Red is when everything shuts down again, everything, to our strictest level. And so I do want to warn people that we're close to that. We saw some decent news last week of, like I said, that infection rate come down. Let's see where the projections are from the county for this week, and let's make decisions. We will always make them based on the data and on the science, and there's no question that we're close, but I also have no doubt in my mind that we can keep from going there if we each do our part right now. And the third one, there's a third question? I think that was the three. Okay. Did I miss anything else, Claudia? Okay, I'll go to the next question then. Thanks.
Next, we'll go to the line of Robert Kovacic with NBC. Please go ahead.
Hi, Robert.
Afternoon, Mayor. Happy Monday to you.
You too.
Mayor Garcetti, is there any data that shows the surge in cases has come from the indoor reopenings or any reopenings? And you warned us days ago that we could return to the mandated stay-at-home order. Right. Should Los Angelinos and people in the county of LA be prepared for that to happen?
So certainly we're seeing anecdotal evidence. Some of obviously the biggest cases we've seen have been in work settings. You've well publicized and through the media, for instance, the LA apparel sites, and we've seen that in different workplaces, from factory settings to some office settings. We've seen them even in our own city family in some office settings as well. That's the first place. Second, it's tougher to say a location, but we definitely have heard from LA County that just folks who've kind of relaxed the prohibitions on social gatherings. Oftentimes this is done with people we know, so it doesn't feel like you're breaking the rules. The anecdote of the family that kind of had a smallish wedding and then didn't have really a reception, but 30 of them got together for a dinner afterwards in indoor spaces, and over half of them got infected. So it is some of those indoor spaces, certainly where you spend longer periods of time. Retail, which is a shorter amount of time, there's less evidence that that's any place with any big hotspot. So like I said, we've gotten smarter with being able to identify, but it's not a perfect science. I know a lot of people say, find exactly where the outbreaks are, just shut down those places, keep everything else open, full stop. It's a combination of what we do ourselves with our own actions, who we hang out with, which we shouldn't be doing outside of our households, and then to in some cases, the spaces that are re-engineered. Some have been successful. Obviously outdoor dining, I think, has been a big success and not a place where we're seeing spread. We're not returning to closing down parks and open spaces because we've seen those aren't places of big spread, though please do wear your masks when you're on trails and when you're out there in our city parks. But that's kind of the mixed bag of things. We do anticipate, though, that as contact tracing continues, and I do want to thank our Department of Public Health, our contact tracing remains strong. The number of people is at the recommended, above the recommended national prescriptions per 10,000 people, so that we have enough people to call, but really implore everybody to answer those phones, to listen to those calls, and to tell them everybody you've come into contact with. We're not going to use that information for anything else. In fact, we don't do it at all. It's LA County Public Health. It's just to let those folks know so they can quarantine. And I do think it's important to remember those three things. Testing, which is critical, and we've surged up, as we know, here in LA to be one of the strongest regimes in the country. Not perfect, but one of the strongest. Second is then the contact tracing, and we need 100% compliance. At different points I've heard from the county that as many as 25% of people they're not able to get in contact with. I hope that we can move forward with both technologies that can help with that, and just even simple texting to let people know. We check in, what are your symptoms, and you tell a health worker how you're doing. And then third, it's quarantining. Don't forget to quarantine. If you've been in contact, don't say you take a test and you don't have to get quarantining. It's strict that we do that, and that's how we're going to bring those numbers down. So I do have a lot of confidence in our ability to do that. I just know we have to keep hearing that over and over and over, and we have to be vigilant. The last thing I'll say is the city has been involved in that enforcement. We go out, we've done, literally thousands of visits to businesses. We are going to be doing more of that and coordinating that with the county. Sometimes it's their jurisdiction because they have a health license that they can take away. Other times the city may have the ability to help shut down a business that doesn't comply, but our goal always is to get compliance. And we did see that more and more businesses were close to 100% compliant. It's just some of the spaces are tough to protect from. Thanks, Robert.
And do you anticipate the mandated stay-at-home order to return?
So we had a safer at home order. As I said, even then, not everything was always closed. But yes, if we go to red, that's what we will come. Today, I only know today. Ask me tomorrow. Ask me later this week. But I want everybody to take seriously that we're on the verge of that for sure. Thanks, Robert.
Gotcha. Thanks, Lucky.
Next question, please.
Next question will go to the line of Joe Pollock with Breitbart News. Please go ahead.
Hey, Joel.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about the policy on protests and gatherings. We've seen a variety of protests in recent weeks. Is the city taking a different position on protests with the new orders?
No, we are compliant with that, and that's important. The state said no indoor protests. They're too high risk, and anybody who is outdoors needs to wear a mask and needs to properly space. Okay. And I think I'm told that's the last question. Okay. Thank you, Joel, and thank you to all members of the media. Appreciate all of your questions. Thank you, everybody tuning in. And just try to capture that spirit that we had. I know so many of you have never let up, and the overwhelming majority of Angelinos have really shown their mettle, shown their ability to be resilient, shown their strength, and we need to do it again. Thank you, and we'll talk to you in the coming days as well. And I'm going to speak in Spanish and give the same message.
All right, everybody. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, one of several mayors across the U.S. who have just stayed on top of this COVID-19 pandemic as best they can, providing their citizens with as many updates as possible. Pilar Arias here with you for just a few more minutes this evening, and then Christy Larson's going to finish up the stream. I'm going to stay in Southern California, but now we're going to head on over to the Los Angeles County update from earlier today.
COVID-19 update. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode. Later, we'll conduct a question-and-answer session, and instructions will be given at that time. If you should require assistance during the call, please press star, then 0. I would now like to turn the conference over to our host, Supervisor Catherine Barger. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for today's press briefing. I'm Supervisor Catherine Barger, Chair of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. As many of you have heard, Governor Gavin Newsom just announced significant updates regarding closures that will apply to Los Angeles County. Dr. Barbara Ferrer, Director of the Department of Public Health, is here to provide the latest details on the announcement by the governor. She will also be available to answer any questions about what this means within Los Angeles County. In addition, we are joined by Dr. Deborah Dorado, the Superintendent of Los Angeles County Office of Education. Dr. Dorado is here to address the guidance that school districts have requested from the Department of Public Health and the Office of Education for the safety and implementation of in-person learning when each individual school district deems it safe and appropriate. I know there's a lot to discuss today, so I would like to turn the mic over to Dr. Barbara Ferrer to give you the daily update and the update on what Gavin Newsom has announced. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger, and all the members of the Board of Supervisors for your steadfast leadership and the unwavering dedication to the well-being of our community and the millions of people who call Los Angeles County home. And good afternoon, everyone. The state of California, as Supervisor Barger noted, this afternoon ordered LA County, among 31 other counties throughout the state, to close all indoor operations of gyms and fitness centers, places of worship, indoor protests, offices for non-critical sectors, personal care services, and this would include hair salons, barber shops, nail salons, massage services, and tattoo shops, and indoor malls. We will heed the guidance that the state gives us to enforce these new state requirements, and will modify our own health officer order. And I know this step back in our recovery journey is disheartening, but we must do everything in our power to stop the virus from spreading, from making the people we love sick, and from causing untimely death. These steps are taken in hopes that we get back to slowing the spread. All of our actions and behaviors now help determine what our lives, our communities, and our economy will be like in the months ahead. I've noted before that we're guided by the science and the data, and we're monitoring key metrics to show us how we're doing. And right now, everything is pointing towards an alarming trend. Our data shows us that every day, thousands of people in our communities are being infected with COVID-19, and our friends, families, and neighbors are being hospitalized at a much higher rate. And while our death rate has remained relatively stable, we anticipate that, unfortunately, with the rise in hospitalizations, we will soon see corresponding increases in the number of people who pass away. But despite this step back in our recovery journey, we do need to continue our planning for what I hope will be new progress that we make to get our economy and our community back on track. And to that end, in consultation with more than 500 stakeholders, the Department of Public Health has developed reopening protocols for K-12 schools in LA County. And before I share some of the highlights, I do want to take a moment and frame this effort. Just because we're offering these protocols, which will be posted today, doesn't mean that we are authorizing schools to reopen for in-person classroom instruction. School reopenings will be guided by the state and by each school district's decision on how to best configure learning opportunities during the pandemic. We'll be considering levels, obviously, of community transmission and what the science tells us about the risks. But for those schools who are going to reopen their campuses, they will need to adhere to the public health and safety requirements that are detailed in the protocol that's released today. And you've already heard this morning that LAUSD will not reopen for in-person classes in August, and they will continue their new semester with virtual learning. And we recognize that there are some other school districts that already have also made the decision to continue with virtual learning as they reopen for the new year. But we are mindful that we do need to prepare for the time when children are able to come back on their campuses and resume in-person classroom opportunities. So with that in mind, it's best to think of the directives that we're issuing today as a roadmap to what school campuses will look like when they're authorized to reopen for in-person instruction and learning. And given the need to consider the level of community transmission in planning for campus reopenings, every school district and family should be prepared for the possibility that schools may not reopen for in-person instruction as they were originally scheduled. This is the unfortunate and sobering reality we face today. But when schools do reopen, the experience will end up being much different for our children, teachers, and staff. Distance learning will likely still be a component of the curriculum as schools comply with the need to maximize distancing in classrooms, on campuses, and on buses. And some beloved aspects of the traditional school experience will not be possible right now if they require students and teachers to be in close contact with each other over extended periods of time. Students and staff will have to wear face coverings throughout the school day with reasonable exceptions. For example, young children won't be wearing their face coverings during nap time, and children won't be wearing them, obviously, when they're eating and drinking. Extracurricular activities will be limited, and they may include online meetings for clubs. Team sports that don't allow for physical distancing aren't permitted to start up again. Hand washing and hand sanitizing will be encouraged and monitored, especially for our youngest children. And for the full details of the protocol, you can visit publichealth.lacounty.gov. The virus currently rages on in our community, and we'll need to do our best to protect our children, our teachers, and the many, many important people who make a school function and who educate our children. For families and parents of school-age children, we know how stressful this situation is. As a former high school principal, a parent, and a grandparent myself, I recognize the disruption and the emotional upheaval many are experiencing. And I want to assure you that we are committed to working closely with all of the school districts, our LA County Office of Education, and the state as they make their final determination on when to be able to safely reopen schools. These decisions will be informed by data about community spread, hospitalizations, and deaths. And most importantly, they're going to emphasize safety for children, teachers, school staff, and all of their families. And you're going to hear more about the county's plan for supporting high-quality educational opportunities that provide as much safety as possible to everyone from our very own Superintendent Eduardo in a few minutes. Unfortunately, today, though, before Superintendent Eduardo comes up to speak, I do want to share our sobering data. I'm sad to report that there's an additional 13 deaths today. The death reporting does lag over the weekend, but all of the people who died are over the age of 65, and 9 people who passed away over the age of 65 had underlying health conditions. This does bring the total number of deaths to 3,822 in LA County. 93% of the people who have died from COVID-19 have had underlying health conditions. For the 3,553 people who have passed away, where race ethnicity has been identified. 46% are Latino Latinx, 26% are white, 16% are Asian, 11% are Black, and slightly less than 1% are Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, and 1% identified with another race or ethnicity. We're also reporting an additional 2,593 new cases today, and this does bring the total number of cases in LA County to 136,129. These cases include 5,388 total cases reported by our partners in the city of Long Beach, and 1,517 total cases reported by the city of Pasadena, both which have independent city health departments. Among the cases that we're reporting, there are 807 total confirmed cases among people experiencing homelessness. Currently, 288 people were referred to isolation and quarantine sites to appropriately isolate for the duration of their illness. We've now investigated a total of 939 residential congregate settings and non-residential settings with at least one confirmed case of COVID-19. Currently, there are 699 ongoing investigations in institutional settings, and we have 240 closed investigations. Residential settings include nursing homes, assisted living facilities, shelters, treatment centers, supportive living, and correctional facilities. And non-residential settings include workplaces, food and retail, and educational settings. The total number of confirmed cases in institutional settings is now 22,246, and this includes 13,019 confirmed cases among residents and 9,227 among staff. I am sad to report that 1,965 residents in institutional settings have died from COVID-19. The majority of the people who have passed away resided in our skilled nursing facilities. Of the 13 newly reported deaths today, 8 were deaths of people who were residing in our skilled nursing facilities. And we do send out our condolences to all of the families that have lost a loved one who was residing in an institutional setting. We're reporting 3,252 confirmed cases at some point in jail facilities. 2,929 are among people who are incarcerated, and 323 are among staff. The Sheriff's Office is reporting for their facilities 51 inmates who are currently positive, 820 people who are incarcerated and have recovered, 73 inmates that are in isolation, and 2,497 people who are incarcerated that are quarantined. There are 185 cases in the state prison, 128 among people who are incarcerated, and 57 among staff. And there are 757 cases in the federal prison facilities, 741 among people who are incarcerated, and 16 among staff. And our numbers have gone up slightly in juvenile facilities, where we're reporting 84 cases, 33 among youth, and 51 among staff. There are 338,806 people that have tested and had results reported in LA County, and 9% of the people tested were positive. I do want to take a chance today to update you on outbreaks at different types of workplaces. Last week, we told you about an investigation into 4 COVID-19 deaths of LA Apparel employees, where a massive outbreak raged through the garment factory. That company now has reported more than 300 confirmed cases of the virus among its workers. Their operations remain closed, and they must come into compliance with the health officer order before reopening. And I'll take the first slide, please. So when we look at what's been going on with our institutional settings, the first thing that I think just jumps out is what was going on in our skilled nursing facilities, and that's that green line. And you can see that there was a large increase in outbreaks at the onset of the pandemic, but thankfully, we're seeing a much reduced rate in terms of outbreaks at skilled nursing facilities now. But if you look at the next slide, you're going to see the effects of reopening other key sectors. So take a look at the blue line, and what you'll see is that shows the steepest recent increase. And this is the line that represents all kinds of workplaces and offices, including warehouses, manufacturing plants, mail services, distribution centers, waste management, and retail. And what this tells us is clear that business owners and operators must take their employee health needs seriously, and they must heed the public health directives, because as we've reopened, we've seen the sharpest increase in workplace outbreaks. And there are real consequences to not following the infection control directives that are in place. People's health and their livelihoods are at risk. And I also want to do an update about the outbreaks in specific at the skilled nursing facilities. We've experienced so much loss at our skilled nursing facilities because of this virus. And I'll take the next slide. But I do want to note that the 7-day rolling average of daily COVID-19 deaths is going down. The top line on the graph represents all deaths, and then the 7-day average of COVID-19 deaths among residents in skilled nursing facilities is also going down, and that's the bottom line, the blue line on the graph. We have seen a total number of 1,765 deaths at skilled nursing homes. But as you can see with the green line, the average total daily deaths continues to decrease, as do the average deaths among all people, which is what you're seeing on the blue line and on what you're seeing on the green line, sorry. So both the green and the blue line, significant decreases. But I want to note that the decline in deaths that we have seen overall really is a reflection of the decline in deaths at the skilled nursing facilities. Because if we look at our deaths that are unrelated to skilled nursing facilities, those are remaining relatively unchanged. And it also doesn't mean that we're out of the woods, because COVID-19 is a deadly virus. And as I've said before, deaths are a lagging indicator, and unfortunately, we're likely to see increases in deaths in the weeks ahead. And I also want to note, and I'll take the next slide, that it's important for us to always be mindful of who exactly is dying and be aware of any disproportionality that we're seeing among deaths. So when we look at deaths broken by race and ethnicity in our nursing homes, we note that more than 32% of the people who passed away were white, 30% were Latino or Latinx, 21% were Asian, 14% were black, and nearly 2% identified with another race or ethnicity. And you will note that white, black, and Asian people who passed away represent a larger portion of skilled nursing facility-associated deaths than they do as a proportion of deaths unassociated with skilled nursing facilities. But the reverse is true for Latino, Latinx people. They make up a far larger proportion of deaths unrelated to skilled nursing facilities than the proportion of deaths associated with these facilities. And this may be related to a combination of factors, including the likelihood that older Latino, Latinx residents may not be being placed in skilled nursing facilities at the same rate as other groups are placing residents in skilled nursing facilities. I'll take the next slide. We've had a lot of questions about what's happening with testing at the skilled nursing facilities, and as everyone knows, there's a health officer order and on all facilities a letter from the state that requires what we call routine testing of both employees and, for us here in LA County, of residents every week at all of our skilled nursing facilities. And we will have a detailed update about a survey that all of our skilled nursing facilities complete, noting rates of positivity among those who are being tested. But I think for now it's important to note that almost every single facility was implementing the required testing of both patients and staff. So if you look, you'll see there's just a high rate of compliance. For the few facilities that are not complying, Our staff are calling them and working with them this week to make sure that, again, there are no lags in the ability to test employees and residents on an ongoing basis. And then for the last slide here, the next slide, I just wanted to summarize that in the past 60 days, the Health Facilities Inspection Division conducted on-site investigations at all 380 skilled nursing facilities throughout LA County, not just the 315 that are under our immediate jurisdiction. Every day, they also conduct daily monitoring of every facility that has an outbreak, and this could include some on-site visits, virtual inspections, and phone calls. Based on the investigations that were recently completed, 13 facilities were cited for infection control violations, and these, as you can see, included a range of issues that in fact included not properly using the PPE for staff, not making sure that there was good infection control around cleaning, making sure that residents that were possibly infected were in fact isolated, separate from others, and that visitors, whenever they came in, which is very limited, were not being screened. So we'll work with those 13. They will get a revisit to make sure, of course, that they're in compliance. Again, the work that we do in our skilled nursing facilities really does, in fact, protect both the livelihoods of all of the people that are there caring for our loved ones, but they also protect all of the residents that live there. I know that today's news is disappointing, so in closing, I just want to note that we flattened the curve before, and I know we can do it again. Stay home as much as you can. If you do need to go out for work or important errands, please remember that you must wear your face covering, and it must cover both your mouth and your nose. Avoid the 3 C's: crowds, confined spaces, and close contact with people you don't live with. If we continue to make these adjustments, which we've all done before, we will start seeing, I believe, a decrease in the number of new cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. That means in creating this new normal, we actually are allowed to continue our recovery journey. But it is truly a community effort. We have the power to slow the devastating spread of the virus if we all decide we want to do our part. And now you have an opportunity to hear from LA County Superintendent of Education, Dr. Deborah Eduardo.
Good afternoon. These are unprecedented times for educators who are working extremely hard to support students, staff, and families. We want to commend the 80 LA County districts, their staff, and parents for their flexibility and creativity in response to the pandemic. They have made sure learning continues and students are fed. They have kept students physically and emotionally healthy. We are grateful for our partnership with Dr. Farrar and Public Health. Together, we are completing the incredibly complex process of building protocols to keep students and staff safe. Our goal is to bring students back to school as safely as possible. Districts have been planning to reopen since the day they closed. We know that young people learn best in the classroom, engaged with their teachers and friends. While we are eager to reopen schools, the health and safety of students, staff, and families must come first. Closing and reopening schools are difficult decisions each school district must make. Districts must follow public health directives while grappling with financial uncertainty. Essential health and safety equipment is expensive and not budgeted in many cases. And we are extremely grateful to the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, who is allocating PPE supplies for schools. What we have received so far is only a tiny fraction of what is needed to reopen schools. Districts have been planning for all possible scenarios, distance learning, hybrid, or coming back since schools closed in March. They are now finalizing plans and communicating with their communities through emails, phone calls, and virtual halls. It is important to note that the pandemic is evolving, a very fluid situation. These plans may change. LACO will support districts with communication tools to help with ongoing communications and updates. The legislature has made changes to increase the level of accountability for districts and their distance learning for students. The LA County Task Force of Superintendents developed a comprehensive guideline to make reopening fit the needs of our diverse communities. We will update our planning framework based on the new guidelines in the coming days. We will also reconvene our LA County Superintendent Task Force to develop next steps. We are grateful to Dr. Farrar for joining LACO's weekly phone calls with all 80 superintendents as we prepare for the start of the school year. We are working on partnerships to find alternative locations to support families who need childcare and students who struggle with learning. Thankfully, in LA County, we have a powerful partnership among our 80 districts, along with county agencies and other stakeholders. Everyone in Los Angeles County can support our efforts to get students back into the classrooms by following public health guidelines. We are in this together. We will prevail together. Thank you for your support.
We will now take questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to ask a question, please press 1, then 0 on your telephone keypad. You may withdraw your question at any time by repeating the 1 and 0 command. If you are using a speakerphone, please pick up the handset before pressing the numbers. Once again, on the phone, if you have a question, you may press 1, then 0 at this time. We will begin with the line of Ryan Carter with LA Daily News. Please go ahead.
Hi, Ryan.
Hello, Supervisor. Hello, Dr. Ferrer. Okay, so thank you for these. These are sobering numbers for sure. Just to go back to LA Apparel just briefly, I'm wondering if such warehouses come under the latest health order and directive from the state. Or do they need to close outright themselves to indoor activity? And I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more on what public health needs to see for such places to reopen, for a place like this factory to reopen, and just if you have any further concerns about that more broadly with other such factories. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrer.
Thanks so much, Ryan. And I appreciate that question. Obviously, extraordinarily concerned about the situation at LA Apparel. And I've had a team there almost every day for the last few days working with all of their managers and operators to make sure that that place does come in full compliance with the directives. They are a manufacturing plant that is, in fact, producing goods and services that are considered essential. I actually think they also produce cloth face coverings, and we thank all the workers who have been part of that production team. But they do have to come in line with every single directive, both that's in the existing protocols for how to operate an essential business with as much safety as possible, but also now they need to come in compliance with the list of issues we identified on the inspections that would allow us to feel comfortable that when they reopen, there's as much safety as possible for all of their workers. I do want to note they've made great strides. They've put in a lot of the modifications that are absolutely required, including getting rid of cardboard partitions that, there's just no way those were offering the kind of safety that we needed to see in a plant. They're working today on training their staff in small groups so that the staff understand, again, what the responsibilities are of the employer and what they should expect as they're going through their day in terms of being able to have access to washing and hand sanitizing facilities, often breaks that allow you to do this. But in this situation, there was an issue about sort of plant safety and protocols, and then there was an issue about getting accurate information about who the workers were and what their test results were, because they're all required to be tested at this point. So we need the factory operators to make sure we have a line list that they're giving us every day that actually lets us know the status of every worker so that we can make a determination on which workers are in fact allowed back in the plant once the plant would be allowed to reopen. But again, they have to come in full compliance, and they've had a list from us that details what the remaining issues are. So I thank you for that question, but they are in fact allowed as part of an essential manufacturing plant to remain open once they come into compliance with the directives under which we closed them. We'll take the next question.
Next question comes from the line of Rob Hayes with ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Go ahead, Rob.
Sorry, I had you on mute again.
Hi, Rob.
Good to hear from you guys. While we're on the subject of LA apparel, the workers there were making masks, and I'm just curious, can the virus spread through contaminated masks? And if so, are there any efforts to recall those masks or track down where they went?
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's a good question. Highly unlikely that there would be transmission. But I want to remind everybody that whether you're purchasing a mask or other clothing, it's always helpful to please wash anything you do purchase, any clothing, any masks, before you use them. So I would encourage everybody to go ahead, wherever you're buying your mask from, you should do a thorough washing of that mask before you put it on. That would be the safest thing to do. So thanks, and we'll take the next question.
Our next question comes from the line of Colleen Shelby with Los Angeles Times. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking my questions. LA School Superintendent Buettner has said that in order for the schools to reopen, an agency that's not the school district would need to ensure that every student and staff member will be tested regularly and there will be contact tracing available at schools. Just wondering if there are any plans for that, and if there's any clear guidance for educators or concerned parents that may be debating right now whether to put their children back in school, even if the school district decides to reopen. Is there a threshold for number of infections or positivity rate that would indicate safety in terms of reopening or closures? My other question is in regards to indoor malls that have been affected. Does that affect in-store shopping at all?
So I think, Dr. Bird, are you better put your, okay, Dr. Bird.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. Obviously, the decision on when to open schools is a complicated decision, and I appreciate that there's been conversations certainly about what's the role of testing and certainly what's the role of contact tracing. And I think the role of contact tracing is really at the point that there's a positive case anywhere, not just in a school, but in our community, is we need to interview the case, or in this case, the case's parent, and identify what the close contacts were. And in this case, if it's in a school setting, obviously identifying those close contacts is a joint effort that we do hand in hand with school administrators so that we can figure out where that child or teacher was and where those exposures may have been. In terms of, and so that is definitely a role that the health department plays and you know, ought to play in any kind of investigation in an institutional setting. We do try to make sure that we're able to identify the close contacts and interview the cases. That means isolation happens and quarantine happens, and that's the way we really try to contain the spread in our community. So both really essential parts of the work that we have to do here at the health department. In terms of testing, there's been a lot of talk. I think Germany is probably the only country I know of that has instituted some kind of testing for students. I mean, I've sort of did, a quick look at where all the schools are that have reopened and what have been the conditions under which they're reopening. And that's really the only school district I've noted that has done some testing to try to actually figure out how they should be looking at safety in their school environment. We think because there's, A, this is a very large county, and B, there's a limit to what testing will tell us in terms of testing everyone at a regular basis, that the best thing to do right now is to, in fact, do all of the modifications that really make it hard for this virus to spread. I would just, as a reminder, one of the reasons why our testing strategies don't offer us as much protection as we might hope is that when you test negative, it's really only a reflection of your status at the moment you were tested. And right now, there's an average of a 4-day wait to get those results back. And in those 4 days, you could easily become positive and asymptomatic. And then, of course, you're somebody who could spread to others. So it's really important that we think about testing as one of the tools in our toolbox, but certainly for schools being able to operate as safely as possible, it's going to be way more important, I think, right now to have all the systems in place that allow for us to really prevent as much as possible the kind of close contact that makes it easy for there to be transmission. I think as we learn more and have better testing capacity, it's worth sort of revisiting what the role is of testing in the schools. But right now, I would urge us to really focus a lot on the infection control and the distancing protocols that we've put in place and use testing as the strategy that's most important to use once you have an identified positive case. Because we do recommend, once we have a positive case anywhere, that close contacts do get tested so that we can, in fact, quickly dampen any spread that may have happened. It's also hard to know sometimes whether the close contact was actually the index case or the first person that ended up getting identified as positive. In terms of closing schools once they reopen, is there going to be a particular threshold? We've been working and listening really hard to what the districts are asking for. They ask for some flexibility. Obviously, in outbreak situations, and that's 3 or more people in a facility that have been positive, that are found to be positive over a 14-day period, you do have to work with the health department, and we, along with the school administrators, will make a decision on what's the best course of action. I wouldn't want to say that it's a one-size-fits-all here, because there are unique situations on where those exposures happened, who's positive, and who those close contacts are. And we would have to take that into account when we think about whether or not a facility needs to close. And I don't know if Dr. Eduardo wants to add anything about the safety issues.
Thank you. Right now, all 80 of our districts have plans in place to ensure that there is not a spread of this virus in terms of following all the PPE implementation, making sure our students are wearing masks, that they are washing their hands frequently, that they are 6 feet apart at all times, and that we're disinfecting all frequently touched surfaces, restrooms, ensuring that when meals are provided, that it's done in a very safe way. So right now, as Dr. Farrar mentioned, our plan is really to focus on prevention and ensuring that our students and our staff are well trained and really understand the importance of maintaining those protocols. Thank you.
And we have time for one more question.
We'll go to the line of Cerise Castle with KCRW. Please go ahead.
Thanks for taking the question. So earlier this afternoon, the governor released a guidance that outlined a number of businesses and recreation centers that will be subject to closure. Among those things included were indoor protests. I'm wondering if the county has a plan of enforcement for banning indoor protests?
Yeah, good question. Go ahead, Dr. Byrne.
Yeah, we'll be adhering fully with the governor's orders, and we will be modifying our own health officer order to reflect that. So yes, the answer is indoor protests are now not allowed in the county of LA anywhere. So thanks for that question.
We'll now do remarks in Spanish.
All right, guys, that does finish out the portion in English. They were going to move on to Spanish. So we also are going to be moving on, giving you more looks at COVID-19 updates. My apologies about that mic not being near my mouth when I was doing some talking, but we're going to continue things along, give you more COVID-19 updates. Going to head out to San Francisco as the mayor and other health officials talk about COVID-19 response in their city.
Updates don't give us the chance to talk in depth about some of the really complex issues that our city is facing. This is why talks like this one today are so important. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Grant Colfax, the director of the Department of Public Health, to dive into one of the most complicated issues that we've focused on, including information specifically about the data. Today, Dr. Colfax and I are going to talk about the data that the Department of Public Health is tracking and what it means for San Francisco and our ongoing response to COVID. We know that there are a lot of numbers out there, like our key health indicators available online, and it can be difficult to keep track of what it all means. I know at the end of the day, everyone wants to understand exactly what this means and when will we open. This topic is so fundamental to the decisions we're making for all of you every single day. And we wanted the chance to explain it in more detail and make it easier to understand. The data shows us where we've been in San Francisco. It gives us insight into where we're going. It gives us the ability to change course if we see a concerning spike like just recently. And we had to make an unfortunate decision to pause our reopening activities and businesses as a result. And with data, we can model what the future might look like if we take action or if we decide not to take action. By making decisions based on data, science, and facts, as Dr. Colfax always says, we'll be able to make decisions that slow the spread of the virus and save lives. We know that we're going to be living with COVID for some time, and the goal is to use this data to adapt to our new normal. So let's get started. Dr. Colfax, thank you and welcome. First of all, can you please provide us with an update of where we are in San Francisco as it relates to the numbers?
Yes, and thank you very much, Mayor, for your leadership during this unprecedented time and difficult time, and really supporting all of us as we move forward, focusing on the data, science, and facts. And Mayor, I have a presentation with a lot of data here that I'd like to go through. And obviously, if there are insights or questions that you'd like to share during the presentation, please let me know. But I'll just give us a snapshot of where we are today, talk about what we can all do to bend the curve, reduce infections across San Francisco, and then talk a little bit about what the future may hold if we do not all do our part in terms of wearing face masks, practicing social distancing, and good hygiene. So can we go to the slide presentation, please? I think we need to go to the first slide, please. No, it's the first slide is number of cases in San Francisco. You're going in the right direction. Just go all the way back, please. Okay, so we got a little preview. So this is where we stand right now in San Francisco. And I'd just like to say that Anybody can follow these data on a daily basis at our San Francisco, go to our data tracker at sf.gov, and you can follow these data to see where we stand. Where we stand today is we have nearly 4,600 cases of COVID-19 diagnosed in San Francisco. And I think it's important to also realize that nearly 1,000 cases have been diagnosed just in the last 2 weeks. So we continue to see high levels of diagnosis. And remember, the 2-week period is when people are infectious. So nearly 1,000 people diagnosed in the last 2 weeks. We've had 50 people die of COVID-19 related illnesses across our city. While any one death from COVID-19 is too many, a few pieces of promising data here is that our death rate is leveled off for a number of weeks. Our clinicians are doing a better job, better understanding using science on how to manage the disease. But unfortunately, this could change at any moment, especially if our healthcare systems get overwhelmed and people are not able to get the clinical medical attention that they need. Next slide. So there's a lot of information on this slide. And again, you can go to sf.gov to our data tracker and see this information. The big graph here with the jagged green line is the number of tests done in San Francisco over June and into July. And you can see those gray bars are the number of tests done every day. And I will say that we've exceeded our goal in San Francisco. We set a goal of doing 1,800 tests a day in San Francisco. For the last week, we have been averaging 2,600 tests a day in San Francisco. And you can see from that jagged green line, that's the positivity rate. So that's of all the people who are tested on that day, what is the positivity rate? And our positivity rate has been gradually increasing over time. It is now 3% over all time, but we've recently seen a large spike in the positivity rate, which is indicative of the virus spreading throughout the community. We can also see from the yellow bars here in terms of the cases, in terms of race, ethnicity, that we have a disproportionate number of people of color who are diagnosed with COVID-19 compared to the population in San Francisco overall. We see inequities with regard to the Latinx population accounting for nearly half of all diagnosed cases. We also see relatively large numbers in the Black African American community, and then also in the Asian community. This is why we're working with stakeholders across neighborhoods in the city, ensuring that community leadership and community leaders in neighborhoods, community members and their families are actively engaged in the response, know where to get tested, know where to get care, and very importantly, know where to access the other services needed during this very challenging time. Things like having access to food security, having access to behavioral health services, mental health services, and counseling, very important going forward. You can see here.
Dr. Colfax, do you mind if we take it back to talk specifically, because I want to clarify something. In San Francisco, we have about less than a 6% African-American population, but we're seeing about 5.4% of the cases that are African-American. So we don't see disproportionately the number of cases in the Black community like we do in other places throughout the country, but we clearly are seeing disproportionately the number of Latino community cases. And the question I have is, because that in comparison to any other race here in San Francisco, is where the biggest challenge is. And my question is, what are we as a city doing? What is the Department of Public Health doing in order to address this significant disparity?
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. And we've been working from day one with regard to preparing and anticipating health inequities in this COVID-19 epidemic, largely because we know that the virus spreads under conditions in which, unfortunately, we've seen in San Francisco that have affected health inequities for a long time. So with regard to the disproportionate impact in the Latinx community. We have been working with your task force, the Latino Task Force on COVID-19, to ensure that education, community engagement, that testing access is strong, and also that we are ensuring that when people do test positive, that they not only have access to the medical care, but as I said, the behavioral health supports, the social services supports, the food access, and not only that they have that, but their families have that. If people are not able to isolate and quarantine and do not feel that they're able to do that in their living situation, we are also ensuring that people have access to hotels as alternatives to their living condition, so they can isolate and quarantine safely and not put others at risk for transmitting the disease, acquiring the disease. We're also ensuring that with our contact tracing, which is such an important tool in this pandemic, that we have culturally appropriate contact tracing being done. Half of our contact tracing is being done in Spanish right now. We have culturally competent contact tracers engaging. And it's not just about ensuring that people feel comfortable telling us and talking to us about who they may have been in contact with and put at risk for disease, but we also really want to support the individual. Again, supporting the individual, linking them to those services. I also want to emphasize that as part of our work, we're ensuring that people get access to not only care for COVID-19, but medical care in general. And under no circumstances will people be identified by immigration status. And then this process is very confidential.
And Dr. Colfax, just to go back to some challenges around the inequities that exist with even our city's response. I mean, from day one, we operated an equity team through the Emergency Operations Center. But unfortunately, what we're seeing in San Francisco is a significant number of the people who are diagnosed with COVID-19 are mostly in the southeast, kind of the eastern part of the city, but the testing capacity is in the center of the city. And so we're seeing a disparity in terms of our testing capacity. So why haven't we done more other than the pop-up locations that we provided on a regular basis in various parts of the neighborhoods? You know, why have we not done more to have stationary locations to make it easier for people to access testing?
Yeah, so Mayor, from day one, when we started scaling up our testing centers, we established a testing center at Southeast Health Center. That was one of the first testing sites we had. We also established a testing site just outside of San Francisco Zuckerberg Hospital. So we have testing available there, as well as at the Mission Neighborhood Health Center. And we are also expanding our testing in those communities, particularly expanding testing sites in Sunnydale, Potrero Hill, and we've also just recently started testing at the hub in the Mission. So it's a key priority of ours to continue to ensure that people have access to testing, particularly if they are in the neighborhoods where we're seeing the highest prevalence of COVID-19.
Well, the good news is the one that was opened in the Mission this weekend, they expected 100 people and they tested over 200 people. So we got to take the testing to where people are. And I want to turn it back over to you to finish up your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I think we have the slides coming. Yes. Yes, next slide, please. So the Mayor, you talked about the equity and COVID response. So I will reinforce that this slide emphasizes that we had our equity front and center of our COVID response from the beginning, and we're continuing to ensure that we're making continued investments through an equity lens as we move forward. Next slide. So I also wanted just to point out where San Francisco is relative to other communities that are dealing with this pandemic. This is looking at San Francisco compared to other cities and jurisdictions across the country. As you can see so far, our case rate is relatively low to other places. Our death rate is thankfully quite a bit lower at 5.8 per 100,000 people. And you can see compared to other jurisdictions, we are significantly lower than other places. And then our testing rate, while we continue to expand testing, our testing average rate is 2.92 tests per 1,000, and you can see that compares favorably to other places. Now, certainly we need to continue to expand testing. This is a regional, state, and national issue. There's lots of demand for testing now, and unfortunately there's delays in test results. But I would emphasize that here in San Francisco, our public health lab was one of the first labs to offer testing. We continue to expand that. And we're also working with our private providers, Kaiser, Sutter Health, Dignity, and others to ensure that low barrier testing is available to people. Next slide. So despite that promising news, we are in a very vulnerable situation. And the mayor spoke, Mayor, you spoke about our indicators right now. And this is the slide looking at our hospitalizations in the city from March into July. And you can see that our hospitalization rates are starting to increase. The dark blue bars are the number of patients in the intensive care unit over time. The light blue bars are the people in acute care, the medical surgical beds. They're not as sick as in the ICU, but they're sick enough to be in the hospital. And you can see that those numbers are starting to significantly increase. This is very concerning. We got up to a high of 94 in April in terms of our hospitalization rates. That was our first surge. We then, thanks to everybody in San Francisco, and we flattened the curve, and the curve actually went down. We actually crushed the curve, but now it's starting to go back up, and we are in another surge. We are unfortunately in another surge, and we expect to see these hospitalization numbers to continue to go up. The yellow bars in this graph also show the number of people in the hospital who have been transferred from other jurisdictions, because other jurisdictions are in serious trouble as well. Many of these include patients who are transferred from the outbreak in San Quentin. So again, we are in a surge, even taking into account those transfers. Next slide, please. So Mary, you talked about our indicators. And this is one of our key indicators in the city. Again, people can go to sf.gov and see the indicators. This is the change in COVID hospitalizations by week. So this is looking at the change of number of people in the hospital with COVID-19, that rate of change. And as you can see, for a long period of time, we were doing really well in the city. We were in the green zone. That's those green dotted dots here. We were below the green zone, which was that increase was less than 10%. Then we saw a big jump consistent with the surge in the graph I just showed you. And we continue to be in that red zone with nearly a double rate of 20% compared to our target rate of 10%. So this is reflective of the surge, and this is why we made the very difficult decision to put reopenings on pause. Next slide. Similarly, we are seeing a big increase in the positivity rate of people who are testing. This is the number of cases diagnosed per 100,000 population over 7 days. And again, you can see we were in the yellow zone for a long time, and our goal here was to get to 1.8 per 100,000. We are now above 6 per 100,000. You can see that on the right. This slide is updated to July 11th, and we are at 7.8 per 100,000. So this again indicates that the virus is spreading throughout the city, particularly in the areas, Mayor Bree, that you mentioned, the southeast part of the city. Next slide. So this is a pretty complicated slide, so I'm going to just take a minute to describe it. So this is looking at the reproductive number of the virus. So what is the reproductive number of the virus? The reproductive number of the virus is how fast the virus is transmitting through the population. So a reproductive rate of 2 means that for every person infected with the virus, 2 people get infected with the virus. That's a very high transmission rate, very high transmission rate. A reproductive rate of 0.5, so half, means that for every 2 people infected with the virus, only one new person gets infected. So that's really good, because for every 2 people infected, only 1 new person gets infected. That means the virus is going down in the population. A reproductive rate of 1, which is shown here in the dotted line across this graph, means that for every 1 person infected with the virus, one more person is getting infected. So what we really want to do, ideally in a situation that we're in, is get that reproductive rate, that reproductive number below 1, which means that for every person infected with the virus, less than 1 other person is getting infected. That is so key. So what does this graph actually show? So these are scenarios that have been modeled by expert researchers at the University of California and UC Berkeley. They've been working with us since the beginning of the epidemic. And we asked them the question, given the data that we are handing to you to analyze in your models, what are the best estimates you have for the reproductive rate? And that is shown on the solid blue line here from April all the way through to July. So that solid blue line is the estimated reproductive rate of the virus across time. And we were doing so well in San Francisco, our reproductive rate got to below 1 and was as low as 0.85. So if that had stayed, the virus would have basically burned out in the city. Unfortunately, you can see here that starting in early June, we started to cross that 1. And right now, we estimate that that reproductive rate of the virus is as high as is on average estimated to be 1.25, but could be even higher. That's what those blue fuzzy lines mean. Those blue fuzzy lines are estimates of the model. So the most likely scenario is that it's 1.25, but it could be even higher than that or even lower than that. But right now, our best estimate is that the reproductive rate is 1.25. Now that doesn't sound like that much difference, right? That's half a decimal point from where we were. So why is that such a big deal? Well, I'm going to go to this next slide, and I will tell you this is the slide that keeps me up at night. Next slide, please. So this is what happens if the reproductive rate stays at just that 1.25 number, just that 1.25 number with our current surge. That's what's creating our current surge. And you can see here that blue dark line, the most likely scenario, if everything stayed the same at 1.25 and there were no changes, we would hit a peak of 830 hospitalizations in our city. And let's think about that for a minute. In April, we peaked at 94. And thanks to all the work that people did in San Francisco, we sheltered in place, we drove that number down. It is now plausible, very plausible, that we hit hospitalizations at 830 if we do not do more to stop the spread. And those lighter blue peaks are plausible scenarios as well. So we could get as high as over 6,000 hospitalizations, a scenario that reflects the challenges that New York had. And certainly we hope that this doesn't happen, but it is so key here. We have a window to do better. Next slide. And again, another very concerning situation. This again relates to the reproductive rate of 1.25. So with that peak in hospitalizations, we will unfortunately have more people die. And we estimate that blue line again, that solid blue line, that we could have as many, or we would average, 890 deaths from COVID-19 in 2020. We're at 50 right now. So by the end of the year, we could be at 890 with a reproductive rate of 1.25. And unfortunately, again, those light shaded blue lines show we could even get much higher scenarios, approaching 2,000 and even 3,000. So this is serious. We are at a very concerning time right now with this reproductive rate of 1.25. And we really need to drive down to 1 or below as quickly and as soon as possible. Next slide. But there is hope. And this is looking at as of July 4th, because we were looking at the July 4th weekend and asking everyone to do their part. If we could reduce that RE, that reproductive rate, by half, we would dramatically reduce our hospitalizations and our deaths. Look at that. We would go from those hundreds that we talked about to as few as 50 and 70. And even the scenarios that I showed you with those light blue shading areas, they estimate that our peak would be 120 hospitalizations and 120 deaths in 2020. So we can continue, we have an opportunity here if we all do our part to literally save lives and keep people out of the hospital. Similarly, even if we go for 2 more weeks and try to all do our part, again, we can make a difference, not quite as much. You see here that under this scenario where we wait for 2 weeks for the reproductive number to go below, to reduce by 50%, we still have peak hospitalization of 340 and an average of 230 deaths estimated in 2020. So the point here is time really, really makes a difference. Next slide. So key interventions to reducing RE, that's the reproductive rate. That's why we paused our reopening. And I know it's so challenging and difficult for everyone in this time of uncertainty. And this has real consequences, socioeconomic, personal, behavioral, mental health, and real health consequences as well. But we had to make the difficult decision that the benefits of doing this outweighed the very real risk. We'll continue, as we talked about earlier, further investing in supporting community leadership and response, discouraging gatherings, especially inside. And I just want to emphasize right now that really, please do not gather with people outside of your immediate household, and especially do not gather indoors. It is very dangerous to do that. Everyone, please wear face coverings. Please wear face coverings and socially distance and use hygiene. And I know that can be hard to do. It's hard for me to do sometimes, but please, it is literally saving lives. And then continuing to offer testing, expanding our testing, and contact tracing, such key tools to our efforts going forward. Next slide. So I alluded to this a little bit, but really riskiness of the activity. We know that outdoors is much safer than indoors. It's estimated that it's at this point, based on the latest data, that being outdoors is 10 to 20 times safer than being indoors, especially with regard to if people are not wearing face coverings. It's risky now to be involved in gatherings with people outside of the immediate household. And I want to emphasize that just because someone doesn't look sick or act sick or feel sick, they can still carry COVID-19. So you can't look at someone and assume, oh, this person doesn't look sick to me, or ask someone, are you sick or not? Half the people with COVID-19 and who can transmit it can be asymptomatic at some point. That means they don't have any symptoms. The other piece I want to emphasize is testing. If you